Prologue. Harry stepped into the lift, trying to ignore the looks on the other people's faces. He pressed the button for level 9, despite the fact that it was already lit up. 2 witches, both much older than him, were failing to keep their voices down, and Harry did his best to not respond to the whispered comment of, "I'd gobble him right up." He couldn't resist letting his mind wander onto the benefits and drawbacks of a turkey animagus form. He'd grown accustomed to the stairs, though he doubted he'd ever like them. Over 2 years ago, he defeated Voldemort. After a brief stay in the hospital wing at Hogwarts subjected to Madame Pomfrey's tender mercies, Harry had emerged a healthy young prophecy-free wizard with just as much purpose as the next. In other words, Harry didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. He'd missed out on his 7th year of schooling, but Hermione's tutelage ensured that he sat his NEWTS and passed with flying colors. It took 6 long years to locate and destroy all the pieces of the Dark Lord's soul, but they had been successful. Like any leader, Harry got too much of the blame and too much of the credit. 4 months ago, after another unsuccessful meditation to determine his animagus form, Harry finally decided on something that he wanted to do, or more precisely, some questions he wanted answered. 3 months ago, Harry swung a bit of his political might and pressured the ministry into allowing him to conduct a research project on a dangerous magical artifact in their possession, the veil in the death chamber, or, as Harry's research had called it, the exit. 2 months ago, Harry, Hermione, and Professor Vector had developed a rudimentary way to activate and interact with some of the primitive runes carved into the keystone on the mysterious archway. That very first day, Harry was permitted physical access to invoke the runes. The entire stone dais shifted and settled, lit up like the night sky for less than a second, and the mysterious constant slight wind blowing through the archway became still. The veil just hung there like a perfectly normal, inanimate, harmless curtain, until something was thrown in. Then a gentle breeze would fluff the veil outward just slightly and suck the offending item in, never to be returned. Harry's elation at his immediate success lasted about an hour. Since that day 2 months ago, Harry hadn't managed a single iota of progress. Nothing was reacting to anything he tried. Nothing seemed to change, and Harry couldn't even get the archway back to the way it had been before. Voices and whispers from beyond were now nothing but silence, except for the brief moments when an object would be sent through. Rocks, food, plants, bugs, objects tied with every sort of string imaginable. They all just disappeared into the exit. Timed portkeys never returned, and even the magical sensors got no readings the instant an object disappeared. The Department of Mysteries was giving Harry neither help nor materials, so he went ingredient shopping at a Muggle pet store. Hermione drew the line at 3 puppies when she discovered Adios, Sayonara, and Geronimo's empty collars. Perhaps Harry shouldn't have blurted out in anger that the last one in his closet was going to have her name changed from Toodles to Hermione. Needless to say, Ron and Hermione reluctantly got a new puppy. After refusing to call the young poop factory either Toodles or Hermione, they settled on the name Padfoot, primarily as a preventive measure in hopes that it would keep Harry from chucking her into the exit as well. The longest the gateway had stayed open was when Harry cast Serpensortia and tossed the oversized snake into it. That time, when the voices and whispers could be heard, Harry swore that there was a very clear pronouncement of, "Hey guys, it's open Agi," before being cut off. Unspeakable Vargas had been observing that day, and she claimed that there was no such exclamation. Harry and Vargas had a small vocal disagreement, resulting in Harry having a private session with the department psychiatrist before he was allowed to work on the exit again. Even still, Vargas was one of the nicest unspeakables Harry had interacted with. She at least didn't scowl when she saw him. Pretty much everyone else in the Department of Mysteries considered Harry and his project an annoyance and a burden. A chime rang announcing the lift's arrival at level 9, and Harry stepped back, allowing Gruber and Gruber to walk ahead of him. He nodded at the witch manning the front desk and entered the circular spinning room, smiling happily, unconcerned with the matching looks of disdain on the 2 unspeakable brothers in the rotating room with him. The doors stopped spinning and the two unspeakables walked out towards their offices. Harry waited for the door to close, and the room started spinning once more. Harry was humming a cheerful tune to himself as he walked through the door and down the steps of the death chamber. "Good morning, Vargas," Harry greeted, seeing she was already set up at a station and digging into her paperwork. "HMMPH," Vargas grunted back. "I'm hung over and have 2 weeks' worth of paperwork here, so how abouts we make it a quiet day, all right?" Harry nodded silently and floated himself up into the air, ensuring he wouldn't even make the sound of footsteps. "Show off," Vargas mumbled to herself after glancing up. Harry magically held his satchel in place in the air next to him, while it unlatched and opened up. The diagrams for a few basic runes floated out and in front of Harry. These were the oldest ones, and therefore most likely to be capable of interaction with the archway. Harry diligently worked his way around the rougher sections of the veil, where the rune carvings were only partially visible. Harry continued in silence for over 3 fruitless hours. He was tempted to try some more firecrackers and whiz-bangs. Unfortunately, as fun as those were, they never produced any results and seemed to be somewhat of an unnecessary risk. "You getting lunch, Potter?" Vargas asked curiously. "Why, Vargas, I never knew I was your type," Harry smirked back. "You're not," Vargas snapped. "But I'm hungry, and you look like you're planning to work through lunch." "I was hopping to crank through another foot of the rough stuff," Harry said, pointing towards the lower right side of the stone archway. She nodded. "All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Can I trust you not to do something stupid in that amount of time?" "I think I can handle myself," Harry attempted to placate her. Vargas had left him alone many times before, but her inner eye still felt like a bug had flown into it. "You want anything from the cafeteria? You mind grabbing me a sandwich?" "What kind?" "Whatever looks freshest," Harry said before adding, "turkey maybe." He summoned his money pouch from the hovering satchel when Vargas interrupted, calling over her shoulder, "Keep your money. You manage not to do anything stupid in the next 5 minutes and this one's on me." Her parting remarks triggered some previous musings in Harry's mind. All the potential, plausible, and hopeful ideas on the exit had been failing. And there was still that category of ideas with the one he thought might make the difference, the stupid category. Jumping into the veil and a few of the sacrificial plans on that list were admittedly somewhat questionable. In the past, Harry had sent spells through the veil. He'd sent transfigured objects, conjured objects, charmed objects, cursed objects, and enchanted objects through the veil. He'd even stuck his arm into it, up to the elbow, before the unspeakable working had tackled him to the ground and forced Harry to swear an oath to not intentionally do that again without approval. Harry had reluctantly acquiesced, banking on the unclear aspect of just whose approval was required. What Harry hadn't yet done was to stick one of his magical arms into it. In the early planning stages with Hermione and Professor Vector, Harry hadn't disputed the lack of brilliance in that particular idea with the 2 witches. But after all these failures, Harry figured it seemed like the next logical step and a sound, reasonable move. Harry knew that he'd sent spells and magic in many times before, so poking around with one little magically manifested arm should be okay. He gave it a good 3.5 seconds worth of thought before deciding he should at least try testing the possibility now before Vargas returned. Conveniently forgetting all promises not to do anything stupid, Harry cast his favorite magical sight spell on his eyes. For experimental work, the ability to observe them was necessary. Not to mention, Harry was more confident in his abilities when he could see what he was doing. He called up a 6 of the invisible magical arms, as that was the number he was most comfortable with, and had spent hundreds of hours extensively training with. The spell on his eyes permitted him to see the long, thin white tubes of magical light spreading out from his body with amorphous hands and fingers at the ends. They were slowly waving on the ambient flows of magic, waiting for a purpose. Harry looked towards the exit and saw it looked the same way it had for the past 2 months, a solid, empty black void from which no magic was emanating. He conjured a small ball that was glowing soft gray light from the magic and tossed it through the archway. The black in the gateway flashed white ever so briefly, and the sounds of distant whispers disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Harry's bottom pair of magical appendages was positioning him directly in the center of the void, and halfway up its height. Harry knew that if he thought much more on the issue, he'd probably stop. So without hesitation, he quickly moved a magical arm right up to the surface of the void. He gently pushed through ever so slightly and pulled right back. The magic didn't even flicker. Deciding he hadn't pushed far enough into it, Harry readied a magical blade to cut off his own magical arm if need be. He took a deep breath and stuck the exploratory magical manifestation deeper into the void, over a foot of it now submerged in the gateway. Harry pulled it right back out only to see that once again, not even a sliver of magic responded. Figuring he might as well try a little deeper, Harry plunged a single magical arm and kept it sending it through hopping to feel something in there, or at least trigger the magic of the exit to respond when his control over the arm disappeared, and he was pulled violently face first. Two of Harry's magical arms grabbed onto both sides of the stone archway and held him back from falling in further. They were struggling mightily to pull Harry back out. With barely a thought, the two arms below him swept backwards and grabbed onto on the first row of steps in the death chamber. The sirens in the room started blaring, and lights on the ceiling were flashing. The sides of the archway began to crack and crumble. Harry quickly let go of the ancient artifact and sent those two magical arms across towards the steps, trying to pull himself back that way. His fifth magical arm was fighting to pull his trapped one free. The magical blade seemed to have no effect on the trapped arm that was outside of Harry's control. He was losing ground, and it was only a matter of time. While trying to hold on for dear life and ignore the blaring alarm, Harry was reminded of one of the early conversations he'd had with Hermione and Professor Vector. "It's obviously a gateway to somewhere," Hermione explained. "A few texts allude that it is a gateway to death, the afterlife, or even hell. None of them have ever conclusively known where it leads to," Professor Vector added. "All the history is conjecture." "So it just as likely is a gateway to heaven as it is to hell," Harry theorized. "Doubtful," Hermione scoffed. "Hey now," Harry argued. "All it takes is for the portal to be one way, or for some other reason impossible to go back through. Maybe once you get there, no one wants to come back. Sirius could be living it up surrounded by all the strippers and snossages he could ever want." "Fine," Hermione grumbled in agreement. "The physical evidence indicates it could be a gateway just about anywhere. But for all intents and purposes to the known world, it leads to death, so don't go and do anything stupid." Harry looked at his current situation with the lower two-thirds of his body sucked into the exit, which was currently blinding with magic to his spelled eyes. This would more than likely count as something stupid. Harry could hear strange voices and whispers, but most of the sounds from the exit were drowned out by the blaring alarms. "Potter!" Vargas shrieked as she sprinted back into the death chamber. Harry's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he was feeling his energy fade. He saw Vargas extending her hand towards him. "Grab onto my hand." Harry shook his head slowly. "Can't," he grunted through the strain. "I'd just pull you in." Vargas winced as she spotted the solid rock stairs scraping the ground, being dragged towards Harry in his efforts to hold on. She tried to summon him, but her spells were insignificant against the pull of the exit. Harry grunted and had slipped into the gateway, so deep only his head remained visible. He knew he could destroy the archway and likely the exit, but if he survived that, then he'd truly have no answers or way to reach Sirius. His energy was being depleted so quickly that any decision he had to make better be made soon. Harry's answer came in the form of a clear voice mixed in with the whispers inside the veil. The voice scoffed, "What's the matter, you chicken?" Never one to back down from a challenge, Harry calmed significantly and used one of his invisible magical arms to grab his satchel. He smiled with a mix of resignation and determination at Vargas. If Harry had been thinking clearer, he might have come up with something more profound to say with his last words on this world. "You can keep my sandwich." Chapter 1. Harry knew it was a stupid idea when he started to long for the sensations of portkey travel. Getting sucked into the exit, he estimated felt like getting kicked in the balls with a seasickness curse. The wind rushing past was making Harry's cheeks flap, and he couldn't even get out a proper manly scream of fright. He grabbed onto his satchel with his right arm, not really trusting his magic to hold on to the bag. The feeling of falling while your body is being stretched from both top and bottom was as nauseating as it was painful. Compounding his discomfort was that the sheer amount of magic around him was blinding. He had his eyes shut tightly, but the spell cast on them was forcing him to view all the surrounding magic and in a higher concentration that he'd ever seen before. Harry idly wondered if he was scorching his optic nerve as he struggled to hold his wand up and cancel the magical sight spell. With a high-pitched grunt-like sound, he succeeded. Harry's glasses had so far managed to stay in place, and he blinked his eyes open. He immediately regretted that move as he saw he was falling extremely fast through some sort of tube coated in blood and ectoplasm. The walls were semi-translucent, and glancing through the pinkish haze, in all directions, there were endless arrays of more and more fleshy tubes. Harry's vision blurred, and everything around him seemed to gain a warming purple tinge. Oblivious to his continued descent, he thought back to his more often than not strained relationship with his best friends, Ron and Hermione. He wondered if maybe now Ginny could move on. He thought of the love he held for his parents, and then Sirius. There was a violent jerk to his right, and Harry felt his body turn and rotate as gravity was pulling him, this time in a different direction. Thoughts of Sirius reminded Harry that he'd been sucked into the exit, and his vision cleared noticeably. Another jerk sent Harry careening forward, finally managing the elusive high-pitched manly scream that had evaded him earlier. Harry could feel his stomach churning and really didn't want to know what puking in this ectoplasmic sorting system would do. Just when Harry didn't think he'd be able to make it, he was unceremoniously sent shooting out of the exit, sliding across the stone floor, and crashing into the bottom set of stairs in the death chamber. The moment Harry lifted his body up, he began to retch all over the last step beneath him. He stopped to catch his breath for less than a second before resuming to empty the contents of his stomach. The thick puddle below him was spilling over the edge of the step and onto the floor. Harry got a few more breaths of air and proceeded to dry heave every last painful drop he could. He wiped his mouth and looked up, only to find 3 unspeakables surrounding him with their wands drawn and aimed at him. Before he could react, 2 whispered disarming spells hit him, and his wand went flying. His body was forcefully pushed back onto the stairs. He opened his mouth to say something and only managed to belch a thick cloud of whitish smoke and dust. Harry proceeded to cough and turned away from the welcoming committee. Thinking quickly, he exclaimed, "Hang on. Let me drink the counter potion to my Nundu's breath before you guys get sick." 2 of the unspeakables cast immediate bubblehead charms, while the third had impressively managed to conjure or call an entire set of scuba gear complete with a working oxygen tank. None of them made any move to stop Harry as he pulled a potion vial from his satchel and drank it immediately. Harry let out a contented sigh as the steam whistled out his ears. "You lied to us," the first unspeakable stated. "That was pepper-up." "True," Harry admitted, tossing the empty vial into his bag. "But I didn't think you'd let me take it if you knew it was pepper-up. Besides, I was really exhausted, and did you see how much I puked here? That's like what I eat in a week." Finally, after a moment of catching up to his surroundings and thinking clearer thanks to the potion, Harry realized that these unspeakables didn't recognize him at all. Considering Harry definitely recognized Gruber, it was safe to assume this was an alternate dimension, one of the more intriguing potential destinations theorized for the exit. Seeking confirmation, Harry asked Gruber, "Do you have a brother that's also an unspeakable?" Gruber looked over towards his colleague and back at Harry. He spoke with a thick Slavic accent and was clearly sore about the issue. "If you must know, my sister retired from the ministry 3 weeks ago. She wasted her pension on a gender reassignment potion. I knew Mother Breast fed him too long." "Wow," Harry uncertainly answered. "Okay." "You're another dimension traveler, aren't you?" the lead unspeakable asked. "Easy, guys," Harry tried to calm them with a smile, holding up his hands and acting harmless. I'm one of you. Hold on, you said another. Did Sirius Black perchance come through here? The lead unspeakable glanced at Gruber, and then the woman to his left, all three of them still keeping their wands trained on Harry. Hopping for a little less hostility, and fearing the idea that criminals sentenced to death may have just popped out into this world to cause problems, Harry explained. Yeah, I think I am Dimension Traveler, considering I recognize Gruber there, who in my world has a brother that's also an agent. And none of you seem to recognize me. I guess I'm not part of the department in this world. The unspeakables seemed to relax just slightly after catching each other's posture. Sirius Black you're after. Harry nodded eagerly, jumping at the opening for a little information digging. Thinking of the role he should play, escaped convict Black, you betcha. We interrogated him, the lead unspeakable said, standing straighter. He's innocent of the charges you imprisoned him for. I know, Harry agreed, trying to imagine how the average ministry worker would handle this. But the law is the law, and he broke out of Azkaban. All breakouts get magically drained solitude or the kiss. Excuse me. Harry puffed himself up proudly. No man is above the law, not even an innocent one. The female was clearly confused by Harry's words and inched closer. Who are you? Come on, guys, I'm one of you, Harry said, getting the feeling the walls were closing in on him. Your name, the lead unspeakable ordered while slipping into a defensive stance. Harry bit his lip for a second and knew that if word got out he was a Dimension Traveler, he'd become rather well known, at least in certain circles, much quicker than he'd like. Not to mention the bloody red tape he'd no doubt have to go through. I think for the sake of both our dimensions, Harry cut off as he stepped back, twisting his body from 3 incoming spells. He avoided the stunner and the first body bind, but the second body bind clipped him on the shin. Harry felt his body stiffen, and he struggled to move his arms and legs. He was about to snap the weak spell when the female on his left ran up to him and slapped a pair of magic-inhibiting handcuffs over both of his wrists in a very precise and practiced motion. Knowing he had an advantage, Harry decided to play along and accept his apparent defeat. We are going to interrogate you with Veritaserum, said the lead unspeakable. Standard operating procedure, you understand. Harry raised a curious eyebrow. You have a standard operating procedure for Dimension Travelers. The lead unspeakable frowned at Harry and stared silently at him. Harry made a show of wilting under the powerful stare and jumped at the opportunity. Slowly lifting his head to look the unspeakable right back in the eye, Harry asked, Was Sirius Black the last person you interrogated? Seizing advantage of the eye contact, Harry slipped into the unspeakable's consciousness and caught glimpses of the memories flashing by that his words stirred. He saw the paperwork and discovered this was Senior Agent David Downing. The most interesting thing Harry managed to glean was the date of Sirius's arrival was April 5, 2006, or more accurately only 2 months ago today, the same day of Harry's only success with the exit. Damn it, Downing cursed, looking away, pushing Harry out of his mind as quickly as he could. Keep your shields up and don't look this bugger in the eye. Agent Downing, is it? Harry greeted, enjoying the victorious pain of being discovered and ejected. Just wanted to keep you on your toes. A little reminder that magic-inhibiting cuffs only stop magic from the wrists outward. Downing sent a stunner at Harry, who dodged the spell. Hey, Harry argued. I'm wearing cuffs, I'm coming peacefully, no need to be rude. Gruber, get his bag, Downing instructed while vanishing the puke from the steps. He turned to Harry, almost daring him to try legilimency again. And you lead the way towards the interrogation rooms on level 8. Harry nodded, mentally cataloging his wand was with Downing and bag was with Gruber. Of course, Agent Downing, he said with a grin, knowing that just saying the unspeakable's name riled him. Harry's wrists were pulled together and bound by the magic of the cuffs. He calmly made his way up the steps, silently thanking the inventor of Pepper-Up once again. The unspeakables carefully followed Harry, all of them with their wands aimed at his back and a spell on the tip of their tongues. Harry entered the circular spinning room and contemplated trying to escape here. But the spinning room had more identification and detection spells than he could hope to avoid. He turned towards the unspeakables to get a glance of how they carried themselves and seek out any advantages. "Face forward," Downing ordered, "or we may misinterpret your attempts at coming peacefully." Harry turned back around and doubted he'd be able to wrestle all three of their wands from them simultaneously. Breaking their necks was out of the question, but that didn't stop him from once again wishing he were evil, for simplicity's sake. His best option was to use his magical arms to stun them, which would probably sap most of his energy. He quietly led the unspeakables past the front desk that was being manned by the same witch as Harry had seen this morning. Harry silently thanked his luck that the lift was empty when the doors opened. The three unspeakables strategically maneuvered to surround him. Agent Downing pressed the button for level 8, keeping the tip of his wand aimed at Harry's neck. Harry took a deep breath knowing this was going to be exhausting. The very second the lift doors closed, 6 invisible magical arms sprung to silent life extended from his body. 3 of them snaked their way unnoticed and hovered right behind the base of the unspeakables' necks, charging with energy. Hoping this would work, Harry willed the 3 arms simultaneously forward, hitting the unspeakables with stunning spells. All 4 people in the lift collapsed to the floor. The 3 unspeakables crumpled because they were knocked unconscious, and Harry fell due to the sudden extreme draw on his magic. Harry caught his breath, while the 3 other invisible arms retrieved his wand, grabbed his bag, and used the key to remove the magic-inhibiting cuffs. He decided a pair of magic-inhibiting cuffs could be pretty useful and stashed them with their key in his satchel. He steadied himself and stood, wavering as his equilibrium shifted. He knew he'd be paying for this later, but he summoned another potion vial and downed a second dose of pepper-up. Steam shot out, hot and raw, scorching his inner ears. He was going to be down for the count when this wore off, but he needed to get away from here if he was going to keep his secrets intact. Feeling that third wind kick in, Harry decided on a pair of layered memory charms. Just before he could cast the memory alteration, he heard the lift chime arriving at level 8. He quickly pulled the 3 unconscious bodies off to the side and hopefully out of view. He needed his luck to hold up as the lift doors opened, desperately hoping no one wanted to get on the lift at this floor. Harry stuck his head out into level 8 and saw a few aurors looking toward him inquisitively. "This isn't the atrium," Harry announced, smacking himself in the forehead as he quickly pushed the button inside the lift. He kept himself positioned in front of the unspeakables, wondering if perhaps this was the longest amount of time a pair of lift doors had ever stayed open. The aurors snickered at the loud sound of someone smacking himself in the head, but went right back to their own business, ignoring the unidentified, seemingly unaccompanied young man lost in the ministry. Once he was alone again, Harry focused immediately on a subtle memory alteration that would be hard to identify unless you knew it was there. Leaving the memories of their interaction intact, Harry changed their perception of him into that of a young, buxom blonde woman. He shifted their memories of questions about Sirius Black into questions about Lucius Malfoy. After applying a glamour charm that made him appear to match their altered memories, Harry locked them in body binds and woke the 3 unspeakables up. He spoke with a feminine sneer and drawl. "Your bloody shields are keeping my spell out, but I doubt you can resist it when you're staring me in the eye. Obliviate." Harry did a simplistic memory modification charm this time, wiping out the last half hour from their minds. While still dazed from the memory charm that he wanted them to find, Harry transfigured the 3 unspeakables into 3 shiny silver coins and canceled his glamour charm. The entire process took less than a minute from conceptualization to execution. When the doors reopened at the atrium, Harry calmly exited carrying his satchel under his arm. As he walked past the fountain, he tossed the 3 coins into the water. The human-to-inanimate transfiguration was set to be released in exactly 15 minutes, well after he was long gone. Harry strolled out of the Ministry of Magic satisfied he'd made his escape and about as covered as he was going to get without doubling back to the Department of Mysteries. Looking up into the early afternoon London sun, He saw a world of answers to his questions about Sirius and the exit all around him. He just had to find them. All signs indicated Harry was in an alternate dimension, existing fully independent of his world. Since he hadn't been recognized, it was safe to assume the Harry Potter of this world was either dead or not quite as famous. He had his wand and his satchel, with his research notes on the exit and a few emergency potions. He had roughly 50 galleons in a small pouch, about 90 pounds in his wallet, and an absolute certainty that trying to use his credit cards would be a bad idea. Harry walked to a nearby Muggle cafe, ordered a meal to help fill his empty stomach, and took a moment to think things over. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to go back through the veil, and he wasn't about to try until he had more answers. He was tired enough that he wouldn't even entertain the possibility without more rest. He could go to Hogwarts, but he wasn't sure whether Dumbledore or McGonagall might still be alive in this world. Harry realized that Voldemort could be alive in this world as well, in which case Hogwarts could have been razed to the ground or taken over. By the same measure, Hogwarts could be a fashion institute, and the Harry Potter of this world could be the androgynous one, snootily, using a fake French accent at the door. With no idea about anything in this world, Harry focused on the best solution to most of his problems: finding Sirius. Harry considered hitting Diagon Alley and staying at the Leaky Cauldron, but when he stood up after his meal, he realized just how tired he was quickly getting. He decided to head to the one place that would feel most like home. Harry walked out of sight and apparated to a backyard he was intimately familiar with. There was trash rotting and a completely unkempt growth crawling up the side of the building. He smiled to see there wasn't a Fidelius charm as he gazed up the back side of number 12 Grimmauld Place. The back door was stuck shut, but an Alohomora and a running start fixed that problem. Harry crashed into the pantry, just off the side of the kitchen, and fell to the floor skidding through a thick layer of dust. Cobwebs that would fit acromantulas were littered all over the place. Sheets covered furniture, and a strong, stale, musty smell permeated the manor. There was no sign of Sirius here, nor was there any sign anyone had been here in decades. Harry stood back up and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It appeared like his body was going to take its nap here, whether he liked it or not. Stumbling into the living room, Harry scourgified the immediate area and pulled a sheet off of the large couch. He quickly put up a few rudimentary protection wards and collapsed onto the couch. He grabbed onto the magically cleaned sheet and pulled it over himself while already in the process of snoring. 16 hours later, Harry yawned and felt a weight on his chest as he exhaled. He opened his eyes and found himself staring into a pair of impossibly wide, bright eyes staring right back at him. "Is it true?" the squeaky voice inquired hopefully. "New master has returned." Harry shrieked as he realized a wrinkly old house elf had mounted him in his sleep. He swung his arm wildly and swatted the elf across the room into the wall. A loud crunch and clatter as the elf landed stirred a small cloud of dust into the air. "It's true," the elf cheered wickedly. "Master has punished, oh master." Harry wiped the eye boogers from his face and took a better look at the wrinkled little urchin. "Creature." "Master knows, creature," Creature cheered before smacking himself in the head. "Stupid creature, of course master knows, creature." Harry wiped his eyes once more to make sure they weren't playing tricks on him. Creature ran up to Harry and hugged his leg. "Creature's been bad. Punish creature, master. Then creature will start cleaning this place up." "You want to be punished?" Harry inquired, having always suspected most elves were masochists. "Creature deserves it," the elf gasped and slapped a hand over his mouth. "Creature will sharpen all the blood traitor torturing tools." "Wait, creature." "Yes, master," Creature said, sticking his rear end out waiting to be punished. Harry just looked at the old elf that was practically begging to be spanked and completely forgot what he was going to say. "Would you like me to go steal one of the neighborhood muggles for you, master?" "No," Harry answered immediately. You know what, forget it. It doesn't matter. Do whatever you want." Creature will start cleaning the blades, chains, and tenderizing mallets. Oh, it will be ever so much fun, master." Harry watched the disturbed house elf scurry away. Considering the first creature Harry met had chosen death over serving blood traders, Harry was once again reminded that this was a completely different dimension with a different history. There was a loud screech of metal dragging across metal from upstairs. Harry decided to go get some breakfast and begin the search for his godfather. He would put off to later the decision of ever returning to Grimmauld Place again. Harry located his satchel, cast a cleaning charm over his robes, and focused on Diagon Alley. With a soft pop, he apparated away, reappearing in the magical alley. With practiced ease, Harry took stock of his surroundings, seeing no immediate threats. There were a few people walking around, but not an exorbitant amount. There wasn't a strong sense of impending doom, but this wasn't the carefree relaxation that Wizarding Britain had become after the destruction of his world's Voldemort. Those people had been too relaxed and complacent. The people Harry saw here were cautious and aware, many of them sneaking glances at him before moving along to continue their business. Unsure what to make of this, Harry ventured towards the center of the alley and spotted a diner with patio seating. It looked pretty busy, which was what Harry was looking for. He bought a copy of the Daily Prophet at the front counter and was seated outdoors, with his back to a wall, so he could watch the people in the alley while listening in to others' conversations. He ordered a simple breakfast platter and was keeping his eyes and ears open. Sipping on his juice, Harry opened the Daily Prophet and saw the front page. June 6, 2006 was the date, indicating he hadn't moved temporally at all through the exit. The entire front page was devoted to England's chances in the upcoming Quidditch World Cup. There were articles on the team, the event, the competition, but not a single mention of Death Eaters or Voldemort. Harry took this as a good sign. He watched a familiar brown-haired woman walk into the apothecary across the street, unable to connect a name to her face, but pretty sure she had been a year behind him and a Hufflepuff. He continued eating and flipping through the paper when a small article caught his eye and Harry began to choke. Apparently, Death Eater attacks didn't warrant the front page, or any of the first 6 pages for that matter. "Careful there, buddy," a man who had been seated next to him said. He began to pat Harry on the back to keep him from choking. "Thanks," Harry said, getting a hold of himself. 1 or 2 sudden realizations were understandable, but to find out Death Eater attacks didn't warrant the front page, to find out that Voldemort was still around, that the Muggles in the article were Vernon and Petunia Dursley, and that the assistant director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, James Potter, had intervened caused Harry to gasp in the middle of swallowing. "Sorry, went down the wrong pipe." "Breakfast can be a tricky mistress," the man said with a smile. Harry recognized the man seated next to him despite not having seen him in over a decade. "It's the forks that trip me up. I keep grabbing the wrong end." "As long as you remember which hole in your face to put the food, you should be okay," the man nodded, extending his hand in greeting. "Florian Fortescue." Harry shook his hand. "I'm Harry." "Aren't we all?" Florian retorted before glancing at Harry's table. "You want some company?" "Sure," Harry said, eager to get a few answers from someone he relatively trusted and was obviously willing to talk. He moved his newspaper out of the way while Florian brought his plate over with him. "So what did you read that caused you to inhale your scrambled eggs?" Florian asked as he took advantage of the better jams on Harry's table. He looked up and saw Harry staring at him curiously. "I happened to be looking over when your eyes went wide and you began to choke." Harry nodded, though erring on the side of caution. "I was surprised to read about a Death Eater attack, to be honest." "Really?" Florian asked curiously. "What was so surprising about that?" "Well, I know I've got the accent nailed," Harry grinned, "but I'm not actually from around here. And considering I remembered something about an attack many years ago, I was surprised they were still going on." Florian shook his head. "They're sporadic, but they've been around for what feels like as long as I can remember. It's been years since my shop had any spell damage I needed repaired, but the threat is always there." "You don't seem to let it get you down," Harry commented. "I sell ice cream," Florian grinned. "All I deal in are smiles." "Never had the taint of the war darken your doorstep." "War?" Florian asked curiously in between bites of breakfast. "What war?" The Death Eaters and the Dark Lord are terrorists, thugs at best. A couple of my neighbors were killed in an attack. It wasn't some glorious battle, nor was their home part of some strategic plan. It was just an attack. Too many good people have been caught in attacks, but to call what those terrorists do a war gives them a respect they've not earned. Harry nodded. I'm sorry to hear that. About your neighbors, I mean. It's probably the fact that it's not descended into all-out war that's kept the whole thing going for so long. Florian was wiping his mouth, having finished his meal. You certainly have interesting ideas about pleasant breakfast conversation. My apologies, Harry nodded. You asked what startled me in the paper, and my mind likes to go off on tangents. No apology needed, Florian waved him off. I wasn't bothered in the slightest, but I should get back and prep my store for opening. It's been a pleasure, Harry. One last question, Harry interjected. If you don't mind humoring me, but have you by chance seen Sirius Black? The new one. Harry tried to mask his surprise. There's more than one. Sirius Black was a young man murdered 25 years ago, Florian explained, swinging his cloak over his shoulders. But another man with that name came into my shop just about a week ago with his cousin, Auror Tonks Lupin. Thank you, Harry smiled. Good luck on dealing with only smiles today. Florian looked at the sky and saw the sun was shining brightly. It's going to be a hot one. I doubt I'll need luck to have a very busy and profitable day. Harry watched the pleasant man walk briskly down the alley towards the ice cream parlor and thought about his first solid lead. It appeared that as much as things change, some things, like Tonks and Mooney, stay the same no matter what dimension you land in. Harry left a galleon and 7 sickles to cover his breakfast and tip. He had to be careful with his money as he didn't have much with him. All the good wizarding records for locating someone often required identification and were handled at the ministry, which was not a place Harry wanted to go if he didn't have to. Thus he began walking towards the leaky cauldron, intent on venturing out into non-magical London. Morning, Tom, Harry greeted as he walked into the leaky cauldron. Morning, Tom nodded, looking at Harry curiously, unable to recognize him. Anything I can do for you, mister? Harry's fine, Harry said, extending his hand to shake. And I was hoping you might have a phone book and a phone I could use. If you want a room, local calls are included, but otherwise, the pay phone right out front has a book, Tom said, pointing towards the street. I check every morning to make sure no one's run off with it. Thanks, Harry nodded and walked out into the Muggle side of London. He picked up the phone book and quickly flipped to the L section. Just as he'd hoped, Lupin, Remus was listed but not at any address Harry remembered. He picked up the phone and dialed the number, letting it ring for 20 seconds before admitting defeat that no one was answering. He walked back into the leaky cauldron. I don't suppose you know where Old Ford Road is. Runs through Bethnal Green, as I recall, Tom answered. There an apparition point there? Harry asked. Tom nodded. Sure, probably will drop you at the tube station, but it'll get you close. Thanks, Harry nodded and walked out. He made sure he was clear of any wards on the leaky cauldron and out of view from any Muggles. Focusing on Bethnal Green, Harry apparated away. He got directions from a young woman in the tube station and found himself walking down the road listed as Remus' address. Harry couldn't remember the numbers other than a 3 and a 7 were involved, so he cast the spell that would allow him to see magic. He began walking down the road, directly across from a nicely wooded park, when he noticed a cellar glowing with magic. Harry was going to investigate and see if this was the place when he spotted a large black dog sunning itself in the park across the street. His face split into a bright grin as he walked up to the extremely familiar mutt that was obliviously licking himself in a potentially embarrassing fashion. You know, I think it's as clean as it's going to get, Harry stated, having successfully snuck up on the dog. The grim-looking canine stopped immediately, lifted his head, and slowly turned towards the vaguely recognizable voice with an expression as close to surprise as a dog could possibly have. Crikey, Padfoot, Harry yelped, throwing an arm up to cover his eyes. Put that lipstick away. Chapter 2. The large black dog took a big sniff of the young man in front of him. Harry just smiled as the dog glanced up at him and sniffed again. Finally, having reached a conclusion, there was a soft pop, and the dog was replaced with an overjoyed Sirius Black. "Harry!" Sirius screamed at the top of his lungs. He grabbed Harry in a hug and pulled him tight. Harry returned the embrace and was patting his godfather on the back. "Hi, Sirius." Sirius was not going to let go, as tears were actually in his eyes. He knew better than to let that get out. Sirius." Sirius sniffled and hugged tighter. He shook his head, making it clear he wasn't going to be letting go from this hug anytime soon. "Sirius," Harry pleaded. "Come on, you're poking me." Sirius wiped his eyes and pulled away, forgetting that he'd been cleaning in public. "Sorry," Sirius said, unable to stop grinning. "I guess I'm just real happy to see you." Harry groaned. "Way to stay classy, Padfoot." Sirius let out one of those familiar barks of laughter. He stepped back and playfully frowned. "You grew up on me. Merlin's balls, you're old, Harry." "It's been 10 years," Harry admitted ruefully. "And bugger me, you look younger than I've ever seen you." "I know," Sirius agreed and looked around them. "Crap, I didn't exactly look both ways before transforming just now. You don't think anyone saw us, did you?" Harry glanced around and didn't see anyone staring at Sirius in awe or fear. "Don't know." "Let's hope not." Sirius nodded, grabbing Harry by the arm and beginning to walk down the street. "You don't have to be anywhere, do you?" Harry sighed, falling into step with his godfather. "Yes, Sirius. I followed you into a brand new dimension, managed to locate you, and now have to cut it short for a board meeting before lunch." Sirius grinned at the thought Harry came after him. "Excellent. We've got lots to catch up on. You ready to go get drunk and trade stories?" "It's 10 in the morning." "You're right," Sirius nodded. "The bars probably aren't open yet." Harry couldn't stop himself from smiling at his godfather's priorities. "Where are you living?" "Oh, good idea. Mooney's got some fire whiskey and a bunch of muggle stuff." "I do want to catch up, Sirius, but are you sure drinking this early is the best idea?" Sirius led Harry across the street. "I don't know. Are the last 10 years of your life anything like the first 5 at Hogwarts were?" Harry paused and agreed. "You're right, we need alcohol." They were on the steps of the flat next to the magically warded cellar when a man dressed like a ministry obliviator came scurrying up. "Did you guys see anything like a man-dog around here?" "He went that way," Sirius and Harry answered in unison, both pointing in the same direction down the street. The obliviator hurried off in the direction they pointed, without giving another look back at the 2 men who weren't exactly dressed like the average muggle. Sirius and Harry grinned at each other. Sirius pointed out, "Great minds." "There's nothing great about your—" "Get inside," Sirius ordered, interrupting Harry right back. Harry jogged up the steps to the door, shaking his head in disbelief. "I can't believe I found you." Harry walked into the modest home, while Sirius shut the door behind them. Next to the door, Sirius triggered a simple ward that would silence the home from neighbors and the outside world. "Harry!" he once more screamed as he jumped onto his startled godson's back. Harry stumbled forward but caught the edge of a chair and kept from falling. He let Sirius hug him again, this time from behind, grateful not to be poked. But he drew the line when Sirius started to give him a noogie. Immediately, his invisible magical arms sprung to life and lifted Sirius off his back and held him in place a meter off the ground. Harry crossed his arms and turned around smirking as Sirius was struggling in air, confused as to what was going on. Sirius saw the look on Harry's face and realized this was intentional controlled magic. "How the hell are you doing this?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" Harry smugly retorted. Yes, I would like to know," Sirius answered while kicking his legs back and forth in the air. Harry set his godfather down gently and shrugged. "I think that'll come up a little further into my tale, but I've only been in this dimension for about a day, and I slept through most of that, so you get to go first." Sirius nodded and was smiling brightly. "Fair enough. First off, though, you can relax. The war here's not half as bad as it probably is for you." "You'd be surprised," Harry offered. "Oh yeah." "Yup." Nice, Sirius admitted, thinking of all the friends he left behind. Oh, drinks. You want a beer? Sure. While Sirius ran off towards the kitchen, Harry took a better look around the place. It looked like Mooney's kind of place, but you could tell there was a lot of Tonks influence with some of the brightly colored shelves. There were quite a few pictures of Tonks, some with Remus, some without, and even a few with people that Harry realized were his parents of this dimension. Some of the ones of Tonks and Remus were from when Tonks was frighteningly young, but Harry couldn't deny the happiness in their eyes. One picture immediately caught Harry's eye, and he picked it up to examine it closer. The two people waving in the back were undoubtedly James and Lily Potter, but the two people in front, Harry realized, were what could have been his brother and sister. Harry doubted he'd managed to have an older sister or reddish-brown hair, so he got the feeling the Harry Potter of this world died a long time ago. Am I dead, Sirius? I hope not, Sirius came back and handed Harry a beer. Oh, yeah. In this world, you died Halloween 1981. And you. Your loving, caring, valiant godfather tried to hold off Voldemort and protect you, but he was killed moments before you did that night. Harry sipped his beer, wondering how he felt about that. That was 25 years ago, wasn't it? Sirius grinned as he sat back on the couch and put his feet up on the coffee table. Feels like only 15, if you ask me. 15, Harry asked. Are you telling me the Ministry obliviated the 10 years you spent in between worlds in the kingdom of sensual pleasure? Sirius looked at Harry in surprise and wonder. Someone took their gullibility potion, I see, Harry victoriously muttered. That's not fair, Sirius argued, realizing he may not have spent a decade in a place Harry may have made up. Because for all the good those unspeakables did, I still think they obliviated me. How's that? All right, Sirius decided. So you saw me dueling my cousin, right? More like mocking her and not taking. Yes, that's right, Sirius interrupted. Not my finest moment. Anyways, she hit me with that blood-freezing curse that sent me flying into the veil. Blood-freezing, Harry repeated. Is that what it was? Sirius nodded. Nasty bugger. Very dark because untreated or countered it'll kill you in about 5 minutes. Paralyzes you immediately and just slowly gets colder and colder. I saw Mooney holding you back as I fell into the veil. It all went black for me then. Next thing I know, I'm waking up in a hospital bed in a new dimension. They tell me I've been unconscious and healing for 3 weeks. The unspeakables informed me that they interrogated me with Veritaserum. You don't remember being interrogated? Sirius shook his head. They said I was real messed up but able to talk. I don't know. I don't remember. But they have been a damn sight better than the Ministry back in our world. Set me up with a full nutritional regimen to get me back to pre-Azkaban health, including some expensive mind-healing cheering potion treatment, all on their tab. It's why I'm still a little doped up now. Got 3 more days of progressively weaker doses. Expensive cheering potions. Sirius shrugged. I didn't understand it, but there's no denying the end result is a sexy beast. You don't remember anything of your time in the exit. Sirius shrugged. The unspeakables told me I probably moved through time, not just into a new dimension. They're wrong, Harry retorted. You were probably stuck in between dimensions for just shy of 10 years. How do you figure that? The day you showed up in this dimension was the day I activated the exit back in ours. You know how to activate it? Harry shook his head. Not really, but I've been studying the damn thing for 4 months. Bloody hell, Harry. I just realized you jumped into the veil. What the hell were you thinking? Harry looked a little ashamed at the return of the overprotective godfather attitude. It wasn't intentional. Besides, we're getting sidetracked. The Ministry here fixed you up, drugged you, may have obliviated you, and then what? Sirius took a long drink and answered. I'm a free man in a new dimension with absolutely nothing to my name. While I was still healing and staying in St. Mungo's, they asked if I wanted anyone to come see me. I asked for Mooney. I hadn't even considered the possibility that your dad might have been alive. Or me. Last I saw you, you had enough problems. Anyways, Mooney came to visit me and got the abridged story of my life. Tonks came to visit almost as much, and she knows it all too. When the Mediwitch said I could go, Mooney said I could always stay with him. Considering he bought this flat with the money he inherited from my death in this dimension, I figured I'd take him up on the offer. Some nights I'll crash on Tonk's couch, but yeah, that's been my life so far. Sirius, Harry asked curiously, what about James and Lily? You haven't talked to Prongs. Sirius pouted and didn't look Harry in the eye. I met him, but that pillock is nothing like the James Potter that was my best friend. Harry held back a smile at Sirius' childish behavior. How is he? He doesn't even like pranks. Harry bit his lip at how outraged Sirius was. That complete bastard. He came over with his son, James, Jr., Sirius grumbled. I was all set to surprise him and reveal to him who I really was, where I was from, the works. He didn't even know me, and he was telling his son about how an attitude like mine would never make it in the Aurors. Well, I don't think it would, Ma. That's not the point, Sirius interrupted. It's the way he looked down on me just because Mooney and I were goofing around. Mooney thinks he was probably the same James I knew up until that Halloween. So he doesn't know. Sirius shook his head. He thinks I'm some cousin of this world's Sirius Black. Sirius frowned and sipped his beer. Of course, he'll probably figure the truth out when you meet him. Harry was watching his godfather. Are you jealous? Well, I just got you back, Sirius pointed out. And you've got the chance of a lifetime to meet your parents. You're pathetic. I missed you, Sirius whined. And now that I've met the monstrosity he's become, I miss Prongs too. Monstrosity. He's everything we swore never to become. A Death Eater. No, Sirius said with distaste. Worse, he's a mature adult. A cautious, careful, responsible person who lost his sense of humor and got a stick jammed up his. Egads Padfoot, Harry stopped him. I think you're getting a little ahead of yourself starting up negotiations with bizarro Prongs over joint custody visits with me. Do you even want to stay in this dimension any longer? As opposed to going back, or looking for a better alternate dimension. Damn, Harry cursed. I never even thought about looking for another one. Wait, so you know how to get back. Harry shrugged. I was going to suggest the two of us jump into the exit and see where it takes us. Sirius rolled his eyes. Boy, you really have unraveled the mystery of that thing, haven't you? Harry realized this plan would fall under the stupid category and grimaced. Not to mention you missed out on the fun of that ride. It's that pleasant. Probably the worst form of magical transportation I've encountered, and I've hated just about all of them, so that's saying something. You think maybe you'd want to stay here? Sirius asked hopefully. Harry winced a little. There's a Voldemort here. There isn't one at home. He's kind of a pain in the ass. But there isn't a boy who lived here, nor a dangerous but innocent Azkaban escapee either. I know for a fact they're both pains in the arse. We're broke. We have absolutely nothing. I'm working on a home, and something tells me we'd be able to get by. What about our friends back home? You've got family too. Who are all already convinced I'm dead, and apparently have been for 10 years. I mean, I know you'd be starting from scratch, but on the plus side, you would be starting from scratch. No stairs, no preconceptions, no ulterior motives. No one will have a clue what that scar on your forehead is from. Harry was rubbing his chin in thought. I really don't have any idea what jumping into the exit will do or where it will take us. Why are we even having this conversation then? Sirius declared. As far as this world's Voldemort goes, I say fuck him. Don't even give him a second thought. I really can't find it in me to care about him, Harry admitted in slight shock. I suppose he did kill us in this dimension, but by the same argument we may have never been able to come here if he hadn't. Exactly, Sirius agreed before thinking about what Harry said. What? It's possible that we came to this particular dimension because our counterparts were gone, meaning that just about any dimension we can get to will be one where we were Death Eater fodder, Harry explained. Maybe. Why? Well, I mean, maybe we can only be here because our other bodies are dead. You've crossed a gateway to a new dimension, and you're thinking about the limits to what's possible. Okay, fine, whatever. I thought you were trying to convince me to stay. Hey, you believe whatever you want, and if it works for you, Sirius said with an exaggerated shrug. All I know is it's a lot harder to pick up chicks who have spent a decade thinking I was the Dark Lord's favorite and a psychopathic killer. Even then, sometimes the ones I could pick up aren't exactly the safest way to spend an evening. Good point, Padfoot, Harry nodded. We should definitely base this decision on where we're going to get the most play. Well, if you were willing to use your fame, Sirius argued, then maybe I can see. I was being sarcastic. So are you up for staying here? Sirius asked. You could get to know your parents. Now they're a selling point. No, but I figure a pitiful little orphan boy who never got a chance. Bite me, Sirius, and don't be so melodramatic and jealous. The James and Lily Potter of this world are a middle-aged married couple that had to bury their infant son 25 years ago. Meeting them won't tell me hardly anything about my parents, two people who died so I could live. And now I have to placate your fragile ego despite the fact that I just chased you, my real godfather who did inadvertently die to protect me, across dimensions. Whoa now, you don't get to trip and fall into the veil claiming you chased after me. Harry was smiling brightly, getting the chance to just bicker back and forth again with Sirius. Why do you think I cared so much about the exit and spent the last few months studying it? Sirius grinned back. Fine, if you chased after me, then I died a bloody hero protecting you, not inadvertently. I'll get started on your medal right away. Getting hit with a blood-freezing curse directly in front of the exit because you were taunting your cousin sounds like at least an order of moron. Second class. Second class, Sirius demanded. What do I have to do to get a first class? Stay dead, Harry smirked. Ouch, Sirius chuckled. Merlin, it's good to see you, Harry. You're not going to hug me again, are you? Sirius stood up threateningly. No, I'm going to get another beer, ready for your next. Sure, Harry agreed, handing Sirius his empty bottle. When Sirius reached the kitchen, Harry's eyes were drawn to the picture he'd set down. Hey, Padfoot, you never mentioned anything about Lily here, or their kids. I met James Jr., just briefly, Sirius called out. Seemed like a nice enough kid. Didn't care if I called him Jimmy, though the Pillock was as annoyed by that name as he used to be back in school. Seeing you now, though, I mean you've got Prong's hair more, but you don't look like him near as much as you used to. James Jr. Looks more like his dad than you do. How old is he? 17, I think, Sirius answered, handing Harry another beer. He's finishing up his 6th year now. Mooney figures he's a shoo-in for head boy. Come to think of it, were you head boy? I didn't go to Hogwarts for my 7th year, Harry explained. Had more important things to do. What? Sirius gasped. I can't believe Dumbledore would let you get away with that. Dumbledore was dead by then, Harry flatly stated. And you haven't finished telling me about the Potters of this world. Lily, the girl's name. Sarah Potter, 20 years old, studying healing and apprenticing to Madame Pomfrey at Hogwarts. Lily's teaching Muggle studies there. I've not met either of them, but Tonks and Mooney insist they're both delightful people. Of course they think the same thing about the anti-Marauder. Now your turn. Go. Wow, Harry slowly drawled. The warmth of the family I never knew is overwhelming in your descriptions, but if that's how we're going to play this game, let's see 5th year, Department of Mysteries, you died. Dumbledore told me the prophecy that night. Pretty crappy night all around. 6th year, learned a little about Horcruxes and Voldemort. Dumbledore got killed by Snape. What? Yeah, Snivelus, Harry agreed. Some cocked-up plan where Dumbledore sort of made him do it, but things went a hell in a hand basket after that. Me, Ron, and Hermione ditched school to track down the Horcruxes so that Voldemort could at least be theoretically killed. Some good times, some bad times, a lot of studying, took our newts, but 6 years later all 3 of us survived and we'd pulled it off. Voldemort was dead for good. I'd killed a number of the more pesky minions along the way, and the rest were easy enough for the Ministry to round up. Since then, the last couple of years have been peaceful and well, boring to be honest. No, 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 Sirius said, shaking his head. You don't get to gloss over everything like that. I need some details. Harry sighed. You're really going to force me to relive some of my worst memories. Sirius stared at Harry and saw a mixture of amusement and a little bit of genuine apprehension. Damn it, Fine, I'll get more stories from you as I can dig them out, but give me something at least. Killing Voldemort, how'd that feel? Harry took a big drink of his beer and carefully considered his words. Truthfully, it felt fucking fantastic. Every other time I've been responsible for a death or had to take a life, I've felt sadness and anger at the situation. But killing him was better than grabbing the snitch from right under some prick's nose. I felt alive more than I ever have. It was disgusting, gory, messy, and hurt like hell. But to kneel over what was left of his body and to watch it burn was amazing and cleansing and therapeutic and blissful. There really aren't words for the complete and total sense of righteousness I felt. I won, he lost. I lived, he died. And I did it without stooping to half of the shit he did. Damn, Sirius whispered, watching Harry's little monologue. What? You looked a little scary there. Might be because I'm a little scary. Damn. What now? I just realized you're not going to be able to leave this world's Voldemort alone. Harry shook his head. No, I'm more than happy to leave him alone. This world's Voldemort hasn't done anything to me. Besides murder you as an infant. The Voldemort who crapped on my life has been dealt with. Maybe there's a dead baby Harry with a score to settle with this Voldemort, but right now, this particular Harry couldn't care less. And what happens when you start to care about the people in this dimension? Harry sighed. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, but if we're starting from scratch, then we're not carrying any old grudges. Sorry, I still hate Wormtail and Bella. If this world's James seems so different, why is it so hard to believe others might be even more different? But Harry, Sirius moaned. Fine, I hate them too. I'm just saying this Voldemort's done nothing to us, Harry and Sirius the Dimension Travelers, so I have no desire to have anything to do with him. Us, Sirius grinned. I'm automatically included in your inevitable quest for vengeance. Everyone I give a damn about in this dimension so far is in this room, Harry shrugged. I'm grateful to the unspeakables, Moony, and Tonks for taking care of you, but yes, us. And as low-key as this world's Voldemort has been, there stands a decent chance our paths will never cross. Sirius just laughed at Harry, making no attempts to calm down. Harry pouted silently and drank his beer. Whatever happened to Peter? Sirius asked softly before adding louder, or Bella. Dead and dead, Harry said. That's one of the nastier memories. Feel up to sharing that one. When's Moony or Tonks getting home? Moony's off work at 5 and Apparat's home, so right around then. Tonks' schedule fluctuates a bit more, but usually checks in on me before 6. You want to go get us something a little stronger, and I'll tell you this one. Sirius agreed without question, and hopped back towards the kitchen to fetch the fire whiskey. First thing you should know is the prophecy, Harry yelled down the hall towards Sirius. Either must die at the hand of the other, Sirius called back. That the one. Yeah, how'd you know that? Same prophecy here, Sirius explained as he poured 2 small glasses of fire whiskey. Only people think it's about Neville, or it used to be. Neville used to be. Sirius took a small sip of his fire whiskey and lay down on the couch. Long story, yours first. Harry nodded and began. There was a line in the prophecy about he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. The moment Peter and Bella died was the moment the Dark Lord found out a little about that power. Is this that thing where you lifted me up and held me there? Harry smiled and sent an invisible arm towards his godfather. Sirius yelped, rubbing his shirt. That's awesome. You have got to teach me how you cast a wandless nipple-twisting curse. I doubt I'll be able to because that wasn't a spell, Harry said with a shake of his head. Not exactly. Well, it sure smarts like one, Sirius said tenderly, pushing on his chest. After we'd taken our newts, Harry explained. I needed to focus my studies and wanted to get really good at a field or a style of dueling. I'd heard my mum was pretty impressive at charms and my dad at transfiguration. I'd seen Dumbledore using transfiguration in a duel, and it was on a whole different level. You transfigured my nipple. No, transfiguration I was decent at, probably as good as Hermione, but it would have taken years to reach even McGonagall's level of mastery. No, after a few days of musing, I decided I wanted to master the summoning charm. I'd always been pretty good at that one, and I wanted to see how far I could take it. Sirius was mumbling in confusion to himself. You summoned my nipple. First I learned it silent, then wandless. After that, silent and wandless both was a piece of cake, and within just a couple weeks I could summon with only a thought, no hand motion, no movement, no words. Sirius was impressed listening to Harry. After summoning, I figured I'd try banishing. Took a bit of work, but pretty soon I could change a light bulb without ever getting off the couch or even looking up. Harry grinned at his godfather. I could completely control nearly all physical aspects of my immediate environment. The more complicated things got, the more focused I had to be, but it was fun searching for limits. Distances took a lot more control and tired me quickly. After a while, we asked Professor Flitwick for advice on directions to improve my talent for this particular branch of charms. Harry chuckled. That little bugger was squeaking and chirping with joy. He couldn't believe the level of control I had, and it was his idea to take a look at the magic being cast. Are you familiar with any oculamagi spells? Yeah, Sirius said, pulling out the wand Tonks had given him. He cast the spell and asked, What am I looking for? Harry cast the same spell and saw their bodies were softly glowing, indicating they were wizards. Can you see the magic glowing around my body? Sirius nodded before jumping back in surprise as a ghostly magical hand shot out from Harry's body straight towards him. It stopped just before Sirius and grabbed his beer before he could spill it. Careful there, Padfoot, Harry grinned. You almost spilled your beer. What the hell is that? Harry had extended his usual half-dozen arms, and they were all floating gently in the ambient waves of magic. These are what my magic manifested due to my constant combination of summoning and banishing charms. One of his extended arms tweaked Sirius on the nose and patted him on the back. I'm not sure if there's a limit to the number of arms I can call up, but I did extensive training keeping 6 of them always up. You've got some extra arms, Sirius said. Did you really need to train yourself how to use them? I'm still figuring out uses for them, Harry said, and pushed himself up into the air with 3 of them. Sirius could see them lifting Harry in the air, but it was weird seeing only the magic without anything physical behind them. He could see how it appeared Harry could hover at will. Harry swiftly and smoothly held his physical arms out and pretended to fly in the air towards Sirius, stopping just before him. His magical arms extended as he arced backwards away and landed gently right in his seat. In most duels, I don't even get hit with a spell, Harry added, as suddenly 6 nearby objects began hovering protectively around him, each held in magical arms that overlapped and crisscrossed as they floated. Damn, Sirius admitted, canceling the oculamagi spell on his eyes. Without seeing the magic, it looks even more impressive. Harry set all the items back where they belonged and let his magical arms dissipate. And they saved my life when I was captured and held by Death Eaters. Bugger, Sirius admitted, pouring himself a little more fire whiskey. Draco fucking Malfoy, Harry spat the name out, put Dobby under the Imperius and forced the house elf to slip me a draft of living death. I woke up chained in a magically warded cell. 3 days of listening to a few of the idiots spew their usual rubbish, shoving me around, spitting on me, and trying to act superior. But it was clear that I was to be saved for their master. Finally, Bellatrix put me in magic-inhibiting cuffs and led me towards a small meeting room. To this day, I'm still slightly curious at what the Dark Lord was going to say, but I never gave him the chance. As soon as she led me up to his horribly cliched throne, I saw the 2 other Death Eaters already standing by him were Lucius Malfoy and Wormtail. She was about to hand Voldemort my wand when I made my move. The magic-inhibiting cuffs stop magic channeling out from your hands and wrists, but my invisible magical arms were free, and all of my magic had woken up ready and waiting as soon as I got out from the wards of that cell. Voldemort reached out to take my wand from her when he picked up on my magic in the air and stopped short. He looked me straight in the eye right as all 6 of my arms grabbed their targets and pulled. 3 simultaneous cracks echoed around the room as Bellatrix, Lucius, and Peter's heads twisted violently. They all fell to the ground dead from their broken necks, while I just stared at Voldemort. Harry took a large gulp of fire whiskey. I felt a little sick at the sound, but I saw fear in Voldemort's eyes. Harry shrugged and finished anticlimactically. Then I grabbed my wand, found a broom, and alternated between blocking spells and throwing objects at Voldemort. I took quite a few wrong turns, but eventually escaped. "Fuck a little scary," Sirius whispered to himself. "You're a lot scary." On a completely unrelated side note, if you ever happen to try apparating while wearing magic-inhibiting cuffs, you should know that you'll splint your hands off at the wrist. Sirius laughed out loud. Totally unrelated, I'm sure. The best part, aside from taking out those three, was Voldemort got a lot more cautious, and his attacks slowed down to a trickle. Harry took another drink. It was when I got back that I found out Voldemort had been busy in the 3 days he had me locked up. That doesn't sound ominous at all, Sirius pointed out in an effort to ease the tension. Harry sighed tiredly in remembrance. He drew the Aurors to Azkaban in a bit of misdirection and attacked personally in Hogsmeade during a Hogsmeade weekend. Oh, Sirius winced at the thought of students. Thing is, you remember the DA. Rebellious little study group you started up, sure. Well, after me, Ron, and Hermione didn't return to Hogwarts, a few members took it upon themselves to keep the group going, one of those being. Holy crap, Ginny. Harry looked at his godfather in surprise. He was about to answer affirmatively when he realized Sirius wasn't even looking at him. A soft, familiar voice spoke up from over Harry's shoulder. "Hi, Sirius." Harry closed his eyes, not even wanting to look up. "Awa bugger." Chapter 3. I really thought you might have moved on. "Oh, Harry," Ginny greeted, lightly reaching down to kiss him on the cheek. "When will you realize we're going to be together forever?" Harry shuddered slightly at the chilling sensation of her lips on him. "You're a bloody ghost," Sirius exclaimed as his mouth finally caught up to his brain. Ginny smiled at Sirius and perched herself ethereally on the armrest of Harry's chair. "I'm in the 7th year of my death." "And you look great," Sirius admitted with a grin. "Sirius," Harry groaned. "She doesn't need any encouragement." Ginny struck a pose and pushed her ghostly chest out. "You can't beat a killing curse for preserving beauty and avoiding disfigurement. It's even better than a basilisk stare." "Hogwarts robes always did it for me," Sirius admitted, grinning brightly at her. "Whoa," Harry stood up quickly. "Back it up there, dirty old man." "He's so protective of me," Ginny said with a saucy giggle. "I'm not protective." Harry stopped and refused to be baited. He turned to glare at the ghost when Sirius suddenly burst out laughing. "Oh, this is priceless," Sirius snickered. "I'm glad my life amuses you," Harry grumbled. "I just realized she's anchored to you. She's going to haunt you for eternity." "We're destined to be together," Ginny agreed with a smile. "This isn't destiny, Ginny. You're dead. I'm alive and attracted to girls with a pulse." "You'll come around," Ginny nodded with certainty. "Maybe a necromancer will come around," Harry mumbled. "Fate has taken us across the boundaries of our world together. We're clearly soul mates." "We are not soul mates," Harry argued. "I think I would have felt it if my soulmate had died. Actually, wouldn't I die if my soulmate died?" "No," Sirius cheerfully interjected. "You're Harry Potter." Harry growled at Sirius. "The soul mate who lived," Sirius added before slapping a hand over an invisible poking. "Oh, my eye, damn it, Harry, that really hurts." "You were protected by the magicless properties of that cell, Harry," Ginny said, shaking her head. "We've been over this numerous times, and you refuse to see reason." "You died while he was being held captive?" Sirius asked curiously. Ginny nodded happily. "I wasn't able to draw on his strength. It's the only explanation for what happened." "Wait a second," Sirius exclaimed. "I just realized I was right. Ginny's alive and well in this dimension, and here her ghost is. You don't have to be dead there to reach an alternate dimension." "But she's dead," Harry pointed out, jerking his thumb towards the ghost. "You said they had to be dead in the new dimension, and Ginny is definitely not dead here, last I heard at least." Sirius paused and turned towards the ghost. Then again you just now showed up. Why is that? Ginny here's not dead, is she? Harry sighed and grumbled. She's a young ghost and wasn't that smart to begin with. Hush, Ginny snapped before answering Sirius. I doubt my counterpart is dead. My afterlife varies depending on my love's mood. Oh, this must be how we're supposed to be together. I'll rejoin my spirit with my counterpart's body so that we can live happily ever after. Harry ignored the ghost and argued with Sirius. It still isn't two matching live people in the same dimension, so my theory holds true. No, Sirius disagreed. You said our counterparts had to be dead to get to that dimension. You've just proven that's not true if one of us is dead, and even that may not matter at all. You really want that Order of Moron first class, don't you? Sirius grinned unrepentantly. He turned to Ginny and tactfully asked, Hey, were you pregnant with his kid? Is that why you're anchored to him? Ginny looked surprised for a moment and rubbed her ghostly belly. I never thought of that. We never had sex, Harry added, believing this to be relevant information. Ginny shrugged, but we kissed a lot. Harry poured himself a little more fire whiskey, having had this conversation many times before. So what happened when your soul mate was unable to provide you his strength? Sirius asked Ginny with a grin, knowing it would rankle Harry. Here it comes, Harry mumbled, walking towards the kitchen, not wanting to hear this story again. Don't forget your shovel. Ginny watched him walk away sadly. He still doesn't know how to cope with my death. Sirius bit his lip. I can see that. Anyways, Ginny happily segued. I didn't know it at the time, but Harry had been kidnapped and was being held prisoner by the Dark Lord. He doesn't talk about it much, but I'm sure whatever he may have told you wasn't half as bad as it probably really was. Sirius nodded. I'm familiar with my godson's gift for underestimation, though it's nice to see he's grown more confident and even proud of some of his accomplishments. And hotter, too, Ginny added. He gets that from me. You are looking surprisingly good, aren't you? Ginny said after giving Sirius a brief inspection. But I only have eyes for my Harry. Ginny sighed happily, looking down the hall into the kitchen. Anyways. Right, Ginny recalled where she'd left off. So it was early March and the first Hogsmeade weekend since the winter holidays. We were all eager to get outside the grounds and may have been a little too lax in our constant vigilance. I was walking to Madame Puddifoot's to ask her where she bought her cherubs. You know, to get a jump on next year's Valentine's Day plans for my sweetie, when we spotted some Death Eaters destroying dervish and banges. Sirius just nodded, thinking Harry probably wished it had been Madame Puddifoot's getting destroyed. It was my 7th year, and I was leader of the DA. I sent 2 students to run back and shepherd everyone to the safety of the castle, while all capable wands were to follow me. I kept asking myself the question, what would Harry do? We couldn't let the Death Eaters destroy Hogsmeade, so we decided to try and keep them busy until reinforcements from the castle could arrive. I gathered up all of my Gryffindor courage, strengthened my resolve as the Chosen One's predestined soul mate, and stepped out from behind our cover. That's when we first saw the man from my nightmares walking calmly out of dervish and banges just as the structure collapsed. The Dark Lord Voldemort himself was there. Sirius could hear Harry's mumbling and grumbling from the kitchen, and didn't think there would be a happy ending to this tale, particularly considering it was being told by a ghost. Tom looked genuinely surprised to see me standing proudly with 12 members of the DA behind me. I remembered how Harry led by example, teaching me not to fear the Dark Lord, and I ordered Voldemort to leave. Sirius couldn't stop the laugh that escaped from him. He hurriedly covered his mouth at Ginny's angry stare and urged her to continue. Seeing as how we didn't react the way the Dark Lord expected, he wasn't sure how to deal with us. He lazily held his wand and asked, "Do you not fear me?" Ginny said with her voice deepened and eyes narrowed in concentration, demonstrating her best Voldemort impression. Fixed in my convictions, I confidently answered, "No." Ginny sighed and admitted softer, but the effect was lessened by Owen Caldwell raising his hand and admitting, "I kind of fear you at the same time as my declaration." Voldemort announced that he'd honor that honest fear with a quick and painless death. Next thing, I knew a bright green killing curse was headed straight for Owen. I was wondering what was taking my sugar bear so long, when I realized what I had to do. "Oh no," Sirius mumbled under his breath. I thought about nothing but my love for Harry and stepped right into the path of the curse. I held my wand firm, and just as the death curse was a meter away, I shouted, "Love shield." "Oh no," Sirius muttered, staring at the ghost that enjoyed embellishment a little too much. Sadly, my attempt to reflect the killing curse back at the Dark Lord was unsuccessful, though I'm proud to say it did provide my snookums with the necessary protection to defeat the Dark Lord. "Hey," Harry exclaimed, marching back in from the kitchen. "We had a deal on no more snookums, and there's no such spell as Love Shield. Even if there was, the incantation certainly wouldn't be Love Shield." "Lovis Shieldus," Ginny mused aloud. "Maybe Lovio Shieldium," Sirius suggested. Harry stared at the ghost and his godfather in exasperation. "You're both purebloods. Don't either of you know Latin at all." "If it's not in a family motto," Sirius admitted with a shrug. "Although I think I should know the Latin word for love." "I never had any interest in learning Latin," Ginny commented. "Hermione would probably know." "Spermatozoa," Sirius declared triumphantly. "That's Latin for love, or something close to it, I think." Harry slumped back in his chair, not even caring that he just swung his arms straight through Ginny's incorporeal body. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, thinking that there were some things best left as mysteries. Sirius watched Ginny staring at Harry all googly-eyed. So no luck on reflecting that killing curse, or surviving it. Ginny shook her head. "It hit me, and then it all went black. I found out the rest later when I appeared by my very sad little hairy bear." "What was the rest?" Sirius asked curiously. "Or do I not want to know?" Ginny glanced at Harry and silently requested permission. "He probably doesn't want to know, but go ahead," Harry said, nodding at Ginny. "Obviously, we don't have first-hand information," Ginny explained. "But Voldemort killed the 12 other members of the DA." Sirius winced. "Oh, it gets better," Harry said with a weak laugh. "Voldemort then animated their corpses, and they marched the path back to Hogwarts," Ginny continued. Sirius winced again. "Headmistress McGonagall saw them in the distance and thought they were alive and being escorted to safety by some inhabitants of the Forbidden Forest." Ginny paused to make a face of disgust. "It was just some Thestrals chewing on a couple of fifth years and licking up the blood trailing the group." Sirius winced, but was reminded they'd missed lunch. "And so who does just about everyone blame for this tragedy?" Harry ruefully grinned. "Obviously, it's the fault of the kidnapping victim, who at this time was still locked in a magicless cell." "Well, it certainly doesn't sound like you did anything to help them," Sirius pointed out. "I didn't know it was happening, and I kinda had my own problems to deal with." Ginny softly frowned. The vast majority of parents did make Harry into a bit of a scapegoat. "Vast majority," Harry grumbled. "They all did, your parents included." "They lost their baby girl," Ginny argued with a pout. "And I think they were jealous that I chose to spend eternity with the love of my life rather than my family." "The Weasleys blamed you?" Sirius asked skeptically. Harry shook his head. "Not outright or anything. They defended me from all the editorials calling me dangerous and a bad influence, but it was a lot more awkward the few times I'd visit the burrow, especially when Ghost Girl here came out to play." How did the Prophet and its collectively minded readership make this little leap of logic? Harry shrugged. "I told the DA not to fear his name, that he was just a wizard who went about as bad as one can go. And despite the fact that it had been a year and a half since I'd even been to a DA meeting, according to the public, I'm the one who convinced students they were soldiers, told them that they were old enough to stand up to Death Eaters, and I'm the one who led them to a slaughter." "I said I was sorry," Ginny mumbled, looking ashamed. "I know," Harry admitted. "I should have been a bit clearer in that fearing a made-up name is silly, but fearing an extremely powerful, ruthless, dark wizard is just common sense." "Ah," Sirius nodded. "Wizards aren't too good with that stuff." Harry looked at Sirius in confusion. Common sense, I mean, Sirius added. Your mother always told me that instead of common sense, wizards got magic, which actually explained quite a bit, Sirius said, thinking of the people that got the most magic, including various Dark Lords and Albus Dumbledore. A loud crack from by the front door announced an arrival by apparition. Moony, Sirius called out curiously. I tell you, Padfoot, Remus called back. Some muggles get so worked up and angry at me. Like it's my fault they can't. Remus stopped as he entered his living room and spotted the ghost of Ginny Weasley, a young man he couldn't quite place, and Sirius grinning at him, clearly a little inebriated. Remus closed his eyes and counted to 10. When he opened them, all 3 people were still there, smiling and waving at him. Please tell me you didn't kill Miss Weasley, Remus begged of his houseguest. Remus, Sirius proudly introduced. I would like you to meet my godson, Harry Potter. Remus turned to look at Harry closer. Bugger me, he's even got that scar you talked about. Sirius, Harry whined, turning towards his godfather. Hey, Sirius defended himself. It's pretty damn hard to talk about our dimension without that story coming up. And Moony, before you freak out, this is the Ginny Weasley of my original dimension, who is bound for eternity to her soulmate, Harry. Ginny curtsied towards Remus, while Harry just groaned. I didn't think one soul bonded could die and the other live, Remus stated. Thank you, Harry boisterously agreed. It's because she's not my soul mate. Most of the time I can barely tolerate her. Of course I didn't think you could get hit with a killing curse and live either, Remus added, grinning like a marauder. He walked over towards Harry, extended his hand to shake. Pleased to meet you. Harry forced a fake smile and shook Remus' hand. You're a barrel of laughs already. Remus nodded towards Ginny. I thought you looked a bit younger, though your counterpart here could easily still fit into her school robes. Remus brushed Sirius' feet off the couch and poured himself a drink, settling down in the cleared space on the couch. So are we celebrating or mourning or both? As it turns out, Sirius happily explained, while Harry seemed a little put out at the lack of reaction from Remus. Harry here began working on the veil back in our dimension just a few months back. He's the one that triggered it to spit me out when it did. Really? Remus grinned, sipping his fire whiskey. And now you're here to clean up your litter. We've decided we're going to stay, Ginny announced gleefully. Harry saw Remus looked worried that he might be running out of couches and guest beds real soon and explained. I still don't know exactly how I triggered it 2 months ago, but the exit changed significantly on our side. I find it hard to believe that it's merely coincidence Sirius got spit out on this side the same day. And you? Yes, well, Harry fidgeted a little. I've been working on the exit and had a little accident yesterday. You just got here yesterday? Remus inquired. Sirius was healing for several weeks. I could have located this lunkhead sooner, but it was quite tiring crossing dimensions and then escaping from the unspeakables. You what? Sirius yelped, unaware his godson was a fugitive. Harry smirked. Not all of us are so helpless and willing to submit to memory charms and veritaserum. Wouldn't they know you're here and be looking for you? Remus asked curiously. Harry shrugged. I'm hoping not, but it's definitely possible. Another crack from the entryway indicated another arrival. Tonk's voice carried into the living room. Sirius, you here? Yup, in here, Sirius called back. Pretend I just subtly inquired about a blonde, Vila-like woman associated with Lucius Malfoy, Tonks yelled back, still out of view. The Department of Mysteries is in a right tizzy because they think she came from the Veil yesterday. Harry grinned brightly at Remus and Sirius' inquiring looks. A blonde woman, Sirius repeated. Yeah, Tonks called back. Apparently she took out 3 unspeakables but did a crap job of memory charming them. Tonks walked into the living room just as she finished and stopped curiously. Hello. Tonks, Sirius waved at the stupidly grinning young man. I'd like you to meet my godson, Harry. Hi, Harry grinned at her. Bugger me, Tonks whispered, doing a double take at all the smiling faces. She only now noticed the ghost hovering behind Harry. Ginny. Hi, Tonks, Ginny said with a small wave. It's not this dimension's Ginny, Remus assured her. It's theirs. What the hell did you do, Harry? Sirius asked curiously. Come through the veil polyjuiced as a hooker. Harry shook his head and gave Tonks a long look. You're not going to arrest me, are you? Doubtful considering the way those two boys are smiling, Tonks answered, pointing to the two marauders on the couch. Harry nodded. I only had about 45 seconds, so I did a pretty slick memory alteration, substituting my presence for a large-breasted blonde woman and my questions about Sirius for questions about Malfoy. Vila like my arse, Tonks grumbled. I followed it up with a clumsy brute force memory modification, Harry explained. I didn't have time to check what sort of alarms I triggered, and I figured that the mess of trying to clean out the second memory charms would further hide the first ones, especially since the first ones were only alterations leaving no blanks. You did that in 45 seconds. Harry nodded, pleased with the apparent success of his ploy. Hey, Sirius exclaimed, this is perfect. Tonks can be hunting you down the same way Kingsley hunted me. Tonks had heard about Sirius' escape and life on the run, and was considering the idea. We can feed you whatever clues we want to make up, Sirius continued. Tonks agreed the idea had merit. It does get me out of work any time I want to just be in public with you, she said, looking at Sirius, under the guise of you being uniquely suited to spotting someone from your dimension. That doesn't sound very responsible, Remus commented with a frown. Oh, get off your high horse, Tonks scolded, pouring herself a drink. These are the same idiots who won't even let you get in a job in the wizarding world. Yeah, what do you do? Harry asked curiously, looking at Remus. You said muggles get worked up and angry at you. Remus saw Sirius was going to laugh and immediately defended himself. They give me 3 days off every full moon, and it's easy work. Sirius was still snickering. It pays for this place, Remus said with a clear undertone, reminding Sirius that he had no home or money in this dimension. Harry saw Tonks was rolling her eyes, seated across from Remus and Sirius. What is it? Are you familiar with computers? Remus asked, looking at Harry. Vaguely, Harry said, having sat in front of one for about an hour at a Muggle library. I'm a senior consultant in client relations for technical assistance, Remus explained. He saw Harry didn't follow that at all. Tech support on the phone, Remus clarified. Oh, Harry caught on. I had no idea you knew so much about computers. Padfoot, Remus scolded, noticing Sirius was about to burst. He doesn't, Sirius exclaimed mirthfully. He doesn't know anything about computers. Harry watched Remus smother a very Marauder-like smile. I know about computers, Remus countered. I just don't know anything about fixing them per se. So what do you do? Tell people to reboot, Remus shrugged. And if that doesn't work, they have to cover shipping costs to mail it back to us. That's it, Sirius chuckled. That's all he does. No, Tonks jumped in. He plays a lot of computer games too. Careful there, young lady, Remus warned with a smile. I'm not above breaking out some very incriminating photos. Tonks knew exactly which ones he was talking about. You wouldn't. That's right, Sirius jumped in and looked over at Remus. You mentioned something about a spanking. I don't want to hear this, Harry interrupted, while Ginny smiled next to him. I kind of do. And you were trying to make me feel guilty about responsibility, Tonks grumbled. There's no honor in the work I do, Remus said, looking at Tonks. You took an oath and wanted a career where you could help people, where you can do the right thing. Your responsibility is. Whatever, Dad, Tonks grumbled and stuck out her tongue. Harry wondered how close this dimension's Tonks and Remus were, because when Harry left, Tonks was still constantly wanting to be near Remus and holding his hand. These two seemed to have a much more blasé dynamic, and Harry wondered when the honeymoon had ended. So Tonks, how long have you been Tonks Lupin here? Tonks was counting in her head. I've been in 14 years now. Harry shook his head. I meant how long have you had the Lupin tacked onto the end of your last name? Tonks looked at Harry in confusion. Since I was 8. Harry gasped, and snapped his head over to look at Remus' proud smile in abject horror. Sirius saw Harry's pained face and explained. Her parents and godparents were killed the same night we were, Halloween 1981. Guardianship then would have gone to me as the only relative her parents acknowledged. I left everything to Remus, so rather than risk her being sent to the Lestranges or Malfoys, Moony here got custody legally through the Muggle system and raised her on his own. Tonks shrugged, seeing Harry looked struck speechless. I remember my real parents, but I liked calling Moony my daddy and took his last name. Most people think Tonks is my first name, which suits me just fine. Sirius already told us that my parents lived in your world. Why? The ghostly Ginny was staring open-mouthed at Tonks, and Remus completely speechless, while Harry fell to the floor unable to breathe. He was laughing so hard. Every moment Harry looked up to begin speaking, he would collapse again and slap his hand on the floor. I don't think my parents dying is really all that funny, Tonks added, feeling a bit annoyed. What's your problem, Harry? Sirius asked. Seeing Harry was still no help, Sirius looked towards the ghost and asked, Ginny. Ginny licked her ghostly lips and calmly explained, Your name is Tonks Lupin in our world too. Sirius furrowed his brow. What do you? He quickly spun around to stare straight at Remus and sharply pointed an accusing finger. You. Harry was nearly unintelligible, but in between his racks of laughter he added, I think you call him Daddy there too. Remus looked just as confused before he realized exactly what the addition of his last name implied. He snarled angrily, That filthy pedophile. Tonks was horribly lost now and looked towards her father. Who? Me, Remus exclaimed, poking himself in the chest. What? Tonks asked again, unable to even consider the cruel truth staring her right in the face. What does that have to do with my name? You're my victim, Remus explained far louder than necessary. Harry was still snickering, but composed himself enough to add, I believe the term we've been using is wife, but that works too. Oh God, Tonks wheezed, turning green without using any metamorph magus skill. That's disgusting. I know, Remus said, struggling to even look his daughter in the eye. Sirius was clearly just as amused as Harry. When did this happen? Less than a year after your accidental pirouette, Harry answered. But they didn't get married until after Voldemort was gone. That's so wrong, Tonks mumbled fearfully. I mean, Moony's my dad. Less than a year, Remus repeated with a pained face. That's practically cradle robbing. Don't I even know the age rule? I know you do, Sirius stated. You taught it to me when that third year grew those huge. Vera Helbig, Remus agreed. Same thing happened here. And you asked me about the rule, Sirius exclaimed, spinning around to point at the queasy-looking Tonks. Just a couple months before I left. Merlin, I thought you had the hots for Harry. That's why I encouraged special circumstances. Really? Harry inquired, waggling his eyebrows at Tonks. No offense, Harry, Sirius explained. But life expectancy for you was more often measured in weeks than years. Would someone care to explain this age rule to me? Ginny interjected curiously. Half your age, plus 7, Sirius and Remus said in unison, repeating the universally accepted measuring stick dividing healthy and unhealthy relationships. Remus continued, rounding up for good measure. Meaning when I was 36, no wait, 37, the youngest I should date is 25, or 26 if you round up. That's why Tonks at 23 should have been off limits. There are a few other reasons I should have been off limits, Dad, Tonks added with a shiver. I need a drink, Remus said, shaking his head. Me too, Sirius agreed, pouring large glasses for everyone. I need a memory charm, Tonks added, only half joking. Me too, Remus seconded. If it makes you feel any better, Harry said, waiting until the other three were taking drinks. Tonks was pregnant when I left. Sirius spurted up his fire whiskey in laughter, while Remus and Tonks both painfully swallowed the liquid in their mouths. Why would that make us feel better? Remus asked, giving Harry a dirty look. Harry shrugged. Well, it made me feel a little better to tell you. Tonks just rubbed her temples. You know, until that, I'd managed to convince myself our counterparts may never have. She stopped herself from saying anything more. Of course you have, Ginny helpfully added. Why, even before my death, Tonks was telling me all about the benefits of werewolf strength and how frisky he'd get, the closer to the full moon it was. Hell, you guys even managed to synchronize your cycles. Sirius and Harry found themselves briefly as horrified as Tonks and Remus were, before catching each other's eyes and cracking up. Ginny, as the calmest one in the room, continued. Something about the wolf being able to smell. Stop, Remus yelled. Stop, for the love of Merlin, stop. All 4 people and a single ghost descended in silence, broken only by the occasional snicker or shudder. Harry realized this was the sort of cruel joke that was going to last a lifetime and felt pity on the 2 Lupins for now. Moving forward, what's the plan for tonight? I don't know, Sirius said, as Tonks and Remus seemed to be a little shell-shocked still. Tonks, any luck? What? Tonks asked. Any luck on locating us a lord? Oh, sorry, Tonks said. Actually, yeah, the head of the Zabini family is willing to hear from you. And as far as we know, they're not Death Eaters, right? They've almost always stayed neutral on the divisive issues, Tonks explained. Chris is the only one I know at all, and he's a nice enough bloke. Why are you looking for a lord like Zabini? Harry asked curiously. Trying to get the old house back and maybe a couple galleons too, Sirius explained. And Zabini has the house keys. It's old family politics, Sirius explained. But basically when the Sirius of this world died at the same time you did, you were his designated heir, and you, as a 1-year-old, hadn't designated anyone, so the Black family as a whole was headless. The Black family? Harry asked curiously. It's how a lot of the old pureblood families operate, Sirius explained. There's a family vault, which in families as competitive and heartless as mine, doesn't usually have much money. It does have some family heirlooms, though, including the magical deed to the family manor. Grimmauld Place, Harry clarified. Sirius nodded. When the family's headless, the vault and manor seal up, and the family ring goes back inside the family vault. It's a bunch of outdated mularchy, but if I can get another lord to vouch that I'm the new Lord Black, the goblins can get me in the vault for the purposes of seeing if the ring will accept me. No sacrifices or bathing in blood, Harry grinned before adding. And you know Grimmauld Place isn't all that sealed up. It's where I crashed last night. Dusty as hell and creatures even further off his rocker in this dimension. You've been there? Sirius asked in surprise. Harry nodded, though it looked like I was the first one in a long time. I didn't think you'd have been able to even get near it without the Black family ring, Sirius said, seeing Tonks and Remus looked as clueless as him. Harry twisted a ring on his finger, making it visible. This one. Sirius' eyes widened. Bloody hell, Harry, you're Lord Black. I think I would have remembered something like that. No, Tonks agreed. You are. Harry, Sirius explained, rubbing his forehead. If that ring didn't accept you as Lord Black, it could have killed you, or at least really hurt. Harry huffed. That miserable little bastard. Creature gave it to me and told me it would make the wards I was trying to put up actually work. Well, yes, Sirius agreed. It would do that, but knowing Creature, I think he was hopping it would kill you. He was, Harry agreed. He went from smiling to frowning as soon as it flashed when I put it on. So this is why I was able to get into Grimmauld Place. Well, I guess we don't need Lord Zabini for anything, Sirius told Tonks. He turned to Harry, and we're not homeless anymore. Harry smirked. Oh, so now you're crashing on your lord's couch. Couch, Sirius grinned. I've got seniority. The master bedroom is mine. Why don't we let the ring decide? Harry offered, twisting it back into invisibility. That's brilliant, Sirius agreed. That's the ring from our dimension. This dimension's ring might still be in the vault. 2 Lord Blacks, Remus asked. Is that even possible? I got Harry involved, so we got a decent shot, Sirius explained. Well then, you still need a Lord Zabini or someone to vouch for you, Tonks pointed out. We got a Lord Black right here, Sirius said, pointing to Harry. He can vouch for me, but he can probably open the vault just fine himself. Lady Black, Ginny said, trying the name out. It suits me. Harry sighed and thought back to a certain portrait. Well, I always did think of Mrs. Black as a long-dead, insanely annoying harpy. Ginny scowled at Harry, punching her fist through him, giving him a literal cold shoulder. "Oh, a good old mum," Sirius recollected. "Thank Merlin she didn't love me the way a father loves his daughter." Complete, dead silence followed as everyone stared at Sirius. He couldn't take it and cracked up. "This is going to be great." Chapter 4. "A half-breed, a mudblood, a bad master," Creature shrieked excitedly. "Oh, good master, you even brought your own dead muggle lover." "Creature," Harry snapped, trying to shake the elf loose. "Stop humping my leg, that's an order." "I'm so sorry, master," Creature pleaded. "Creature will do better. Do you want Creature to put away your things?" "You rotten little crap bubble," Sirius chuckled at the insane elf. "We're not his things." Creature looked confused and turned towards Harry. "Master." "They aren't my things," Harry instructed, still uncertain how he felt like dealing with Creature. "Remus and Tonks are friends and guests. Sirius is not the same Sirius you used to know. And Ginny, well, I guess she is my very own dead muggle lover." Ginny's cheeks brightened in a ghostly blush and whispered towards Tonks. "Harry said I'm his lover. He's so cute when he's possessive." "He is kinda cute," Tonks admitted conspiratorially. Ginny glanced between Tonks and Harry. She leaned in towards Tonks. "You know, now that you're not married to your dad, you could morph to look like me and go out with my Harry. I'd be fine with that." Ginny was doing a fair impression of Dobby. She was nodding so fast. Tonks saw Ginny was a little too enthusiastic at the idea. "I wouldn't mind," Ginny explained. "I could even help you with all the bits and parts that you can't see. Stupid ghost robes." "Maybe later," Tonks said, silently adding, "or never." Tonks noticed how dust-covered the kitchen and back entrance were. "Hey, Harry, you mind if I go exploring?" "Knock yourself out," Harry said, waving towards the entry hall and living room. As Tonks left the room, Harry whispered to the two Marauders, "I'm curious if the troll leg umbrella stand is in this dimension." A loud crash and clang, indicating the aura tripped, was followed by a shout of "son of a." Tonks' yell was interrupted by a familiar screeching voice. "Mudblood, filthy mudblood whore." "Guess so," Harry grinned. "Home sweet home," Sirius exclaimed with a wistful smile. "A warmer welcome you'd be hard-pressed to find," Remus said. "Shut up, you bloody hag," Tonks yelled from the front hall. "You're going to die, you filthy mudblood whore." "You hear that, Moony?" Sirius said with a playful elbow. "You're the proud father of a filthy mudblood whore." "Bad master?" Creature questioned curiously at this new attitude from his other master. "I'm not a Sirius Black you've ever met before," Sirius explained to the little elf as he walked out of the kitchen. Sirius reached into the entryway and spotted the offending portrait. "Hello, mother." The portrait stopped her incessant shrieking at Tonks and looked at Sirius in wonder. "Can it be Sirius?" "Sirius, as in your dead son, who secretly pledged himself to the Dark Lord and has only just now been reborn under the Dark Lord's awesome power," Sirius offered, seeing the hopeful smile on his painted mother's face. He chuckled happily. "No." Mrs. Black huffed. "You clearly have the disappointment's attitude." "There's the pet name every child wishes their mum would call them," Sirius retorted with a sigh. Harry followed behind his godfather and added, "For what it's worth, one time she called me the disappointment's disappointment." Mrs. Black frowned. "When did I?" "You didn't," Sirius said, dismissing the confused portrait. He looked towards Harry inquisitively. "I hope you responded in kind to my dear old mum's portrait." Harry shrugged. "I did piss on her." Sirius couldn't help it and burst out laughing. "In my defense, I was drunk at the time. She didn't bother me too much after that." Sirius tapped his chin and thought, "I wonder if Dad knew it was that easy." "Old Master knew," Creature answered immediately. "Old Master did it." "Creature," the portrait hissed indignantly. "Mistress." "Yeah," Harry interjected. "We really didn't need to know that." "Would you like to punish Creature?" the elf asked hopefully. No, Harry answered without pause. But I would like to see this place cleaned up some. You are capable of cleaning, aren't you? Oh yes, master, Creature cheered enthusiastically. I shined and polished all the Muggle torturing tools, even put fresh batteries in some of the Muggle ones. Really? Tonks perked up curiously. Down, girl, Sirius jumped in. Not in front of your father this close to his time of the mow. Sirius let out a squeak and turned to run as Tonks and Remus both attempted to curse him. Why don't you work on cleaning the rest of this place, Creature, starting with the kitchen? Harry stated firmly. He saw the confusion on the elf's face and added, think of this entire house as one big Muggle torturing device. Yes, master. Creature accepted happily and popped away to begin scrubbing. Harry walked over towards the fireplace and stuck his head under the hearth. You guys know if this is connected to the flu network? Doubt it, Tonks answered. No one's used it in 25 years, so even if the monthly upkeep is covered, it's still cycled far enough out of use that you'll probably need to get it reconnected. We should definitely get it reconnected, Sirius answered, showing his face now that Remus and Tonks had given up chasing him. But let's set it to default deny. You know, Harry suggested, I can put up a Fidelius charm for us. You can cast a Fidelius? Remus asked, slightly impressed. Harry nodded. It's one of the charms I've gotten quite good at. I'd rather not a Fidelius if it's all the same to you, Sirius said. We can ward it plenty, but we're not exactly prime targets of the Dark Lord here, and I'd like to be able to bring home a Muggle without dealing with too many questions. Couldn't you just memory charm them? Harry asked, pulling the curtain across Mrs. Black's portrait before she could start up a rant about Muggles. I'd rather not, Sirius explained with a grimace. Something about bringing home a girl and ending the evening, or morning more likely, with a memory charm just feels a little like rape. You don't rape her, I hope. No, of course not. It still just feels wrong. A violation of her rights or something. You're weird, Harry decided. But even if you don't want a Fidelius charm, I still want to pick up some blank anchor stones. I don't have much money, Sirius began. You don't have any money, Remus corrected. Yes, and that's not much now, is it? Sirius agreed. So maybe we should hold off on the big magical purchases. If this dimension is anything like our old one, Harry stated. They only cost about 40 galleons for a set of 8 and 2 discs. I've got that covered, and it'd make me feel a lot better. I'd settle for 4 and 1 disc if you're that worried about it. It's your money, Sirius said, not understanding how anchor stones made Harry feel better. If we're lucky, there might be a set in the family vault. I know I'm the old man around here, Remus said. But it is almost 4 in the morning, and I've got to be up for work in 3 hours. You sure you want to stay here tonight? Sirius nodded. We'll be fine. Get your beauty sleep, Grandpa. You look like you could use it. Remus smiled, seeing how much happier Sirius was now that Harry was here. You guys are welcome to make breakfast at my place, but please don't steal everything from my kitchen. Yeah, I'm gonna head out too, Tonks said, walking down the stairs. This place is pretty big, which means you guys got a lot of cleaning to do, and I need to make myself scarce. I wouldn't mind digging into some of those books in the damn it. Tonks cursed as she once again tripped over the troll leg umbrella stand. Whore. Painting, Tonks yelled back at the portrait, thoroughly confusing it. Tonks snickered, seeing the curtain had flung open, and Mrs. Black looked befuddled. I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow night. Sirius was chuckling after Tonks was gone, leaving the two-dimension travelers alone. She still trips over that thing every time. Harry was laughing just as much. You know it's cursed, right? What? Sirius looked at Harry in confusion. Oh yeah, Harry snickered. That umbrella stand is jinxed to trip her up. No, Sirius said doubtfully. Really? Harry nodded. I think it was something one of your cousins or maybe Mother did to Andy, and Tonks inherited it from her mum. Oh, I bet Tonks was pissed when she found that out, Sirius said, thinking of all the times she'd tripped over it throughout the years. Who said Tonks ever found that out? Mr. Black, the old goblin grumbled as he looked up from his desk. I hope you're not here to waste more of my time." "Not at all, Elder Rado, not at all," Sirius said with a grin. "I've even brought my very own ancient lord with me this time." "Indeed," the goblin said, leaning over to look at Harry. "Harry," Sirius greeted, "I'd like you to meet Elder Rado the moderately sane, the director of ancient family affairs and occasional amateur singer. Elder Rado," Sirius turned and introduced. "I'd like you to meet my godson, Harry." The goblin saw the young man wave meekly and turned towards Sirius. "Mr. Black, you failed to recall that you had a godson who was an ancient lord." "I couldn't find him until just yesterday, and only then found out that he was an ancient lord." The goblin tilted his head down and was peering over his glasses at Harry. "And just what family are you the head of?" "You don't have to know that," Sirius jumped in before Harry could answer. "Do you?" "I suppose not," Elder Rado agreed. "But for your sake, I hope the magic accepts him." "Not a problem," Sirius nodded immediately. "Magic is Harry's bitch. We just need you to take us there and invoke a test of nobility." "Blimey, Sirius," Harry blurted out. "You can't expect to pass any test of nobility." "Ironic, isn't it?" Sirius grinned. "It used to be accepted that it was a test of the bloodline or purity, but people from other families have been designated heirs, even Muggle-borns, so they renamed it nobility." Elder Rado pressed a button and spoke some gobbledygook into a magical intercom. A perfectly clear voice said something in gobbledygook back, and Elder Rado sighed. "Well, let's get this over with so I can get back to work. I figure this will either work or you shall die. Come along." Harry saw the smile on Sirius' face falter for a second as they got up and followed the old goblin out of his office and down towards a cart. The three of them fit into a single cart, and they began the fast and bumpy ride down the track. The wind was rushing in their ears, but Harry's curiosity got the better of him. "Elder Rado, you said this will either work or he'll die. Do you have a preference which?" Elder Rado kept his hand on the lever and turned towards Harry and Sirius. "Well, there's a lot more paperwork if he dies," the goblin smiled wickedly. "But on the other hand, I wouldn't have to worry about seeing him again. So each side has its advantages and disadvantages." The blunt honesty of goblins always amused Harry, almost as much as the overwhelming enthusiasm of house elves. He chuckled at Sirius' frown and Elder Rado's complete indifference to them. A few minutes later, the cart slowed to a stop in front of a very different-looking vault than Harry had ever seen. It appeared to look more like a cave with a solid, smooth block of onyx for a door. Two goblins were waiting on either side of the door, one of them leaning against the wall in irritation. Two large spikes had been crudely slammed into the ground in front of the goblins. Topping the obviously magical staffs were small chambers of constructed metal and clear glass resembling lanterns. Inside each chamber was a glowing ball of magic that arced within its confined space. "I do not have all day," Elder Rado grumbled, urging them to hurry up. "Harry," Sirius instructed, "you've got to stick your family ring in the lower corner of that square on the wall. Don't stick it in the center." "Why shouldn't I stick it in the center?" Harry asked, walking over towards the carved wall that had etchings indicating where to place his fist. The goblins exchanged curious looks, beginning to think they may get to watch an ignorant wizard or two die today. Sirius saw them all visibly perk up and explained, "The center is for the Black family ring, and it will simply open the vault. The bottom right is where acceptable ancient families can nominate others after the family goes headless." Harry shrugged and pushed the ring onto the spot. "If you say so." The vault suddenly became active, and the two spikes in the ground began flaring up and sparking like crazy. Currents of magic were bouncing back and forth between the two magical conduits, while the inky black onyx of the door rippled into a blurry clear haze. Sirius took a breath and walked right through the magical current, and his body began to glow and flicker on its own. He didn't even slow down as he walked straight through the solid wall and into the Black family vault. Harry turned towards the goblins, all watching curiously. "Am I supposed to leave my hand up here?" When no goblin answered, Harry sighed and propped his arm up, holding it in place. Sirius walked straight into the vault and saw everything was obscured from view other than a small pedestal with a ring box on it. He strolled right up to it and opened the box. Yes! Sirius cheered when he discovered there was still a black family ring. Without hesitation, Sirius removed the ring from the box and slipped it over his finger. Harry was watching the other goblins when his ring let out a flash of white light that reflected off the wall. "Whoa!" Harry exclaimed, holding his arms still in place. "The magic's asking me for permission. What do you think, boys? Should I make him sweat it out?" Elder Rotto had looked up at the flash of light and replied, "I've never heard of the sponsor being questioned. This isn't right." "It's okay. This actually kind of makes sense," Harry explained before playfully yelling loudly, "Should I or shouldn't I?" "Damn it, Harry," Sirius yelled out from inside the vault. "If I die, I'm going to haunt you and be even more annoying then." Harry encouraged the Black family magic to accept Sirius and effectively shut Sirius up as the ring molded to his finger, confirming him as the new Lord Black. Sirius came skipping out of the vault and stopped just before crossing through the magical current again. "We're good," he exclaimed, proudly showing off his new ring. "Finally," Harry said, dropping his arm from where he was holding it. Just as he did, the door to the vault rippled and became solid black. The 2 spikes of magic fizzled down to the beginning levels, and the 2 silent goblins wiggled them free from the ground in disappointment. Harry stuck his ring in the center of the square, and much to the shock of the goblins, the door slid straight open, revealing the contents inside. "Cool," Harry agreed, pulling his hand away. He stuck it right back again, and this time the vault door slid shut with a heavy clang. "Let me try," Sirius called out, placing his ring where Harry's had been. As expected, the door slid open again. "That's brilliant." The 2 goblins carrying the magical spikes walked away into the darkness of the tunnels, while Elder Rotto sat back in the cart to wait on the 2 still living wizards. Sirius strolled over to a small chest and found it about a quarter full. "Nice. We got about 800 galleons here or so. Give me your money pouch. I'll fill her up a bit." "Let's take a couple 100 galleons each," Harry stated, tossing his pouch to Sirius. "That should be enough for some clothes and food and other immediate necessities." He was looking through an old box of parchments. "Hey, did you know we got a seat on the Wisengamot and the Hogwarts Board of Governors?" Sirius was stuffing handfuls of galleons into both his and Harry's pouches. "Yeah, I remember something about that. Don't remember who it was that was using them, but they're probably not exactly in line with our ideologies. Go ahead and grab whatever you got that looks interesting. We've got a day of shopping ahead of us." The 2 Lord Blacks packed up everything they felt like taking and walked out of the vault. Harry put his fist over the center of the square, and the vault door slammed down, sealing shut. They hopped into the cart, and Elder Rotto began the journey back to the surface. "So you are Lord Black," Elder Rotto said, looking at Sirius. "Yup," Sirius said, bobbing his head up and down, resisting the inner urge to stick his head off the side of the cart and let his tongue hang out as they flew down the track. The goblin turned to Harry. "And you are?" Harry smiled and answered, "Lord Black." Elder Rotto just sighed and went back to looking forward. "Does this happen often?" Harry asked curiously at the lack of surprise from the goblin. Elder Rotto shook his head. "I don't think it's ever happened before." "Aren't you curious?" Sirius asked with a mischievous grin. "Will it prevent me from having to do double the paperwork I now must?" Elder Rotto retorted at the 2 stupidly grinning wizards. He turned back to face forward as they remained silent. "I thought not." "Why are you buying a bottomless bag? I've got my satchel," Harry said, patting his man's purse. "Well, that's yours," Sirius said. "We both need a lot of stuff, and I don't want to get our things mixed up." "Do I have cooties?" "I want my own, okay." "Why not just charm a bag, rather than paying the extra for a magical one?" "Do you know how to charm a bag to be bottomless?" Harry opened his mouth to answer when Sirius interrupted him and clarified. "I'm not talking space expansion charms that just make little things bigger, but the proper ones where everything is easy to reach, cushioned, and protected." "Buy your bag, you big baby," Harry grumbled. "Let's hit Ollivander's next, though. I want to pick up this dimension's version of my wand if it's there." Sirius nodded, and got in line for the cashier. "I'll wait for you outside," Harry stated, stepping out to look at the noonday sun. He was quietly watching the people walk by, completely oblivious to the nonchalant way a wizard was sneaking up behind him. Harry couldn't even identify the whispered word, but the moment the spell washed over him, he immediately knew the word the man had said. Imperio. Harry was scolding himself for not having been more vigilant or aware of his surroundings. His magic was jumped and ready to attack, but he didn't want to waste the energy it would take to snap the hold of the imperious curse blindly. His confidence never wavered, knowing with certainty that he could overpower the will of the caster. It just was immensely easier to do when you're actually given a suggestion or command that you could respond negatively to. So far, the man behind Harry had only cast the spell and was waiting for something else to happen before giving instructions. Harry saw people continue on their way, completely oblivious to his predicament. After 2.5 very slow-moving minutes through which Harry kept reconsidering, just expending his energy and snapping the spell, Sirius finally exited the shop. He walked over towards Harry, glancing briefly at the man standing just behind Harry facing away. "So when Ginny went away, is she just invisible and around us? Or does she actually go somewhere else?" Harry just stood there pointedly ignoring Sirius. "Harry," Sirius repeated, "are you even listening to me?" Just as Harry had hoped, the caster of the imperious curse mentally ordered Harry, "Tell him to go away." "That was a mistake," Harry mentally sent right back, snapping the hold of the curse instantaneously. The wizard suddenly turned to Harry, who was spinning around to get a better look at his attacker. Before the man had even managed to fully draw his wand from his sleeve, both of his arms were jerked out to the side, and his wrists were bent back, snapping loudly as they broke. He yelled out in pain, and Harry quickly cast a silencing spell over the wizard. Sirius had drawn his wand, and saw 2 other men apparate away immediately. Harry was pleased to see how quickly Sirius reacted and petrified the silently screaming man. "Sirius, can you call the Aurors to come arrest this man for casting an unforgivable on me?" Harry levitated him up and down an alley. "I'm going to get him out of sight so as not to disturb the people shopping." Sirius just watched Harry calmly follow the man around the corner and ran back into the shop he'd left moments ago. They let him use the flue to call the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who were going to be sending some Aurors within the minute. Harry led the man away and pushed him up against the wall. He spun him around and ripped the sleeve off of the man's robes and shirt, exposing the dark mark. The man was in shock, pain, and was terrified, feeling helpless with 2 broken wrists. Harry didn't seem to have even needed any effort to hold him in place, snap his bones, and reveal the Dark Lord's symbol. He could see the power in Harry's eyes and didn't even realize that his thoughts were running beyond his control. Harry held eye contact and attempted to legilimense the wizard. He found the man's name was Gordon Smith and that he was going to use Harry to destroy the post office. 2 other Death Eaters were there with the same instructions. Smith discovered what Harry was doing and expelled him from his mind, demonstrating an average talent at best for the mind arts. Harry sighed and stunned the man. "You're supposed to pick someone at random, and you picked me. That's bloody hilarious." "Harry," Sirius called out as he jogged down the small alley between buildings. "All right." Harry nodded and saw 2 uniformed Aurors following behind Sirius, looking alert as they took in the situation. "I'm Auror Billings, this is Auror Anderson," the man said, introducing himself and the female partner with him. "You say a dark wizard cast an unforgivable on you." "I don't know him well enough to call him a dark wizard, but he cast the Imperious on me about 5 minutes ago," Harry explained, and handed Billings the wand that Smith had dropped. "Pretty sure it's the last spell he got off." Billings accepted the wand and checked it using prior incantato. As indicated, the last spell was an Imperious curse, and the ghostly effect matched Harry's appearance, indicating he was the target. "Both of his wrists are badly broken," Anderson stated, inspecting the downed wizard. Billings could see the dark mark clearly on the man's arm, and so far had no reason to doubt Harry's story. "Care to explain his wrists?" I didn't want him to attack me again. I have no idea how proficient that man may be at wandless magic, and I didn't know if he had any portkeys with him. So you broke his wrists. Is there a preferred response to being subjected to an unforgivable? Harry retorted, looking at Auror Billings. Ah, Harry, Sirius jumped in. As Lord Black, I know you're always allowed to defend yourself in kind. So a clear attempt on your life like an unforgivable means you could kill him perfectly legally. You think I should kill him? Harry asked, glancing back at the unconscious wizard. Since he's stunned, it might be hard to convince the two Auror witnesses that you were defending yourself. Sirius felt like the obvious needed to be stated. Lord Black. Yes, Harry and Sirius both said, turning to the Auror. Damn, Billings cursed. I've got to call my boss in on anything involving the head of an old family. Billings cast a couple of spells on a small card he kept in his pocket. There's a Mediwitch coming to deal with the suspect, Anderson explained. Would you like her to check you out first, Lord Black? Nah, I'm good, Sirius said, knowing she wasn't asking him. What about you, Lord Black? People are really this anal over the pureblood and Lord Crap? Harry asked, looking at Sirius. Sirius nodded. Might as well use it to our advantage, Lord Black. Now are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, Harry said, nodding towards the confused Auror Anderson. Harry saw Sirius looking at him expectantly, waiting to be addressed. Harry shook his head. I'm not going to call you Lord Black. You have to, Sirius argued back. I've got the ring and everything. Wait, so you're Lord Black, Anderson said, addressing Sirius. Sirius nodded. We both are, Harry added, though I've got more experience at it. Somehow, I'm not surprised to see you here. A new voice jumped into the conversation. Harry did his best not to stare at the man. Sirius bit his lip, not having expected this. Nice to see you too, Assistant Director Potter. Mr. Black, James Potter greeted tightly. Unable to stay out of trouble, I see. Harry could tell Sirius was uncomfortable and jumped in. If you're here in an official capacity, I believe Lord Black may be more applicable than Mr. Black. Sirius resisted the desire to cheer out loud and point in James' face. James Potter turned towards Harry and was obviously sizing him up. He didn't seem to recognize Harry or have any idea why he felt so familiar. And who might you be? I'm another Lord Black, Harry answered more calmly than he felt, and I don't believe we've met. James was not amused. Which one of you is the real Lord Black? We both are, Sirius explained, showing him his family ring, while Harry made his visible and waggled his fingers at the assistant director. Lovely, James mumbled, making no effort to hide his sigh. How is this possible? Why is this relevant? Sirius retorted. I'm going to need to explain how there are two Lord Blacks in my report on this incident, James argued. You really don't like us, do you? Harry bluntly asked. I don't believe the fact that you happen to have been born in a certain family means the rules should be different for you. What rules exactly are so different? A clearly marked Death Eater cast an unforgivable on me. Should I not have defended myself? My apologies, Lord Black, James said, the name dripping with false sincerity. Now, if you're going to refuse to share with me just how there are two Lord Blacks, can you at least explain exactly what happened here? Harry could see Sirius was very irritated with confronting Bizarro Prongs, and proceeded to once again recount the details, beginning with feeling the curse wash over him and waiting until he was issued a command. He glossed over some parts, indicating he simply used magic to restrain the wizard and break his wrists, not offering anything specific like the lack of spells required. Auror Anderson left with the injured wizard and Mediwitch, while James and Auror Billings continued asking Harry and Sirius question after question. Are we ever going to get our shopping done? Sirius mumbled. Of course, Lord Black, James said, giving Sirius a condescending look. I'm sorry the Department of Magical Law Enforcement consumed so much of your time. We will most likely contact both of you for the trial, and it's possible you will be required to testify. Come on, Harry, Sirius said, beginning to walk away. Harry turned towards them, noticing James' eyes had widened slightly at his name. We're done, right? James quickly composed himself and nodded. Yes, we're done. He turned from them without even saying goodbye and apparated away. Auror Billings nodded at Harry and followed after his boss with a soft pop. You think we can make it to Ollivander's without you causing another scene? Sirius muttered in irritation. Harry shook his head and fell into step with Sirius. Boy, you really don't like him, do you? Harry said, echoing his earlier comment. You couldn't tell what a pillock he's become, Sirius snapped back. Harry shrugged, adding, I'd never met him before. Sirius paused, realizing just what that statement meant, and looked back at Harry cautiously. For Merlin's sake, Sirius, Harry grumbled, hurrying towards the wandmaker's shop. Don't waste the whole day pouting like a Malfoy. Your face might get stuck like that. I'm not pouting, Sirius pouted. So what did you think? I think you're being a little unfair to him, Harry answered, opening the door for Sirius to lead the way in. Whatever, Sirius grumbled. All I know is the James Potter he was 25 years ago would be horrified at what he's turned into. Welcome, Ollivander greeted, coming out from the back. Lord Black and Lord Black. How do you do that? Sirius said, always getting a bit weirded out by Ollivander. We're wearing the rings, Sirius, Harry pointed out, dispelling some of the old wandmaker's mystique. And you need to remember that 25 years ago, he lost his son and best friend. Another best friend stabbed him in the back, and the last remaining Marauder was forced to grow up and be responsible for his new 8-year-old daughter. I know, Sirius grumbled. Harry turned and addressed the slightly confused older man. We could use a couple wands, holsters, and some polish. Which hand is your? Right, Harry and Sirius both answered in unison, lifting their right arms up. Creepy, Ollivander whispered softly. Harry ignored the idea that he was creepy to Ollivander and added, I was looking for perhaps a phoenix feather wand in holly, maybe 11 inches or so. Got anything like that? You know it is not the wizard who chooses the... Yeah, Harry nodded. Call it a hunch that a wand like that will choose this wizard. Ollivander harumphed, not particularly liking the lack of respect he was receiving, and unable to unravel the mystery of these two Lord Blacks. That is an unusual combination, but I do happen to have a wand fitting that description. Ollivander turned and went into the back. Harry turned to Sirius. I'm not saying James should be our best friend, but considering what he's been through, I guess losing his sense of humor isn't surprising. This is most disconcerting, Ollivander stated, returning from the back. But I'm sorry to say I do not have the wand you seek. No, Harry asked curiously. Did you sell it? Ollivander shook his head. I doubt it. What do you mean? The wand is not where I last recall it being, but I haven't thought about it in many years. Did you lose it? Sirius asked curiously. I do not lose wands, Lord Black, Ollivander stated with certainty. I suspect I was the unwilling recipient of a memory charm. Had you not asked for that exact combination, I may never have thought about that wand again. Factoring this in, it is possible I did sell the wand, but I doubt it. You want some help seeing if there's a block that can be removed or a charm broken? Harry asked. No, thank you, Lord Black, Ollivander stated, turning down the offer of help. If there's anything recoverable, I should be able to locate it myself. Now, was there anything else I could do for you? I suppose I'd still like to purchase whatever wand you have that best suits me, Harry answered. Same here, Sirius said, pointing towards himself. For what it's worth, my last wand was 12 inches, driftwood with a dragon heartstring. Curious. Ollivander whispered, inspecting Sirius closer. That is the exact same wand Sirius Black used to have. What did you say your name was again? Sirius Black, he answered happily. Just a coincidence, I'm sure, Harry added with a firm nod. Of course, Ollivander said, giving Harry a long look. So says the other Lord Black, who is inquiring about the brother to the Dark Lord's wand. Huh, Harry said, slapping his leg in surprise. I didn't know that. Small world, isn't it? Ollivander harumphed and began going through the many wands he had in stock. For the next hour, he kept handing new wands to Sirius and Harry to try, all with varying degrees of failure and on occasion slight success. The process continued until Harry felt a strong connection with a wand he tried out. Not as nice as his proper wand, but far more compatible than any others he'd waved that day. Sirius found it hilarious that big, bad Harry was now the proud owner of a dainty little 9-inch ash wand with a unicorn hair from a particularly vain male unicorn's mane. Sirius' amusement lasted about 10 minutes, until an 8¼ inch wand made of driftwood and unicorn tail hair produced some musical, pink sparks when he swished it. "Not a word, Harry, not one word," Sirius warned as he paid for his wand and holster. Harry was just smiling widely, staying silent. Ollivander was under no such threat and explained, "Your connection produced very rich, though high-pitched tones. That wand should be exceptional at delicate work." Harry made no effort to hide his snort. He glanced at Sirius and turned to Ollivander. "Is my wand not so suited to delicate work?" "Harry," Sirius said warningly. Ollivander shook his head and explained, "Your combination is less precise, but capable of channeling more magic easily." "And I didn't get any pretty-sounding, delicate tinkling bells," Harry said with a straight face, pointedly not looking towards Sirius. "No, Lord Black, you didn't," Ollivander said, while completely aware of how Sirius was taking the reminders. "It takes a special person and special circumstances to get any sort of positive response other than sparks." "Let's get out of here," Sirius grumbled, already halfway out the door. "In case you need a reminder," Harry said to Ollivander. "You have a memory charm on you, and if you find anything out and feel up to sharing, I'm interested in what happened to that wand." "Good day, Lord Black," Ollivander nodded as Harry chased to catch up with the once again pouting Sirius. "Shopping sucks Slytherin's balls," Sirius grumbled into his drink. "I hear that," Harry agreed, munching on his fish and chips. "I don't know why I thought Hedwig might be in this dimension waiting for me to buy her. I'm going to miss that mothering little bird." Sirius shrugged. "I think the owls we got are going to be fantastic. I can't believe no one had bought Smokey." "Your owl has gas," Harry reminded. "I'm not sure there's a lot of demand in the market for owls with digestive difficulties." "You're just jealous," Sirius said haughtily. "And where did you come up with that name for your new owl?" "He picked his own name," Harry said. "I was just making up names until he responded to one. And if he says his name is Kid Killer Magee, who are we to say it isn't?" "Kid Killer Magee," Sirius repeated. "That's almost a better name than Smokey." "It is a better name. We got some clothes, owls, wands, personal things, a little bit of food," Harry recounted. "Next, we should get a clearer idea of what we already have at Grimmauld Place before we work on redecorating. Remember, I'd like it to pass for a muggle place on the surface so that we can entertain guests from all walks of life. Confine the obviously magical stuff to a few rooms." "We'll have to do something about the portrait of your mother then," Harry said, finishing the last of his food. "Did you ever figure out a way to remove her?" Harry shook his head. "Never tried too hard, didn't really need to." "Why not?" Oddly enough, it was Dudley who provided the simple and often overlooked solution. "Dudley," Sirius exclaimed. "I wouldn't think you'd want to have anything to do with the Dursleys." Harry shrugged. "Yeah, well, Dudley gave the constables my name when he got arrested one time, and I was intrigued enough to bail him out." "What'd he do?" "He went streaking with some of his mates at a West Ham match," Harry grimaced. "He was the ham." Sirius shuddered, having remembered what Dudley looked like in Harry's 3rd year. "So what did Dudley do to my dear sweet mum? Punch a hole through her or something?" Harry shook his head. "Nope, he just moved a bookcase in front of her." "Oh," Sirius said anticlimactically. "I guess that would solve the problem, wouldn't it? You know where we're meeting Tonks and Mooney?" Sirius nodded. "It's a muggle bar about a block from where Tonks' apartment is. Decent place with some friendly regulars." Harry stood up and vanished his garbage. "Let's go unload our spoils and change into muggle outfits." Harry saw Sirius was still sitting there with a frown on his face. "What is it now?" Sirius sighed. "Just seeing you use your proper wand makes me want mine that much more." There's nothing wrong with your new wand. I don't care about that, Sirius retorted. Well, not too much. It's just, as good as this wand feels compared to the others I've used, I can still tell it's not as perfect a match as my proper wand is. What happened to your original wand? The unspeakables said my clothes were destroyed, and there wasn't one with me when I came out the veil. What about in this dimension? Do you know where that one is? Sirius nodded while chewing on the inside of his cheek. Yup. Where? Same place it's been for a quarter of a century, Godric's Hollow. Ah, Harry said in understanding. And you couldn't get it back unless you made your peace with Bizarro Prongs and convinced him of the truth of who you are. I suppose if you wanted to do things the hard way, Sirius explained as his face split into a bright grin. But personally, I think it's going to be much easier to simply steal it. Chapter 5. So now you're both Lord Black, Tonks asked in between sips. Yup, Sirius and Harry cheered in unison. That's going to get so fucking old. Hey, Sirius whined. What's next? You're not joking, you're serious. He was probably thinking it, Harry agreed. And I suppose you shaved this morning, but you're already hairy. Sirius stretched his waistband out and peeked down the front of his pants. What if I'm seriously hairy? Remus cringed, swallowing the beer in his mouth. Can't we have one evening without your kibble or bits coming up? Harry didn't even pause before asking, does half-mast count? Remus groaned while Tonks muttered, as if one of them wasn't bad enough. Hey, there's actually two of everyone to keep straight from our point of view, Harry argued. Yeah, Remus recalled. How are you doing with that? Because Sirius still likes to break down sniveling like a little baby. One time, Sirius insisted. One time a bug flies in my eye. A bug no one could ever locate, Tonks added. It must have flown away, Harry mockingly suggested. Thank you, Sirius agreed. That's exactly what it did. Although, come to think of it, Harry said, scratching his chin, I think it flew back in your eye when I found you yesterday, pesky reappearing bug. Bugger off, Sirius grumbled with a smile. Remus sighed in the silence that followed and looked at Harry. We're doing our best not to encourage those sorts of puns. By ignoring him, though, he takes it as a challenge and will try to come up with worse puns, Harry pointed at Sirius. See, even right now, his warped little mind is searching for something that will provoke the right reaction. Something about the bee in your bonnet. The bug stops here. No ifs, ands, or bugs about it. Ooh, good one, Sirius grinned. For crying out loud, Tonks jumped in, emphasizing her own addition to the pun fest. Not you two, Remus groaned. I could say that was accidental, Tonks smiled. Bug I won't. Sirius nudged Harry. Maybe you could teach Moony a buggle-repelling charm. This is why, Harry addressed Remus while pointing at Sirius. This is why you have to rub his nose in it right away. It's the only thing that works. Remus was intrigued. And just how would you rub his nose into a pile of bad puns? Yeah, Sirius wondered. How would you? Harry shrugged. For something like this, I'd say just pinch him any time he makes a pun. Sirius yelped and clutched his ear. That's not funny. Tonks grinned and pinched Sirius too when he was looking at Harry. Sirius yelped again. Huh, Remus said while considering the efficacy of this plan. Sirius jumped up from his seat. Damn it, Harry, leave my bum alone. It's too pretty for that. Sorry, Harry grinned unrepentantly. Thought I saw a bug there. Sirius growled. He was just trying to get a little revenge for you, Tonks sweetly argued. Before you somehow managed to lower the level of maturity in this conversation any further, Remus interrupted. I'm not sure that's possible, Tonks said. Shut up, you father-fucking traitor, Sirius snapped before slapping the back of his pinched neck. Damn it, Harry. He took that as challenge, Harry demonstrated. But now pinched and mollified, he's uncertain. He wants to curse me, but the potential of being pinched again is holding him back. Sirius just narrowed his eyes at Harry. He knows where you live, he knows where you sleep, and he is a marauder. The Marauder name just doesn't carry as much weight as it used to, Harry commented, warily noticing Remus looked as indignant as Sirius. But that reminds me, what happened to Wormtail here? Are we talking about Death Eaters again? Tonks whined. Sorry, Harry shrugged. Still trying to catch up with this dimension. We can talk about something else. He's alive, Sirius said, answering Harry's question. A wanted Death Eater, and the Aurors know his animagus form. Fair enough, Harry nodded. So what are some more pleasant topics of discussion? Chudley cannons still blow unicorn balls. Juicy ones, Tonks added. But they've already won more games this year than last. How many have they won this year? 1, Remus answered, by forfeit. Some things stay the same, Harry commented, noticing Sirius was staring at an attractive brunette at the bar. Yeah, Remus saw Sirius wasn't even paying much attention. Those brave few fighting the effects of evolution we can always count on. Right, Padfoot. Right, Sirius agreed absently before turning back towards the table. Wait, what did I just agree to? A duel, Tonks answered. The 3 of us against you. Hey, that's not a bad idea, Sirius cheered. Really? Harry asked curiously. Not you 3 against me, Sirius corrected. I was thinking you 2 against the Lords Black. Remus paused and glanced at Harry. You killed your Voldemort, right? Harry nodded. Yeah, that's not happening, Tonks answered. Just a friendly duel, Sirius argued. You can even start with Harry's wand. Hey, Harry complained. You've got another, Sirius muttered out the corner of his mouth. Good point. No duels, no Voldemort, no Death Eaters, no Quidditch, Remus interjected. I want to get to know you, Harry. I never had the chance here. What do you do for fun? What are some of your hobbies? I like Quidditch, but you already said no to that. Do you play? Not professionally, but I like to think that I could make a pro squad. Unfortunately, I dislike people too much to play for a crowd. You hate people? Tonks asked curiously. Only in large groups, Harry clarified. Specifically, large groups who told stories about me before I even knew magic was real, and seemed to think the death of my parents was some sort of fairy tale happy ending. They told stories. Harry nodded. Ginny forced her dad to tell it every night when she was 5. It was when I was 4, the ghost suddenly appeared and argued, and it was only every night for about 6 months. Harry jumped to block her from view, harshly scolding. Ginny, get the hell out of here. Why? Ginny frowned, having just appeared. Harry peeked over his shoulder and whispered angrily, because this is a muggle bar. I won't drink much, Ginny offered. No, go away, Harry whispered forcefully. Harry, Tonks interrupted. You know muggles can't see ghosts, right? Harry snapped his head towards Tonks. Ixnay on the Uggles may. They can't, Ginny shrieked. All this time you've... SHH, Harry hushed. But they can certainly hear them, so shush. Let her stay, Sirius urged. The muggles can't see her and she'll stay quiet, right? Ginny nodded with a grin at Sirius, keeping her lips sealed and silent. Need I remind you, Harry argued, that while Sirius and I may have been dead for 25 years, there is another living, breathing one of her walking around right now. She's a lot more likely to be recognized than either of us. I think in a muggle bar we should be pretty safe, Tonks said with a roll of her eyes. All right, so you like Quidditch, Remus said, redirecting the conversation back on track. What else do you do for fun? Or do you have a job? No job. I've had a fair amount in the bank from my folks and an award from the ministry. I think they retroactively put a bounty on Voldemort to buy some good press, but, Harry shrugged, it was free money. How much they pay for something like that? 50,000 galleons, Harry answered. They knew I'd turn it down, so they also awarded all the DA members 1,000 galleons each if I happily accepted the award at a ceremony. You'd just refuse 50 large like that? Tonks asked curiously. Sirius rolled his eyes. I could have told you that. Of course now, Harry answered. In a new world where I don't have any savings, I don't think I'd endeavor to be quite so noble if someone were to offer me free money. So no job likes Quidditch, Remus summarized. Any hobbies? Maybe a special girl in your life. Ghostly Ginny harumphed loudly, staring at Remus. Present company excluded, Remus added at Harry's exasperated look. Nope, Harry answered. No special girl. You're not a... Sirius paused, unsure if he should voice the last word. Harry looked at his godfather curiously before realization dawned on him, and he blurted out, No, nothing like that. I mean, I have done it before. Really? Sirius asked in surprise. Sure, Harry nodded. Lots of times. That was when I first realized if I was angry enough I could will Ginny away. I didn't want to watch that, Ginny shrilled. And yes, Sirius many times. Huh, Sirius said, shaking his head. I never would have pegged you for that. Harry looked at Tonks and Remus, who were both looking at Harry appraisingly. So you expected me to be a 25-year-old virgin? What? Sirius asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Weren't you asking me whether I was a virgin? Harry said, and glanced over, seeing Ginny nodding with him. No, Sirius said with a bark of laughter. I was asking if you were gay, and apparently your answer is no, but you have done it before. Many times, Tonks helpfully added. No special girl, Remus grinned. Harry blinked. Sorry, Moony, I don't swing that way no matter how well kept your mustache is. There are other straight men with mustaches, I'll have you know, Remus tiredly pointed out. So in answer to your question, Harry said, turning to Sirius. Nope, I'm not, never have been. Well, there was. Ginny, shut it, Harry warned, pointing his finger. It counts. You want me to banish you? Dennis apologized, or should I say Denise apologized. Ginny stopped at the look on Harry's face and hurriedly floated over to hide behind Sirius. I'll be quiet now. Harry sighed and looked at the other three brightly smiling faces. Don't ask. Can I picture it? Sirius grinned happily. His grin faltered when Harry narrowed his eyes and Sirius felt a sudden painful poke. Oh, my eye, damn it, Harry. You know, come to think of it, Harry continued, ignoring Sirius' angry muttering. Since we're staying, the history of that world is like a figment of our imagination with very little relevance here, so I think it's my turn to learn about this world. Fair enough, Sirius agreed. What do you want to know? I'm guessing Death Eaters are going to be unavoidable, but you mentioned something about Neville Longbottom. The Chosen One, Tonks agreed. After you were killed, the Order quickly moved to hide the Longbottoms away. It was known for years that the Dark Lord wanted to kill Neville Longbottom. Considering he'd gone out of his way to murder one baby born in late July of 1980 and was trying to kill the other, the story and prophecy eventually became common knowledge. And I take it Neville's not still in hiding? Harry asked, hopping to avoid any uncomfortable questions. Remus winced. It was early summer of '87 when the contents of the prophecy became public. Knowing there was a savior in the form of a 6-year-old growing boy, a lot of people wanted to help him. Whereas before he only had very limited contact with the wizarding world, that year he was inundated with birthday gifts. Lots of weapons, cloaks, armors, books, that sort of thing. People assumed he was the next Dumbledore, and when he was ready, he'd lead the fight to destroy Voldemort. I can empathize with the pressure, Harry Riley added. Thing is, no one knows what happened to him, Tonks continued. March 21, 1988, he disappeared, completely. No trace of him, no sign of his existence, not even an indication whether he's dead, just gone. No one's seen nor heard from him since he was 7, Harry clarified. Nope, Remus sadly answered as he took a drink of his beer. Nothing confirmed, Tonks corrected, but there are plenty of unconfirmed accounts. Unconfirmed, Harry asked askance. About a year after Neville disappeared, a wizard dressed in black stood up to the Dark Lord and stopped him, Tonks explained. Ever since then, it's been like Voldemort is on the defensive. Our spies say he's had several major plans fall apart before the Order even heard about them. Not quite as extreme as the way your first war ended, but before Neville's disappearance and after is like the difference between a war and a skirmish. It does seem sort of cautiously relaxed around here, Harry added. A lot of people believe Neville got some special training and has been protecting us, Tonks continued. They say he is waiting until he can defeat Voldemort before returning to his family. I'm not sure about that, but a lot of people have seen a wizard in black fighting off Death Eaters. As an 8-year-old, Harry repeated, making sure he understood. Do you believe that? Remus was hesitant, but answered. It's one of the nicer things to believe in, when the other options usually include Neville's death. If he's really the chosen one, Tonks pointed out. I mean, what was the point of that prophecy for the downfall of the Dark Lord if it got you killed and Neville killed too before anyone was marked, right? Neville being alive was the only possible option for it. Well, until you. No, Sirius said, slapping a hand over Tonks' mouth. We discussed this. I know, Tonks grumbled. We swore the damn oath not to tell anyone, didn't we? Harry had a guess about this. What's going on? Sirius never even considered keeping this from Harry. In case it's escaped your notice, Harry, these 2 Lupins are members of the Order. And the knowledge that a Voldemort killer and prophecy-approved person is in this dimension might be kinda relevant to the Order. Yeah, Harry nodded. I pretty much assumed that was unavoidable when we decided to stay here. Well, I'm not ready to give up the hope that it's avoidable, Sirius insisted. I made these 2 swear oaths to not divulge any secrets about your past. Really? Harry said, grinning brightly and earning small smiles from Remus and Tonks in return. You guys would cover for me like that. You don't even know me. I know you well enough, Sirius retorted, and they've gotten to know me. Tonks shrugged. It sounds like Voldemort was a lot worse in your dimension than here. He'd never dream of strolling down Hogsmeade openly murdering children. Remus nodded. You're the son of a James Potter. I'll protect you even if it's from Dumbledore. Does he know about you? Harry asked, looking at Sirius. Sirius waffled in his answer, finally saying, Yeah, I think he does. He never outright said anything, and he was trying to trap me in a couple of questions, but he asked me to join the Order and I declined. He could certainly tell I wasn't the same Sirius he remembered. Tonks smiled at Harry. So we're keeping quiet about you, but back to the discussion. With you here now, I'm a bit less likely to believe Neville's alive, but before you, the answer was definitely yes. I believed Neville was the mysterious black wizard. I've seen weirder things than an 8-year-old powerful wizard, Harry figured. You know we're going to come up in the next Order meeting, Sirius said, gesturing at Harry. You are? Remus asked curiously. I thought Harry managed to arrive without raising any red flags. That was before this afternoon, though, Sirius added. When Harry managed to thwart a Death Eater attack, requiring the assistant director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to come to the scene and take our statements. You met James? Remus asked. How was he, and also Death Eater attack? He was a prat. He was fine, Harry said, giving his godfather a scolding look. He was professional, though I'm not sure if he was starring because he was suspicious of me or because he thought I looked familiar. Are you the stuffy head of family that tossed off the Imperious curse? Stuffy, Harry repeated indignantly. Tonks grinned. I didn't connect that till just now. Yeah, Potter called you stuffy. You put him in a pretty grumpy mood all day. Go, Harry, Sirius cheered quietly while letting his eyes drift towards the brunette seated at the bar. I'm not stuffy, Harry grumbled. He's a judgmental pillock. Hey, that reminds me, Sirius suddenly asked, doing his best to act innocent. The day after tomorrow's the second Friday of the month. Yes, Remus slowly agreed. And don't the midget Potters go to the Order meetings too? Why do you ask? Remus warningly replied. No reason, Sirius grinned and winked at Harry. Remus scoffed. Those meetings always last a good hour and a half, right? Sirius, Remus warned. It's not what you think, so relax, Sirius argued. Well then, what is it? Sirius failed to come up with a quick response and faltered at the sight of the attractive brunette looking right at him. She was whispering something to her friend. Who is that, Tonks? She's talking to your friend. Tonks turned towards the bar and spotted. Melissa. Melissa's the one you introduced me to, right? Sirius clarified. Who's her friend? Tonks furrowed her brow. Don't know. Tonks caught Melissa's eye and waved her over. "Hey, Tonks," Melissa greeted calmly, approaching the group of wizards. "Sirius, wasn't it?" Sirius just nodded. "Okay, Sirius, listen up," Melissa began. "Don't be obvious about looking, but you know the brunette I was sitting next to that you were eyeing like a piece of meat." 34C, yup, Sirius answered. "Lovely," Melissa grimaced. "That's wonderful, because she got out of a long-term relationship a little over a month ago and is now desperate for some unconditional sex. So I just need you to pretend that I've been subtly trying to figure out if you have any Sirius." "What are you doing? Don't get up, don't go over, oh God." Sirius had jumped to his feet and was determined to be a good Samaritan, not even waiting for Melissa to explain the situation. There was an attractive woman desperate for sex, and that was all Sirius needed to know. "Liz is going to kill me," Melissa mumbled. Harry shrugged. It sounds like locating sex was her first priority, and ding ding ding, she struck gold. "Gold," Remus repeated doubtfully. "Well, asbestos anyway," Harry corrected. Melissa shook her head, not particularly wanting to know. "I don't believe we've met." "Sorry about that," Tonks said in sudden realization. "Melissa, you may remember my dad, Remus, and this sweet young hunk of man is named Harry." "I think you've made my godfather's night," Harry grinned in greeting. "Or Liz will soon." Melissa smiled weakly, before turning straight towards the ghostly form of Ginny. "And you are." Ginny let out an eep of surprise. "You can see me." "Crikey, Melissa," Tonks said, smacking her forehead. "I forgot that you're a squib." Recalling Melissa's question, Ginny answered, "I'm." "Ginny," Harry interrupted before he could stop himself. "That's Ginny." Melissa glanced between Harry and Ginny. "Is Ginny short for anything?" "Vaginy," Harry answered, immediately hopping his voice wouldn't crack. "It's short for vaginy." Melissa looked at Harry oddly. "Not Virginia." Ginny huffed. "Or Genevieve, Jennifer." Ginny harumphed. "Nope, she's our." Harry paused and furrowed his brow. "Vaginy." Sirius came running up to their table. "Melissa, it's been smashing seeing you again. Harry, you may want to stay on the other side of the manor tonight. Good evening, ladies." Sirius finished without wasting a single breath and hurried towards the door of the bar where Liz was waiting. Melissa tried not to think about what that meant. "So, Harry, is that short for anything?" Ginny scoffed at how unsubtle the squib was acting. "No, not short," Harry grinned proudly. "Personally, I think Harry's plenty long." Ginny turned and scoffed at Harry. "You're as shameless as your godfather," Melissa playfully mocked. "You never know," Harry countered. "I could be far more shameless." Melissa's eyes widened and she glanced at Tonks and Remus. She saw they were as amused as she was. "You're a wizard, right?" Harry just grinned and winked at her, as a pair of his magical arms began to massage her shoulders. "Oh, goodness," Melissa stumbled for a moment at how quickly she relaxed. She had to turn her head both ways to verify there wasn't anyone there. "Tonks, Remus, it was a pleasure seeing you again. Harry, I must admit, I'm a little worried about Liz. I think the best thing will be for you to take me back to your place." She closed her eyes and groaned softly at Harry's impromptu ministrations. "I think we'll catch up with you Lupins later," Harry stated as he got up and walked out with Melissa. "I couldn't even tell when he cast magic," Remus finally admitted, trying not to think about how quickly they'd been ditched. "What was Harry doing to her?" "No idea," Tonks shook her head and bit her bottom lip, "but I think I'd like to find out." The words of a disturbed and fanatical portrait come to mind. Remus groaned, not wanting details of his adopted daughter's sex life. "You're one to talk, filthy half-breed," Tonks retorted and stuck her tongue out playfully. "What do you think they're gonna do at the order meeting? Do they even know where we meet?" "I don't know," Remus answered. "But I think for the sake of plausible deniability, we're better off not knowing." Tonks sighed. "Maybe, but I bet that's not as fun." Harry slowly made his way down the stairs, still a little groggy getting up this early. "Good morning, Harry," Sirius boisterously greeted as he was inventorying the kitchen. "You're not a morning person, are you?" Harry asked fearfully. "It all depends on the night before, now doesn't it?" Sirius cheerfully retorted. "I hope you weren't too upset that I ditched you." "Certainly didn't seem it," Melissa smugly answered as she walked into the kitchen. Sirius saw the look on Melissa's face and glanced over at Harry, exorbitantly pleased with his godson. "Good morning, Melissa. I certainly didn't expect to see you so soon." "Uh," Melissa grimaced and looked to Harry helpfully. "He's a morning person." "Actually, I think he may still be drunk," Harry corrected, looking around the kitchen. "I see Creature cleaned this place up. We got anything for breakfast around here?" "If you mean food," Sirius said, looking in the last pair of cabinets in the row. "Then no." Melissa looked at Harry curiously. "What else would you?" "Don't ask," Harry shook his head. "I'd offer to run out and get something," Sirius shrugged. "But I don't really know my way around the neighborhood." "Just apparate somewhere in the alley," Harry suggested. "Wizarding restaurants can get your carry-out meals ready a lot faster than most Muggle places." Sirius' eyes bulged. Harry." Harry saw the worry on Sirius' face and glanced over at Melissa. He suddenly remembered with a wry smile. "That's right. You left too quickly last night before Melissa here spotted Ginny, and Tonks was kind enough to remind us that Melissa's a squib." Sirius nodding and understanding before asking, "Where is Ginny?" "She went away," Harry succinctly answered. Melissa shrugged. "I don't think she likes me much." "If I were to take a guess, I'd bet it was probably more of a matter she didn't like what you were doing to Harry more than it was you personally," Sirius offhandedly remarked. Harry sighed, having halfway expected something like that. Melissa clarified. "If you want to get technical, I think Harry was doing more things to me than I was doing." "Breakfast anyone," Harry interrupted. "Diego's okay," Sirius asked, looking at Harry and Melissa. Harry nodded and saw Melissa looked indifferent. "Make sure to get Muggle food, and we've got to watch what we say around Liz." "Who?" Sirius asked in confusion. "Oh, Merlin," Harry groaned while Melissa just goggled at Sirius. "That's her name, Sirius. Liz, 34C, up in your room still." "Huh," Sirius said with a smile. "You learn something new every day. All right, I'll be back with 4 breakfast platters. You might need to wake, what was her?" "Liz," Melissa angrily supplied. "Liz," Sirius repeated with a lecherous grin, leaving them to wonder if he was pretending to have forgotten her name just to irritate them. "You might want to wake her up. She went back to bed after calling in to take the morning off." "We got a phone?" Harry asked. Sirius shook his head. "She's got a mobile. Speaking of, we should probably get one of those. I mean, we just moved in, so not having a phone hooked up works for now. But it won't make much sense for too long." "I'm going to wake Liz," Melissa stated as she left them alone in the kitchen. "She may be able to take the morning off, but I can't." Harry watched Melissa glance over her shoulder back at him and grinned to himself. Sirius saw the extra sway Melissa was putting into her hips and the look she flashed at Harry. When she disappeared out of view, Sirius punched Harry playfully on the arm. "You dirty man-whore, you." "Like you're one to talk," Harry chided. "Liz who?" Sirius sighed, happily feeling like a part of his life was back in order. "Merlin, I missed you, James." The moment the name tumbled from his mouth, Sirius knew it was wrong. Harry could only arch an eyebrow at the obvious slip of the tongue. He was highly amused and planned to poke fun at Sirius for this later. Sirius shook his head. "Don't read too much into that. Okay, breakfast." Just before Sirius could apparate away, Harry added, "And get some good juice. I don't want pumpkin." "What's wrong with pumpkin juice?" "It tastes like pumpkins." "Fine," Sirius grumbled. "I'll get some Muggle juice, Harry." Remus and Tonks were sitting next to the 4 known members of the Potter family: James, Lily, James Jr., and Sarah. Tonks was having a whispered conversation with Sarah when the headmaster stood up and addressed the order. "Welcome, friends and allies," Albus began, looking towards all those assembled. "It pleases me when we get together because it is convenient and not out of necessity." "Sturgis," Albus inquired, "would you like to start us off with some good news?" Sturgis Podmore stood up and nodded at everyone. "Hagrid and I just got back from our annual visits with the Giants. All 4 leaders of the biggest clans all said the same thing. They would have said no if there even had been an inquiry from the Dark Lord. But there weren't any. That is good news, Albus agreed. And of the lesser clans. Sturgis shrugged. Vondel doubted any of them would support the Dark Lord. To do so may incur the wrath of the other giants who wish to stay neutral. He said it with a lot more grunts and perhaps a few shorter words, but that was the gist of it. Excellent, Albus said. And Grop? Doin' great, Hagrid answered enthusiastically. He's still datin' that strange Chang woman. Love comes in many forms, Albus wisely added. Emmeline, have we heard back from the vampires? Yes, Emmeline Vance answered. I had the misfortune of a surprise visit last week. Nothing has changed in their neutrality, and they still can't stop flirting like they're in the theater. And I have one personal message I'm supposed to deliver. Emmeline turned to the side to address the man standing in the corner. Julius said, Severus, stop writing. We're not going to turn you. She turned back towards the rest of the order and finished. That was it. Albus could sense the anger and humiliation in the potion's master and quickly continued. Thank you, Emmeline. Remus, have you heard anything? Remus was holding in his laughter at the face Severus Snape was making and shook his head. The only organized packs are all in Eastern Europe, and they'd contact me before dealing with the Dark Lord. Tonks, Albus turned to the metamorph magus. I don't know what details of your new assignment are classified, but is there anything you would like to share? Tonks' eyes widened and she glanced over at James, who only shrugged in response. Tonks began. All right. Thing is, a few days ago some blonde bird showed up in the Department of Mysteries. The Unspeakables weren't even sure where she came from, but she was asking a lot of curious questions about Lucius Malfoy. Everyone there was familiar with that name, as the man had bought his freedom too many times to count. James saw Tonks didn't want to give out too many details and continued for her. What's notable is that she stunned and obliviated 3 Unspeakables before escaping. And all we have to go on is a description of a young to middle-aged blonde woman who bears a passing similarity to Narcissa Malfoy, but more Vila-like. Tonks snorted at how large breasts consistently translated into Vila-like. So far, she's not really committed any crimes that we know of other than assault on ministry representatives when she escaped, but they got a lot of questions for her. The Department of Mysteries specifically requested Tonks for this job, James continued, indicating she was uniquely qualified for it and instructing us not to ask why that is. Any interest in voluntarily offering answers to questions I'm not going to ask. Tonks smiled and shook her head, knowing the real reason was because she knew Sirius, a recent confirmed dimension traveler. Sorry, it's a pretty cushy assignment and I don't want to mess it up. If there were any danger or relevant threat, Albus jumped in. I have no doubt Miss Lupin would inform us. Tonks nodded heartily. I know James has a Death Eater attack to report on, Albus announced, surprising many who hadn't even heard about one. But was there anyone else with something they wished to discuss? Mundungus Fletcher grunted and said, I heard some talk about worries on the other side, rumors that the Black family didn't just have a new head, but an actual lord. They are not just rumors, Albus answered, but that ties into what James has to say. James. James patted his confused son on the arm as he stood up. A couple days ago, 3 Death Eaters were going to put civilians under the Imperious Curse and attempt to burn down the post office in Diagon Alley. The reason this is the first most of you have heard of this is because it was thwarted before it ever got going. Was it Neville? A hopeful voice in the back called out. James Potter resisted the urge to groan at people jumping to conclusions. No, it was not Neville. Gordon Smith, a cousin from Austria of that Smith family, is a marked Death Eater now in custody. He put a young man under the Imperious Curse in preparation for the attack, only for the wizard to break the curse and subdue Mr. Smith rather severely. The other 2 Death Eaters immediately apparated away. Amos Diggory let out a low whistle. Breaking an Imperious is no simple task. Sounds like he pissed off the wrong guy. Considering how things worked out, I'd say he pissed off the right one, James countered. He continued a little pompously. I was called in because the young man was Lord Black. Now there were a few curious things about this, first being that with him was the— He paused just before saying the name, Sirius Black, that a few of us have met. Remus and Tonks were nodding, making no effort to hide that they knew all of this. What I still don't understand, but have managed to ascertain from the goblins, is that they are both, in fact, Lord Black. Sirius only received the title that morning. As fascinating as this is, Severus buted in, making no effort to hide his disdain. Do you have a point? James frowned at the immature man's antics and proceeded to ignore the interruption. The other Lord Black, who I believe is named Harry. Tonks and Remus were both nodding affirmatively, surprising James as he continued. He spoke of the Imperious with familiarity, not necessarily implying he was proficient at casting it, but at the very least the effects of being subjected to it. And after snapping the curse on him, rather than simply disarming Smith, he broke both of the man's wrists instantaneously. James saw he had their attention and added, without drawing his wand, saying a spell aloud, or even turning to face the Death Eater. Sweet, James Jr., said quietly, earning a chuckle from Remus. When I interviewed him afterwards, he was as calm and arrogant as you'd expect an ancient lord to be, James explained. And after interrogating Smith, I got the feeling this Harry had some power to back up his arrogance. Is he a threat? Arthur Weasley inquired. To Death Eaters, it sounds like, Dung answered, earning himself some chuckles. What do we know about this Lord Black, or the other one for that matter? Albus lifted a hand and answered. I myself met with Sirius Black a few weeks ago, as he bore such an uncanny resemblance to the one many of us remember. Albus was unconsciously stroking his beard. But the man I met with had eyes far more haunted than should be. They still sparkled with mirth, but he has clearly lived through horrors. The unspeakables are notoriously tight-lipped, but I managed to gather that they understood why his eyes seemed so weathered. Given their attitude towards him, I surmised that they have no worries of him joining the Dark Lord. I perceived his attitude to be far more in line with the Sirius Black we remember than with some of the other members of the Black family. I believe Remus can tell us more. Remus was expecting this and explained. I'd consider both Sirius and Harry friends. I can assure you all there's no chance they'd ever join the Dark Lord. Would they be interested in joining the Order? Lily spoke up to ask. That was why I had approached Sirius to meet with him, Albus answered. You approached him. Moody snapped, wondering what Albus was doing with so few precautions. Albus nodded. There's undoubtedly a reason the unspeakables are involved with him at all. What'd he say? Lily asked. Albus smiled sadly. I got the feeling he was sick of fighting and seeing friends die. He was not particularly receptive despite lacking direction in his life. But I do not know about the other one, Harry. Tonks leaned back and grinned. Something tells me whichever way one of those Lord Blacks goes, so goes the other. It's this way. No, it's this way. What are you talking about? You've never even been here. I can see the wards from here. Oh, Sirius said, looking in the direction Harry was pointing. Maybe it is that way. Harry closed his eyes and sighed. How did you talk me into this? The Order meeting just started, and we know this place is going to be empty for at least an hour. You've got Potter blood and should be able to open up the safe. Cheer up, Harry, Sirius grinned as he began the trek towards number 3 Godric's Hollow. This will be fun. And how much ward-breaking experience do you have? Sirius paused for a moment before continuing. Let's not quibble over the details. Harry stopped right in front of the first layer of wards next to Sirius. This isn't asking for trouble at all, now is it? Awa, come on, Sirius grinned. It's not like Voldemort is going to show up and bounce a killing curse off your forehead, right? Harry sighed once more and was looking at all the layers of wards in front of them. I'm going to get you back for that, you know. I know. All right, let's do this. Chapter 6. Now's your last chance to do the smart thing, Harry said, taking a closer look at the wards in front of them. I'm insulted you even have to ask. Sorry, Padfoot, Harry said, patting the man on the back. I should know better than to accuse you of being smart. Your mum and Mooney used to try the same stuff, but I never gave in to their peer pressure. Harry grinned at his godfather. I see 3 different sets of wards. Any ideas on how you want to get around them? Killing curse. Harry turned towards Sirius, scratching his head. Let's try this again. Any ideas on how we can get past the wards without setting them off? All right, fine, Sirius grumbled and cast a spell over his eyes. The first ward is line-based, and it appears to be muggle repelling and a wizard detection, right? Harry was impressed, and it showed on his face. I know a thing or two, Sirius said, pretending to be offended. I wouldn't have suggested this if I didn't think we might pull it off. I'm just surprised you even know the difference between a line-based ward and an area ward. I've cast a few different area wards over the Slytherin table and hallway in my day, Sirius explained while experimenting on the ward. I'm stronger than Mooney, and Prongs has always been a bit accident-prone. That's why back in the day, the bigger wards were almost all my work. And Wormtail. Wormtail, Sirius bit the inside of his cheek. He used to be a good lookout. Aha, that's it, you took your potion. Harry nodded. Sirius focused on a simple, fuzzy tennis ball and transfigured Harry, and all the things on his person, into the singular small inanimate object. With a pop, he transformed into a large black dog. He picked up the tennis ball in his mouth and calmly walked across the first ward set protecting the Potter's home. He set the tennis ball down and with a pop transformed back into the healthy adult wizard. He sent the transfiguration reversal at the tennis ball, revealing a surprised Harry. I was conscious through that, Harry exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, Sirius nodded. Have you never used a Norton's brew? Harry shook his head. Oh, they're great, Sirius explained. I'm sure you know most of the common effects, but essentially it just makes your body far more receptive to magic. Spells cast on you are far more effective, especially if you're helping them along. All spells? Sirius shrugged. Just about. So be careful, pain spells are all magnified. With the boosted effect on you from the Nortons, as long as I'm casting it and I want you to keep your mind, if you're fully accepting the spell, then it leaves you conscious. We've used that for spying before, but you can't stay that way for too long. So to get past the barrier ward, you turned me into an inanimate object and you into a dog. Neither affected by muggle repelling, nor detected as a wizard, Harry said, looking at the ward they had passed through. You're not too bad at this. Why don't you start pulling your weight and get us through the second one? Fair enough, Harry grinned, stepping up to inspect the ward. It was much thicker than the first, and Harry could see it was a compound ward. Here goes nothing. Harry located the anchor stone and sent a feedback loop into 2 different parts of the ward. The visible domes of magic expanded and brightened. Sirius took a step back as everything brightened. Did you just strengthen those? Yeah, I suppose I did, but this set is a compound ward. I was trying to separate the parts so we could identify them all and deal with them in smaller groups. Go Harry, Sirius grinned. I think you know more about wards than I do. Area wards for apparition and portkey, Harry announced. It's possible we're keyed considering our counterparts, but for now we're just going to ignore those. It's this barrier ward for dark magic that may be a problem. Harry dropped to a knee and took a deep breath. In case I get dizzy. Harry sent a spell down a magical arm and into the anchor stone. A large, dark purple box flared brightly, revealing the walls went dozens of feet up, capped by a ceiling at the top, but only a couple feet into the ground. Harry stood up and let out his breath. Lovely. I bet it's for keeping out Death Eaters, but a lot of times my scar will set these types off. Considering our intentions, any sort of emotional detection could pick up on that too, Sirius mused. Think we can overpower it enough to jump through? Yeah, but let's not, Harry said. You see those dark wards in the inner set? Sirius nodded. Those are goblin wards, Harry explained. All these others are just defensive and alert-oriented. Goblin wards are completely different and most of the time very nasty. We're going to need our strength for overpowering those. You can't get past them. I don't know, that's the thing, Harry said with a shrug. We could be able to safely walk past them without ever triggering, or we could walk through them, and they choose to kill us in a very messy manner. Overpowering that one sounds good to me, Sirius said. So how do we get past this purple one? It'd definitely detect magic, so transfiguring ourselves won't work, nor would the doggy side of you, Harry explained. It's only a little bit into the ground, so how about a ward push? Sirius shook his head. Never heard of it, sounds good though. I'm basically just trying to lift the edge and we'll sneak in under it, Harry said, summoning a couple of twigs. He cast a basic barrier ward, tying its ends to the sticks. Using a pair of his magical arms, he was pushing his makeshift barrier ward up against the large purple walls. Sirius watched as it slowly rose out of the ground, until the two sticks finally got directly underneath the wall. Harry was sweating and pulling up the edge of the thick ward set. It was arching around the edges of his barrier, straining against the invading ward. There, Harry whispered in between breaths. That's as high as I'm going to push it. You've got to stay low. Sirius dropped to his knees and saw he'd still need to crouch to get under it. He turned back at Harry before crawling. Are you gonna be okay? Harry nodded. It's not magically tiring, just physically. Go. Sirius hurried and crawled through. He stood up on the other side, looking through the translucent purple wall. He watched as Harry dropped to his knees and proceeded to crawl underneath, while the ward set appeared to be getting heavier. Sirius grabbed a hold of his godson's arm and pulled him through and to his feet. Harry accepted the help and let his simple barrier ward collapse, the two twigs falling to the ground lifelessly as the purple box flared angrily, snapping back into position. Thanks. When did you get so good at wards? Horcrux hunting, Harry explained as they walked towards the final inner set of wards bearing all the brown, murky signs of goblin magic. Voldemort put a fair amount of effort into protecting his little toys with lots of devious and dangerous traps. Hermione and I both were quick learners out of necessity. You hunted for his toys. By toys, I was referring to the pieces of his soul that he'd split off, and whose continued existence meant for all intents and purposes he was immortal. Oh, those toys. Yup, Harry said. Have you ever tried to flood a goblin ward? Sirius shook his head. Me neither, Harry admitted. And something tells me it's going to be pretty tiring. Did you pack some pepper up? I got one, Sirius said. You going to need it? Harry shook his head. I brought 4 of them. 4, that kill you. Probably, yeah. I took 3 doses once over the course of about an hour and a half. Woke up 8 days later with a muggle catheter in me. Madame Pomfrey was trying to discourage me from getting hurt so frequently. Needless to say, I'll never do that again. I brought 2 doses for each of us, in case you forgot. Sirius checked his watch. 20 minutes, 40 left. How are we going to overpower this one? You know how to share your power with me. Sirius nodded. You've got the Nortons brew in you, though, so you gotta be careful you don't drain me completely dry. With the Nortons, you'll be able to sap unconsciously. Harry nodded and connected with the nearest goblin keystone. Anytime. Sirius cast a pooling spell and felt Harry start to drain magic from him. Harry was feeding as much as he could smoothly straight into the keystone. The wards were sharpening in focus and flashing white. All right, it's starting to flood it. We need to jump through during one of the white flashes. It may feel funny. Sirius nodded and saw the flashes were steadily increasing and lasting longer each time the white appeared. He glanced over at Harry and received a nod in return. The very next flash, Sirius lunged forward and hopped through the visible white energy barrier. His senses all flared, and it felt as if he were being electrocuted for a split second. Harry jumped through on the very next flash. Slowly, Sirius felt his magic replenishing as Harry stopped drawing from him. He let the pooling spell dissipate and drank the pepper up he'd brought with him. Harry downed a vial after seeing Sirius drink his. You all right? Sirius nodded. That wasn't too bad. Harry's attention was drawn to the left side of the modest-sized cottage. What's that? Sirius shook his head. No idea, but whatever's in there is warded pretty tightly. Harry glanced back at the manor, and then the glowing, warded and obscured area. "Want a peek?" Sirius nodded and began to hike towards the wards at the edge of the woods. As he got closer, he saw brown intermixed with yellow wards. "Those look like goblin wards from here." "Yup," Harry agreed. "Looks like it's got some newer strengthening charms that get regular maintenance." "We going to overpower this one too?" Harry shook his head. "We just need past the obscuring field so we can see what's in there. We don't have to actually cross the rest of the wards." Harry located the anchor and felt his way around it, identifying the obscuring spell. He looped the connection back into itself, and the obscured area darkened and shrunk slightly. Whoops, wrong way. Sirius just watched Harry staring down at the magical anchor stone. Harry flipped the two ends of the loop around, and the obscuring ward lightened to a cool gray, expanding outward just a few inches more than the other wards anchored with it. "Careful you don't cross the other wards, but we can stick our heads through the first ward safely," Harry said before thrusting forward through the gray barrier. "Whoa." Sirius followed Harry's lead and just lent his upper body through the ward. Gulping gargoyles, what the hell happened here? Blackened, scorched ground that was still steaming surrounded a tree so dead and hollow, it looked like a skeleton. Dry branches snaked upwards, swirling counterclockwise from the bone-white barbed trunk. Harry was staring at the ground just in front of the tree from which all this death seemed to spread. The wound on the ground was practically screaming ancient magic. Harry turned towards Sirius. "I think I might know what this is." Sirius shook his head, realizing he'd been entranced just looking at the decaying soil and tree. "What?" "I think this may be where I died." Sirius agreed only briefly before indignantly arguing. "Why's it gotta be where you died? Why couldn't it be like this because this is where I died?" Harry leaned back away from the ward and patted Sirius on the top of the head. "I suppose anything's possible." "You were a baby and apparently not the one in the prophecy," Sirius argued, sticking his head back in the ward to look at the small piece of desolation. "This is obviously the death of a far more promising and powerful young man who fought back valiantly." "Oh, really? No ancient archways of death you could have tripped and fallen into around here?" "You'd better hope not," Sirius joked back. "You've tripped and fallen into just as many." "Seen enough?" Harry asked, pointing towards the warded area. Sirius nodded. "Yeah, let's get my wand and out of here before they get back." Harry removed the loop from the anchor stone, and the obscuring ward darkened and shrunk down to its normal size. He grabbed a twig off the ground and hurried after Sirius. Sirius figured the front door might be protected from an unlocking charm, but doubted they'd bothered to ward the window. A whispered Alohomora and Sirius was hopping through the frame and into the darkened living room. "Sirius," Harry whispered forcefully, "at least disillusion yourself in case there are portraits." "Good point," Sirius agreed and tapped the top of his head, casting the spell. "If things are like I remember, then the only wizarding portrait is an old great-uncle in the dining room who watches the flue and delivers messages." Harry had already disillusioned himself as he too climbed up into the living room. "Where are we going?" "There's a safe in the floor of James' study," Sirius said as he crept towards the stairs. "What you doin' here, boy?" A frightened little female house elf squeaked loudly. "Crap," Sirius blurted out immediately. "How'd you get in here?" the elf demanded, shaking her little finger and holding herself with a bit more confidence. Harry knew the elf could pop out of the way of any spell it saw coming. Knowing the easy solution, he snaked an invisible arm around behind the elf, stunning her before she even took notice of the magic in the air. "Sirius, how many house elves do they have?" "Just the one," Sirius weakly answered. "Suppose I should have mentioned her earlier." "That would have required remembering her before, and that appears to be asking too much." "Nuts," Sirius said, looking at the elf. "I don't suppose you know how to memory charm a house elf." Harry smirked at Sirius. "You do know how to memory charm a house elf." Harry stunned the elf again for good measure. "It's not that different from memory charming anyone else, but we should keep her stunned for now and obliviate her before we leave. You sure there aren't any other surprises you've neglected to mention? Mooney said they bought the elf when Lily was pregnant with James Jr., and Sarah was still in diapers. Forgive me for not remembering an elf I'd never met. Harry followed quickly behind the disillusioned form of his godfather. The magical sight spell made him easy to follow, and they arrived in the study of James Potter. Harry laid the unconscious house elf onto the couch while Sirius unrolled the rug covering the floor. A large stone square lay flush with the hardwood floors. This was the magical safe. There was no visible door, nor any handle, knob, or settings at all. Just the Potter family crest was carved in relief onto the stone. Harry looked at the solid stone block. You do know I've never seen this before and have no clue how to open it. Sirius realized he'd been staring at Harry and waiting on him. Sorry, you can try just sticking your hand on the crest, but you may need a drop of blood. Harry placed his hand over the crest and pushed down. He knocked on it, and it felt like solid stone. He used his new ash wand with a unicorn hair and pricked his finger, letting a couple drops fall onto the shield in the Potter crest. Harry saw nothing happening and looked up at Sirius. Did I just cut myself for no reason? Sirius sighed. Muggleborns. Sirius raised a hand before Harry could retort. I know, you're not, but you might as well be. Try putting your hand on it now. Harry placed his hand over the crest and looked back at his godfather. Great, now I'm getting blood all over my hand. Sirius was looking at magical safe accusingly. That should have opened it. Well, it didn't. Have you even asked it to open? A soft rustle of air blew out as the stone surface dissolved, revealing a compartment far larger than possible without magic. Oh, Harry said in lieu of an apology. Merlin, there's a lot of crap in here, Sirius said, peering into the safe. A Keo wand, Harry incanted. A 12-inch driftwood wand came zooming out from the underneath a couple old tapestries. Sirius lunged forward and grabbed the wand he'd missed so much. Just like the time he first purchased it at Ollivander's, silver sparks and a black mist slowly emitted out from the driftwood wand tip. That's the stuff. Harry was looking at Sirius' wand closely and began to transfigure the stick he'd brought with him. He lightened the wood tone, shaped it to resemble the wand, and coated it with a thin layer of lacquer. Think this'll pass for it. Sirius held his wand up next to it. Nice work. We don't want to advertise the fact that anything is missing, Harry explained as he began to push the fake replacement wand further down into the safe. He repositioned the tapestries to cover up the duplicate. Shall we go? Sirius nodded when he saw Harry frowning at him. What? How do we close the safe? Same way you open it, Sirius answered without pause. Harry scrunched his face in concentration. He exhaled tiredly. I'm asking it to close. I'm ordering it to close. I'm willing it to close. It's not closing. Sirius frowned. Maybe you need to bleed on it again. Bleed on what exactly? Oh, Sirius said, looking into the lidless block turned magical safe. Harry just stared at Sirius silently. After 10 quiet seconds, Harry suggested, maybe it's just a time-delayed thing and it'll close on its own. Sirius stood there silently for a moment, waiting on a bright idea to strike or for the safe to miraculously close. When it seemed neither was going to happen, he said, I'm sure that's it. Just needs time. The pair of them stared at the safe for another minute in silence. You're sure you? I'm still ordering it to close right now. Sirius glanced at his watch. We're already going to be pushing it time-wise. He swished around his new wand and directed it at the rolled-up rug. The rug unfurled and covered up the still wide-open magical safe. Why don't you obliviate the elf? We've got to work our way back through the wards. I was thinking about that, Harry said, moving over towards the unconscious house elf. Most homes don't have any restrictions on the outgoing flu, only on the incoming. I say we sneak past the portrait and just flew somewhere public. Sirius was getting a headache keeping this magical sight spell on. He just nodded, looking forward to canceling the disillusionment and oculomagy spell. Works for me. Harry left the elf with the memories it expected to have this evening, only that it had done some work and that there were no visitors. The two Lord Blacks, disillusioned and silenced, crept into the dining room and saw the portrait was audibly snoring. Harry cast a slight obscuration charm in front of the portrait to keep it from waking up and spotting any flashes from the fireplace. Sirius went first, and Harry sent a finishing spell at the obscuration charm, moments before the flu took him as well. The pair landed disillusioned and covered in soot at the leaky cauldron. One pop right after the other, and they both had apparated back to Grimmauld Place. Sirius let out a tired breath and collapsed onto the couch after vanishing the dust from his robes. That was fun. "If there is no other business to discuss," Albus said, "I think that shall conclude this evening's meeting. James, Remus, Tonks, would you mind staying for a moment?" All 4 Potters and both Lupins had not even got up when the other Order members began to trickle out of the meeting hall. "I wondered if perhaps there was anything more you'd like to share about the Lords Black that you might not have wanted all the other ears to hear." "Stuffy, arrogant purebloods, what's there to say?" James snidely remarked. "Their politics could work to our advantage," Albus explained. "Since they carry the title of Lord, they can reassign their representatives to themselves or others." "Their politics?" Tonks asked, slightly uncomfortable at the idea of political power in those particular hands. "The Black family has a seat on the Wisengamot and the Hogwarts Board of Governors," Albus explained. "The other thing I didn't want to bother too many people with was a curious meeting with Mr. Ollivander." James suddenly jumped to his feet in surprise. He turned towards Albus and frowned. "Excuse me, Albus, it appears someone just exited via the flue at our place. Lily, you stay here until I get back." Albus looked thoughtful. "Would you like my assistance?" James shook his head. "It's probably just someone got lost and left right away." "We'll go with you," Remus said as Tonks stood next to him. James nodded, mentally choosing to portkey to his bedroom rather than use the flue. "I'm sure it's nothing. Grab on." Remus and Tonks shared a glance and put their hands on James as he activated his portkey. "There was no one here when we left," James explained in whispers while immediately checking his bedroom for signs of intrusion. "And the wards never detected anyone breaking in, only that the flue was triggered outbound. 2 times in a matter of seconds." He led the way out of his bedroom, creeping through the eerily quiet home. The 3 of them worked in formation with James in the lead. He was repeatedly casting diagnostic spells that would sense other people even by heat signatures, and was searching for any new magic. They'd worked their way to the fireplace in the dining room without incident. James looked around and saw absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. He relaxed finally and loosened the grip on his wand. "Whoever it was didn't seem to do anything and are gone now. See if you guys can find anything. I'm going to check out the ward anchors." Remus nodded solemnly at James and went to check on Peter Potter, the snoozing portrait there in the dining room. He heard James exit out the back door to check out the wards and turned to see his daughter fighting a chuckle. "I can't believe those buggers would do this," Remus cursed, "and stop finding this funny." "What do you think they did?" Tonks asked, amusement clear in her expression. "I've no idea. That couch leech is childish enough to go to a lot of effort for some elaborate prank, but even he should know better than break into the bloody assistant director's home with a bloody dark lord on the loose," Remus snapped. "James and Lily are going to be worried sick for no good reason." "Well, let's allay their worries then," Tonks said, mocking her adoptive father. She knew she was keyed in and grabbed a handful of flue powder. She chucked it in and said, "Lupin's loft." As the flue began to activate, she let herself get just barely sucked in and apparated right back to the Potters' dining room. A split second later, another pop sounded James' sudden arrival. "Did you just?" Tonks raised her hand. "That was me, playing with it. Considering nothing seems damaged, missing, or cursed, I'm guessing you might have a loose connection, or maybe a couple of the mics are doing some maintenance on the flue system close enough to trigger your sensors. If I were you, I'd think about changing your address in the off chance it was bad guys testing your wards. Sounds like they held up though, right?" "The wards are all up and functioning. They look to be as strong as they've ever been in decades." James nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you're probably right. I'll go get Lily and the kids. Let them know it was a false alarm. James activated his portkey to the Order headquarters, leaving the two Lupins alone again. That was well done, Remus said, smiling at his daughter. I was raised a marauder, Tonks said with her chin held high. You always must be ready to lie and cover for your mates, even if it means pretending to have testicular cancer. Remus had not heard this one and raised a curious eyebrow. Some people will believe anything you tell them about a metamorph magus. James Jr., followed by his mother and then father, all came exiting out the flue. Hiya, Uncle Mooney, James Jr., greeted just as the grandfather clock in the living room chimed the hour. Oh crap, I gotta hurry. He ran up the stairs towards his bedroom while both of his parents chuckled at his antics. Thanks, guys, Lily said, squeezing Tonks' hand. Have you eaten? There should be a few slices of cobbler left. Peach, Tonks asked hopefully. Blackberry. Ooh, Tonks exhaled happily. Even better. Remus grinned. Well, if you're twisting my arm. Nappy, Lily firmly called out. With a pop, the Potter family house elf appeared. Yes, Miss Lily. Nappy, James blurted out, having forgotten about her. Massa, Nappy said, turning towards James. Did you see anyone tonight? Or hear them? James inquired, having completely overlooked the sentient being that had been at home. No, sir, Nappy said, shaking her head. Is a juice been doin' my cleanin', Massa? I didn't hear nuffin'. James felt a little more secure already. No one in the dining room or using the flue. No, sir, Nappy assured him with smile. She was rubbing her chin in thought. But Isa been a singin' and a hummin' while Isa workin'. Miss Lily said I could do dat. You have such a beautiful singing voice, Nappy, Lily assured the diminutive creature. She recalled the reason she'd first summoned the elf. I just wanted to make sure we had some cobbler left. Blackberry, yes'm. Would Chew like me to get Chew faux slices? No, thank you, Nappy, Lily said with a smile. We'll help ourselves. Is a gonna clean out the fireplace now then, Nappy said, waddling her way over towards the hearth. The group of four thanked the small elf and went to the kitchen for some dessert. Remus was at the rear of the group and saw Nappy had grabbed her little house elf-sized mop and was pushing it back and forth, singing quietly to herself. Day after day, workin' faux massa, massa gonna sell me, less I start workin' fassa, oh day after day, workin' faux massa. Her little voice trailed off as Remus entered the kitchen, thinking Nappy was almost as odd as creature. They finished off the rest of the cobbler and chatted amiably for over half an hour. Remus and Tonks bid them good night and apparated away rather than to dirty the sparkling clean fireplace. James was thinking about all the paperwork he still had to finish on the two new ancient lords. He was brought out of his musings when he stepped into the middle of the rug in his study. He and the rug had slowly sunk all the way up to his waist into the Potter magical safe. What the hell? The adrenaline, the excitement, the lightheaded feeling you get when you finally turn off your magical sight spell, Sirius argued in between the last bites of his supper. Admit it. Harry, that was fun. Harry couldn't have stopped the smile from splitting across his face. Maybe a little. A little schmittle, Sirius waved off Harry's understatement. You know more than me about that stuff, but we make a good team. What say we hit a wizarding bar and pick us up a couple of wenches? Why are you in such a hurry? Harry argued, sitting back, patting his full belly after their large meal. Unless someone already has their eye on something, Sirius said, before turning to look around the various tables in Diego's. He turned back towards his godson. Harry nodded over Sirius' left shoulder. Dark hair over there I've caught starring this way twice already. Not sure about the ogre she's with. Sirius glanced over his shoulder and had to stifle a snort. The ogre in question just caught the raven-haired woman smiling at Harry and grabbed her to get up and leave. Damn, Harry said softly, as the attractive woman was sidelong apparated away. Harry, do you really not know who that was? Harry shook his head. That ogre, as you call him, was Stephen Parkinson, or Baron Parkinson in most circles. That was Parkinson? Harry asked, having never met the man in his dimension, and only knew he had been friends with Malfoy. Blimey, I didn't know Pansy had a hot older sister. She may not, Sirius chuckled. That was Pansy's hot older mum. Harry's eyes widened. A devious glimmer appeared in his eyes. Parkinson's a Death Eater, right? Sirius shrugged. Don't know for sure, but he definitely associates with the type. Was he one in our old dimension? Harry noticed Sirius had readily accepted this as their new dimension, not a new dimension. To be honest, I don't know. Never met him, but I'd always pretty much assumed. Harry was obviously deep in thought as his eyes kept twinkling despite the dangerous smile on his face. All right, what's that look mean? Harry acted completely innocent. What look? That look, Sirius insisted, pointing at Harry. The one that says you're up to something. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. I was just thinking about how we've got to pay that 134 galleon overdue notice before they'll reconnect our flu. And then I was thinking about tonight. You're right, we do make a good team, and it was definitely fun. Sirius narrowed his eyes. What are you up to? Harry glanced around the restaurant, ensuring no one was paying them either too much or too little attention. What would you think about maybe doing something like tonight again? Sirius furrowed his brow. You want to steal from Prong some more. I know a thing or two about tempting fate, and that's just not a particularly bright idea. Harry shook his head slowly, urging Sirius to catch his meaning. Not from Prongs. Sirius took a moment to process what Harry was implying when his eyes widened in hope. Don't you tease me about this. We could use the money. Harry, you better not be playing with me. We've got a little leeway, thanks to our ass-backwards noble status. I swear to Merlin, if you're suggesting what I think you are, the answer is yes, yes, 1,000,000 times yes. Not just anyone, Harry insisted determinedly as he leaned forward. Death Eaters. Sirius glanced over his shoulder where Parkinson had formerly been. I love you, Harry, I really do. I mean, once we've confirmed they are in fact Death Eaters, Harry rationalized aloud. It's kinda like we'd be doing a public service, right? Sirius couldn't help it and sniffled as he turned away in joy. Damn bug just flew in my eye. Chapter 7. Master. Harry slowly opened his eyes, trying to remember everything that happened last night. He felt Creature gently nudging him. Blah. Master, the half-breed is at the back door and he brought his mudblood with him. Harry sensed the naked woman lying next to him stiffen in fear. He placed a calming hand on her hip and rubbed gently, trying to assure her. Let them in, Harry instructed the elf. They are always welcome here, even when we're out. Creature was still confused, but nodded in agreement. Would you like some breakfast, Master? That sounds wonderful, Creature, Harry said. Check with our guests, but I believe there should be 6 of us eating. Creature popped away to do as ordered. He still hadn't figured out what to make of his new masters. Good morning, Katie. Katie Bell looked up at the Lord Black uncomfortably. Last night had been wonderful, and she never even considered the idea that he might be a Death Eater or blood purist. Good morning. Harry rolled over to face her and smiled crookedly. Don't mind our peculiar elf's cute little nicknames. He was simply raised that way. Katie relaxed momentarily, only to be startled by the magnified voice of a werewolf. What the hell were you guys thinking? Harry quickly cast a sonorous charm around his throat and replied. We have guests, Remus. A little decorum would be welcome, if you please. A slightly quieter, muffled voice called back. Sorry. Harry smiled at Katie warmly. I suppose we should. A muffled crash interrupted him, quickly followed by the voice of an Auror. Damn it. Harry snickered. That would be Auror Tonks tripping over the umbrella stand. You can stay for breakfast, can't you? Crap, Katie blurted out, sitting up quickly. My sister's going to be worried sick. I told her I would flu her if I was staying out overnight. Harry winced. We haven't gotten ourselves hooked up to the flu yet, but if you want to borrow my owl, you're welcome to. Katie leaned forward to snag a passionate morning kiss, curious how Harry's morning breath would taste. She found it to be surprisingly pleasant. That'd be great. The door to Harry's bedroom swung open, and Kid Killer Majee flew right in to perch on the headboard. You're a pretty smart one, aren't you? Harry said, looking at his owl. The owl just gave Harry a condescending look and stuck out his leg towards the nude young woman. Katie was pleased to see a common muggle pen and some paper nearby, and quickly scribbled a note assuring her sister that she was fine. She handed it to the owl that flew out the bedroom door and down the hallway. We're still here. Tonk's voice carried up towards the bedroom in a particularly unsubtle reminder. Harry chuckled at Tonk's impatience as both he and Katie got dressed. There was a persistent tapping while they put their scourgified clothes back on that caused Harry to notice his owl was just sitting on Sirius' doorknob, pecking the door every few seconds. Kid killer. The owl turned towards Harry and then back at the door, banging its beak on the wooden door. Is something wrong with Sirius? The owl just pecked on the door again. As Harry approached, it flew up and landed on his shoulder. Harry waved Katie back, drew his wand, and slowly stuck his head into the other master bedroom of Grimmauld Place. The owl was just about to launch into the room when Harry pulled right back and slammed the door closed. Harry tried to calm the agitated owl on his shoulder. He turned back to the bewildered young bell woman and smiled. Found your sister. Harry grabbed the letter from Kid Killer Magee and handed it back to Katie. No need to mail her. How about that breakfast? Oh, Katie said softly in confusion. She repeated louder in realization. Oh, are they? Yup. Right now. Yup. Okay, Katie said, turning to go down the stairs. I don't think I want eggs anymore. Fair enough, Harry said, knowing not to judge. I'm guessing they just recast a silencing charm and never heard our earlier discussion with Remus and... Still here, Tonks yelled loudly from downstairs again. Tonks, Harry finished unnecessarily. She sounds cheery, Katie added, walking with Harry down the stairs. Tonks, Remus, Harry greeted. I'd like you to meet Katie Bell. We'll give the other two a little more time before sending Creature in after Sirius, and... Harry peeked at the note still in Katie's hand. Melody, Katie supplied before Harry could. Melody, Harry agreed. That's a pretty name. You don't have to hit on everything, Tonks grumbled. Harry grinned and added, It's not nearly as pretty as your name, Nymphadora. Harry frowned in surprise when she failed to throw a hissy fit. Tonks smirked. You really want to start the name game, little boy who's something. Harry commented, realizing Tonks hadn't even done any pig snouts or other goofy metamorph transformations aside from flirting. It appeared growing up with Remus taught her how to take a joke better, and more than likely how to get revenge better. No, I think I'll pass on that game. Thank you, though. With only a pop, the dining table filled with breakfast foods. Creature, Harry called out, waiting for the house elf to appear. Is everything all right, Master? Harry turned to the oddly well-behaved elf. This all looks great. Harry leaned down to talk quieter. I just wanted to make sure none of this is the poisoned food. Creature felt hope for the future blossom in his cold, black heart. Not this time, Master, but I can poison some desserts if you like. I'll keep that in mind, but not today. Creature nodded with a smile and popped away. Eat up, Harry announced, passing the eggs away from Katie. We're not going to wait for the others, Remus asked. Harry looked at Katie shrewdly. That's a good question. How long do you think we should wait before sending Creature in after them? I say send him now, Katie said with a shrug. Does Sirius or Melody need to sleep in? Remus wondered. They're not sleeping now, Harry said with an indicative shake of his head. Remus nodded in understanding. Tonks answered, Yeah, I think now sounds good. Creature, Harry called out once more, beckoning the elf. Harry turned towards the others. How should we do this? Katie looked confused while Remus suggested, ice water. Bullhorn, Tonks offered. Katie saw the others turn to her and shrugged, quietly and calmly. Harry shook his head in amazement at the sheer audacity of Katie's suggestion. He turned to the elf. Tell Sirius and Melody we're having breakfast. If you have to slap Sirius with a fish a few times to get his attention, then please feel free. But no messing with Melody. Certainly, Master, Creature popped away. Slap him with a fish, Tonks asked with a grin. Harry shrugged. Ice Water and Bullhorn felt a bit uninspired. With a pop, a shirtless Sirius apparated right next to Harry. What the hell? Good morning, Lord Black, Harry greeted. Sirius' anger disappeared automatically every time Harry addressed him with the honorific. Damn it! Sirius couldn't help but grin. Morning, Katie, Tonks, Remus. Did you tell that demented elf to do that? Harry shrugged. I might have offered a suggestion on one way to grab your attention. Stab me in the ass with a swordfish. Harry looked at others and frowned. We may need to be exceedingly precise in our instructions to Creature. Yeah, I wouldn't trust him not to poison the food, Sirius agreed just before apparating back to his bedroom. Sirius got dressed and came down to breakfast with Melody a notable 10 minutes later. They ate a pleasant meal before the two Lord Blacks walked the Bell sisters out back, where they could apparate out safely. Melody put forth an effort to kiss Sirius goodbye and leave him with a lasting memory. Katie took that as a challenge and decided to kiss Harry goodbye even harder with her legs wrapped around his waist. As soon as the two women apparated away, Tonks and Remus were on the Dimension Travelers like hawks. What the hell were you doing in the Potter's safe? Oh, a crap, Sirius grumbled. They know. Nice work on remembering to act innocent, Sirius, Harry muttered back at him. Mr. Stick-Up-the-Arse noticed. He fell into his open safe, Tonks chuckled. That's one of the poorest examples of covering your tracks I've ever heard of. Remus was looking at them suspiciously. What were you doing in there? Why break in? Sirius pulled out his old wand and wiggled it between his fingers. Wanted to get this. You could have just asked him, Remus pointed out with a frown. Well, that wouldn't have been any fun, Sirius retorted. He doesn't suspect us, does he? Remus shook his head. I don't know how you guys got in without triggering their wards, but he felt 2 instances of outbound flu. We went to inspect and found nothing. A few hours later, he walks into his study. Tonks was chuckling to herself. It was the funniest bunch of conclusions those Potters kept drawing. Because an old family blood-warded safe is practically impenetrable, James knew only Potter blood and a willing Potter could have opened it. Lily didn't know how they could have gotten past the wards, because even the Potters register when they cross them, and they're certain no one was home when they left. Something James Jr. said led Lily to believe he had been playing with a time turner, or time somehow, in his room when they got home. James grounded him for illegally going back in time in his room, because according to James, that's the only way someone could have gotten through their wards without triggering them. James Jr. protested his innocence, Remus explained. Claimed he didn't do anything like that. Then Lily went off on the theories of Odenberg, all about how when people go back in time and cause catastrophic problems that would destroy the natural timeline, then magic fixes the problem and erases the memory of the culprit. So James then is still grounding James Jr. for the rest of summer, Tonks continued. And James Jr. basically admits that all must be true, but since he has no memory of it and they can't prove he did it, then he shouldn't be punished for something that without knowledge or memory of has any affect on his character. He argued it's the same as punishing him for contemplating a course of action, not taking one. Remus rolled his eyes. With the mystery solved and James Jr. guilty but obliviated by magic, I think it's safe to say that no, they do not suspect you guys. Tonks snickered. But they're going to check the next few days' worth of wizarding and muggle news to make sure James Jr. didn't do anything else untoward while he was at the Order meeting. Harry and Sirius had just been giving each other goofy smiles throughout the two Lupins' explanations. Sirius snickered. Merlin, wizards will believe anything. Yeah, Harry agreed, nudging his godfather on the arm. I even knew a couple best friends who'd both believed that the other was a Death Eater in the face of absolutely no evidence indicating so. Sirius glanced at Remus and shrugged. In fairness, he is a werewolf. Conventional wisdom says I'm allowed a little leeway. Remus saw Harry and Sirius look at him and shook his head. Oh, hell no. I'm not taking any blame for the things that pedophile did. I'm the good Remus. I never wrongly assumed any of my best friends were traitors. Sirius smirked at Tonks. And do you know what else the so-called good Remus never did? Tonks and Remus both groaned while Sirius slapped the back of his neck. "Damn it, Harry, stop pinching me. I didn't even say it." A couple of days later, Sirius and Harry began the real groundwork on their new jobs. They didn't have the money for an invisibility cloak, nor any of the illegal ward-breaking toys Harry wanted. Sirius made first contact with an old friend based out of an ungoverned chain of tropical islands. He figured if Felix was willing to harbor him as a fugitive in his original dimension, then he'd be willing to not demand answers in this one. Felix just smiled, never even questioning the fact that Sirius Black had died 25 years ago and now was looking to fence a lot of stuff quietly. Doing a little reconnaissance was the next order of business, as neither Harry nor Sirius knew where the Parkinsons lived, what their schedules were like, or what sort of underwear they each favored. The Lord Blacks knew they'd have to split up. Since Harry was going to confirm that at least one was a Death Eater, and apparently he had already ensnared Melinda Parkinson with his boyish charm, his target was Baron Stephen Parkinson. Sirius, on the other hand, was charged with trailing and identifying the habits of Melinda Parkinson. If that meant Sirius had to spend all the remaining galleons he had taken from Gringotts on a jinxed pair of omnioculars that could see through walls, and purely coincidentally clothes too, then so be it. They'd agreed to cast new glamour charms over their faces and clothes every hour in order to not arouse suspicion in either Parkinson. Harry had trailed Stephen Parkinson to a hidden wizarding alley in Manchester. He knew the permanently frowning stern man was going to exit the building he'd just entered. Harry simply had to wait for him to leave, and he'd be waiting close enough to get confirmation. There had always been an easy way to identify whether a person carried the dark mark of Lord Voldemort or not. There just weren't very many people who could take advantage of this particular method. Harry discovered it many years ago. The trio had been out following leads on the Horcruxes and studying in their free time. Hermione wanted to unravel the magic of the dark mark. Her research and Harry's input led them to determine the spell that Voldemort designed to mark his followers was a modified bastardization of a serpent tattooing spell. One of the major weaknesses of the spell was that the Dark Lord was unable to cast it on himself. That was why he needed someone carrying the mark in order to connect to other marked followers, or to issue a summons to all of the marks. Hermione was unable to discover a way to magically sense the dark mark, and no oculomagy spells could definitively identify it. But the particulars of the original tattoo spell meant that serpents would recognize it immediately. So if there happened to be a Parselmouth around, they need only ask a snake if someone carried the mark. The first thing Harry did after spotting Baron Parkinson this morning was to quietly cast Serpent Sorsha and whisper instructions to the tiny conjured snake. It settled peacefully into Harry's pocket and was content to rest there. Harry quietly hissed to the snake to let him know if any of the men walking past carried the dark mark. The next two men to exit the building paid no attention to the middle-aged man unobtrusively leaning against the wall. The snake informed Harry they were not marked, but that they smelt of snaggies and wasted youth. It was another 5 minutes before Baron Parkinson left the building. The moment he neared the snake in Harry's pocket had perked right up and was sticking his little head out. "Oh yes," the snake hissed, lingering on the S. "This one's got it. And he smells like ointment and jealousy." Harry felt the mirror in his other pocket heat up and did his best not to react to the snake's excessive commentary. "He frowns too much." Harry quietly tried to shush the creature. "But if he needs an ointment, he may have a very good reason to frown." As soon as Baron Parkinson apparated away Harry, let out the breath he'd been holding in, and vanished the loquacious conjured snake. He walked around a corner, making sure no one was watching him, and activated the two-way mirror. Harry blinked as he realized he didn't recognize the face on the other side. But then, remembering the glamours he'd gone through, he doubted he was recognizable either. "Who the hell are you?" the old man in the mirror asked suspiciously. Harry sighed. "We're supposed to be under glamours, remember?" "Yeah, but still, how do I know you really are who you don't look anything like?" Harry made sure no one was looking and tried. "How about this? The fact that I'm carrying a damn mirror around makes me feel like a bloody Malfoy. And now that I've said it out loud and can no longer pretend to ignore that fact, I think I'll be getting a rash." The old man chuckled. "Okay, I guess you are you." "Actually," Harry said, narrowing his eyes, "verifying my identity is a pretty smart idea and completely out of character for you." "Oi. So how do I know you are? Who you want me to think you are?" "Okay, now you just sound silly," Sirius retorted with a familiar grin, answering any questions about his identity. "Target 2, the MILF, is in remarkably good shape. She purchased some new dress robes for a dinner party next Saturday." "Dinner party?" Sirius nodded. "The Baron and Baroness will both be in attendance and out of the house. Got any good news?" Harry nodded. "Target 1, not the MILF, has been confirmed as viable. So far, he's not even noticed any of the tracers." "Yes, well, not the MILF is a confirmed tool as well." Harry wasn't going to disagree with that description. "If you think the MILF won't notice, cover her with a tracer or two. We'll try and hone in on the signals tonight and assess the location." "Case the joint." Harry, just say case the joint. "Oi, what happened to no names?" "Oops." "Tracers, then. Can you at least remember that much?" Sirius let out a tired sigh. "Since I have to, I guess I'll accidentally bump into the MILF when she's bending over." "You poor suffering soul." Harry grumbled, about to close off the two-way mirror connection when an important thought occurred to him. "You saved some recordings with your omnioculars, right?" "I think that's the place," Harry said softly. Sirius whistled at the sight of it. "That's one big-ass manor." Harry was glancing at their surroundings. "Sensors only go about halfway up that hill. Follow me." With a soft pop, Harry disappeared and reappeared just below the ridgeline of a small wooded area behind the impressive Parkinson home. Sirius apparated right next to him. Harry reached into his bag and floated out 4 anchor stones. "Normally, I can do this under 15 seconds, but if I flub it, they'd notice the magical discharge. So," Harry explained as he continued to carve rudimentary symbols onto the stones, "I'm taking my time and doing it right." The 4 stones zipped away from their bodies, held in place by invisible magical arms. Harry was mumbling under his breath and sounded slightly like an old man wheezing before swirling his arm in a large circle and pointing his wand straight into the ground. "Fidelio," Harry cast in a firm, confident voice. Magic flowed from his wand into the ground and seeped outwards until it hit the 4 stones arranged in a square around them. As soon as the magic reached the stones, it began to flow perpendicular to the ground towards the sky. Harry snapped his wrist and twisted his wand to point straight up, sending more magic flowing upward. It flattened against an invisible ceiling and began to spread outwards, meeting the magic flowing from the stones at sharp, crisp corners. The roughly 3-meter by 3-meter cube flashed once in a white light and was done. Sirius looked around and saw nothing seemed to have changed or happened. "That's it." Harry double-checked. No one had noticed the magic and quickly shoved Sirius outside of the invisible cube walls. "Whoa," Sirius yelped and quickly spun around. "Harry," he whispered angrily. "I get it, it worked, let me in." Sirius kept turning his head, trying to remember where Harry had cast the spell. He thought it was on this hill, but he wasn't even sure of that anymore. Harry snuck up behind Sirius and wrapped a hand over his mouth before he could yelp. He modified his voice and snarled, "I'm going to kill you, blood traitor." "You know you still smell like Harry, so it's not all that frightening," Sirius idly commented. "Well, how about this then?" Harry said with his voice back to normal. He turned Sirius to face the right direction and whispered, "The secret square is on the hill." And just like that, out of nowhere, Sirius saw 2 plush recliners miraculously appear before his eyes. "Nice. You can cast the charm, be the secret keeper, and stay here." "It'll last long enough for this," Harry explained as he plopped into one of the conjured chairs while Sirius settled into the other. "But if we wanted it to be permanent, then you're often better off with some distance between the secret keeper and the secret." "But I thought—" "Don't think too hard on it," Harry interrupted. It's a picky, fickle charm that can vary depending on a multitude of factors, even the caster. But as long as I don't stray too far from here, I can keep it up, no worries. And as long as you don't scream loudly, we can talk without whispering. The sound won't escape the charm, Harry said as he pulled on the handle of his chair and reclined back. He let out a small sound of contentment. Ah, Sirius agreed as his chair extended, and he joined Harry in a relaxed, reclining position. Harry resisted the temptation to dig out a notebook. Normally, I'd be writing this down. Really? Harry nodded. It's one of the uglier habits I've picked up, but I don't think we need to carry around physical evidence of crimes we've yet to commit. And it gives you an excuse to be lazy. That too, Harry said. So what we know is that they're going to be out at a dinner party Saturday evening. That gives us 4 days to idiot-proof this plan. Let's start with the wards we can identify from here. They broke down the details that they could on the wards. Harry wasn't sure, but thought that all of the wards had been taken down and put back up when they were last cast, as they blurred together into one giant set. Once they'd gotten as far as they could without crossing or manipulating the wards, Sirius stood up to stretch his legs. Well, I guess that's it, Sirius said with a grin. That ain't it. It's not. Get comfy, Padfoot, Harry chided. We're going to be here for a little while. Sirius sighed. But I'm hungry, and don't give me any crap about dog biscuits. We need to know more before just showing up Saturday night. Need is such a strong word. You know, we could easily get around this by just grabbing Parkinson, feeding him Veritaserum, and obliviating him. No, Sirius snapped. SHH, Harry shushed as several birds nearby flew away. No, Sirius repeated in a quieter voice. What you're talking about is typical Death Eater thuggery. I don't want to be that guy. We're above those sorts of tactics. We're thieves, not trolls with wands. Hell, if we were just going to cheat our way to a score, we could just blast the place to Kingdom Come, wards and all. Toss up our own quick apparition and portkey wards and scavenge through the wreckage. No, forget that. I want to be proud of the work we do. It should have elegance and artistry to it. Harry sat back at serious intensity and his example scenario. Blast and scavenge, huh? Thought about it much. 12 years in prison, Sirius shrugged, looking back towards the Parkinson Manor. The mind wanders. Harry snickered. I agree on distancing ourselves and avoiding their tactics, but if we're going to do this right, then we gotta do the homework. So it's either now or later, and later adds another trip here, and I'll need to cast another Fidelius, and we'll have to wait then too. No, let's do this now, Sirius agreed, twisting a knob on his omnioculars and looking towards the home. Heat signatures show the 2 Parkinsons and I believe 1 house elf. We'll probably have to stun and obliviate the elf. I hope that's not too thuggish for you. Sirius handed the omnioculars to Harry. Not at all, because Death Eaters would never suspect that we'd go to that much trouble over an elf. No one else lives at home, right? Harry asked, looking at the heat signatures. Sirius shook his head. Pansy lives with Draco and she's an only child. Well, there are rumors there was a squib son that they banished to some other country, but those are just rumors. And even if they were true, I doubt the kid they never wanted is going to choose Saturday night to drop on by the old homestead. Does Pansy ever drop by? Sirius grabbed the omnioculars from Harry and answered. Doubtful, but we wouldn't have to worry anyways since she and Draco are attending the same party. Sirius was fiddling with a couple dials on the omnioculars and smiled dangerously. It comes out in a conversation that I happened to record. Take a look. Harry accepted the omnioculars and watched the pre-recorded conversation. There were 3 women around a table under a gazebo. It wasn't even noon yet, and they were halfway through a pitcher of sangria. Harry blinked as the image suddenly shifted, and the ladies' robes visibly faded until they were completely translucent. He leaned back and saw Sirius smiling at him. Turn it up so I can hear, Sirius pleaded. These things get audio. Sirius nodded, wondering how else Harry was going to listen to the conversation. It's the orange dial. Harry twisted the dial on the volume so that they both could hear the recorded conversation. Harry stuck his eyes back on the omnioculars and saw the 3 women appeared completely nude, alternately leaning forward to share gossip with the others. Are they going to be naked the rest of the way? Yeah, pretty much. Good work, Sirius. SHH, Sirius scolded. Here's the important stuff. Melinda, darling, one of the women explained. I hate to be bearer of bad news, but I thought you should know there's a vicious rumor going around that Draco walked in on Pansy while she was with that Goyle boy. Rumor, Melinda Parkinson scoffed. It doesn't matter even if it is true, not since Pansy walked in on Draco with the crab boy. The three gossips shared a giggle that didn't help at all with the taste of bile in the back of Harry's throat. Lucius' disappointment in having a poofter for a son is completely hypocritical, Melinda Parkinson continued. Narcissa told me it was a miracle of magic that he managed to touch her long enough to make Draco. One of the other women snidely added, I heard she's on her fourth wand now. They all seemed to giggle again and refill their glasses. Harry continued to watch, entranced by nakedness of the female form. You're all coming Saturday. Right, the first woman insisted. Aunt Edna's donated some very fine wines to celebrate her grandson. The women all nodded. I may have to drag Alexander, but we'll be there. Pansy's coming, isn't she? Melinda clarified. The woman nodded. You know how the Malfoys must be. They send a house elf to RSVP every time. Harry leaned back, having seen enough when Sirius pointed at him. Keep watching, there's more. Harry felt something was fundamentally wrong with himself when he hesitated to look at naked women. He saw one of the ladies lean forward and grin. Have you seen the two new Lord Blacks? Harry couldn't help but grin when all three women leaned back and proceeded to fan their faces and whistle in appreciation. You remember that man. I couldn't keep my eyes off of at dinner. The ladies had remembered that tale given the way they gasped and giggled. Which one was he? Melinda smirked. The shorter one with the scar. Oh, that scarred one reminds me of a teddy bear. I swear I just want to hug and mother that man so much, one of the women said with a small bark at the end. He is definitely cuddlier than the other. That scarred one's hair is a mess, but the tall one, now he is dishy. The recording ended there, and Harry handed the omnioculars back to Sirius. How do they know so much about us? I am the dishy one, aren't I? Sirius agreed. Harry frowned. Were pictures taken of us when we went shopping? Sirius nodded. Probably, and from what I could tell, it seems there's some sort of newsletter. A newsletter, Death Eater Trophy Wife Quarterly. Sirius shrugged. It sounded like a neighborhood association, but without the actual neighborhood and more muggle hatting. Whoa, Harry said, standing up quickly. I think Parkinson just left, or at least a tracer on him did. Sirius twisted the knob back to heat signatures and looked in the home. I only see one human-sized heat signature. I think you're right. He's gone. We may be able to get out of here, earlier than I thought, Harry explained as he began to transfigure a dry, rotted log. What are you doing? Making a garden gnome, Harry said as he was reshaping the log to resemble the small pest of a creature. Why? Harry looked over at Sirius. Because my gnome is going to set off the wards and we're going to watch and see what happens. Would gnomes trigger those wards? Harry shrugged. I don't see any sign of gnomes around here, so I'm guessing something in that muddled mess will go off. Sirius nodded quietly and was using the omnioculars to watch the house. Harry's transfigured gnome was tossed across the boundary, and the entire wards flickered for a moment. Harry waited, counting the seconds in his head. It's been over a minute. No movement inside, Sirius stated when suddenly there was a pop just a dozen feet to their right. Stephen Parkinson had apparated right near where the two of them were sitting in a pair of conjured recliners. Only the magic of the Fadelius charm left them completely invisible to all of the Baron's senses. They watched him stroll down towards the wards where he spotted the twitching garden gnome. He grabbed the creature by its ankle and threw it high up into the air well beyond the end of the manor's wards. He rested his wand over his forearm and was following the gnome's descent with one eye closed. Satisfied with his aim, he let fly a vicious blasting curse and the transfigured log exploded in a gory shower of gnome bits. Parkinson didn't even go inside or check the wards before apparating away. That was close, Sirius exhaled finally. Not really, Harry argued, but I think I got enough, you. Sirius had had enough over an hour ago, but asked in confusion, "What'd that tell you?" Harry smirked. That told me he trusts his wards. That told me they're not tied into the house elf. That told me they're not tied into his wife. That told that he likes to apparate in from a bit of a distance rather than right next to the disturbance, and even then, it took him a moment to locate where it had happened. And mainly that told me that we can do this. Sirius grinned happily before pleading, "Food now." Harry grimaced at the reminder of the annoyances he associated with a long day spent Horcrux hunting. "Yes, food." Harry vanished the chair he had been seated in, while Sirius vanished the other. They removed every trace of their presence, and Harry tore down his Fidelius charm. With a soft pop, they apparated away with a solid plan to return in 4 days. At the Langella family manor in southern Scotland, the Parkinsons were arriving fashionably late. On this Saturday evening, it was the place to be for everyone who's anyone in the close-knit world of elitist pureblood society. But at the Parkinson family manor in northern Wales, 2 ancient and noble lords were still struggling with adrenaline issues. "Come on, Padfoot, settle down. This never happens to me. Lots of people get performance anxiety. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Sirius frowned. "Have you ever?" Harry snorted. "Not bloody likely." "Bugger off. Just settle down and quit putting so much effort into the spell," Harry calmly instructed from the other side of the ward. Sirius took a deep breath and dropped a reflection net over the sensors. The ward in between them disappeared without a sound. Harry walked across and slapped his godfather on the shoulder. "Nice work, see? It's easy." "Come on," Sirius urged. "Let's see what you can make of that ward knot." They'd been able to plan for the first 3 distinct wards, but the next wards had been too integrated to identify in their preliminary work. Harry's eyes went crossed looking at the thick ward knot. "Let's just give it a little more juice," he said as he began to feed a small amount of magic into it. Without any visible changes, Harry tried to increase the amount of magic he was feeding into it and was a touch overzealous. "Back, get back," Harry ordered while grabbing a hold of Sirius with magical arms and dragging him backwards nearly into the ward behind them. Sirius saw the wards quickly grow and fill the space they had been standing in moments ago. "Never happens to you, huh?" "Moving on," Harry deflected. "What do you see here?" "No goblin wards," Sirius said, looking at suddenly clearer magic. "We were wrong about that. This first ward, it doesn't look right. The color's off." "Good eye," Harry agreed. "And it's because you're seeing 2 wards that are extremely close together." Sirius leaned forward and noticed there were 2 definitive levels of clarity, one about 1.5 inches behind the other. "So we gotta figure out a way that gets by both." Harry shook his head. "The darker one inside is probably the only one Parkinson's paying any attention to. It's an area ward that is cast and bound inside the other ward. Kind of like blowing up a balloon, that thing is filling most of the space inside. We're not even going to touch that one." Sirius tried to focus through the wards and look further. "It looks pretty solid to me, unless we're going to apparate past wherever it ends." "Nope," Harry said, looking closely at the gap between the wards. He got down on the ground and was staring deep into the wards with one eye squeezed shut. "I'd bet anything the ward doesn't extend inside the house, but still. Apparition and Portkey are based on blood. Those wards are undoubtedly a lot older and harder to break. There's less than 2 inches between the wards, and I can't see a gap at the ceiling." Harry lifted himself up and dusted himself off. "It's hard to see, but there is a gap up there. My flood bump contracted the area ward just slightly and expanded the barrier ward a touch. But we're not going over the area ward. We're going under it." Sirius leaned back. "We gotta dig." "Nope," Harry said with a grin. "You got the potions belt I gave you, right?" Sirius nodded. "Shrinking potion. Just go a drop at a time, because I'm not sure how much the Norton's brew will boost the effect." Sirius took the first vial and grabbed onto his bag, hopping the preparations they'd done were going to extend to this effect. He dripped a little of the potion onto his tongue and swallowed. He breathed out a sigh of relief to discover the preparations held, and his clothes, wands, and bag all shrunk respectively with his body. He just kept shrinking and shrinking until he was less than an inch tall. Harry leaned down at the little Sirius and snickered. "That size looks perfect. How many drops was that?" A squeaky little voice shouted at Harry. 3, I think. Merlin, this is undignified." Harry copied Sirius' dosage and put 3 drops of the potion onto his tongue. He also shrunk down along with all of his belongings until he was just about Sirius' size. "You're taller than me," Sirius pouted. "I'm like a foot taller than you, midget." "More like a millimeter." "Which at the moment is about a foot respectively." "Why though?" Harry shrugged. "Different size drops, I guess. Anyways, now you need to figure out a way to get us past the first ward, and we can probably make it to the house through the gap left in its contracted state." "Are you kidding?" Sirius complained. "At this size, the house is like 10 kilometers away." "Well, if you'd remembered what I said, you should have your broom shrunken in that bag. Won't take more than a few minutes flying at top speed." Sirius looked away, scratching his head. "You said a lot of things and yeah, about that broom." "Fine," Harry said. "We can both fit on my broom, but we still need past this ward. Any ideas?" Sirius frowned, looking closer, now that he could see it separate from the area ward inside. "Looks like it picks up on any magic crossing it, any person crossing it, and is that animagus detection?" "Yup," Harry said, "which is sometimes a good thing, but not too helpful right now. Inanimate transfigurations and no magic should work, but that means no summoning." Harry was mumbling to himself, trying to think of a quick way around this one. "You know how to reverse transfigurations on yourself, right?" "I've always had to turn into Padfoot first before back to normal, but yeah." "Good, because I can't," Harry explained. "And you need to wait until I'm across as well before transforming, okay?" Sirius nodded and readily accepted the transfiguration Harry was performing. Where once had been the Elder Lord Black now was a magnet half as big as Sirius had been. "You're going to need to just send a strong finishing spell at me. Don't worry about overpowering it. It's sort of a medical spell I'm doing, so you won't hurt me. And since we used the potion and not a spell to shrink, then I won't grow suddenly either," Harry explained, knowing the Norton's brew meant Sirius could hear him. He picked up the heavy magnet and tossed it just on the other side of the thin line ward. He then recalled the seemingly useless spell he'd accidentally stumbled upon while studying healing magic. Not quite his finest hour, Harry had one day decided to combat boredom by celebrating each new spell he learned with a shot of fire whiskey. It made learning a 9th new spell that day harder than it needed to be. Oddly enough, the wand motion diagrams still worked even though he had been unaware the book was upside down. What right side up had been a painless clotting charm managed to be a curious piece of self-transfiguration when performed inverted. He also remembered the half, a day, he spent stuck that way too. It was with the sound of a muffled gunshot that Harry turned himself, clothes, and satchel into a small bullet. His wand clattered to the ground, while the bullet was quickly drawn in by the strong magnetic pull. It slid across the wards undetected and smacked into the magnet with a clack. A soft pop, and the magnet was replaced by a black dog that was just over a quarter of an inch tall. The quick shift had the effect of launching the bullet into the air and towards the ward it had just passed. Sirius didn't have time to transform as the projectile arced through the air. The dog lunged forward and caught the bullet in its mouth, just barely staying on the proper side of the magical sensor. The dog trotted away from the wards and dropped the bullet onto the ground. It rolled to a stop by his foot. The bullet was covered in dog slobber and it showed. Another pop and Sirius Black was standing there, wand in hand. "Finite." The bullet let out a puff of smoke that smelled like gunpowder, and Harry was left there covered in dog slobber. He made a pained face and cleaned his robes of the mucus and mouth Juice Padfoot had left all over him. "That was nasty." "Could have been worse," Sirius shrugged. He saw Harry look towards him and added, "I almost swallowed you." Harry quickly banished that thought from his mind and looked over at his new ash wand on the other side. I forgot that the wand falls to the ground when I do that spell. We'll just pick it up when we come back this way. I've got my old wand still. Harry reached into his satchel and pulled out his broom. He removed the shrinking charm, and the broom grew to its normal size, relative to the bonded shrinking potion. Realizing Sirius was going to have to ride with him, he shifted his satchel from off his back hip to hanging over his belly and in his lap. "You're in back." Sirius shifted his bottomless bag that he felt was a terribly improper receptacle for plunder and booty. He swung his leg over the bristles and slipped in behind Harry. He scooted forward and wrapped his arms around Harry's abdomen. Harry felt as awkward as Sirius, judging from the squirming and frequent shifting they were both doing. Harry took off through the small gap between the thick area ward and the ground. He was flying low, swerving around obstacles in their path, ignoring the fidgeting of the man with his arms around him. "Don't you think maybe I should do some of the driving?" Sirius shouted to the side of Harry's ear. "Or all of it?" "No." "Are you sure? Maybe we should try me up front." "There are 2 ways to fly here, Padfoot," Harry explained. "This is one of them." "How about we try the other way?" Harry thought Sirius would have known better than to suggest that, but called up a couple magical arms. They quickly lifted Sirius off the broom and inverted him, leaving him hanging in the air by his ankles as Harry continued pushing the broom at near top speed. "Point taken," Sirius yelled out, tucking his hands under his arms so they wouldn't drag below. Harry set Sirius back onto the broom behind him and felt his godfather scoot closer. The sweat on their bodies made a distasteful smacking sound when Sirius nudged forward one last time. Sirius made a mental note to never forget his broom again. Harry made a mental note to always pack 2 brooms. Finally, they arrived at the end of the large full ward hanging over their heads and were presented with a watery red ward on the front door. Just as Harry had expected, the area ward didn't spread inside the house, which meant once they were inside, they'd be home free. "I don't think I've ever seen one like this," Sirius commented. "Me neither." "Is that bad?" "Nope, because I think I know what it is, and I think we may just want to trip it." Sirius merely looked at Harry, rather than voice the obvious question. "Follow the trail of magic and check the heat signature," Harry said. "I think this might be a house elf ward, and that it may not be tied to anything that the Parkinsons would know about." Sirius agreed with Harry's assessment, but had to add, "You're such a nerd." "Let's trip it, cancel our shrinking charms, and I'll get the elf from behind," Harry explained. He raised a hand to halt Sirius Snickers. "And yes, I realize what I just said. How about this? I'll transform just as we get across, and you toss the antidote to the shrinking potion in my mouth. Dogs and their dirt are practically mortal enemies of some house elves. I'll lead it away and then right back to you, where you're ready to, get it from behind." Harry agreed and quickly flew them across the shimmering red ward in a gap near the door jamb. With a quick pop, a house elf appeared looking around in confusion. Before it could look down and see them, the rapidly expanding form of Padfoot was grinning stupidly at the elf. The dog was more than twice the size of the elf and barked loudly. Sirius took off out of the foyer towards the sitting room on the right. The house elf made a sound, not unlike a squee, and sprinted after the wayward dog. "No, doggy, that's a bad doggy." Harry packed his broom away and drank his own dose of counter to the shrinking potion. "Slow down, doggy." The elf was shrieking from the other room in between the sounds of crashes and barks. Harry positioned himself by the doorway as he heard Sirius coming back this way. The mutt came barreling into the foyer with the elf scrambling to keep up. Harry stunned the elf from behind before it had even turned around or noticed his presence in the room. Sirius popped back into place, feeling sufficiently pleased that he got to run around and break stuff that wasn't his. He had his bottomless bag ready. "Shall we?" "Split up and take anything that catches your eye," Harry said. "Meet back here in 10 to 15 minutes. The two just smiled at each other, standing there calmly. Then, without a word, they both sprinted off in opposite directions to see just how bottomless their bags really were. Harry grabbed just about anything that wasn't nailed down. All portraits they found they magically locked to their frames and took with them, whether there was anyone in the picture or not. Silverware, vases, magical items, the few bookshelves that passed for a library. Anything worthwhile was grabbed by an invisible magical arm and stored down into his satchel. Sets of furniture were shrunken, just about anything on display was claimed. Harry was clearing out the Baroness's closet, making sure to leave the skimpy negligee behind, when he heard Sirius' loud voice echoing from a sonorous charm. "You might want to check this out." Harry finished grabbing everything around him and hurried towards his godfather's voice. "What do you got?" Harry said, as he saw Sirius was stopped in front of a blank section of wall. "There's a room here loaded with wards," Sirius explained, turning towards Harry. "You think we got time to get in there?" Harry switched to a different magical sight spell and rocked back at the sheer volume of wards. "There's something in there that's completely isolated from all the magic out here. Those wards aren't letting anything ambient out." Harry glanced closer towards the anchor point. "Excellent. There's an animagus ward over the whole bunch." "Why's that excellent?" "Because an animagus ward is a degrading ward. It weakens all the others in a set, and that's why it's usually only added on when animagi can easily bypass the others. So a lot of times, we can just flood that one, get you on the inside, and you can put up a deflection net." "Oh," Sirius said, realizing that made a lot of sense, and remarkably, he had followed all of Harry's explanation. "We had Professor McGonagall help us out a couple times, when we knew it'd be easy for an animagus to get through a ward set. Why didn't any of you just become animagi?" Harry sighed. "I've tried. I still try on occasion, but I've struggled. Hermione said she was going to wait until she was done having children. She claimed it wasn't worth the risk. Whatever." Harry saw where the animagus ward linked, and he began to flood the ward with power. He poured more and more magic into it, and the wall flickered a large white rectangle. Sirius transformed into his dog form and walked straight through the wall in a manner not dissimilar from the way wizards reach platform 9 3/4. Once he was through, Harry heard Sirius' voice clearly and stopped the flood of magic into the animagus ward. "Sweet Merlin, you're never gonna believe this." Harry pouted. "Deflection net, please." "Of all the things I thought I might see tonight." Harry watched the magic flicker before suddenly he could see the soft gray glow of his godfather, and the wards were bound in a bright yellow deflection net. Harry walked right through the illusionary doorway and saw Sirius just staring at the far wall in shock and awe. Harry turned his head to see and gasped in surprise. "Oh my God." "You think Voldemort knows?" Sirius asked Harry curiously. "I'm kinda doubting it," Harry said, looking around the hidden room, cataloging everything they had to make sure to take with them. "Sirius, do you even know what this is?" Sirius' jaw was still hanging open as he nodded. "It's a bloody huge Muggle home entertainment center." "No, Sirius," Harry corrected with an ecstatic smile. "This is our bloody huge Muggle home entertainment center." Sirius felt all warm inside, just hearing those words. "We're going to have to shrink it, but let's try not to do any extraneous magic we don't have to on this stuff. You start working on the speakers over there. I'll work on the TV." "That's a TV," Sirius shrieked loudly. Harry nodded. Sirius stopped and calmed. "I had no idea they grew that big." The electronics, the titles of music and movies, and even the shelves they rested on were all getting packed and stuffed into the bottomless bags. Sirius was unplugging all the cables that were easily removed and gently shrunk down the massive speakers lining the room. "You know, I'm not really sure what all this is." Sirius paused and thought about his words carefully. "But it's big, and I want it." Harry chuckled. "It sounds like you know enough. Now come on. Let's finish all this up and get out of here. We've still got to go back through all the wards, including shrinking and flying again." "I grabbed a bunch of brooms," Sirius announced, showing off the one he'd stashed shrunken in his pocket. They finished packing up everything, and upon exiting the room realized the solid warding job was to keep the magic out of this room. not to keep magic in the room from being detected. Harry obliviated the house elf, despite the fact that it only had seen Sirius Animagus form. He placed the elf under a healthy sleeping spell and stuffed it into the closet by the front door. Sirius rubbed a salve into the restored broom. He pointed out he could rub quicker when he didn't hear Harry complaining that Sirius should have done this to his own broom and saved them both some time. Just as they were about to leave, Sirius spoke up with one last request. "I've figured out our calling card." "Our what?" "Our calling card. Something to mark this as the work of," Sirius paused and added with a flourish, "the Death Eater bandits." "The what's? Are you kidding me?" "Okay, we both know the pattern in robberies is going to be exceedingly obvious, so I figure let's give them a little something to think about when they're begging their master for mercy, right? And stop looking at me like that. I know you've been thinking about it too." Harry bit his tongue and decided now wasn't the ideal time to suggest Padamus de Grim and the Sundance Kid. "We need to get going. If you want to leave a calling card, it's fine by me. Just hurry." Sirius lifted a hand up and began to work on a complex illusion he'd be working on. With a final snap, the illusion was locked and set into place. "You're a sick man, Padfoot." Sirius snickered. "Try and dispel it." Harry walked around the three-dimensional bright green glowing illusion. At first glance, it was the dark mark with a green serpent flowing through a skull. Harry was quite familiar with the mark and spotted the difference right away. It was not the head of a snake topping the end of serpent in the skull's mouth, but a thick, green, veiny dildo. Harry reluctantly sent a standard finishing spell at the illusion. It didn't dispel the magic as intended, but rather the illusionary dildo began to vibrate, and a humming sound filled the entryway. Sirius was tittering happily. "It'll do that every time." "This?" Harry questioned, trying to keep the amusement off his face. "This is why you were too lazy to prepare your broom or read that book on wards I gave you." "Well worth the investment of my time," Sirius grinned. "We're leaving this thing at every house we hit." "Let's get out of here before you start making fart jokes," Harry said, pouring 3 drops of shrinking potion onto his tongue. Sirius made sure the illusion was satisfactory and took 3 drops of his shrinking potion. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the shrunken, freshly appropriated and salve-covered broom. Before heading into the wards, he crossed his fingers and unshrunk the broom. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief when it expanded to be normal-sized relative to Sirius, and he quickly mounted the broom. Harry led Sirius back across the ward that would be ignored by the sleeping elf and speeding towards their exit. They doubled their way back through all the wards again. Harry picked up the ash wand he'd been forced to temporarily leave behind, and the pair took another antidote to their shrinking potions. Once they were safely at the crest of the hill in back of the manor, they apparated away. It was another 2 hours before the Parkinsons arrived home and discovered the state of their manor. Baron Stephen Parkinson's fierce anger over the situation was only rivaled by his confusion. The mark still floating in their entryway was perplexing enough, but he simply couldn't understand why someone would steal all of their toiletries, even his wife's, but leave behind his completely jinx-free toothbrush. Chapter 8. 28,000 galleons. "I know. But 28,000 galleons. Yes, Sirius, I know. The furniture alone is worth that much. That was an original Van Eyck charmed boudoir in perfect condition. That's probably 15 large on its own. And even in that shape, the mage cloak was still worth." "Sirius." "What?" "You're looking at this the wrong way. We're knowingly taking less than half of market price. How else am I supposed to look at it?" "Sirius," Harry said, making sure he had his attention. "We just made 28,000 galleons." Sirius frowned. "With Felix, we may not get as much as we could elsewhere, but we can trust him. He can spread these things around to make them untraceable. He offered to let us obliviate him. He only said that because he can break memory charms. It's symbolic. He gave us an unbreakable vow to never reveal anything about us. This wasn't just stuff when we had it, it was evidence. And Sirius. I'll repeat it once more a little louder. We are now 28,000 galleons richer than we were yesterday afternoon." "True," Sirius was fighting a smile. It's a good thing, Harry said with a nod. We may get less money, but we get more peace of mind. I know, Sirius grumbled, scuffing his shoes. It's just… You know what might make you feel better, Harry interrupted. Why don't we go spend a few thousand galleons? Okay, Sirius shouted excitedly. Wait, are we spending our own money or someone else's? Harry had to think about the question. I suppose we are spending our own money, but, and this is an important but at least we didn't earn it through an honest day's work like a sucker. Sirius nodded slowly. I can live with that. I'm not going to wear it, Sirius indignantly argued. And you need to slow down before we go broke, again. Sirius, Harry sighed. What have I bought? Have you even been paying attention? You spent 3,000 galleons just to get a couple of trunks impenetrably charmed to us. Harry nodded, urging for Sirius to continue. You spent 1,200 galleons on just anchor stones, including some that cost over 100 galleons for one hunk of rock. Yup. A pair of chameleon cloaks for each of us. I'll admit they're nice, but at 400 galleons each, I don't think we both need an extra cloak that'll just collect dust in the back of our closets. You do understand that with the chameleon cloak, we don't have to buy any muggle outfits, ever. Sirius ignored him. And now, you just spent 1,700 galleons on a couple of necklaces. Harry nodded. I like to think of it as we spent not just me, but yeah. They're supposed to be for a husband and wife, Sirius bemoaned. And they're ugly. Harry frowned. Okay, I'll admit they're a bit gaudy. A bit? Sirius questioned, unconsciously raising his voice. Harry, inch-thick gold chain is more than a bit gaudy. It's not that thick, Harry grumbled. And you're a wizard, aren't you? Sirius shook his head. It's the principle. You don't bang fat chicks just because they can cast a glamour. Do you even know what these necklaces are? Harry said, gripping a hold of the thick chain around his neck. Yeah, Sirius grimaced. They're an old traditional wedding gift used for the consummation of arranged marriages. I suppose that's one use, but do you know what they do? Sirius shook his head. They allow a shared mental connection between the two people wearing them. It's for the purpose of creating a feedback loop of pleasure to ease the tension of the wedding night. Listen, I don't know what anyone told you about a godfather's duties, but… Please don't finish that thought, Harry said with a wince. The point is that it opens a mental connection between us. They allow us to communicate completely silently across distances. Think like the magical mirrors, but without anyone ever knowing we're talking. Sirius thought about it. That would have been great for pranking and tests. Exactly. So instead of carrying a mirror like a Malfoy, we're gonna wear jewelry that even a blind goblin would find hideous. Everything I've bought for us is going to make our new hobby easier. That's more than you can say. Why did you buy a photo development kit anyway? Sirius snickered to himself. I might have come across a wizarding camera last night. Harry looked at him expectantly. And I want to develop the pictures. Harry frowned. You're that curious what pictures are on it. Well, I know one picture that's on it. Harry began to put two and two together. And of course, you took a picture of your privates and can't exactly drop those off at the Wismart photo department. Sirius shook his head, inordinately proud of himself. It's not a picture of my boys, but good idea. I hope you didn't take any pictures that are going to be later described as the prosecution's Exhibit A. Not exactly, Sirius mysteriously answered. Harry just looked at his godfather, not wanting to indulge him at the moment. Sirius was waiting. Aren't you gonna ask? Why should I when you're about to tell me anyway? Sirius couldn't hold it and joyfully explained. Fine, don't get all pillock-like on me. So you know I grabbed all their toiletries, right? Harry frowned. I assumed you were just too lazy to buy your own shampoo and toothpaste. Sirius shook his head. I actually didn't clear out the entire bathroom. Sirius paused and couldn't have stopped smiling if he wanted to. I left behind the Baron's toothbrush. Harry closed his eyes. Oh, Merlin, Sirius, I've heard rumors about things like this. Now, Sirius continued, ignoring Harry. I knew you'd throw a hissy fit if I sent them a picture of my bum, because then they'd know I'm a wizard, white, and have an adorable arse. Harry thought hissy fit wasn't the term he would have used, but nodded silently. Then I just happened to walk past a perfectly good unconscious house elf, and I just happened to be carrying a wizarding camera, and I just happened to have the good Baron's toothbrush. Sirius shrugged helplessly. So I did what any wizard would have done. Harry was tempted to debate just what any wizard would have done, but settled for silently pitying the poor elf. It was like fate herself was slapping her knee, pointing and begging, "Do it again, do it again." Harry felt slightly ashamed that he was looking forward to the picture. "Let's go get the flu connected." "Great," Sirius mockingly agreed. "We should throw more money away, this time at the government." He shook his head, grumbling, "Why can't the ministry close on Sundays like the whole Muggle world does?" "Ow," the little man behind the counter whined, rubbing his arm. "Did you just throw a sickle at me?" Sirius shook his head, trying to fight a chuckle. Partly because it was horribly cheesy that Harry took Sirius' words literally and just physically threw money at the government, and partly because Sirius wished he had thought of it first. Could be worse. He could have thrown a sickle at you. The stocky wizard was confused. "What?" "Good afternoon," Harry greeted, paying no attention to the coin he'd just thrown. "We would like to get our ancestral home reconnected to the flu system." "A reconnection. What's the address?" "Number 12, Grimmauld Place." The short man had pulled out a thick ledger and was flipping through it. "That's London." "Yup," Harry said while entertaining himself by using his magical arms to nudge Sirius' hair. Sirius kept swatting behind his head, thinking a bug was landing in his hair. "Aha, number 12, Grimmauld Place, the noble and most ancient house of Black." "We prefer ancientist," Harry corrected. "Excuse me," the man asked in confusion. Harry maintained his deadpan expression. "Most ancient is a Muggle phrase. We're the noble and ancientest house of Black." "I'm Lord Black," Sirius introduced with a nod. "My associate, Lord Black, never finished his proper schooling, and you know how dropouts are. So he overcompensates and tries to correct people for no real reason." The man had stopped flipping through the ledger and looked up at the two men. Completely flummoxed on how to respond, he just looked back down and went back to his search. "Lord Black and Lord Black," the man greeted while retrieving all the paperwork on number 12 Grimmauld Place. "I've heard about you too. I'm Greg Olson." He was looking through the file and snuck a glance up at the two Lord Blacks. "Do you mind if I ask you how the House of Black is going to vote tomorrow?" Harry turned towards Sirius, wondering if he knew anything about this. Sirius shook his head and asked, "There's a Wisengamot vote tomorrow." "The issue of Muggle-born rights," Greg explained. "I was just wondering if you knew or were willing to share which way the House of Black is going to vote." "I want to do it," Harry said to Sirius. "All right, we can do it," Sirius agreed and clarified. "We're on the side that thinks Muggle-borns should have rights, aren't we?" "If you are," Greg butted in, "then you're probably against the issue they're calling Muggle-born rights this time." "Why?" Harry asked curiously. "This steaming pile of legislation supposedly empowers Muggle-borns over their Muggle relatives, but it also empowers the Ministry over their Muggle relatives." Sirius grumbled, hearing the explanation and noticing Harry was listening intently. "Learning, politics, getting weaker." Harry frowned at Sirius and asked Greg, "What do you mean empowers over?" "You should research the issue if you're going to vote on it tomorrow." "Yes," Harry agreed, enjoying the frown on Sirius' face. "We definitely should." "This is your fault," Sirius warned, leaning towards Greg. "I may forget a face or two, but I never forget a name, Craig Olson." "Greg," Harry corrected. "Greg." Sirius continued without blinking. Greg fidgeted under Sirius' angry stare. "Let's get an appointment scheduled for you to get your flu reconnected." "Can't you just turn it back on from here?" Sirius complained. "Do you really need to come to our fireplaces?" "Yes, we could," Greg nodded, "but we don't do that anymore." "Why not?" Harry asked curiously. "It's policy." "But why?" "It's policy, sir." That's not a reason, Sirius argued. Harry held up a hand, stopping Greg from responding. Let's set up the appointment. Greg looked down at the calendar on the front desk. Looks like we have some time tomorrow. We've now got the Wisengamot vote tomorrow, Harry said. How about the day after? Greg was shaking his head and making quiet clicking sounds. Sorry, no open dates the day after. Nor the next day, nor the next. Greg was flipping the pages of the calendar quickly, just shaking his head. Here we go. Our next open appointment is August 18th. August 18th. Yes, sir. Tell you what, Harry, Sirius volunteered. I'll stay home and handle the installation while you do the research and homework stuff Greg assigned. Greg cleared his throat and added, for what it's worth, if you both wish to be able to augment your flu connections, then you'll both need to be present for the installation. Guess we won't be able to get in and vote this time, Sirius said, patting Harry on the back. We'll do lots of fun research next time, don't worry. August 18th really is the next earliest we can do this. Yes, sir, Greg answered, but if I may point something out. Harry nodded that Greg should continue. We only do appointments during normal business hours, and the Wisengamot vote is an evening session. They won't overlap. Harry beamed a smile at Sirius. Sirius was half growling. Your name is quickly moving up my list, Craig. Greg, Harry supplied again. Greg, Sirius corrected. Greg was beginning to wonder if Sirius was getting his name wrong purposefully. So the appointment tomorrow, should I put you down for 8 to noon or 1 to 5? 1 to 5, Sirius answered immediately, while Harry responded, 8 to noon. The two Lord Blacks turned to each other and began to have a silent battle of wills. I'm sorry, Greg interrupted them. You misunderstood me. The appointment times have to be flexible. I was asking if I should put you down for tomorrow, yes or no. The appointment tomorrow is for 8 to noon or 1 to 5. Both times. Greg nodded. Sirius frowned. That's just cruel. That's our policy, sir, Greg answered happily. We'll take the appointment tomorrow, Harry said, glancing at his watch. He looked at Sirius and said, It's 1:15. You want to go bug Mooney at work? We're going to need his help setting up some of our new toys. Sirius nodded. I probably owe him a dinner or two, and now I can afford it. Harry turned towards Greg and asked, Do we pay you now or when it gets turned on? You have to pay at least your past due charges now, Greg assured them, finishing the paperwork. And if you want it set up as joint custody, you both need to sign here and here. They signed the paperwork, while Sirius was obviously fretting over ways their new necklaces and joint custody could easily be misconstrued. Harry and Sirius walked back to the apparition point in the ministry. Sirius knew the way to Remus' office and apparated away with Harry following on his trail. Sirius led him out of the tube station and down the street a half block. They entered an office building and walked up to a suite on the second floor. Is Mr. Lupin in his office? The woman at the front desk just nodded without pausing in her phone conversation. Sirius waved Harry to follow him and led him back through a small cubicle farm. He reached an office that said Remus J. Lupin across the door. Sirius glanced at Harry and urged, Do me a favor and close the door behind you. Sirius grabbed the handle to Remus' office and whipped it open, shouting out loud, Scotland Yard, get your hands up and face the wall. Remus looked up suddenly. What are you? I said face the wall. Oh, God. Sirius grabbed a hold of Remus and spun him around before shoving him hard into the wall and rattling a framed poster of a kitten. Harry looked both ways and saw almost everyone was looking towards Remus' office. He let no emotion show on his face as he stared them all down before sharply closing the door with him in the office. Damn it, Sirius, Remus grumbled, easily breaking free from his grip. I'm trying to work here. Harry peered at the computer screen. That's a card game. I didn't say I was succeeding at working, just trying to, Remus haughtily retorted. And what would your bosses have to say about this? Remus plopped back into his chair. Who knows? They might give me another promotion. They gave you one already, Harry inquired. I thought you didn't know much about computers. Remus nodded. A couple months ago, there was a free seminar on our products for any employee who wished to take it. Everyone in my department wanted to go, including me. But the seminar was during the full moon, so I couldn't. When I got back to work on Thursday, I discovered everyone else knew a lot more than me about computers. And apparently for that reason, they promoted me to senior consultant. Because you know less than the others, Sirius clarified. Remus shrugged. I don't understand muggles any more than I understand wizards. Sirius glanced at Harry and back at Remus. You ready to sneak out of here? Remus paused to consider the question while closing his computer game windows. He hopped up and opened his office door to address his gossip-loving colleagues. I'm not in any trouble. These were just a couple of my friends playing around. Julie, is McAllister here? Julie looked up from her desk. Is McAllister ever here? What about Maddox? Julie shook her head. She went home over an hour ago. All right, thanks, Remus said, closing the door to his office again. He pulled on the cord that shut his blinds. You got something fun for us to do. We need your help on a little project, Harry explained. Sirius added, and I want to buy you dinner. You buy? Remus asked in surprise. Are you sure? Sirius smirked. Well, I'm a little bi-curious. We came into a little money and need your help, Harry interjected. Everybody wins. Remus nodded and waved the two men towards him away from the window in his office door. We can just apparate out from here. Harry blinked, half expecting they would need to kidnap Remus to get him to skip out on work. Won't they notice you never left your office? Remus shrugged. I wouldn't be surprised if they think I'm just working late. Sirius tapped his chin. You know, this whole work thing doesn't sound quite as bad as I'd expected. I prefer our new jobs, Harry argued with a smile at Sirius. Hang on, Remus said, looking at the two grinning Lord Blacks. You guys got jobs. Sirius and Harry exchanged a glance just before they both apparated away. Meet you back at Grimmauld Place. No way, Remus repeated for the sixth time, shaking his head in amazement. They were just going to throw this stuff away. Hard to believe, isn't it? Sirius grinned. This is a really nice robe, Remus said, enjoying the feel of acromantula silk. I mean really, really nice. Normally, I'd refuse your generosity, but I can see you stumbled across plenty of them. I know, Sirius cheered. You guys must be the luckiest blokes in the world, Remus commented, while he and Sirius were arranging where to put all the new electronics. Remus was explaining the various parts, while Sirius just nodded and didn't even try to pay attention. Damn it, Harry swore as the ward stones flared up and died. I'm still not doing this right. Are you following the instructions correctly? Remus asked from behind a quickly growing mess of wires and cables. Yes, Harry answered. I'm doing the spell exactly the way the book says, but it's not working. Try your other wand, Sirius suggested with a shrug. Remus stuck his head out and glared at Sirius. The wand he's using won't make any difference in the magic. Hot damn, Harry cheered. Sirius, I could kiss you right now if that didn't mean I'd be admitting you were right. Ha, Sirius smirked at Remus. I told you. Remus just went back behind the TV and ignored Sirius. Since the spell was working, Harry cast sticking charms on the rest of the ward stones and affixed them to the four corners of the ceiling and the four corners of the floor. The four walls, the floor, and the ceiling all needed the spell cast on it, isolating this particular room off from the magic of the rest of the home. Remus came back around to the extra long couch and had 3 different remotes in his hands. We're ready whenever you are. Harry had just finished casting the spell for a 6th time and was inspecting where the magical boundaries met. I think we're good. Here goes nothing, Remus said, pointing the remote at giant television, while the 2 other Lord Blacks collapsed into the couch on either side of him. The screen flickered to life and had warning text statting, warming up. No way, Remus cheered. It works. He turned on the DVD player and saw it light up. No way. Sirius glanced at how excited Remus was and commented, This isn't exactly the stimulating sort of show I was looking for. The screen had finished warming up and was a royal blue, exclaiming it was looking for an input signal. "If there's a disc in the player, it should have just started up," Remus explained. He looked down at the first remote for the television and began to fiddle with the buttons. "Maybe I need to." "AAH!" Sirius shrieked as blaring loud music came from all directions around him. All three men had their hands over their ears and yet continued to try and communicate. "Is it supposed to be that loud?" Harry screamed over the noise. Remus shrugged, fiddling with more buttons. "I think so." "Maybe a silencing charm," Sirius was mumbling as he took out his wand. "No," Remus snapped, grabbing the wand from Sirius' hand. He chucked it out into the hallway. "Don't cast magic on the electronics." "I'm pretty sure you can turn the volume down," Harry shouted over the orchestral song and movie's opening credits. "How?" Remus shouted back, showing the remote to Harry. Harry looked at it. Perhaps the arrow buttons labeled volume. "Oh, right," Remus agreed and quickly lowered the volume to a far more acceptable level. "Sorry about that." "SHH," Sirius scolded, slapping Remus. "Excuse me," Remus said when he saw Sirius hadn't even looked towards him. "I'm trying to watch this. I don't want to miss it and you keep talking," Sirius explained while clearly enraptured by the screen. Remus hit pause. "What? No," Sirius snapped. "You broke it. Fix it, Mooney, fix it." "I paused it," Remus explained and hit play, followed by pause again. Sirius huffed and tried to grab the remote, but Remus pulled his hand away. Sirius whined, "Give me the wand. You don't know how to work it right." "If you think it's a wand, then it's clearly not safe in your hands," Remus retorted. Remus let out a slightly feminine shriek when he felt pokes on both the left and right sides of his belly. He dropped the remote in reflex as an invisible hand grabbed it and pulled it away. "Why don't I hold the remote while you two children wrestle for it?" Harry said, keeping the remote up in the air and out of their reach. "You're on," Sirius agreed, grabbing a hold of Remus and taking him by surprise. "Padfoot, he wasn't being sincere. He was calling you childish," Remus complained despite being held in a half-Nelson. "That's the talk of a loser if I ever heard one," Sirius grumbled as Remus' werewolf strength quickly turned the tables on him. Harry just rolled his eyes and hit play on the remote. The two grown men, who were wrestling on the floor, stopped and just looked up at the giant screen. Neither had bothered to extricate themselves from the other's grip. They were both simply entranced at the wondrous technology of Muggles and the tale unfolding before their eyes. Harry was stifling his chuckles at the fact that Remus and Sirius were still holding each other and watching the movie. He summoned Sirius' camera and snapped a few shots when they gripped each other tightly in moments of fright and surprise. Before long, Harry also got caught up in the movie. "You guys here?" Tonk's voice came from the foyer. "Upstairs," Harry called back, suddenly realizing they'd been watching a movie for over 20 minutes. Remus and Sirius were still on the floor, neither even aware that Harry or Tonks had said anything. "Holy crap," Tonks exclaimed at the sight of the giant telly. "SHH," Remus and Sirius both shushed. Harry hit pause on the movie. "No," Sirius whined. "What are you doing?" Remus suddenly realized his predicament. "Padfoot, could you take your arm off my waist, please? It's stuck between two pillows." "We don't have any." "Gah," Sirius said, quickly pulling away. Tonks looked at Harry. "Do I want to know?" Harry smiled at Tonks. "I took pictures of the lovers' embrace on the floor." Sirius plopped himself back on the couch and yelped. "Hey, that's my new camera, you thief." "You found a camera too?" Remus asked in surprise. "No way." "Speaking of thieves," Tonks grinned. "Last night someone cleaned house at Parkinson Manor. Potter's been moaning about it all day." Harry said without conviction. Sirius echoed innocently. "I only mention because you just happened to find a camera around the same time someone stole a camera from the Parkinsons, along with the vast majority of their other earthly possessions," Tonks said, glancing at the massive Muggle home entertainment center. "It's curious timing. This stuff is probably all stolen." Remus suddenly realized. I mean the odds of you guys just finding all this stuff in one place the same night as a major robbery have to be astronomical. You did say you found it all in the same place, right? Sirius said before Harry poked him in the belly. Oof. Yup, Harry said with a wide smile. Found all of it in the same place. Tonks saw the nice robe her adoptive father was wearing and smirked. And just what else did you find? Tons, Remus answered for them. They got a hole. He stopped and turned towards the two Lord Blacks who were inspecting their surroundings and whistling nonchalantly. You didn't just find anything at all, did you? Doubt it, Tonks said through her snickers. Unless you count finding things around Parkinson Manor. Sirius looked at Harry and asked, How long are we supposed to act innocent? Harry deflated and sighed. Well, you can stop acting now. You guys stole from the Parkinsons, Remus yelled in outrage. Yeah, Sirius answered with a firm nod. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? Sirius looked at Harry and shook his head. No, not really. It's not so much that we wanted to quote-unquote steal from them, as it is that we wanted to remove some of the Death Eater's resources, Harry feebly explained. And reallocate them to our pockets, Sirius added with a grin. Why are your panties in such a twist, Moony? I don't know, Remus said, still unable to keep his voice down. But it's wrong. If we let things like right and wrong get in the way, then the terrorists have already won, Sirius sagely argued. Harry got the distinct feeling Sirius wasn't the most skilled debater before turning to face Tonks. To be honest, I wasn't sure if they were even going to report it. Did they manage to dispel the calling card in the entryway? You guys took everything, Tonks added. They had to report it. And no, the floating dildo was still there when we arrived, which, by the way, was getting a lot of discussion on what to call it. I think the frontrunner last I heard was the After Dark mark, though Rockwell was insisting that it should be called the Dirk mark for some reason. Personally, I think. Tonks, Remus interrupted. Right, Tonks said as she realized a dildo discussion in front of her adopted father, and the two-dimension traveling knuckleheads couldn't possibly end well. Anyways, they left it up for the investigators. The Duem captured the wand signature from the mark, and it wasn't on file. Sirius frowned. Did you at least ask Baron Parkinson some uncomfortable questions? Tonks shook her head. He was away on business, or so we've been told. He left the missus to deal with the DMLE. Are you sure Parkinson is a Death Eater? Harry, Sirius asked. Harry nodded, as certain as I can be. Was this a gut feeling, or did you see the mark? Snakes can sense the serpent magic of the dark mark, Harry explained. Parkinson had it. It leaves a stain on the soul, a particularly poetic cobra told me once. That's a useful trick, Tonks said with a low whistle, detecting the dark mark. I can't detect it, Harry clarified. I'm just one of the few people in the world who can talk to the ones who can detect it. And before you even ask, you don't have to worry. We're not going to be reallocating from anyone until after we've confirmed their branded Voldemort cattle. Wait, Remus jumped in. You're going to do this again. We finally get new jobs and you're trying to get me to quit, Sirius said, shaking his head. Moony, I'm disappointed in you. It's not a job, it's a crime, Remus said, looking over at Tonks. And come to think of it, you've implicitly made us all accomplices, including a respected Auror. That's a good point, boys, Tonks jumped in. I can't just turn my head the other way. Thank you, Remus nodded, glad to have some support. Certainly not when the old guy here gets himself such a fine silk robe, and I've got nothing to wear to help you celebrate your new jobs. Well, we're going to have to do something about that. Sirius grinned back as Remus' head dropped in disappointment. Come with me, or Tonks Lupin, Harry said, swinging an arm over her shoulder. I think we can locate a wardrobe or two in your size, or maybe some jewelry that befits a member of the Black family. Now we're talking, Tonks agreed. Harry gave her a playful squeeze of the bum, adding, Who knows? We may even figure out a way to celebrate where having nothing to wear is the appropriate attire. Remus sighed as Tonks and Harry walked away. We were good people before we met you too. Honest, hardworking magical citizens. Sirius slung an arm over Mooney's shoulder, imitating Harry's earlier action. Maybe, but you weren't having this much fun either. True, Remus admitted with a smile. And why do you even care so much about us, thieving from the folks you'd openly consider the enemy? Remus smirked. I don't care, but someone needs to disagree with you too before you try to overthrow the government. That's tomorrow, Sirius assured him as he picked up the television remote. Why don't you show me how to make the thing louder with this muggle wand? Remus grinned. You want to watch the rest of the movie? Sirius nodded. That, and I figured you'd want to make sure to drown out any noise coming from Harry's room right about now. Okay, that's it, Remus insisted. You really need to learn a thing or two about fathers and their daughters. Sirius could always tell when Remus was ripe for riling up. Well, I think your daughter may be the one learning a thing or two. Remus clenched his eyes shut. It's about common courtesy and basic propriety, things you just don't say to certain people, even when they're obvious. You know, we picked up a whole lot of really old, musty-smelling books, Sirius teased when he saw Remus' eyes light up. I only mention it because there's a chance that right now Harry and Tonks are having sex. Remus growled softly. At this very moment, his penis could be in her. Give me the muggle wand and shut up, Remus snapped, figuring if he couldn't beat him, he should join him. And make sure to beat him later much harder with a big stick. Chapter 9. Harry, Sirius whined. Stop reading about the Wisengamot and entertain me. I can't believe this stuff, Harry said, shaking his head. You know we can settle disputes with duels. I don't think the charter has changed in about 1,000 years. There's even a wielder of the sovereign saber. There's a sword, Sirius asked curiously. Yeah, Harry explained. Whoever's got the saber has the right to interrupt any proceedings at any time for any reason, and they must be heard. That does seem a bit medieval, Sirius said. Can you stab people with it? Harry shrugged. What good does wielding the sovereign saber do if you can't stab the guy next to you when it tickles your fancy? Sirius had a very thoughtful and intelligent response to Harry's question, but they were interrupted by a knock at the door. It's about freaking time, Sirius yelled, marching to the front door. Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting? He wrenched open the door and discovered a curvaceous young woman with a tool belt hanging loosely on her hips. She wore a half-buckled pair of overalls covering a tight, soot-covered white t-shirt. Sirius' face split into a smile, and he finished his question, for you to walk into our lives. She was popping her chewing gum and decided to blow a bubble while eyeing Sirius up. The bubble she was blowing burst, and she licked the gum from her upper lip. Sorry about that. You need a flu reconnection. Sirius pulled the door open wider and waved her in. Either that, or it was just something we said to get you in the door. She tried to ignore his advances and asked, Where do you want the primary fireplace, and how many others do you want active? Sirius closed the door and flashed an innocent grin. I suppose that depends on how good you are with your tools. Harry looked up from his copy of A People's History of the Wisengamot. In here, Harry called out, answering her first question. He pointed towards the large hearth. That's our primary fireplace. The only other two we need are the 2 master bedrooms. You have 2 master bedrooms? She asked while glancing over her shoulder at Sirius. The manor actually provides one for each Lord Black, Sirius said, leaning against the side of the mantel, while the young woman climbed into the fireplace. Sirius was happily checking out the visible parts of her body while she was banging around with her tools. Sirius loudly explained, When you finish up with this fireplace, I'll show you mine. Common courtesy would be for you to show me yours. Uh-huh, she commented skeptically. Harry was just shaking his head and poking Sirius for being shameless. The young woman leaned out of the fireplace and flirted right back at them. Lord Black and Lord Black, I'm ready for you in here. Bring a wand. Please call me Sirius, he announced, sidling up next to her. And what should I call you? I'm Cindy with an S. Yes, you are, Sirius agreed. You're just keying in the wand signature, right? Harry clarified without getting up. Cindy nodded, wiping the soot off her hands, accentuating her chest. Yeah, but it needs to be in your hand. That's all right, Harry said. You guys look cozy in there. I got it from here. Are you sure? Cindy questioned. Only those keyed into the primary can affect the other fireplaces on the account. What's the matter, Cindy with an S? Don't think I'm enough Lord Black for you. Sirius grinned, pressing his wand tip into back of the fireplace. Cindy grinned back. I'm quite certain you're too much Lord Black for me, Sirius. She saw Sirius was already resting his wand in the right spot, but was surprised to see another wand floating opposite it waiting to be keyed in. What's that? Sirius saw where she was looking and answered. That's Harry's wand, and Harry's holding it, so go ahead and key us in. She didn't question it, and activated the flu network for them. That it, Sirius clarified, pulling back his wand when she nodded. Cindy watched the other wand float out of the fireplace and zoom over towards Harry. Harry hadn't even looked up from his book and just raised his left arm into the air. The wand slid right into the wrist holster, and Harry's arm came down. The page in his book turned itself without Harry ever noticing his audience. Come on, Cindy, Sirius said as he picked up her tools off the ground. I think I've got something in my bedroom you'll want to see. Sirius and Cindy walked past Harry, and Sirius mumbled out of the corner of his mouth, "Show off." Cindy gasped, turned around, and slapped Sirius across the face. If you pinch my ass without permission again, I'm going to write up a report and you'll never get connected to any flu in this country. Sirius just shook his head, trying to ignore the not-so-quiet snickering coming from Harry, and preparing to argue his innocence when he instead asked, So this permission thing, how's it gonna work? Cindy was smiling in spite of herself. You're incorrigible. You have no idea, Harry commented loudly, still nose deep in his book. Thank you, Harry, Sirius snapped back, disappearing towards the bedrooms with Cindy. 10 minutes later, the two were coming back down to the living room, shamelessly flirting and giggling the whole way. You can't sign Lord Black twice, Cindy said with a laugh. There are 2 different wand signatures on the account, and they each need their own authorization. Help me out here, Harry, Sirius requested with a hopeful look. Cindy here is getting off her shift after finishing up with us, and I'm trying to convince her to take a few more hours on the clock and spare us the agony of going to the Wisengamot vote tonight. I said I would if my boyfriend. Don't even give me that boyfriend cock and bull story, unless you're ready to prove you feel nothing for me with a kiss. Sirius, can I talk to you for a moment? Harry said, pulling the older man into a corner away from Cindy. Harry glanced over and saw Cindy was pointedly ignoring them. He looked at his godfather. Okay, first, I'd avoid mentioning bull cock in the same 4-word span as boyfriend when you're chatting up a girl. Sirius nodded at the advice he could have used a moment ago. And second, Harry glanced over at Cindy again. He looked Sirius in the eye. How old do you think she is? Sirius took a glance and answered, 26 or 7 maybe. Why? You don't think she's 30, do you? Harry rolled his eyes at the look of fear when Sirius said the word 30. Harry leaned to the side and called out, Hey, Cindy. Remember, I'm an ancient and noble lord who can verify this with your boss when I ask, How old are you? 18, Cindy answered uncertainly. No, 19. I turned 19 a couple weeks ago. Thank you, Harry said with a smile. And my real name is Marge, she admitted out loud in an oddly honest moment. Harry looked back at Sirius. 19. For a man who wants to keep making fun of the old Remus, you're not exactly sparkling with virtue at the moment. 19, Sirius repeated incredulously, looking her over again. I'm like, old enough to be her father, twice her age, on the sort of diaper duty that reserves you a place in hell. You're being a big help here, Sirius nodded sarcastically, thanking Harry. I'm not saying if a pretty minnow jumps in your boat to throw it back, Harry explained. But maybe you shouldn't be fishing for the ones just spawning for their first time. I used to know a mermaid who dirty talked a lot like that, Sirius replied. And yes, point taken. Obviously, I was overestimating her age. Blah, blah, blah. We'll still go play with the icky politicians tonight. Harry walked back over to the woman. Cindy, Marge, where do you need my signature? Here and here, She pointed to 2 spots on her work orders. Thanks for setting us up, Harry said, going back to his chair and book. Sirius smiled at her. I'm sorry to say the evil, anal retentive Lord Black has insisted that we attend this evening's Wisengamot session, which means I'm not going to be able to steal you from your boyfriend tonight. But now you know my flu address for the next time he disappoints you and you want to get back at him. Cindy walked over to the freshly connected flu and tossed in some flu powder. You're such a dirty old man, she said with a wink before loudly announcing, Ministry of Magic. Sirius watched her disappear. I'm a dirty old man, eh? Easy way to fix that, Harry said, closing his book and standing up. Take a shower. We should drop in and visit the Chamber of Lords lounge before the Wisengamot convenes. There's a lounge, Sirius asked. Harry nodded. And Hooker's there to service you. Well, all right, Sirius agreed, finally seeing the benefit of establishing a political presence. Harry, Sirius commented as the two walked into the private chamber. I see a bunch of old men. Perhaps we need to clarify the definition of hooker. I don't think that's necessary, Harry added. You might have misinterpreted my meaning when I said there would be hookers here to service you. You mean when I took your line, there will be hookers here to service me, to mean that there would be hookers here to service me. Yup, Harry agreed. That doesn't sound anything like my meaning. How do you do? A man greeted, walking up to them. Lord Thomas Hooker. My friends call me TJ. Would I be correct in believing you two to be the infamous Lords Black? I hardly think we're infamous yet, Lord Hooker, Sirius grinned, shaking the man's hand. But the day's just getting started. TJ, another man greeted as he approached. Don't scare the new guys too much. Lord Jason Bennington, my friends call me JC. Lord Black, Harry answered, shaking Lord Bennington's hand. My friends call me Harry, and not to worry. It'll take a lot more than a room of stodgy old men to scare me. Did you just call me stodgy? A man interrupted, puffing up himself with pride. PJ, must you always posture? Lord Hooker said with a grin. Lord Peter Potter, he introduced, sticking his hand out. My friends call me a right old bastard. Well, if that's all it takes, I wouldn't be surprised to count you as a friend someday, Sirius answered, shaking hands. Lord Black, my friends call me Sirius, and this is Harry, another Lord Black. I also get called PJ a lot because right old bastard just takes too long to say sometimes. Harry was shaking hands with a great uncle he never knew he had when he felt a powerful presence enter the room. Speaking of stodgy old men, Lord Potter mumbled under his breath. Harry spun around and did his best to focus on his frustratingly weak occlumency shields. Chief Warlock Dumbledore, I don't believe we've met. Lord Black, Albus replied, his eyebrows rising in surprise at the emblem on Harry's shoulder. Or should I say Warlock Black? It's been a while since I've seen a declaration patch worn. The other lords looked at Harry curiously, having not noticed or recognized the importance of the patch. Yes, well, I figure it's my first day here, Harry answered with an innocent shrug. What better way to kick off my foray into the world of wizarding politics than with a little friendly stabbing among dignitaries? A friendly stabbing, Albus repeated as his eyes twinkled. Harry was waiting for the moment he felt any sign of legilimency, but it never came. How often do you find stabbing friendly? Albus asked. Sirius saw Harry and Albus were almost staring each other down. Well, there was this swordfish the other day. 3 loud gong sounds rang throughout the Chamber of Lords, ending all conversation. Civic duty beckons, my lords and ladies, Albus said loudly. The large group walked together out from the Chamber of Lords and into the half-filled Wisengamot General Assembly. Sirius led Harry over towards the pulpit reserved for the Black hereditary seat. Sirius crossed the boundary on the alcove, and the center chair magically grew into a slightly raised, almost throne-like wingback. Harry followed right behind Sirius, and when he crossed, there was a bright white flash attracting all attention their way. What had been one impressive wing-backed lord's chair was now replaced with 2 identical regal seats. Great, Harry said, blinking his eyes. People are staring at us and I'm seeing spots. A little warning might have helped. Sirius plopped down into the chair and was rubbing his own eyes. I didn't know that was going to happen. Please, everyone, be seated, Albus instructed from his commanding position in center of the first row. Yes, we are graced by the presence of not one but two Lords Black for the first time, and we will have a proper introduction to them after the vote. As soon as the proceedings began, several people remained standing, waiting to be recognized. Albus called on the most senior member of the Wisengamot first, Lord Burke. The skinny old man rested both hands on his cane and imperiously announced, I challenge the appointment of two lords from a single house. It creates irreparable conflicts. You are certain you wish to challenge? Albus clarified, looking over his glasses at Lord Burke. Lord Burke nodded. Lord Black, Warlock Black, Albus called. You have been challenged. How do you respond? Harry stood up while Sirius just leaned back and rested his feet on the front banister of their pulpit. A few people were muttering over the lack of respect Sirius was showing. Harry swept his gaze across the hall, looking at everyone and lingering on the people still standing. He grinned deviously and began. Now I suppose I can easily rebuke this amateur and sophomoric challenge by pointing out we still only want a vote per recognized wizarding line, whether it's delivered by a lord or an appointed representative. Having two lords is no different from having two appointees of equal stature insofar as any vote in the Wisengamot is concerned. Harry was relishing in the stern looks and cold stares headed his direction. But I'm not going to do that, because as challenged and declared warlock, I wish to earn the right to wield the sovereign saber. Albus hid his surprise to find that there really could be some stabbing this evening. The sovereign saber, he repeated. You realize no one has made any public mention of the saber in all my years of service. Sounds like it may be a historic evening then, Harry retorted with clear determination. Because I want it. Albus sat back tiredly. This is why you wear an emblem of declaration. That's correct, Chief Warlock. You do realize some could argue you are just wasting our time, Albus said. We are more than willing to hear any reasonably brief comments you wish to make, no matter whether you carry a sword or not. And if my comments aren't reasonably brief, Harry replied, showing he wasn't budging. Albus heard the murmurs from the crowd and was stroking his beard. I don't suppose you know who is currently in possession of the saber. Harry nodded. I believe it is the Donnelly hereditary seat, as Lord Charles Donnelly wielded the saber at sessions as recently as 1782. 1782, that's a little outdated, Albus said, clearly not amused. He turned towards his right. Sir Tapper, you're the representative for Lord Donnelly and the Donnelly family, are you not? Yes, sir, the lone man in a far less throne-like chair of a private pulpit answered. Albus knew it was fruitless, but asked, Did you perchance bring the sovereign saber with you? Begging your pardon, Chief Warlock, but until a minute ago, I didn't know any sovereign saber existed. I surmised as much, Albus nodded and turned back to Harry. I am sorry we are unable to accommodate you, Warlock Black. Come now, Chief Warlock Dumbledore, Harry grinned dangerously again. I don't think we have to throw in the towel just yet. Oh. Wisengamot Charter states that appointees cannot wield the saber anyway, so there's nothing Sir Tapper could have done with it even if he had brought it. But I assumed you of all people would know that the forger of the sovereign saber was also the swordsmith who made Godric Gryffindor's famed magical blade. And he made it with many of the same charms, notably including the ability to be called. Harry glanced around as he explained. In the absence of its current owner, the Chief Warlock may call it and present it to a requesting noble line. Lord Donnelly may challenge to get the saber back the next session he attends, but if no one wishes to challenge my right to the blade by requesting it themselves, then I should be permitted and presented the sovereign saber. You certainly did your homework on Wisengamot Charter history, didn't you? Albus agreed, willing the sovereign saber to appear before him. Harry nodded and ominously added, Suffice it to say what I've learned has been disturbing. Very well, Albus said, lifting the jewel-encrusted, but otherwise rather plain-looking blade in the air. Warlock Black has requested the sovereign saber. Is there anyone who wishes to dispute Warlock Black's claim? A dispute on this matter is settled by a blades-only duel, correct? A fit young aristocrat inquired. When Albus nodded, he quickly announced, "Yes, I wish to dispute the sovereignty of Warlock Black." "As will I," another man quickly stood. "And I," a witch stood up announcing. "I'm sorry, Baroness Pince," Albus answered, "but you wear no declaration and are unable to dispute this. Baron Switzer and Lord Fulbright, your objections are noted." Albus raised his wand into the air, gave it a couple of twirls, creating two plain swords sticking in the ground in the central floor of the Wisengamot. "Baron Switzer, Warlock Black," Albus said, waving his hands to large open area below. "Since neither of you has the right to the saber yet, you will both duel with the blades provided." "Rules," Baron Switzer sneered as he walked down to the courtroom floor. "Unfamiliar with your Wisengamot charter, Baron," Harry answered before Albus could. "Well, the rules are we swing our little poking sticks around until one of us yields or dies. Of note is the fact that the rules didn't provide for unconsciousness, and thus if you pass out, I'll have to kill you to win." Albus saw Baron Switzer look up to him and added, "What Warlock Black is overlooking is that the Chief Warlock can intervene and declare a winner when the outcome is no longer in doubt." "But he doesn't have to intervene," Harry answered, arriving at the first sword jutting up out of the stone floor. Harry wrenched the sword loose and was whipping it back and forth in the air. "Unless he really, really wants to." Baron Switzer saw how inexpertly Harry was swinging the sword and thought he'd have a good chance. He pulled up his blade and held it steady, aimed straight at Harry. Albus was reluctant to say it, but both combatants were staring back at each other silently. "Begin." Baron Switzer was an accomplished swordsman and began to circle Harry. Harry just stood there while he was being circled, and the Baron just kept slowly moving closer in. With a lunge, Baron Switzer swung his first strike at Harry. Harry saw the attack coming and surprised everyone by using his free hand to catch the blade and grab a firm hold of it. He was cheating, of course, and it was the strength of a magical appendage that kept the strike from slicing his hand in two and instead only split the skin. A shallow cut was seeping blood, and Harry merely looked at it in annoyance. The surprise on Baron Switzer's face showed, and Harry took the opportunity to jab his sword straight at the man. Baron Switzer twisted his body out of the way of the first two swings. He was unable to get Harry to release the Baron's sword. "Hold still," Harry whined just before his third lunge connected solidly, piercing right through the man's armpit. "Ah!" Switzer's grip went slack, and he'd let go of his blade in an involuntary muscle reflex. Harry was still holding the sharp end as blood was dripping down his hand. He proceeded to poke Baron Switzer again with Harry's own sword. The aristocrat gasped and shrieked, slapping a hand over his second open wound. Harry just smiled and stabbed him once more, hopping to avoid vital organs. "This is kind of fun." Baron Switzer grunted and was sliced again rather shallowly. "Stop." "Do you?" Harry paused and stabbed him in the thigh. "Yield." Yes, yes, Baron Switzer pleaded as he was quickly losing blood. "I yield." "Excellent," Harry agreed and stabbed the Baron in the foot. "Whoops, sorry, that one was my bad." Baron Switzer had crumpled to the floor as a couple men hurried down from the stands to tend to him. Harry flipped what had been the Baron's blade, so he was holding it by the handle. He wiped his own blood off the sword and onto his cloak's sleeve. Once he'd sufficiently cleaned the blade, he used magic to launch it slicing through the air. It embedded deep into the wood of the chair just a few inches away from a seated Wisengamot member. "Lord Fulbright," Harry said with a small bow, "I believe you were next." Lord Fulbright turned his head slowly to the blade that was still shaking back and forth from the sudden impact. He looked back at Albus and stated, "I think I'll retract my dispute for now." "Understood," Albus agreed, clearly not approving of Harry's barbaric actions. He waved his wand, vanishing both hastily conjured swords. "Warlock Black, I confirm you are the rightful wielder of the sovereign saber." Harry mentally called for the enchanted sword, and it appeared in his hand. "Thanks, Chief Warlock," Are you going to be challenging for my seat next? Albus inquired, watching Harry closely, while Sirius just looked bored. Not today, Harry answered. But we do still need to address Burke's challenge that. That is Lord Burke to you, Warlock Black, Burke insisted angrily. Actually, Harry happily corrected. The Sovereign Saber permits me to interrupt, and demand to be heard at any time. You could beg me to continue to use your frilly little title, but the Saber excludes me from the laws restricting speech and titles in all Wisengamot matters. Isn't that right, Albus? You are correct, Warlock Black, Albus answered. But I think perhaps you have made enough enemies for now. I'm just getting started, Harry said, plopping back into his chair and kicking his feet up, mimicking Sirius' position. Albus looked at the two Lord Blacks for a moment before addressing. In any event, Lord Burke, I agree with Warlock Black's initial comments that the private dealings of a house are up to the house. And as long as the house retains a single vote, there isn't any legal precedent prohibiting more than one lord of the family recognized by the Wisengamot. Do we need to vote on your challenge? Lord Burke shook his head irritably and sat back down. We have a vote before us, Albus explained. The bill is Muggle-born rights. We shall hear closing statements on both sides of the issue from Mr. Johnson and Madame Filman. Excuse me, Harry blurted out happily. Just one thing. Yes, Warlock Black, Albus reluctantly answered. Since it seems like all the blood purists and traditionalists around here are very much in favor of this bill, and all the people that foolishly believe Muggle-borns deserve equal rights are opposed to the bill, shouldn't we think about renaming it? Harry said loudly. I was thinking Muggle and rights both sound fine, but what if we change born into something more fitting like hatting baby rapist? I know it's not quite as catchy, but Muggle hatting baby rapist rights feels a lot more in line with the spirit of the bill. Thank you, Warlock Black, Albus loudly replied, silencing cries of anger. But renaming the bill is not up for discussion. The time for that has long since passed. All right, just checking, Harry nodded while playing with the Sovereign Saber. Albus ceded the floor to Mr. Johnson, who spoke emphatically in favor of Muggle-born rights, while Madame Filman waited her turn to speak against the bill. Harry tuned them out and turned to Sirius. How are you holding up? Maybe, if I got to stab someone, wouldn't be so boring. Harry tossed him the blade. Be my guest. The House of Black and its lord are in possession of the saber. Stab away with sovereignty. Sirius was playing with the sword a bit and leaned over towards Harry. Any thoughts on when or where you want to go back to work? Harry cast a small silencing charm around them and answered, It's been 2 days. I know, Sirius admitted, but I figure the work is going to get harder as we go, not easier. True, Harry said. And yes, I've had some thoughts. As we speak, I've got a pair of small snakes working their way around figuring out how many marked people are in this room. Oh yeah, Sirius replied with a smile. Are you that sure you're going to find any? Harry nodded. Simmons and Darcy from the lounge are already on the short list. Speaking of short, Sirius attempted to segue. What's up with you and Tonks? Did Mooney put you up to this? Sirius grumbled. Mooney doesn't even want to know. I get the feeling he was a little too overprotective when Tonks started dadding. I think Tonks might have coerced him into a magical oath. So no, he didn't ask. This is just my own burning curiosity. We're just friends, Harry answered, looking forward as Dumbledore had stood up to begin the vote. Friends. Friends with benefits, you could say. That's nice and all. Maybe you two can pass notes in the common room, Sirius interjected. But I was looking for some details. I mean, I've heard stories about Metamorph Moggy. Stories, huh? Harry commented. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they were all true. Not all of them, Sirius replied. I know Andy and Ted didn't flip a coin and decide to raise her as a girl. Harry bit his lip. You know, I don't think it's worth the risk to ask that one. So come on, Sirius asked. Did Tonks make like Ginny and get the ghost off your back? You know, I haven't seen her in almost a week, Harry said. She's probably due to appear at the worst possible time. So who'd you ask for? Sirius insisted. Hermione, Luna, McGonagall. No, Harry said. Nothing like that. You can't tell me she just looked like Tonks. Harry shook his head with a grin. Well, not exactly. I mean, there's something to be said for the ability to go from a blonde schoolgirl to a red-headed French maid to a blue-haired, high-priced hooker in a crotchless catsuit with fishnet stockings, all without even changing positions. Outfits, too. Sirius was impressed. There was a perfectly good chameleon cloak hanging in the closet. That's why we got two. Brilliant. Harry saw people were being called on to cast their votes. That girl has got one fantastic imagination. That girl is almost 8 years older than you. She likes to go through almost every sort of fantasy you can think of just to see which ones elicit the strongest responses. And yes, this is during. She borrowed my glasses and did this stern librarian thing, then she gave them back, morphed, and tried to sell me a box of cookies. Harry paused and tried to remember where he'd left the cookies. Did you know she can fake a pregnancy? Massive bulge of the belly complete with welcome and unwelcome swelling. She even pinned me to the ground and ordered me to call her Dora the Sexplorer. What's that about? You want to talk about names that are out there? Sirius jumped in and related. That one muggle girl, whose name I'll never remember, she actually named my. Wait, Harry interrupted. You'll never remember her name, but you remember what she named your. Yup, Sirius answered. You'd remember it too if you got christened Lord Crotch, the Womb Raider. Harry was unable to contain his snort. Lord Crotch, the Womb Raider. Yeah, Sirius grinned. I'm not sure I get it, but I think I'm going to order a plaque made with that name. Lord Black and Warlock Black. Albus Dumbledore's magnified voice broke through their silencing charm. Something the matter? Harry innocently asked, knowing Albus had been calling for them the last 30 seconds. How do you vote on the bill titled Muggle-born rights? Dumbledore asked in a quieter voice. Harry glanced at Sirius and back. Nay. Thank you, Albus said. Lord Black votes nay, Baron Blackenshire. Nay. Harry and Sirius tuned out the rest of the vote and continued to chat back and forth. The vote finished, and the Muggle-born rights bill passed easily with 64%. Chief Warlock Dumbledore was saying the closing words of the session. Traditionally, at this point, we would hear a few words from our newest members, but I am not certain that either Lord Black is paying attention right now. You'd like a few words? Harry asked curiously. I don't believe there's anything in the charter you might have read, Albus mockingly answered. But in the past, when someone new has taken over a seat, they would introduce themselves and maybe say a few words about any issues they feel strongly on. I think we'd all understand if you were unprepared for this. Harry raised his hand as he stood up and began. I don't think I need to prepare that much to introduce myself. He waved his hand back and forth at everyone. Hello, Wisengamot, I'm Harry, though I suppose in this room I'm Lord Black. Lord Black, Harry repeated. I still think that's hilarious. A few years ago, I put on a ring for the purposes of warding a home I'd inherited. I just thought it was a ring. And then I find out it was the Black family ring, and it had accepted me as the new lord. That's ridiculous. I just wanted to put up an apparition ward, and suddenly that means I actually have a mildly important voice in one of the premier governing bodies. That's retarded. Harry shook his head as some people were muttering unhappily. I did a fair amount of reading on the Wisengamot before tonight, and I got to say this place is outdated and stagnant. I understand the idea that if it's not broke, then you shouldn't fix it. But I'm telling you, it's broke. Listen to me. I'm Lord Black and I have a vote. Something had to have gone wrong along the way for this to happen. Harry saw he wasn't making any friends, but that they were at least paying attention to him. It's not that complicated. Hereditary seats plus a growing rate of inbreeding does not a good judicial and legislative body make. I'm not arrogant or foolish enough to believe I have all the answers. But if you try to feed me a plate of shit, I'm going to call you on trying to feed me a plate of shit. Like the bill tonight, that was a plate of shit. But I digress, Harry paused. The short of it is that I consider it my civic duty to piss you all off. Thank you. Harry sat back down happily. Thank you, Warlock Black, Albus tiredly replied. He looked straight at Sirius and asked, Lord Black. Sirius glanced at Harry and pushed himself up to his feet. Sirius took a deep breath and began. I'd imagine you all have taken notice of the fact that there are 2 Lord Blacks, and I don't want to give off the impression that we are anything but a united front, so I will simply reiterate the shared opinions of the 2 Lord Blacks in my own words. Fuck you all very much. Sirius smoothed down the front of his shirt and sat back down. Thank you, and your mother twice. Albus huffed in frustration. I think that's enough for tonight. I call this session to a close. Good evening. Albus banged a magical gavel to his desk and gathered up the parchments around him. Sirius stood up and looked at Harry. Shall we make a dramatic exit? You can if you want, Harry said. I'm still waiting on a couple of reptilian delegates that wanted to keep an eye on the door. Don't sneak out on me, Sirius warned as he exited the courtroom and ran into a number of reporters and photographers. Harry briefly chatted with the 2 scout snakes as he slipped them into his pocket. He had just begun to wonder how long he could wait in the courtroom when Sirius bellowed. Get out here, Harry. What? Harry came out quickly. What's the matter? Sirius grinned. Nothing, but it's a better photo op with both of us. Smile at the camera. Harry turned towards a group of 4 photographers and was blinded by flashes. Lord Black, Lord Black. Harry saw Sirius wasn't going to let him get away and figured he probably owed Sirius for coming tonight. He turned towards the shouting man with the quill and notepad. Yes. Lord Sirius Black indicated that you wrote your own introductory remarks, the reporter supplied. Could you expound on your meaning when you said you consider it your civic duty to piss people off? Now you're just twisting my words, Harry argued. I don't consider it my civic duty to piss people off. I consider it my civic duty to piss off the backass wards inbred idiotic geezers who think blood purity matters. Given the performance of the Wisengamot over the last couple centuries, I think it's safe to consider backass wards inbred idiotic geezers is a fair description of the majority. The reporter gulped and glanced at Sirius, smirking. Can I quote you on that? Sure, Harry said with a shrug. Aren't you worried about backlash from the other more senior members? Harry shook his head. Not really. They could try to make up some new laws, circumventing all of their precious ancient charter, but to do so would actually mean they're breaking away from outdated traditions, which is basically the point of goading them in the first place. Not to mention, they'd be validating me as an opposing voice to the blood purists, a voice they were unable to deal with. The reporter was furiously scribbling down everything Harry said. When you say blood purist, do you really mean Death Eater? I'm referring to the political landscape, not a recent terrorist organization, Harry replied. The problems of our society aren't the fault of the addle-brained extremists, but the fault of lazy people doing nothing to improve the status quo. If you want to quote, use this. The wizarding government is run by a bunch of the stupidest muggles you can find, who just happen to be able to do magic. We're just muggles who can do magic, a firm but feminine voice clarified. All of us. Madame Bones, Sirius greeted. I'm sure Lord Black here meant to imply everyone but you. Lord Black, Madame Bones greeted. A couple of old friends are waiting over there and we're hopping to talk to you. Sirius spotted 2 unspeakables he knew by name and patted Harry on the back. I'll catch up with you later, Harry. Harry leaned over to Sirius' ear and whispered, Keep your necklace on if you need a breakout. And remember, you're a lord now. Something you weren't last time they drugged, interrogated, and obliviated you. You worry too much, Sirius assured him. Harry watched Sirius walk away when Madame Bones repeated her earlier question. So muggles who can do magic, huh? I may have exaggerated a bit for shock effect, but basically, yeah, Harry argued. Too many wizards and witches think themselves different from muggles and have an us versus them attitude. And you don't. Harry shook his head. Like I said, we're all muggles. It just so happens that most of us who can do magic are completely ignorant of almost everything else in the world. That's a pretty unpopular attitude, Amelia Bones pointed out without disagreeing. Harry shrugged. Popularity only matters to elected officials. I'm content to loudly disagree with everyone, and maybe ruffle a few feathers, sleep with a few daughters. All the things my bloodline and magical ability entitle me to. Amelia Bones really didn't want to like Harry, but she couldn't ignore he had annoying charm. "Good evening, Lord Black," she dismissed. "Do me a favor and try not to stab any other members of the Wisengamot tonight." "You have my word that I will try, but it's this sovereign saber," Harry said, hefting his new toy, swinging it dangerously close to the reporter. "It lusts for blood, and I can only resist its call so long." Amelia said nothing else, as she turned away, shaking her head and hiding a smile. Harry got word from Sirius that he was fine, but would be a couple more hours. Tonks then decided it was her responsibility to the Black family to take Harry out and find him a piece of tail. It was only about 20 minutes after they'd arrived at the Wizarding Bar before Tonks had ditched Harry. The drummer for Stubby Boardman's reunion tour was too dishy to ignore in favor of her self-appointed responsibility to the Black family. Harry wished her well and moved over towards the bar, where he saw a very attractive and familiar face drinking alone. "Can I get you another of those?" Susan Bones looked up to see Harry smiling at her. "Sure." Harry signaled the bartender and sat down next to her. "Why would someone as attractive as you be drinking here alone?" "That's your line," Susan asked, unimpressed. "You buy me a drink, you sit down next to me, and you loosely wrap a question around an uninspired compliment." Harry sipped on his own bottle of beer. "Well, now that I've seen your confidence, I know we're not waiting on the boyfriend to arrive, and I was needlessly worried about coming on too strong." "You were going to come on stronger. You really want to tee that one up for me." Susan laughed, unashamed of the color in her cheeks. "So what would have your line been?" Harry sat his bottle down and stared right at her. He silently watched her until she finally turned and asked, "What?" "You remind me of Celestina Warbeck." Susan gave Harry a curious glance. "I look nothing like her." "No, you don't look anything like her," Harry agreed. "You're much cuter, but I never said you look like her, just that you remind me of her. Two things about you, actually." "Oh yeah," Susan asked. "What two things?" "First thing," Harry argued playfully. "First is that you both blush the same when properly embarrassed and slightly flattered." "Are we speaking from first-hand knowledge here?" Susan inquired. Harry smiled mysteriously and continued. "The second thing is that you both get a deep, husky voice after your second orgasm." Harry grinned as Susan nearly choked on her drink. "See, there's that blush." Susan had to look away as she felt embarrassed to blush this time. "You're awful." "I try," Harry agreed, sticking his hand out in greeting. "Harry." "I know who you are, Lord Black. And I know who you are, Miss Bones." Susan turned to him in surprise. "Now that is interesting. And here I was going to suggest we get to know each other a little better, but it appears we know each other already." "I may know your name," Harry pointed out, "but I would appreciate the opportunity to count and catalog every freckle on your body." "I don't have any freckles on my body," Susan retorted. Harry tipped back the rest of his beer and set the empty bottle down. "Prove it." Susan was watching Harry and found herself relishing in the way his eyes felt on her. She knocked back the rest of her drink and got up from the bar. "Okay." "Really?" Harry's voice cracked before he could stop himself. "Let's just pretend I didn't say that. You ready to go?" Susan nodded and accepted Harry's hand. She let him pull her side along as they apparated away. Harry woke up suddenly, trying to determine what roused him. He felt the calming sensation of a warm body next to him and smiled in remembrance of the night before. His fond recollection of newfound carnal knowledge was interrupted by a sharp chill in a very sensitive area. He glanced forward and saw the covers were still in place. He decided that even with a comforter in the way, Susan Bones still had great curves. Harry's eyes widened, and he became far more alert when he felt the chill again in the exact same place. Harry slowly tried not to wake up the young woman next to him as he lifted the sheets over his head to assess and evaluate the potential shrinkage situation. Ginny frowned harshly at him as her head was the only visible part of her incorporeal body sprouting up from the mattress. When she caught his eye, she brought up her fist again and punched Harry in the crotch. The chill made a lot more sense now, but somehow felt even colder. "Ginny, stop that!" Harry whispered angrily while trying to rub some heat into his body. You slept with Tonks, Ginny whispered back. Now's not really the time. Sirius says you didn't even ask her to look like me. Well, there's only so much blood in my body, Harry argued. And it's hard to think when the little head called dibs on the circulation front. I understand you're scared, Harry, Ginny continued softly. I know you don't know how to handle. Oh, for Merlin's sake, Harry snapped loudly. I'm not scared of you. Harry, the voice from the other side of the sheets warily asked. Get out of here, Harry reached out, slapped both hands on the top of Ginny's head, and pushed her down. He was momentarily shocked to see he had actually managed to push a ghost away. He didn't have a moment to consider the implications when he was reminded of more pressing issues. Are you talking to me or your penis? Harry pulled the comforter off and smiled up at Susan. He saw the cool room air had an immediate effect, creating some enticing goosebumps on her body. Sorry about that. Susan shivered and pulled the comforter back down to cover her. BRRR, it's cold. Harry grinned and cast a warming charm around her. I'm a big fan of low room temperatures where you don't want to get out from under the covers. As long as you're not scared of your penis, Susan smirked. By the way, does it talk back to you? Harry failed to mask his embarrassment, explaining. I was talking too well, the ghost between my legs, to be honest. Hum, Susan agreed, fully turning around to face towards Harry. She propped her head up with her arm. Sounds like a lucky ghost. Harry felt a sudden icy chill connect with his loins again, and he gasped. He hopped up out of bed and hurriedly put his pajama bottoms on. He pulled on his chameleon cloak and shifted it into a fuzzy terracloth robe. Why don't I make us breakfast? Are you hungry? Susan sat up a little and felt the thrill of Harry's eyes on her body again. I am hungry, she admitted, beckoning Harry closer with a finger. Harry slowly stepped towards her, fearful that Ginny's head might pop up suddenly. You want some eggs, bacon. Susan grabbed the waistband of his pajama bottoms and pulled him towards her. Her chin was resting on his belly button as she looked up at him. I was thinking sausage. Pork or Italian? Shut up. Okay. It was almost an hour later before they were both satiated and famished. They walked down the stairs and could hear sizzling sounds coming from the kitchen. Harry pushed the door open, calling out, Sirius, are you making O? Sirius was fighting with a frying pan at the stove, and it appeared his date for the previous evening was wearing only a bathrobe while she sipped some tea. Harry didn't feel any shame as both he and Susan were dressed in similar bathrobes, but he was a little worried about the woman's presence. Hey, Sirius greeted and pointed at the woman jumping to her feet. You remember. Susan. Susan had walked right behind Harry and eeped in surprise. Auntie Amelia. Harry looked at Sirius and pinched the bridge of his nose. We have got to work on our communication. Chapter 10. The two Blacks and two Bones all exchanged looks. The guests looked mortified, while the hosts were doing everything in their power not to laugh or give in to the temptation to high-five each other. Sirius caught Harry's eye and shrugged. After your accusations of robbing the cradle, can you blame me for shagging such a vivacious cougar? Harry winced and translated. I'm sure that was meant as a compliment, Madame Bones. Amelia had been taking it as a compliment until Harry had called her Madame and shattered her illusions that the cougar reference didn't have anything to do with her age. She addressed her niece. This shouldn't be awkward, Susan. You're a grown woman. You don't have to tell me twice, Harry agreed before he could stop himself. Sorry, my mind's been in the gutter since Susan asked for my pants sausage. Harry, Susan exclaimed while checking out Sirius and resisting the impulse to flash her auntie a big thumbs up. See, I did it again, Harry said happily. Amelia found herself fighting a smile. You did that on purpose, Lord Black. Please call me Harry. Amy is fine casually, Harry, but if I ever find out you hurt Susan, I'd prefer that you remember me as the Director of Magical Law Enforcement, she said while calmly flipping through the Daily Prophet. She saw Harry was hesitant to respond. What is it? Amy, Harry kept his eyes pointed upward. Susan, you want to tackle this one. Your boobs are coming out, Auntie. You don't have to tell me twice, Sirius exclaimed, sitting down at the table, while Amelia hastily covered up. The four proceeded to have stilted conversation, awkward silences, and mocking playful barbs back and forth. It started when Sirius passed on the juice and exclaimed he was suddenly in the mood for milk. Amelia then got a cup of coffee, and when asked how she took her coffee, replied anything but black, because apparently she tried black and found it unsatisfactory. Harry then passed his eggs and bacon to Sirius, deciding it felt like a fresh melon kind of morning. Susan took a second helping of sausage, because sometimes one just isn't enough. Sirius tried a bite of Harry's melon and indicated it was too ripe for him. He claimed he didn't like his melon so freshly plucked, preferring it a bit aged, once it's softer and more flavorful. This was when the tension broke due to the fact that Sirius' mouth was a step ahead of his brain, and he kept using the word breast instead of melon, among others. Amelia couldn't take it when Sirius asked her to pass the bacon and the penis. A couple of frenzied goodbye shags later, and the two Lord Blacks were alone at Grimmauld Place. Harry was giving Sirius an earful in the Muggle room. What were you thinking? Sirius shrugged. Padfoot, we have lots of stolen goods, including talkative portraits bound to their frames. And you invited the director of magical law enforcement to spend the night. Well, you invited her niece, who was a classmate of mine and isn't responsible for arresting us. A classmate, Sirius grinned. Did you and her ever? In the old world, Harry said. Nope. I never really had the opportunity, as she got killed about a year after her aunt, who incidentally got killed about a month after you. But you wanted to, with her, right? Harry smiled as he fondly recalled. She was the first girl in my school year. The first what? The first girl to sprout. Harry took a deep breath and proudly finished. Jubblies. Sarah Morales, Sirius replied instinctively. She was the first in my year. You never forget your first. So in answer to your question, yes, Harry agreed. I had a bit of a crush on Susan. There were 4 or 5 girls in the DA that I may have been watching a bit closer than the other kids. She was definitely one of them. Was Ginny one of them? Ginny was a friend I was watching close anyway. But that reminds me, Harry said, turning towards Sirius. Just this morning I was able to shove Ginny's head through the mattress. It was kinda moist and cold, but she was solid to me. Further proof we're meant to be together, Ginny said, appearing just behind Harry. Really? Harry said, turning to her. And here I thought it was so that I could actually smack you all those times I wanted to smack you. Ginny floated through the couch and rested herself as if she were leaning on Harry's shoulder. Our little tiffs just make making up that much more fun. Harry was trying to poke and push Ginny, but his hand just passed straight through as normal. How'd I do that earlier? Ginny shrugged. Accidental necromancy. There's no such thing as accidental necromancy, Harry grumbled. Don't be ridiculous. Says the soulmate who lived, Sirius added with a grin. Harry stood up from the couch and grumbled. I'm going to take a shower. Try not to seduce any high-ranking law enforcement officials while I'm gone. Ginny stayed there on the couch as Harry walked back towards his room. She grinned at Sirius. He just needs to wash all that Susan off of him. I've not seen you in a while, Ginny, Sirius replied, settling down in the recliner across from her. Last time we talked you promised me a good story. Right, Ginny said, shifting her body to lie down on the couch. A good story, anything in particular? Sirius shrugged. I remember you mentioning something about a Dennis/Denise. Oh, that is a good story, Ginny smiled, thinking back to that day. This was after Voldemort was killed. Harry had been trying to recreate some of the magic in the exit and sort of unmade all of his loose ward stones from existence. So he went to Diagon Alley to pick up a bunch of new ward stones and was coming back through the leaky cauldron. He walked in through the back door and headed for the Muggle side when a woman got up from the bar and stood in front of him, blocking his path. She leant forward and whispered into his ear that she wanted to ravish him right now. Ginny snickered. Harry examined this dark-haired, smoldering woman who he didn't know, realized she was practically in heat, and quickly agreed. She suggested his place, but Harry said no. He turned right around and got a room from Tom there in the leaky cauldron. Ginny repositioned herself and continued. Those two went at each other like pureblood Princess Parpie and her betrothed heir Cleangood, if you know what I mean. 45 wet, sticky minutes later, they were both exhausted and just lying there on the bed. You know that sweaty time afterwards, where you keep your distance and cool off. Well, the woman still hadn't given her name, but it was clear she recognized who Harry was. So while they're just lying there, the alarm on her watch starts beeping, and they turn to each other. The look of horror on Harry's face was priceless, Ginny preempted. Because when that watch beeped, it signified it had been an hour and Dennis Creevy's polyjuice was wearing off. Sirius was quickly cataloging all the different ways to eternally mock Harry for this. But even funnier, Ginny said through laughter, was the look of horror on Dennis' face when Harry Potter didn't turn into his boyfriend Terry Boot. I got the whole story from Dennis later on because all he could do right then was to keep apologizing over and over to Harry. Now stick with me on this tale, Ginny assured him, because it gets even better. Sirius briefly considered taking notes. So what happened was that Dennis and Terry were looking to spice up their relationship and managed to buy a few Harry Potter hairs off the black market. They were actually at the leaky cauldron to do a little role-playing. They went into separate bathrooms, and while Terry drank a glass of Harry juice, Dennis downed a glass of a woman who was supposed to be a surprise to Terry. Unfortunately, when Terry chugged his brew, he turned into a Harry Potter that was lacking a lightning bolt scar. That's why it took him a couple minutes longer in the bathroom. And while Dennis, polyjuiced to look like the waitress who took their picture on their first date, was waiting at the bar, the real Harry Potter just happened to walk in. A couple minutes later, while Dennis and Harry are putting up silencing charms in the room they rented, Terry has put the finishing touches on a glamour-charmed scar for his forehead and is walking out of the bathroom. He looked towards the bar and didn't see any woman who caught his eye. But wouldn't you know it, right then, Terry's aunt walked into the leaky cauldron. "Oh, sweet Merlin," Sirius gasped. Ginny was giggling happily. Terry, who everyone can plainly see is Harry Potter, walked right up to the woman he assumed was Dennis and said he wanted to ravish her, right then. She didn't want to go back to her place, so Terry went up to Tom and asked for a room. From what I'm told, Tom was very impressed and rented Harry another room just a minute or two after the first one. Less than an hour later, Terry's aunt had fallen asleep with the widest, most content smile on her face. Terry's polyjuice then wore off, and when his aunt stayed his aunt, he flipped out. He grabbed all of his stuff and ran out of the room. Right in the hallway, Terry's there with his clothes in his arms, and he sees Dennis come sprinting out of the room next door. They look at each other and shriek at the same time. "I had sex with my aunt. I had sex with Harry Potter." Terry and Dennis agreed to never play polyjuice games again, Ginny finished gleefully. And not 2 days later, the Quibbler ran a special front-page article written by Betty Boot entitled Harry Potter, Greatest Lover Ever. There were enough juicy details to sell out 3 reprintings of that issue. "That could only happen to Harry," Sirius said, shaking his head. "But what I don't get is if Dennis and Terry wanted to pretend with Harry Polyjuice, why'd they have to complicate things?" Ginny smiled brightly. Actually, it was at Dennis' insistence, because, and I quote, "Harry Potter is the antithesis of gay. He practically oozes heterosexuality," which, considering Dennis is the one who had sex with him, is especially ironic. "I think I've autographed that issue more than the one proclaiming Voldemort's defeat," Harry said from the doorway. He was only wearing flannel pajama bottoms and was towel drying his hair. Sirius didn't even know where to start rubbing this one in Harry's face. "So is this the real reason you wanted to live with me when you were 13? To take advantage of my sexy prison-fed body?" There was a knock at the front door, and Harry turned to go answer it. He reminded Sirius, "Don't forget I can kick your ass." Harry draped the towel around his neck and opened the front door. "Hello," Harry curiously greeted 2 people he was not expecting to see. "Can I help you?" "Lord Black," Peter Potter greeted. "I was hopping to get some opinions on a few political issues, if you or the other Lord Black had any time to talk." Harry stepped back, inviting them in. Ah, sure, and call me Harry. PJ, the Potter Lord reminded. And this is my great-nephew, James. Jimmy, Harry greeted, shaking the hand of the little brother he never had. I think that's what Tonks said she calls you when your dad's not around. Can I just say that calling the ministry a bunch of stupid muggles was beautiful, James Jr. cheered. It made my week. I saw Weasley's Wheezes already had some t-shirts for sale with quotes. Peter put a calming hand on James' shoulder. If this is a bad time, Harry, we can talk later. Perhaps we could buy you lunch, the other Lord Black too. Harry looked down and saw he was shirtless. Oh no, it's fine. I just got out of the shower a couple minutes ago. My cloak's going to be soaking in potion for another hour or so. I'm in no hurry. Morning, Harry, was the call coming from the kitchen. Tonks, Harry asked back, is that you? I'm not interrupting you, am I? Tonks asked quietly when shirtless Harry walked up to her. Nah, you're fine. Come on in, Harry smirked. Say hi to the Potters. Oh boy, Tonks said as her eyes widened. Relax, Harry assured her. Your boss isn't one of them. Tonks looked over Harry's shoulder and to the front entryway. Jimmy, what are you doing here? Uncle PJ managed to convince Mum it'd be educational, James Jr. said, clearly indicating he couldn't care less if it was educational. Sirius, Harry yelled up the stairs. Get down here and say hi to the Potters. There was a brief pause before a voice yelled back, What the hell is up with your luck today? Harry firmly believed fate was a fickle bitch just begging to be tempted and wisely said nothing. He turned towards Tonks, James Jr., and Lord Peter Potter and opened his mouth when there was a knock at the front door. Excuse me, Harry said to them and carefully peered around the door. Amy, long time no see. Don't you start with me, Harry, Amelia said as she moved forward to be let inside. I got one Lord Black notch in my bedpost already this morning. I don't need another. Harry didn't quite know what to say, as he was certain everyone behind him had heard her clearly. Harry moved out of the way, revealing Peter Potter smiling brightly. Harry's eyes glimmered in amusement. Come on in, Amy. Amelia Bones realized it was not just Harry present, but in fact Lord Potter, her assistant director's son, and Auror Tonks were all staring at her with grins. Amelia looked resigned as she smiled weakly back. Oh, this is fantastic. Actually, I think I'm beyond caring right now. Amelia just walked past the four others with her head held high. If you'll excuse me, I need to go find my bra. It's okay, Amy, Sirius said from the top of the stairs. Creature. The elf appeared as called. Madame Bones is looking for her. I'll get it, Master, Creature replied, disappearing with a pop. I met you, James Jr. said as he recognized Sirius. You're Lord Black. I wasn't when we met, Sirius replied, but I am now PJ. Peter shook Sirius' hand and nodded. I was hopping not to interrupt you guys, but it seems pretty busy around here. Amelia found herself agreeing and asked, What are you doing here, Auror Tonks? Tonks stopped smiling at the walk of shame and was reminded this scarlet woman was her boss. I kind of ditched Harry last night. I wanted to apologize and find out how his evening went. Amelia opened her mouth to respond when suddenly there was another knock at the front door. Lovely. Excuse me, Harry said, turning back to answer the door. He once again slowly opened the door, identified the visitor, and greeted loudly, Susan, long time no see. Listen, Harry, Susan just started explaining. I don't care if you did bite all the way through. Those are my lucky panties and I want them back. Come on in, Susan. Harry echoed his earlier words and moved out of the way to show 5 more people than she was expecting to see. Susan, Harry cleared his throat and introduced. You remember Sirius, and this is Tonks and Lord Potter and Lord Potter's great-nephew Jimmy, and of course. Susan reddened. Hi, Auntie. Good to see you again, Susan. Amelia grinned mirthlessly with a complexion almost as rosy. Not awkward at all, right? With a pop, Creature appeared with a bright blue lacy brassiere. Your bra, Madame Bones. Amelia proudly accepted her bra from the house elf. This is exactly how I pictured my day was going to go. Tonks smirked at Harry. So your night it went okay, it sounds like. Hello, a voice called out, knocking on the open front door. Anybody home? Peter was impressed his second encounter with the Lord's Black was proving to be even more entertaining than the first. James. The latest unexpected visitor stopped in surprise. Uncle Peter. Dad, James Jr. greeted happily. Boss, Tonks chimed in just because. Assistant Director Potter, Harry said evenly. You, Sirius greeted coolly. Oh, stuff it, Sirius, Harry scolded and turned towards the front door. Something I can help you with, Assistant Director. James saw his uncle was smiling brightly, his son was in good spirits, Tonks looked a bit nervous, and his boss was holding a bra and avoiding eye contact. Have I come at a bad time? Not particularly, no, Harry said before ordering. Creature, fetch Susan's lucky panties, please. Susan just reddened furthered. Yes, master, the elf agreed, happy to be helping the pureblood women. James looked at his uncle and son, asking, Did you clear this with Lily? Peter and James Jr. nodded with certainty. James glanced over all the faces again and decided to try and coax some information out of Sirius later. He was thinking perhaps when he wouldn't have his family and boss as an audience. I'll come back some other time. He turned to leave and was blinded by a sudden magical flash. Wait, a voice from the front steps called out. Don't waste film, that's not a Lord Black, that's just Potter and Auror. The press, Amelia announced, maintaining her unconvincing smile. This is great. You know, Sirius, you are quickly becoming the biggest mistake of my life that involved multiple orgasms. Auntie, Susan eeped. Amelia, James scolded, my son is here. Tonks sucked in a breath knowing exactly how true that was. Lord Black, a woman called out as she walked in, pushing past James Potter. I was hopping to interview both or either Lord Black. She looked around the room at all the smiling faces while her photographer followed her in. Have I come at a bad time? Hello, Rita Bozo, Harry said through clenched teeth. Rita Skeeter had just licked the tip of a quill and was surprised that not only was she recognized, but also her photographer. Lord Black. Creature suddenly appeared with some shiny black torn material. Your lucky panties, Miss Bones. Another flash indicated a picture had been taken. Only instead of wasting film on an Auror, this time Bozo managed a shot of a shirtless Harry standing by Susan Bones, holding her torn black silk panties, while in the background Sirius stood by Amelia Bones, holding her bright blue lacy bra. Okay, that's it, Harry said, taking charge of the situation. Rita, take your photographer and go before I let the manor's magic decide what to do with you. I'll ask questions or to ask for a time to meet and we'll answer. But never come here uninvited. Assistant Director Potter, I guess we'll see you some other time. Having achieved a minor reduction in numbers, Harry turned back towards the Bones women. Might I suggest a flu call in the future? Amelia and Susan bid the others goodbye and left through the Blacks' fireplace. Peter saw Tonks, the two Lord Blacks, and his great-nephew were all that remained. Are your mornings typically this fun? More often than you'd think, Tonks answered for them. So you knuckleheads going to kick me out too? Harry shrugged and turned towards Lord Potter. You're the one who wanted to talk politics. Any objections? Please, Peter said, waving his hand. Nothing so formal. Anyone you'd like to join us is welcome. I was merely very intrigued after your unique introductions to the Wisengamot yesterday. Well, I hate to disappoint you, PJ, Sirius grinned. But we're really not very intriguing. Shall we adjourn to the Muggle room? Peter didn't move as he turned to Harry and warily asked, You have a room you keep your Muggles in. Doesn't everyone? Harry chuckled. But that's not the room he's talking about. We just picked up a new Muggle home entertainment center, and Sirius likes to waste away in front of the telly. Harry noticed Tonks had run quickly after Sirius heading towards the warded room. Tonks, too. Peter and James Jr. were both impressed by the setup and amused at the way Tonks and Sirius had already turned everything on, hypnotized by the screen. Creature brought them all beverages, while Lord Potter inquired about Sirius and Harry's opinions on a variety of issues. Peter informed them his older brother Chuck had married Doria Black, while Sirius and Harry deftly avoided questions about exactly which branch of the family they came from or how the two of them were related. When the conversation turned towards old family history, it was clear Sirius and Harry weren't particularly proud of the Black legacy. Peter recounted some of the more shameful aspects of the Potter line, while Sirius named every old Black he could think of that was worthy of their respect. Harry saw Tonks and James Jr. were as clueless as he was and asked, "You're pretty quiet there, Jimmy. All right." James Jr. nodded. "I don't know much of the history of the Potters, and my dad's not all that big on tradition or old family politics either, so Uncle PJ's been trying to teach me all the things he doesn't think my dad will." "Traditions were made to be broken," Harry said. "Or was that records?" "I think you used that same argument about hymens the other day," Tonks interjected. "Yes, well," Harry considered. "I think I tried it with the spirit of weak-willed morons, too." "Can I ask you something kinda personal, Harry?" James Jr. cautiously inquired. Harry glanced at Tonks to see if she'd been giving anything away and answered, "Ask anything you want. No guarantees on whether I'll answer, though." James Jr. nodded immediately and saw his great-uncle and Sirius were deep in conversation. "I can't help but notice you've got a few scars on your body, and I was curious where you got them." Harry had forgotten he was shirtless still and looked at the scars on his arms and shoulder. "Yeah, the disfiguring ones you want to heal, but if they just look cool and have a decent story behind them, I'll wear 'em proudly. You want to trade some scar stories?" "I don't know how much I've got to trade." "Wait," James Jr. pulled up his pant leg. "I got this one from when I flew into a tree, but that's about it. And well, I pretty much just told you the story." "I've got a few," Tonks grinned, tilting her head and showing one she kept hidden on the back of her neck. "But I've been meaning to ask about that shoulder one you got Harry." Harry looked over at his rough right shoulder and grinned. "You picked a fun one to start. That one's got a happier memory than some. Let's see. This was over a year ago. There's this magical school, a lot like Hogwarts, and the 7th years had a ditch day where a couple dozen of the most troublesome miscreants were all involved in a scavenger hunt. One of the tasks was to locate someone and get them to do something on the list. A younger brother of a good friend of mine led 2 of his classmates to my place, figuring I'd be good for their hunt. Well, I made them work for it, teasing them with opportunities to win a drink, and when they failed, I'd down the shot of fire whiskey." "Oh, this bodes well," Tonks grinned. "My tolerance for alcohol wavers every once in a while, and before I realized it, I was quite drunk with 3 kids your age." Harry continued, remembering needing a pensive the next morning to get answers. "Anyways, Hogwarts was a well-known school to those kids, and somehow I came up with one of my less than brilliant ideas. I suppose I should add that when I get bored and drunk, my judgment may stray into unhealthy territory. I think I was dared, but I might have dared myself. Either way, the point is, I wanted to test the Hogwarts motto." "May stray into unhealthy territory?" Peter questioned with a smile, as he and Sirius had stopped to listen to Harry's tale. "Refresh my memory, please," Tonks asked. "Just what is the Hogwarts motto?" "Draco dormiens nunquam titulundus," Harry answered just as assuredly as if Hermione was quizzing him. "In English." "Never tickle a sleeping dragon." James Jr. was looking at Harry's shoulder reverently. "That's a dragon bite." No, not a bite," Harry said, running his fingers over the 2 valleys that had been gashes. "Just a little tail swipe." "You took students with you to tickle a dragon," Peter clarified warily. Harry winced a little. "I was careful. I fitted them all with portkey trigger buttons. If their thumb let up off the button, the portkey would have taken them away. And besides, it was a mammoth, old fat dragon anyway." Harry paused and saw that his precautions hadn't earned him any sympathy. Or at least I'd thought it was. "What was it?" James Jr. asked, enthralled by the story. "Well, I mean, it looked like 4 rolls of belly fat underneath this snoozing, overgrown lizard," Harry explained. "Until I actually flew up to it and began to tickle it. My blurry vision got a lot less blurry, and it turned out the 4 rolls of belly fat were actually 4 little 2-meter baby dragons, and one large, perfectly fit, very angry mother dragon nursing. I flew out of there, dodging her fire blasts until one of the little guys bit down and managed to get a firm hold of my cape. "Hang on," Sirius interrupted. "Cape." Harry nodded. Well, I looked silly with only a codpiece and a helmet on. The cape made all the difference. Sirius saw everyone else looked as lost as him. "Continue." Anyways, it was the little bugger pulling me down off my broom, and angry Mama Dragon's tail just glanced off my shoulder, sending my flailing into the tree. Before I could hit it, I triggered my own portkey, which triggered all 3 of the boys' portkeys too. Harry smiled, rubbing his shoulder again. "That's how I got a cool scar, and that's how those kids won their scavenger hunt." "Oh yeah," Tonks smirked up for a challenge. She showed off her right shin. "That's from a goblin's scimitar." "You don't want to play this game with me," Harry argued. "You can cheat and make up all the ones you want. My truth is stranger than your fiction." Harry tapped his forehead, subtly indicating his unbeatable trump card in any game of scar one-upmanship. Tonks didn't think that one should count. "I wouldn't cheat," Tonks said, hefting her elbow in the air. "Griffin paw raked me, right here. What do you got?" Harry jumped up and bent over, revealing a butt cheek. "Muggles shot me 3 times after a little dark artifact hunting accidentally burned down 1,000 acres of cartel-owned land." "Muggles," Tonks mocked. Harry showed her the back of his right arm and pointed to a centimeter-sized ring. "Basilisk fang." "There's no way that tiny thing is from a basilisk fang," Tonks insisted. "Unless it was about a half-meter long and still teething." Harry rolled his arm over, showing the much larger scarred ring. That side was the exit wound, and it was about 20 meters and several centuries old. Peter's eyes widened, knowing how poisonous the serpents were in addition to their fatal stare. "You should be dead." Tonks gulped, misinterpreting his meaning. Harry poked Tonks with an invisible arm and answered. "A phoenix cried several tears, healing it while I was dizzy from the poison." "That's bloody awesome," James Jr. cheered. "Yeah," Harry agreed before pouting, "but I've still never even seen an undo." "I saw one," Tonks triumphantly announced. She weakly added, "Course it was in a cage." She deflated further. "And dying." Harry looked at the others. "Anyone want to go for a nundu hunt?" Peter saw how excited his great-nephew was and wisely decided. "I think perhaps we've taken up enough of your time. Serious, Harry." "That's probably a good idea," Sirius said, shaking Peter's hand again. "I may need to put Harry down for his nap." "Sorry, Lord Potter." Harry formally apologized. "I can only stomach so many reminders of our nation's corrupt wizarding history before I want to go, well, tickle a sleeping dragon. It gives me fresh memories of how exciting and fun the magical world really is." "No apology necessary, Lord Black," Peter assured him. "I may have had a few flings with a vampire princess in my youth as well." "Uncle PJ," James Jr. exclaimed in shock. He started to smile. "Got any pictures?" Peter steered his great-nephew away. "Good day, Lords Black, Miss Tonks Lupin. We should do this again sometime." They had spent 2 long days scouting, planning, and settling on a course of action for their next job. The decision had been made, and they'd already started the ball rolling with a hidden, slow-acting wardeater. Lord Simmons lived alone and was going to be out of the country for 8 days. In Harry's estimation, the primary outer wards would be weak enough by the day after tomorrow to crumble without incident. With all of their preliminary work done, the 2 Lord Blacks were wandering Diagon Alley when they encountered a small but familiar establishment entitled Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. Sirius smiled at the window display and walked in first. "How could you not want a custom charmed shirt to say fuck you all very much? It's my new catchphrase." "I'm sorry, Sirius," Harry assured him while looking at the magic interwoven into the expensive t-shirt. He smiled to see "and your mother" twice on the back of the shirt. "But you're far too old for a catchphrase." "I am not," Sirius pouted. "You're just jealous my catchphrase is better than yours." "I consider it my civic duty to piss you off is much too long for a catchphrase, but let's find out which one has been selling better. Harry took Sirius' shirt from him, and they walked up to the counter where a Weasley twin was cashing out a customer and wearing a name tag that helpfully said, Weasley. After the customer finished, Harry and Sirius stepped up. Harry greeted, Weasley. The man looked up as his twin came out from the back room with a sandwich in his hand. Recognition flashed in his eyes as he retorted, Lord Black. Weasley, Sirius greeted the other twin. Lord Black. Weasley. Lord Black. As much fun as it might be to continue, Fred, George, this is Sirius, and I'm Harry. It is indeed very serious, one of the twins agreed. The other continued, and I can recommend a good barber if you like. He closed an eye to examine Harry's unruly black hair. Maybe some landscapers, too. We have a question for you, Fred, Harry said, looking at the twin manning the register. How'd you know I'm Fred? He said with a frown. Harry grinned. I didn't because you're not. You're George, and I know that because you would never give up the opportunity to switch places so quickly as to admit to being Fred. George turned towards Fred, who was still eating his sandwich. He's a slippery one, all right. Fred shrugged and swallowed the bite in his mouth. Well, we are selling shirts off of their quotes. And that's what we wanted to ask you about. Sirius jumped in. Just how much better is fuck you all very much selling versus that other one that's not really a catchphrase? They're about even as most people buy both. 10 galleons for the pair, 6 galleons for just one, George answered. You lords here to demand a piece of the action. Sirius and Harry exchanged a glance, and both shook their heads. I was wondering, Harry inquired, just what sort of magic is on them to justify the cost of 6 galleons at your limited time only sale price. They're expensive because we had to create our own spell and security on them, Fred answered. It's based off of Muggle charms, where Muggles look at magic buildings and see ruins. The spell makes it so people who'd get really offended by the words see only what they'd expect to see. Which is usually just a plain t-shirt, George added. Sirius let out a low whistle. That's a tasty piece of magic. They're not quite foolproof, though, George answered, pointing towards the front of the store. A small girl was tugging on her mother's sleeve and asked, Mummy, why does that say? The little girl pulled her mother closer and whispered in her ear. Well, I never. The mother huffed and grabbed her daughter, leaving the store quickly. Harry and Sirius turned back around to face the brightly smiling Weasley twins. You're obviously doing something right, Sirius grinned. But with the ability to manufacture clothes like that, in addition to all your other wheezes, I'd have thought you'd need a bigger store. Fred smiled sadly. Unfortunately, we don't have the capital to expand, and Gringotts' unsecured loan rates hover right around. Your firstborn and your soul, George finished. Why? Do the Lords Black have 10,000 galleons they want to loan us? Sirius and Harry looked at each other for a moment, intermittently smiling and shrugging. Harry turned back. Maybe. Fred and George both stiffened and stood a little straighter. Are you serious? Harry slapped a hand over Sirius' widely smiling mouth. First thing is you never ask that question around this guy. And second, Harry let go of Sirius' mouth and turned to him. What's second? Second, Sirius grinned. I can assure you that we are at a minimum half serious. Fred and George were smiling brightly at Sirius. Ah, crap, Harry realized and grumbled. I'm about to be outnumbered and he's got a new catchphrase. Give us a few days, George said. We'll work up a proper business presentation and proposal for you. You don't have to do that, Harry said, waving them off. We wouldn't even appreciate a proper business presentation. Tell you what, give him his t-shirt free, set me up with a few pairs of extendable ears, and we'll buy you guys drinks tonight. We can talk about it then. I'll warn you right now, Sirius jumped in. I'm thinking more along the lines of an investment or partnership than a simple loan. We don't want to buy you out or force our opinions on you, but I think giving us a stake in helping your business to improve will benefit us both. The shirt's yours, George quickly agreed. Fred added, and I know where we can go and get the drinks for free. The twins looked at each other and said in unison, but what are extendable ears? Harry blinked, having not even considered that they might not have been invented here. Oops. Sirius came to Harry's rescue and added, "We'll probably give you some invention ideas even if we don't reach an accord. Now where's this place with free drinks?" Fred corrected, "They're not free for everybody, but if you're with us, you should be fine. We'll close up a little early and meet you at the Hog's Head in an hour." "It's in Hogsmeade," George clarified, "near the edge of town." "We know it. See you soon, gentlemen," Sirius agreed and steered Harry on out of the store. The two men hadn't even gone 30 paces when they were interrupted by one of the slimiest-sounding voices around. Well, 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 if it isn't both the Lords Black," Lucius Malfoy drawled, while his wife just stood next to him with a stoic expression. "Two people claiming the same lordship. That's a bastardization of magic and nobility not seen since the blood traitor to the Black name was purified 25 years ago." Sirius knew Lucius was just trying to get a rise out of them. "I'm sorry. Am I supposed to know you?" "Hang on," Harry happily interrupted when Lucius was about to respond. "The overcompensating cane, the hair that has to look more feminine than his wife's, you know this guy. This is that registered sex offender the other lords kept joking about, shoeless towel boy or something like that." Lucius was seething, but kept up his mask of indifference. "You poor misguided plebeians. You don't have to hide behind such a faux rebellious attitude just to get your names in the paper. After all, the Blacks and Malfoys have been allies for centuries." Harry got the feeling he detected amusement in Narcissa's eyes. "Allies? Don't you Malfoys consider the word allies a synonym for the people you haven't gotten around to stabbing in the back yet?" Sirius jumped in and explained to Harry. "He's referring to the part of the Black legacy where you devote yourselves blindly to terrorist organizations. There's nothing like propagating intolerance and bigotry to bring glory and honor to a proud family." Lucius narrowed his eyes but wasn't going to lose his cool. "If you have no interest in improving the state of affairs and restoring our nation to greatness, perhaps you should go back to whatever hole you two crawled out of," Lucius warned. "Restoring our nation to greatness," Sirius retorted. He turned to Harry and asked, "Does he actually mean ideals as dated as that hideous outfit he's wearing?" "Be nice, Sirius," Harry sarcastically scolded. "You can see the wrinkles on his face, the gray coming into his hair. At least he can still fit into an old costume like that." Lucius' eyes flared at the mention of gray hair, but held his tongue. "I see tradition and loyalty has truly become lost to the Black family." "On the contrary, Lord Towelboy," Sirius retorted happily. "The Blacks will protect their own. It saddens us to think of the horrors Narcissa Black has endured over the years, though it is a comfort to know that you can't teach ignorance. No matter how hard your daddy and his wand probably tried," Harry added with a grin, while fighting the impulse to smack the smug look off Lucius' face. Lucius just smiled dangerously. "I was asked some very interesting questions about you, Sirius Black," Lucius said with a knowing grin. "And I suspect you were asked similar questions about me." "You suspect," Harry interjected. "He suspects, Sirius. Do you suspect anything?" "I suspect his crotch is so rotten that even the crabs committed suicide," Sirius answered. Lucius shook his head. Boys, Tusk, always so quick to hide behind sarcasm. Quite a bit like a Sirius Black I used to know. He died on Halloween begging for mercy from what I hear. It'd be a crying shame for history to repeat itself." "Says the man who brought up that point once already," Sirius retorted. "I noticed you sent a representative to the Wisengamot," Harry commented. "You should come yourself. I'd love to see if we couldn't try and resolve our differences with an audience." Lucius sighed. "I suppose it was a vain hope that either of you could engage in any intelligent conversation." He grabbed Narcissa's hand. "Let us take our leave from the travesty your former family has become." "We mean it, Narcissa," Sirius called out as they walked away. "We will protect a Black. It requires renouncing any other name or master and declaring loyalty to the family. Think about it the next time he curses you." Harry sighed once the Malfoys were out of earshot. "God, I hate that fucker." Sirius shook his head. "You know, growing up, She was only mean to me when she was forced to. Not exactly a bucket of compassion, but her heart wasn't in it. Not sure her heart has ever been in anything. Harry smirked. She's as bad as Molly Weasley at being a doting mother. I could see that. Sirius agreed and turned to Harry. He made sure he was looking him in the eye, pleading, "After this job, I want to rob that fucker blind." Harry nodded and sighed. "Me too, but don't set your heart on it just yet. If it's anything like our old world, the wards are tighter than everything this side of Gringotts and Hogwarts." "I figured," Sirius admitted. "Let's go get drunk now. Get a head start on those Weasley twins." The pair apparated to Hogsmeade and walked right into the dingy pub, the Hog's Head. A quick glance showed a woman behind the bar, and not the headmaster's brother that Harry had been expecting. His attention was drawn to a smiling blonde woman waving him over to her table. Sirius walked up to the bar while Harry approached the attractive, familiar face. "I've been expecting you," Luna Lovegood greeted Harry. Harry looked around briefly and saw Sirius was still trying to get the attention of the bartender. "Are you sure it's me you've been expecting?" Luna shook her head. "No, but I think it is." "Why were you expecting me?" Luna tilted her head in the exact same way the Lunar of Harry's old dimension did. "You know me, but I don't know you." "Interesting," Harry commented, unsure how he felt about an alternate Luna, but having never doubted the loyalty of the first one. Luna tilted her back up and earnestly asked, "Perhaps we could discuss it over libations as we collectively contemplate the possibility of intercourse." Harry blinked, then he took a moment to process her meaning and smiled at her. "Okay." "Harry," Sirius wheezed out. "Harry, help, man down." Harry whipped around and saw Sirius on the floor with his hands over his crotch. He didn't see any threats, but a few that looked like regulars around the bar were chuckling. He ran up to his godfather and asked, "What happened?" Sirius took one of his hands off his private bits and pointed straight towards the bar and bartender. Harry jerked up and immediately began to assess the threat. The bartender was a bit short, had a rag tied up covering her black, cropped pixie-like hair. A decent chest accentuated by a halter top and half-folded down apron showed a toned stomach. The most fetching aspect was the pair of thong straps riding up her bare hips. She had more piercings than just about any witch Harry had ever seen, but the twinkle in her eye was way too familiar. "Holy crap," Harry blurted out, leaning forward to look closer at her face. "Ginny." The bartender's smirk turned into a frown, and she slapped her hand down on the bar directly in front of Harry. Harry wondered what the hell happened to Ginny Weasley, and why she was slapping the bar when he felt a steel-toed boot fly up between his legs and slam into his soft tissue. Harry crumpled to the floor, grabbing his livelihood and assuming a nearly identical position as Sirius. Sirius was now laughing in pain, but making no move to get up off the floor yet. "That kick lifted you off the ground. That was great." Harry could only groan as the bartender walked around the bar and right up to the two men on the floor. They both rolled onto their backs to look up at her, catching a nice view of some skin-tight leather shorts. A small kitten tattoo was partially visible on an inside upper thigh that Harry was confident was completely bare on the original Ginny. She was perfectly aware where both men were staring as she smirked down on them. "The name is Jin, and you'd do well to remember that." Chapter 11. Harry woke up with the feeling it was going to be a morning like any other. He cracked an eye open and saw Luna Lovegood sitting up, staring at him with wide, unblinking eyes. Harry lost the little faith he had in his initial feeling. He then quickly thought back to when he first saw the Luna of this world. She'd waved him over to her table, but he had been pulled away. He remembered Sirius called for help, and then he remembered pain. Ginny Weasley. No, not Ginny Weasley. Harry mentally corrected, Gin Weasley. Ginny is the name of a little girl who plays with dolls. A Ginny wants to be a princess. A Ginny wants to be saved by a knight in shining armor. A Ginny would get her pampered little ass kicked and thrown out of MY Bar. There are very few people in this world I allow to call me that, and neither of you are them. Can you remember that, or do you need another reminder? Harry smiled in remembrance that about a half hour later Sirius had in fact received another reminder. Luna had joined them at the bar, and they got to hear the story of how Jin beat Aberforth Dumbledore in a drinking contest and won herself a pub. And it had been Aberforth who had personally charmed the bar to make it easier for her to handle rowdy customers. Sirius made the mistake of asking for a demonstration and earned himself that second reminder. Harry recalled going to the men's room and nearly making a mess as the pictures hanging above the urinals were apparently also charmed by Aberforth Dumbledore. Charmed to be action portraits of the faces made by the three most recent recipients of kicks from the charmed bar. So Harry had to try and pee straight while pictures of Sirius, Harry, and Sirius again all went pale, shivered, and had eyes that bulged out or rolled back up into their heads. Just about everyone in the bar had been greeted and served by name. Harry had come to the conclusion that even if he'd wanted to try and play the role of the indignant noble lord, then he'd probably have a whole pub of people with something to say about that. The most intriguing changes Harry noticed had been in Jin's attitude and character. He'd been extremely amused to see she was filled with strength, confidence, piss, and vinegar. Harry knew better than to mention it to the ghost haunting him, but he'd never been more attracted to any Weasley than when Jin looked at him indifferently. That was when he silently made a personal vow to never touch this Jin either, primarily because it would make living with her ghost impossible. He clearly recollected Fred and George coming by and agreeing to a partnership with them. The Black family would finance a significant expansion in exchange for a third ownership stake in the company. Requesting custom creations was planned, but not until a little further in the future. And then he remembered Luna saying something about the wuff-waffles in the air, indicating it was the ideal time for enhancing the pleasure of intercourse. That was when Harry bid the three Weasleys and his godfather good night and came back home with Luna. This was where Harry's memories started to get really fuzzy. He remembered a crazed look in Luna's eye, small and furry purring, his own screams, and something about friction-inducing combustion. Harry was drawn out of his short jaunt down memory lane by the voice he'd been replaying in his head. His eyes snapped open, and he saw Luna was still sitting there topless, just staring at him. "Do you remember me? I'm Luna," she indicated, pointing towards herself. "Luna Lovegood." Harry smiled at her peculiarity. "Yes, Luna, I definitely remember you." Luna smiled brilliantly. "I don't have much time here, but I must say it is very good to see you." "You too," Harry agreed, happily humoring her. Oh, Luna gasped in realization. "Did you find your godfather?" Harry tensed immediately, knowing that information was supposed to stay private. "What do you mean?" "Sirius, your godfather," Luna explained slowly. "You know, the reason you were working on the exit." Harry's mind froze for a moment, unsure what was going on. He squinted to look at her closer. "Luna." Luna frowned. "I thought you said you remembered me." Harry's paranoia quickly downshifted into the "what would Mad-Eye Moody do" gear. "Who did the commentary on my Quidditch match's 6th year, and who did I take to Slughorn's Christmas party that year?" "Me and me," Luna answered before smiling back at him. "You don't have to prove it, Harry. If you say you remember me, I believe you." "What but?" Harry stopped, smiled, and lunged forward to catch her in a hug. "Luna, why didn't you say anything before?" "Wait." Harry leaned back to get a better look at Luna's expressionless expression. "You said you didn't know me." "When did I say that?" Luna frowned, trying to think back. "Last night," Harry reminded, "at the bar." "I didn't go to any bar last night," Luna answered in confusion. "I went to bed and read Great-Great-Great-Aunt Thethba's diary. I've been spending my morning trying out a theory of hers she could never prove. I'm still a bit skeptical, though, so that may be coloring my perception." Harry just looked at her, trying to locate any identifying marks, but got distracted by her bare breasts. "You might be confusing me with the Luna native to this world," Luna explained, before sticking a hand under the sheet, testing her soreness. "Did you have sex with her last night? Because my vagina feels extraordinarily tender." Harry nodded slowly before warily asking, "Luna, what have you done?" Luna pulled her fingertips away from her nose when she realized she'd been caught smelling. "Since I last saw you, that's a pretty long list, and if this is in fact a different dimension, I think you should forgive me for not having brought my photo album." "I mean, how did you get here?" Harry clarified. "And why aren't you the Luna I met last night?" "It's one of Thethba's theories. Right now, I suppose I am possessing this world's Luna," Luna answered. Harry blinked. "You're possessing the Luna of this world. How?" "As I understand it," Luna tapped her chin. "You know how you sometimes daydream, or imagine how things could be different in your head?" Harry nodded. "Well, when you do that, according to crazy Aunt Thethba, you're actually possessing yourself in another world. Her theory is that certain people can control it and stay in those worlds a bit longer than their subconscious minds intend to," Luna explained before pondering aloud. "I'm still not sure if I buy that, but I suppose if I don't, then you're just a figment of my imagination. And I suppose I may have sacrificed another of the neighbor's cats unnecessarily." Harry tried to picture what his life would be like if he were a figment of Luna's imagination. After several seconds where he was unable to come up with a difference, he figured he wasn't going to like the answer. "Okay." Harry paused once more, and when nothing came to mind, decided to address Luna's earlier question. "And yes, I found Sirius. He was trapped in between this world and our old one for almost 10 years, but he's doing real well now." "That's wonderful," Luna smiled. "I told Hermione I was sure you were with him, but I was just saying that to get her to stop crying. I'm glad you didn't make a liar out of me." "Hey," Harry suddenly realized he could get some answers to questions about his former world. "How is she doing? How's everyone doing? Did I get a funeral, or are people trying to get me back?" Luna shook her head. "The Ministry said it was too dangerous an artifact to keep around, and that you nearly destroyed the arch when you got sucked in. Hermione thinks the minister just didn't want you coming back." Harry was guessing Hermione was probably right. "It was crumbling as I tried to hold on, so it might have imploded. But still, I don't think I'd want to come back anyway." "Good new world?" Luna asked cheerfully. Harry grinned and nodded back. "No one knows me. Well, that's not quite right. No one knows the boy who lived. And just the other day I joined the Wisengamot and got to stab a guy. It's a lot more fun to be on the stabber side than the stabby." "Really?" Luna said, filing that information away. "I'll have to try that sometime. It does give me an excuse to track down Cho." She trailed off deep in thought. "So come on, how's everyone holding up? Hermione, the Weasleys, Minerva, Remus, and Tonks." Luna shrugged. "Hermione cried a lot, but I think she was happy for you. The Weasleys felt kinda bad both because you were gone, and also Ginny was really gone now. Ronald was angry, though that may be how he grieves. But really, I thought your death was rather anticlimactic. No new Dark Lords suddenly appeared, no strange magical phenomena, not even an outbreak of green-eyed, black-haired bobbies claiming themselves heirs to the Potter name. Well, yet anyway." "Excellent," Harry agreed. "Do me a favor and let people know I'm happy and healthy." "Okay," Luna answered. "Hang on," Harry asked. "Can you teach them to possess themselves? They could drop in for a visit." Luna stroked her chin in thought. "I doubt it. Great-great-great-Aunt Thethba could never do it. The only person I can think of that might be capable of managing the theoretical magic would be you. And you don't have a body in our world anymore. You're dead." "Why just me and not the others?" "Even if they were willing to pay the costs involved," Luna carefully worded. "We're still talking about magic across dimensions. And we know Ron, Hermione, and Neville didn't even hear any voices in the exit. Besides, the more we talk, the more I'm convinced this is all my imagination." Harry frowned, wanting to argue but trying to avoid any universe-shattering realizations. "So, what else is new in my old world?" Luna turned to make sure she had Harry's attention. "Listen, Harry," she glanced at the clock. "I'm going to wake from this magical coma in about 40 more minutes, and I don't particularly want to spend the rest of my time with you trying to subtly convince me that you're real." "I am real, you know." "I know you think you are." Harry pouted for a moment before conceding. "Fair enough." Harry sat up to face her. "What would you like to do for the next 40 minutes in this world?" Luna sighed, shaking her head. "This is my imagination, and I sought you out, Harry. What do you think people use their imagination for?" "Oh," Harry said before realizing. "Oh, really? I thought that was just guys." Luna swung her leg over straddling him and smiled dangerously. You poor, naive child. Shortly thereafter, Harry regained some of his fuzzier memories, and the screams started up again. Approximately 39 minutes later, Harry and Luna collapsed against each other, entwined like a sweaty flesh pretzel. Luna mused as her time was running out. That was exactly like I expected it to be. Harry turned his head to look at her. Luna shrugged. I'm sorry, Harry, but Thethba's theory is clearly just a fool's dream, and you are only a figment of my imagina. Harry was about to retort when Luna's head just fell forward and slapped against Harry's chest. It was approximately 2 seconds later that she began to snore, and Harry felt a drool puddle begin to form. The Luna of his old world was gone, and the Luna of this world seemed quite tired. Harry carefully extricated himself from underneath Luna and gave her a large pillow to snuggle. He put on some pajama pants and quietly left the room. He walked down the steps and was going to the kitchen when he heard voices coming from the den. He turned around and caught traces of a heated conversation. He spotted the floating spectral form of Ginny Weasley facing away and wondered why she hadn't come to say hello to Luna. It's not so much that I slept with him because he's Lord Black, as it is in spite of the fact that he's Lord Black. Harry knew the voice was familiar but couldn't quite place it. He reached the den and stuck his head in to see who it was. He blinked. Fuck. There's the lovebird, Ginny greeted with a wide smile. Oh, fuck, Harry repeated, glancing between the ghost and the witch. Fuck. Who, him? Gin, the very much not a ghost Weasley said, shaking her head. That's Harry. He's not the Lord Black I slept with. Harry heard the words and saw the ghost visibly pale. Oh, fuck. You what? Ginny whispered dangerously, her incorporeal state shivering in air. But oh dear, my heart, Harry, I'm having a heart attack, Harry. Help me. You're a ghost, Gin reminded the overdramatic apparition. You don't even have a heart. Ooh, Ginny steamed, positioning herself behind Harry. Don't hold me back, sweetie. Let me at her, come on. Harry saw the ghost was pretending to reach forward, while being supposedly restrained. You're a ghost, Gin repeated incredulously. Ginny was seething. I lied. That haircut looks horrible. She snarled at what she felt to be an abomination to the Ginny Weasley name. And you're fat. Harry kept turning his head between the ghost over his shoulder and the proprietor of the Hog's head on his left. My Harry's going to kick your ass, Ginny snapped, pointing angrily at Gin. And he's going to obliviate you, and he's going to give me your body, and together we're gonna spit on your... Ginny, Harry interrupted, knowing he'd let this go on long enough. Get out of here. The ghostly Ginny turned towards Harry, looking shocked and heartbroken. But... Go, Harry snapped. There was a small poof, and the ghostly form of Ginny popped into dust. Harry sighed and saw Gin Weasley resting comfortably on the couch. He winced. There's a very good explanation for what just happened. I'm sure there is, Gin retorted. Harry closed his eyes. Out of curiosity, just how much did she tell you? Not too much, Gin wryly commented. But apparently we're going to have black and white magical roses in the centerpieces at our wedding reception, as Mr. and Mrs. Potter. Harry flinched. Fuck, he sighed, knowing what he distastefully had to do. Listen, Gin stopped when she saw Harry draw his wand. Whoa! She snapped out her own wand and held it steady in front of her. I'm not going to hurt you, Harry said, moving towards her. But you're better off not knowing some things. Stop right there, Gin ordered, quickly casting a shield around herself and turning her body sideways into an alert dueling position. Harry caught her gaze and encountered immediate resistance to his gentle attempt at legilimency. A little mental nudge, and he discovered the start of her conversation with ghostly Ginny. Knowing now that he had all the mental distraction necessary, he quickly shattered her magical shield, twisted her wand straight from her grasp, and used the remaining 4 magical arms to grab Gin's wrists and ankles, holding her in place in the air. Bugger me, Gin swore with wide eyes as she was pinned and held in the air. She hadn't even seen a spell. This is for your own good as much as mine, Harry assured her, preparing to cast a memory charm. Wait, Jin pleaded. Hang on, just hear me out. Harry allowed his wand arm to relax, while he pulled her close to hover right in front of him. Merlin, Jin breathed out as she was pulled through the air with just a thought. She looked at Harry and cautiously asked, "You're actually hearing me out?" Harry nodded. "Contrary to what you might think, I'm not an enemy, and I like you well enough considering I just met you last night." "Yeah," Jin answered, feeling especially vulnerable. "I got the impression you're a regular chivalrous hero, though I think she might have been exaggerating a bit." Harry figured that was an understatement, but added, "You know, the more we talk, the more I'm going to have to obliviate from you." "Don't, that's what I'm saying. Don't obliviate me. I was thinking I could give you a conditional oath. Keep me magically unable to spill your secrets, rather than risk a charm I'd probably notice and eventually break." Harry considered it for a moment, just looking at Jin. "I think perhaps you underestimate my skills at memory charms, but what sort of conditions are you looking for in an oath?" "Nothing huge, just something like as long as you're not committing any heinous crimes or making me an accomplice to something, as well as maintaining a good business relationship with my brothers. I won't reveal your secrets." Harry set her down and released her, but kept her wand still out of reach. "I'm not sure if you've heard any of my opinions on the current state of affairs in the ministry, but some things others might officially call heinous crimes, I may be a big proponent of." "So what conditions are you looking for?" Jin said, more than willing to negotiate. Harry figured she just wanted assurance she wouldn't be in danger. "As long as I don't curse you, you can't talk about me." Jin shook her head. "I'm not that naive. I've heard about your skill, or lack thereof, with a sword, so we're not limiting it to cursing. And being unable to talk about you at all would be too obvious. What if as long as you never mean harm to me, my family?" She paused for a moment before adding, "Or innocence in general, then I can't tell anything about you. That is otherwise unknown." "Otherwise unknown is too vague. Change it to anything I don't allow you to, and will even remove temptation from you," Harry said, knowing conditional oaths could be unbreakable, unlike those sworn on life or magic. Those could easily be broken at the cost of the oathbound's life or magic. Harry smiled slightly when he saw Jin reluctantly nod. He floated her wand right in front of her. Jin took her wand and for a moment considered making a break for it before catching Harry's amused glance once more. She quickly swore her conditional oath to be unable to share anything about Harry that he didn't allow her to. Harry relaxed considerably once he saw the tendril of magic form into a bond. It shrank smaller than his eye could see, but he could still feel its presence. Jin put her wand away and sat back down. "You know, my oath didn't say anything about Sirius." Harry knew she was demonstrating her trustworthiness by voluntarily offering that information, but he still remarked back, "You know I can still obliviate you and not mean you any harm." "Touché," Jin conceded before falling into an awkward silence. "So, are we cool now, or?" "We're good." "Lovely," Jin boldly demanded. "So what the hell was that?" "What was what?" "Taking my wand and holding me up in the air like that. It felt like hands were actually around my wrists." "That was just magic," Harry answered in an attempt to avoid the question. "You want some breakfast?" "You're not going to tell me, are you?" Harry smiled and jerked his head towards the kitchen. "Come on, just because you're keeping my secrets doesn't mean I've got to tell you all of them." Jin had tended bar long enough to know she was more likely to get answers if she didn't press for them. She nodded in understanding and walked with Harry down towards the kitchen. "So what are you doing up so early?" Harry asked as he began to make enough breakfast for himself, Jin, and Luna. "And in that room, too." Jin shrugged. "Running the bar means I'm nocturnal. We're still a good hour from my usual bedtime. And I was in that room looking for something to read before a certain ghost tried to possess my body and, I quote, merge our pure, untainted souls." Harry winced and chose to skip over the metaphorical elephant in the room. "I doubt there was much worth reading in there. Some of those old books are cursed pretty nasty." I avoided the shelf with the tray to catch dripping blood. "That's a good shelf to avoid." The pair fell into an easy camaraderie, and Harry saw glimpses of the friend he had in Ginny prior to her death. He figured tending bar made her a better-than-average conversationalist, and was beginning to like the idea that he could spill any secrets to a welcoming ear and know magically they were protected. Of course, he still planned to kick Sirius ass for managing to find someone even worse to bring home than the director of magical law enforcement. "Oh, Sirius yelled, jumping up. He picked up the pine cone that had made its way onto his recliner in the brief seconds he'd been out of it. "Damn it, Harry, I said I was sorry." Harry just quietly hummed, while looking through the omnioculars at the solid walls surrounding the Malfoy land. "You keep this up much longer, and I'd swear you're jealous," Sirius added with a smirk. A pine cone came mysteriously flying off the ground and beamed Sirius in the back of the head. "Oh, fine," Sirius said, rubbing his head. "Not jealous, just PMSing." Harry pulled the omnioculars away from his eyes and looked over at Sirius. "I've been good," Sirius claimed. "We cleaned out Simmons' place, got back all our ward eaters, made over 20,000 galleons, and haven't spent a nut." "You left that after dark mark of the Death Eater bandits again." "It's our signature," Sirius argued. "And besides, if they hadn't printed the picture in the paper, you'd never have known, so that doesn't count." Harry didn't really care, but felt he had to needle his godfather about something. He handed Sirius the omnioculars. "It doesn't look too inviting." Sirius took the omnioculars and gazed through them. "You weren't kidding about locating the right frequency. I count at least a dozen different ward sets, all within separate parts of the larger ones extending past the wall." Harry answered. "Turn the magic knob to max and the overlay completely off." Sirius pulled the omniculars away and set the two dials as Harry suggested. He looked through them at the manor again. "What am I looking for?" "Notice the murky green, covering all of the basement and dungeons." "Hum," Sirius affirmatively replied. "That's similar to the color of magic. The dark mark flashes when he issues a summons." Sirius looked over at Harry. "What's that mean?" Harry shrugged. "Could mean anything, but it's not a color I've ever seen in wards before, and we're way past my current understanding." "Worst case scenario, what do you think it is?" "It detects for the dark mark. It alerts everyone with a dark mark, or at least Voldemort. It allows people in but not out. It neutralizes our magic. It kills us instantly. Take your pick." "So what then?" Sirius asked while looking through the omnioculars again. "We loot everywhere else but those parts." "There's also a dark red ward over the entire guest house and several other areas," Harry added. "Another color that's new to me." "So we avoid those too?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know if you can tell, but there's a large compartment under the drawing room floor. That's one of the places with the really good stuff. I think it might be a blood-warded safe." "I know you're not saying we should do nothing to that pompous twit." "I want to steal from him as much as you do," Harry explained. "But I think we'd be better off doing this job later, once we have a bit more experience and hopefully knowledge on our side." Sirius frowned, not wanting to say anything he might regret. "You may notice the 3 main bubble wards are all solid and round. No gaps, no corners, no weak spots, and all over a meter apart." Sirius nodded after resetting the dials and viewing with the mansion once more. "Didn't those new charmed thingies you bought allow us to extend beyond the limit of a meter?" "Yep," Harry agreed. "But that's not the point. The distance separating them is a clear indication that they're up to date on the tricks Wardbreaker's use." "Oh." "I mean it, Padfoot. I want to rob Malfoy, and I want to trash his place. But we should stick with what works and learn more as we go." Sirius sighed and tilted his chair back. "We still gotta stay here and do the homework, though, don't we?" "You know the answer to that," Harry said, flipping open his trunk. He reached down into it and grabbed a pair of chilled butter beers. He handed one to Sirius and popped the top of the other. Harry took a slow sip while looking toward the Malfoy grounds. "Do you want to talk ideas on cracking this place, or something other than work?" "Other than work," Sirius answered. "My brain's going to be refusing to brainstorm for a bit. Tell me something I don't know." "You don't know," Harry said. "So many options." "You're hilarious. I got one for you. Did you know we're just figments of Luna's imagination? Sirius glanced at Harry and saw he was smiling. I must admit, I did not know that. Not this world's Luna, but the Luna of our original dimension, Harry clarified. She told me herself last week. Hang on, Sirius interjected. Yup, Harry agreed. Luna from our old world talked to you last week. Wait, the one who spent the night. Actually, it was just for an hour in the morning that she possessed the Luna of this world and took advantage of me. But before our acts of depravity, she caught me up on our old world a bit. You're kidding. Nope, Harry said, sipping his butterbeer. She told me they destroyed the veil to make sure I couldn't come back, and that everyone seemed to be doing okay. She violated me in a wonderful way, and then informed me that I, and by extension this entire dimension, was figment of her imagination. And you really think that was her? Harry nodded. Oh yeah, no question in my mind. Sirius gave an approving nod. I bet she's a blast at parties. For freaking others out without even trying, she's in a class of her own. Now it's your turn, Harry said. Tell me something I don't know about you. Sirius took a moment, trying to think of something. Cankles scare me. What? Harry asked, unsure he heard that right. Cankles, Sirius repeated. You know those scary girls whose ankles are so thick they blend right into their calves. All the holyhead harpies have some scary cankles. Actually, most female Quidditch players have cankles. And they scare you. Sirius grimaced. Well, they're a hideous disfiguration, and usually indicative of the sort of girl who could kick a bloke's arse. Djinns aren't quite cankles, but they were close enough to remind me of my fear. You're a picky pervert, Harry decided, taking another sip of his butterbeer. I got one for you, Sirius said, after his mind had strayed towards ways to circumvent the Malfoy wards. Why haven't you become an animagus? You said you'd tried. That's a good point, Harry realized. Maybe I should try again. How exactly have you tried and failed? Harry shrugged. I've read a couple of the books. I've done the practice exercises. I've searched inside for my spirit animal. Did you try the potion? 3 times. Black or white mist? Neither, Harry said, shaking his head. Gray mist. My memory is a bit rusty. I thought black mist is for those without the ability. Yup. And white mist is when your form's undecided. Or when you're too young to accept your animal side, if you favor MacArthur's interpretation. Sirius frowned and looked at Harry. So what does gray mist indicate? Gray indicates I'm yet another exception to the rule, Harry retorted. I've talked it over with Minerva several times, and she had a theory. Killing curse. Harry was slightly impressed. Wow, Padfoot, it's good to see you thinking like McGonagall. And yeah, considering my circumstances, she thinks the Avada may have killed my spirit animal. I don't think like McGonagall, Sirius pouted. So no animagus for you. Harry shook his head. Not yet, but I'm going to try again. Because you know how some people can't tame their animals but can be put into enchanted sleeps to try and stay there long enough to mess with them. She dropped me into one for an hour, and I was bodiless in the gray mist. And you saw something coming through the mist. Sort of, Harry admitted. I saw what looked like, well, someone. I thought it was me, but the form never fully solidified. I think I might have just left my body and turned around to look at it through the mist. Sirius looked up, deep in thought. Maybe you're not human. You could be a flobberworm and your human imagus form is Harry Potter. Human imagus form. Harry tried out the word doubtfully. You're an octopus, Sirius realized. That's why you have the arms. I'm not an octopus, Harry assured him. I can make dozens of arms, not just 8. And I'm kinda doubting that I've spent my entire life in my human imagus form or whatever. Though I should thank you for the mental image of my mum giving birth to an octopus. Besides, after those mixed results, Minerva put me in enchanted sleeps a 6 more times. All I've seen is gray. Sometimes it's kinda silvery, but I've not seen any form since the first. Could you be a demiguise? Harry looked over at Sirius in surprise. I hadn't thought of that. I mean, you do kinda look ape-like, and you could have been invisible all the other times. Harry harumphed. I'll let that one slide because you actually had a decent idea. I have some indecent ideas too, Sirius offered. Harry ignored him. I think I'm overdue to try an animagus potion again, this time seeking out a demiguise. And if that doesn't work, Sirius said, I could put you in an enchanted sleep. Yeah, Harry skeptically replied. Or maybe Moony could put me in an enchanted sleep. A demiguise would be a great form for a thief, Sirius said. Could turn yourself invisible at will. Harry smiled hopefully. Now that you mention it, I am craving a banana. You know a banana. Keep your indecent ideas to yourself, Padfoot, Harry interrupted. Sirius opened and then closed his mouth. After a couple seconds of silence, he added, I think that's all of them. The two continued chatting amicably for 2 hours through the twilight, and as the sun set. Sirius was trying to make his impatience as clear as possible, without giving in and actually asking if they could call it a day. Harry sat the omnioculars back down. You about ready to get out of here? Oh, thank Merlin, Sirius readily agreed, jumping to his feet. We can go, Harry smirked. Just as soon as you tell me how to get into Malfoy Manor, disregarding the wards we can't identify. Damn it, Harry, Sirius whined, trying to come up with something. I don't have any idea short of simply stretching a hole in every layer. Harry sighed. And from the looks of just the outer ones that take about a month, assuming it didn't get noticed within an hour. Which, knowing the twit, it would, Sirius insisted. Honestly, I think our only hope is going to be getting Lucius to add us to his wards. I'm not sure how open to that idea he'd be. We'd have to ask him real nice, Sirius argued. And it would take away some of the subtlety and elegance associated with the Death Eater bandits. Feels like cheating too, Harry said. But for Lucius, I expect I could overlook that. Sirius nodded before turning on his puppy dog eyes. Can we go now, please? Yeah, Harry agreed, tossing everything they'd brought with them back into his trunk. He shrunk his recliner and Sirius, too, dropping them in. We've got enough info on these wards to try and figure something out, but tomorrow we should begin the preliminary work on Burke and Darcy. Tomorrow, Sirius whined, drawing out the word. Haven't we earned a day off? I won't make you work if you don't want to, Harry said, making sure everything was packed up, before beginning to dismantle the Fidelius. But I'll probably be doing some shadowing and intel gathering like a good, subtle, and elegant Death Eater bandit. I know you want me to feel guilty, but I don't, Sirius stated, hopping it'd keep Harry from working tomorrow. Harry nodded. Charm is coming down. Apparate to Diagon Alley first in case someone tries to trace us. The anchor stones of Fidelius' charm all crumbled inwards, and the hidden square of space flashed. 2 soft pops, and there was no sign of their former presence. They walked to the entrance of the leaky cauldron and apparated back to Grimmauld Place. Right when they arrived next to the bookcase blocking Mrs. Black's portrait in the foyer, Harry silently held up a hand to stop Sirius. What is it? Sirius whispered, drawing his old driftwood wand. Someone's here, Harry said, testing the wards over their home. And it's not Tonks or Moony. He pointed Sirius towards the living room while Harry quietly went to check the kitchen. Sirius stuck his head into the living room and couldn't believe his eyes. She was looking straight at him, so he attracted Harry's attention by loudly spitting out the name, Bellatrix. Harry was by Sirius' side immediately and barely recognized the far more attractive Death Eater. Harry doubted she'd spent any significant time in Azkaban. She's alone, Harry assured Sirius while loosely aiming his own holly wand. Lord Blah, she began right as the first spell was fired her way. A smooth, practiced motion and a pink humming shield snapped into place around her. It easily deflected the yellow jet of light and ricocheted into a wall sconce, melting it immediately. You've got a lot of nerve, Harry warned her, sending 2 light blue spells towards her left and right sides. Bellatrix twisted sideways, avoiding them both, while swatting away the next spell Sirius cast. Harry sent a large area blast at her, and she was forced to take cover behind a couch. Sirius and Harry kept up a flurry of spells as they began to circle and close in from separate sides of the room. It was a testament to her skill that she'd only been grazed by a couple of cutting curses. Sirius faked a quick lunge towards her, after Harry's signal. Utilizing the distraction, Harry was now close enough that one of his magical arms snuck past her defenses and quickly twisted her wrist and wand behind her own back. "Ah!" Bellatrix shrieked as her body arched away from Harry, leaving her wide open and vulnerable. Sirius had already begun casting the spell he'd dreamed of hitting her with, before Harry had effectively rendered her temporarily harmless and twisted her to expose an unprotected front. Bellatrix's face locked in surprise when the crimson jet of light collided with her midsection and washed over her. Her legs went limp, and her head made a loud crack as it bounced off the hardwood floor. Harry looked at Bellatrix's prone form on the ground and his godfather's triumphant expression. "Was that spell what I think it was?" "If you think it was the blood-freezing curse," Sirius relished in answering, "then yeah, it was." Harry had just started to relax when he saw Bellatrix's body convulse and flip over onto her back. He sent a stunner at her for good measure, but she managed to get a weak shield up. "Lo Lord Blacks," she slowly stuttered out the words as her body began to shut down and her arms began to shiver. I'm here to pledge loyalty to the family." Sirius' look of triumph disappeared as he stood up a little straighter. "Did she just?" "Yup," Harry said, rubbing his temples. He'd been so surprised she wasn't taunting them or using her bloody, annoying baby voice that he completely overlooked the fact that Bellatrix hadn't cast a single spell at them. Sirius looked like he'd just swallowed a doxy. "Awa bugger," Chapter 12. "I don't suppose you're gonna try and convince me we should just let her die?" Sirius half-heartedly asked. Harry let out a loud sigh while looking down on the shuddering form of Bellatrix. He lifted her sleeve and found what he already knew to be there, the dark mark. "No, I'm not." "Stupid bloody Gryffindors," Sirius said, referring to himself and Harry. "As ridiculous as the privileges provided to a noble lord are," Harry reluctantly explained, while Bellatrix's shivering slowed down. "I can't help but take the responsibility to the family aspect of it to heart." "Bugger." "Blame the Dursleys," Harry said, looking up with a weak smile. "I do." Sirius was curiously watching her shudders finally reach an end as she lapsed into unconsciousness. "I don't suppose you happen to know the counter to the blood-freezing curse?" Harry whipped his head towards Sirius. "Excuse me." Sirius frowned. "Yeah, didn't think so." He shrugged helplessly. "Fuck," Harry said, suddenly grasping the full disaster of their situation. He quickly tried to think of anyone they could call in the next minute who would be able to counter that curse. The only people he could think of that might know the counter and would trust him enough weren't from this dimension. "I do know the counter has to come from the same wand, so we'd need someone compatible," Sirius added, seeing the wheels in Harry's head had begun turning. "And I think it's a different blood-based curse rather than just a spell reversal." "Damn it," Harry decided. "We're taking her to St. Mungo's." Sirius had surmised as much. "You know they're gonna notice." "Yeah, I know," Harry said as he bent down to scoop up her body and felt the absence of heat. "Ah, hell, she feels like a reptile." Harry grabbed a handful of flue powder and tossed it into the fireplace. "St. Mungo's," he called out as he and Bellatrix were whisked away. Sirius quickly followed after. Harry emerged in the front lobby of the hospital for magical maladies and injuries. He was carrying Bellatrix's limp body while making sure her sleeves stayed down. Harry scurried up to the front desk asking, "Emergency." The lady just looked up at him and pointed towards the right corridor. Harry nodded and began to jog that way, spotting a generic Mediwitch's desk. "I need a..." Harry trailed off and had stopped his running as he recognized one of the last people he was prepared to see. Lily Potter had been visiting an old friend and was headed towards the public fireplaces. She moved out of the way when she saw a young man barreling toward her carrying a woman in his arms. As he approached, she felt something inside of her calling out to him. She was inexplicably drawn to this man. She just stared at him with her wide, identical green eyes as he slowed down to walk past in a moment that felt frozen in time. Her mind was belatedly processing the fact that this was one of the new Lord Blacks her son had been so impressed by. There was an ache inside Harry that he'd not felt in years and didn't expect to ever feel again. If he had been more alert to his surroundings, he would have registered her presence much sooner. But it was magic that informed him this was Lily Potter before his eyes had ever made that connection. Sirius caught up with Harry and began to push him forward. "Kind of in a hurry here, Harry." "Right," Harry said as he snapped out of his momentary daze, unwilling to contemplate the Lily Potter of this world right now. Sirius flashed Lily a smile and nod as he pushed Harry towards the emergency rooms. It was only after they were gone that Lily realized he had been carrying Bellatrix Black, a woman widely assumed to be a Death Eater. "Healer Armstrong," Sirius called out, spotting a familiar face while Harry dashed into the first empty room he found. "We got an emergency here." The man in question recognized Sirius Black and allowed him to direct him towards the room. "What's the problem?" "She was hit by a blood-freezing curse a couple minutes ago," Harry answered, glad to see Sirius closing the door behind him. Healer Armstrong put his hands around her neck to estimate her temperature and check how strong her pulse was. "Did you cast any warming charms on her?" "No, sir," Sirius quickly answered. "Good," the healer replied, hurrying over towards a cabinet of supplies. He grabbed several vials of potions and hurried back towards the patient. "This is going to get bloody, so wait outside if that makes you queasy." Harry and Sirius both shook their heads. Healer Armstrong quickly grabbed a blade and sliced open arteries on both of Bellatrix's wrists. He directed a pair of pans to the floor that were catching the thick, dark blood oozing out while he forced potions down her throat. Harry glanced at Sirius inquisitively. Sirius caught the unasked question and answered. "Healer Armstrong was the first healer I woke up to a few months back." The healer had repositioned both of Bellatrix's hands over a single tray with a drain attached to her abdomen. The blood was being funneled back into her body, leaving a nasty black sludge residue in the pan filter. Healer Armstrong let out the breath he'd been holding as the tension and pressure of the situation had passed. He picked up a pink, magically heated blanket and slid it behind Bellatrix's back, wrapping around her neck. "Okay," Armstrong said. "You guys got her here just in time. I expect after several days of feeling weak she should make a full recovery." Harry and Sirius didn't exactly jump for joy, but nodded their heads in appreciation. "Now before I call the Aurors because of a certain tattoo on her arm," Healer Armstrong forcefully asked, "is there anything else I need to know?" "We're not sure," Sirius answered, hopping Harry knew better than to attempt a memory charm. "But we'd appreciate it if you didn't call them." The healer didn't show any emotion as he asked, "Why not?" Harry answered, "Because she's a Black who got hit by a blood-freezing curse. With her last words before passing out, she asked the Lords Black for protection. If she knew to come to us, then she knows that it means abandoning the Death Eaters." "She's leaving the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters," Armstrong clarified. "I'd imagine the loyal ones don't get hit with that curse very often," Harry deftly replied. Armstrong turned to Sirius. "So why aren't you sure what else I need to know?" Sirius shrugged. "Lord Blacks, I'm here to pledge loyalty to the family. That's everything she managed to get out when we met her for the first time a few minutes ago." Armstrong sighed. "I still have to report this." He held up a hand to stop their objections. "But I think I could hold off on informing the authorities until after she's been discharged into your care. I want her to stay overnight for observation, but in the morning I expect she'll be able to leave." "Thank you," Sirius said with Harry nodding his assent. "I've got restraints activated on the bed," Armstrong explained. "She could wake up within the hour or perhaps not until morning. In the meantime, though, I want at least one of you with her at all times." "We're not going anywhere," Harry assured him. "We need to get some answers from her ourselves." Healer Armstrong nodded in understanding and in a more friendly, cordial tone asked, "How have you been, Sirius?" "Great," Sirius answered. "Better than I've felt in years." Healer Armstrong smiled a little for the first time. "I'll be back in a couple hours to take her off the filter." He shut the private room's door, closed behind him, leaving Harry and Sirius alone with the pale but temporarily harmless Bellatrix Black. "Fucking Lestrange," Harry grumbled. "Not Lestrange," Sirius corrected. "She's never been married here." "Really?" Harry asked in surprise. Sirius nodded. "For some reason, I thought everything before Halloween 1981 in this world was going to be the same." Sirius shook his head. "Considering how strong Voldemort was in our world at that time, this place would have been fucked if that were true. No, it's close to the same, but there's a few differences. Of course, you were barely a tickle in Prong's leg around then, so you might not recognize some of the differences." Harry nodded in agreement. It's somewhat comforting to know she didn't torture Neville's parents into insanity. "That's not to say she hasn't done that to others, but Moony doesn't think she's ever been arrested," Sirius said. "Frankly, the only thing they may even have on her would be being a Death Eater." "Is that a crime?" "Probably," Sirius said as he flicked her toe really hard. "God, I hate this bitch." "I'm with you." Sirius looked at her closer and saw small flinches of pain and discomfort on her face. "She looks damn good, though." "Sirius," Harry winced, "she's your cousin." "So," Sirius shrugged, "it's not like I'm planning to make some three-headed cyclops pureblood heir. She's a cruel bitch and she's hot. Those two characteristics go together an awful lot." "And what would the two Aunt Mums have to say about this?" Sirius shook his head. "You and your silly muggle-raised ideals." "My only cousin was Dudley." Sirius banished the mental image and spoke softly. "I don't think I want to forgive her." He took a deep breath. "Even though this one hasn't ever done anything to me, and she's hot." "Oh, for Merlin's sake," Harry groaned. "I'm sorry," Sirius said. "It's just so much easier to hate ugly chicks. I'm confused." "About what?" Harry yelled. "Whether or not she's going to kill you in this world, too." "Please, Harry," Sirius said with a roll of his eyes. "You've got that honor reserved." "Oh, yes," Harry snapped. "Pick on the orphan boy with guilt issues." "You're not that upset," Sirius lazily waved Harry off. "But speaking of, it sure looked like Lily recognized you back there. That's a pretty damn impressive mother's intuition." Harry sighed, trying not to think about it. That wasn't Mother's intuition. "Of course not," Sirius agreed. "I'm sure Lily always greets new people carrying Death Eaters by starring with her mouth open." "Damn it," Harry swore. "You know she might actually guess pretty close for all the wrong reasons." "The wrong reasons?" "Never mind," Harry said, waving him off. "Anyways, no one will ever believe the truth as long as we keep denying it." Sirius wondered briefly what Harry meant, but was interrupted by a moan from the bed. Harry and Sirius were at her side immediately. Sirius had drawn his wand, while Harry revealed Bellatrix's. "Don't move," Harry instructed. "The curse is still being flushed from your blood." Bellatrix heard the calm voice that had sounded so angry before. She blinked her eyes open and looked to her left and right. "Is this St. Mungo's?" "Yes," Harry answered without explanation. "Are you prepared to disavow allegiance to any other lord and swear your loyalty to the family?" Bellatrix leaned forward and got a little dizzy from the head movement. "My sister seemed to think you might be able to protect me." "Protect you from what?" Sirius asked, speaking up for the first time. "The Dark Lord, the Death Eaters," she weakly answered. "The Ministry." "You still haven't answered my question," Harry said. "Nor you mine," Bellatrix snapped. Harry and Sirius glanced at each other warily. "Yes," Bellatrix said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "I am prepared to, but I was hopping to meet you before deciding whether I should or not." "We can't promise or guarantee your safety," Harry explained. "But for as long as you remain a loyal member of the Black family, I will do everything in my power to protect you." Bellatrix turned to look Harry in the eye. "You will stand against him." The him in question was clear as day. Harry held eye contact with her and answered, "When he stands against a Black, yes." Bellatrix saw a determination in Harry that reminded her of the Dark Lord and turned to look at Sirius. From him, she felt a warmth that reminded her of the Dark Lord. She let out a sigh. "I've no doubt a healer has seen the mark I carry. What happens when the Aurors come? Harry lifted his hand, displaying her wand. I know the cunning of Tom Riddle, and sending you to gather information on us is by no means a stretch for him. I think it's time you rejoin the family before we humor any more of your questions. I've seen your respect for wizarding tradition, Bellatrix answered, knowing she couldn't reach for her wand if she wanted to. So this is my choice. Joining a couple of Muggle lovers who are all set to hand me over to my reserved seat in Azkaban, or going back to the situation that you know I want to leave. You're the one looking to upgrade lords, Harry countered. It's not like our life is going to be any simpler with you under our protection. Bellatrix still hesitated. Sirius looked at Harry and said, She had her chance. Let's go. Wait, Bellatrix called out. I'll swear. Harry nodded at Sirius and slipped her wand into her right hand. Her wrists were still draining chunky blood at a rate equal to the blood flowing back into her body. Bellatrix took a breath and said, I hereby pledge my life, my loyalty, and my magic to the House of Black. In doing so, I disavow and sever any previous allegiances others may claim to my life, my loyalty, or my magic. So mote it be. Harry and Sirius both felt the invasive pulse in their black family rings and replied in unison. So mote it be. So mote it be, Harry repeated in a higher voice after the magic in the air finished. People don't talk like that. Sirius snickered. Stupid old magic using archaic language, Harry grumbled. Bellatrix collapsed back, and Sirius took the wand from her before it fell into the tray of blood. What have I done? She wondered for the first of many times. Sirius grinned deviously. That's exactly what we want to know, Bella. What have you done? Bellatrix hissed and tensed at the sting in her arm. He's calling me. You gotta get me out of here. No, Harry calmly answered. You're not answering this one. Tonight you're staying here, healing, and then tomorrow morning we're checking you out. Your healer has agreed to put off contacting the Aurors until we're gone. After that, we can hide you or move you. She was gritting her teeth as she added, Maybe we should have them amputate the damn thing while we're here. Wouldn't help any, Harry said. The mark is based off a bastardized serpent tattoo, but one of his modifications was including soul magic. It's visible on the skin, but attached to the soul. Lose the arm and you'll still feel the magic. You sure, Harry? Sirius clarified with a knowing look. He was reminded that Harry had been incorrectly assuming everything before their deaths here was the same. Why not take a look? Harry pulled up her sleeve to look at the dark mark and was shocked by what he saw. At first glance, it looked exactly the same. Only this one was not burning red, but was in fact animated with the tattoo snake weaving in and out of the tattoo skull. Harry leaned down as he heard soft hissing coming from the serpent. The bitch won't like it, the snake rhythmically hissed. Master's calling, the bitch won't like it. It paused again before repeating its short song. Master's calling, master's calling. Harry blinked, having recognized the tune. This little bugger is singing. What? Sirius asked. What am I doing? The snake tattoo stopped in surprise to ask. It stopped, Bellatrix announced happily as her face softened. Whoops, the snake said as it began moving wildly again. Bellatrix winced, spoke too soon. Hey, Harry hissed in parcel tongue at the dark mark. Do me a favor and stop that for a second. Bellatrix flinched at the sound, while Sirius looked happily disturbed by it. The snake tattoo froze in surprise, but it was the voice from the hospital room door saying, Wow, that startled Harry. Don't mind me, Healer Armstrong said while closing the door behind him. I just need to check on my patient. Sirius backed away from her bed, and Armstrong took his place by her side. He began to cast diagnostic charms while Harry continued his conversation. Thank you for stopping, Harry said. Who are you to command me? The snake asked curiously. I do not command you, Harry said. I can only ask as a courtesy for the bitch. Then I must continue, the snake explained, beginning to slither around the tattooed skull. Master ordered me to continue until she answers the call. She has felt the summons and now stands at her lord's side, Harry explained to the serpent. Your work is done. The snake began to slow and came to a stop after thinking it over. I will extend you this courtesy until Master commands me again. Thank you, Harry said as the tattoo went back to the static image normally associated with the dark mark. Harry looked up and saw Bellatrix, Healer Armstrong, and Sirius were all watching him closely. Sorry about that, but your dark mark doesn't speak English. I didn't know it spoke at all, Bellatrix murmured. It's quiet, but yeah, Harry explained. I told him you felt the summons and are at your lord's side. He agreed to stop until Master commands him again. Fascinating, Healer Armstrong said with a grin. Don't you start, Harry interrupted the man. We're not going to be fetal flobberworms for your experimentation. How's she doing? Improving rapidly, Armstrong answered. Might be well enough to leave soon, but I'd still prefer to keep her overnight. He turned towards Bellatrix. I expect you'll get intermittent chills for the next few days and you'll feel quite weak. If after 2 weeks you still get a chill, inform a healer. You may have to filter your blood again. Don't assume it's nothing. Sirius assured Armstrong that one of the Lord Blacks would stick around all night, if not both. Armstrong was leaving for the night, but would be back in the morning and left instructions for no others to check on her. Once the healer was gone, Bellatrix sagged back into her bed. May I ask you something, my lords? Don't call us that when the situation doesn't dictate it, Harry said. My name is Harry. You can call me your lord, Sirius countered. Right, Bellatrix said, looking between the two before looking down. I just wondered, who was it? Who did I hurt or kill? Or who do you blame me for? Harry and Sirius looked at each other, partly wanting to keep her in the dark despite knowing the oath to the family should protect them. Harry asked, What do you mean? Bellatrix kept her head down, staring at her freshly healed wrists, not wanting to look up at them. I know a look of hatred, a thirst for revenge. Both of you had that look in your eyes, so I wondered who it was that caused you to look at me that way. Harry sighed and waved at Sirius to answer her. Sorry, Bella, Sirius decided. We'll protect you because you are family, but that doesn't mean we trust you. He paused at the look of sadness on her face when she closed her eyes. He felt like giving her a glimmer of hope, adding, Nor is that to say we never will. We just don't want to, Harry admitted, pulling out the recliners for himself and Sirius. Albus Dumbledore watched the faces of people as they entered the room. This was one of the better barometers for measuring the volatility of their current struggle against the Dark Lord Voldemort. When there were numerous smiling and laughing faces, they were at their most relaxed. But when they looked somber and stayed quiet, it was because they could sense the oncoming danger, fearing the calm before a storm. The most violent atrocities and horrible actions of Voldemort had always come suddenly, and then he would go silent to revel in the moments of fear he inspired. Albus hoped this wasn't going to be one of those times, based on the laughter coming from Remus, Tonks, and James Potter Jr. He felt he may not need to worry, but it did not escape Albus' notice that these three were the most likely to be singing the praises of the enigmatic Lord Blacks. Please, everyone, Albus announced. Be seated. We have a number of new items to discuss, as I'm sure anyone who has read today's paper will know. There was muttering and curious conversations, springing up all around the Order meeting. For those of you who may not have heard, Albus explained, Bellatrix Black was admitted to St. Mungo's to be treated for some rather serious curse damage. She stayed overnight and was released into the custody of the two Lord Blacks as the parties responsible for her well-being. After her healer discharged her, he then called the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and informed them that Miss Black bore the dark mark on her arm. Albus could easily tell the few who hadn't heard this news from the looks he was receiving. I have spoken to Healer Armstrong wondering why he didn't contact the Aurors immediately, and he determined there were no outstanding warrants for her arrest, saw her commit no crime, and felt the allegiance issue was an internal family matter. He wasn't going to violate any patient confidentiality, but I believe he may have treated Lord Sirius Black in the past. Albus held up a hand to forestall objections and said, We may not have any proof of her crimes, but she could be an extremely valuable resource for the knowledge and experiences to which she could testify. What's the ministry doing? Bill Weasley asked. Albus glanced at James Potter and then Tonks, who both shrugged inconclusively. They have no substantial evidence or implications of illegal activity, but they are seeking reasons to justifiably bring her in for questioning. The protection offered by her family complicates the issue both legally and because they could simply hide her away at any time. "What do you mean by the protection?" Arthur Weasley inquired. According to Healer Armstrong, the Lord Blacks were only willing to assist her after she disavowed her allegiance to the Dark Lord and pledged herself to the Black family. As a sworn member of an ancient and noble bloodline, her lords assume some legal responsibility and culpability for her. The laws are a bit muddy, particularly among the noble families that predate the ministry. Albus pursed his lips and sat back for a moment. "I met Lord Harry Black for the first time before our Wisengamot session. He basically informed me that he was going to cause problems, including a little friendly stabbing among dignitaries. I assumed he was speaking metaphorically at the time." Albus frowned, though his face twitched a little. "I was wrong." Hestia Jones summarized. "So we've got the lord of a dark family publicly stabbing others, associating with known Death Eaters, and now secreting away a valuable source of information." Albus nodded and continued. "There is also another thing I discovered from Healer Armstrong. He said that Lord Harry Black was capable of communicating with the Dark Mark." More wary muttering sprung up. Tonks spoke up to try and prevent them from jumping to too many inaccurate conclusions. "Well, that's not all that surprising. I mean, it is a magical snake tattoo, and he is a Parselmouth." "He's a what?" James Potter clarified. "A Parselmouth," James Jr. answered with a nod from next to his father. "Harry told me and Uncle PJ he was always surprised Animagi don't get grouped in with the same misconceptions, and that if people weren't so prejudiced about a language, maybe the nicer folks with the talent wouldn't have to keep it like some dirty secret." "Maybe," Sturgis Podmore uncertainly agreed. "But even if it doesn't automatically turn him into a dark wizard, it is a warning sign. And there's an awful lot of warning signs popping up around these Lord Blacks." "I saw him," Lily interjected, "running down the hall in St. Mungo's with Bellatrix in his arms. She was really pale and looked dead, but he's not evil. He felt familiar." "You saw him. Wait, you saw her," James said in surprise. "And you never mentioned it before now." Lily had the grace to blush at her husband. "I barely even processed that it was her. I've been trying to figure out why he felt so familiar. When he was staring at me, it was like we were drawn to each other. To be honest, at first I thought I had a monster in my chest, rolling around and kicking to get out." James leaned back warily, asking, "Are you pregnant again?" "No, heavens no, but I just can't figure out what it is about Ha Harry." She stumbled over the name for a moment. "The only thing I could think of is that he reminds me of the son we lost, because our Harry would probably be just a little younger than him. And even now, when I hear these accusations, my inclination is to jump to his defense and protect him." Lily scratched her head. "I was hoping it was just some bad shrimp I ate, but I don't know." Remus had been squeezing his daughter's leg under the table to keep her from saying anything she shouldn't. "That's it," James decided, turning to his wife. "We're going to get you completely checked out for compulsion curses, memory charms, the whole works." "I'm fine," Lily said, scowling at her husband. "You said you felt like you had a monster in your chest," James argued. "Let's just make sure you in fact don't." Albus smiled and interrupted. "Nevertheless, it is imperative that we contact the Lord Blacks as soon as possible. I was thinking perhaps the Lupins and Potters could talk to them, or ideally arrange a meeting with myself." Tonks shrugged indifferently, looking to her adoptive father for an answer. Remus explained, "Tonks was brought back into the Black family as soon as Sirius was able to, and I, by extension, have been granted the same courtesy. But even we've been blocked access." "Flues closed and apparitions warded," Tonks answered. "And we used to be able to apparate right in, so I'm guessing they intentionally blocked us as a favor." "Cutting you off and refusing you permission is doing you a favor?" Sturgis asked. Tonks nodded. "I'm already balancing my responsibilities and loyalties between the Order and the Ministry, both of which have asked me to exploit my family connection. I can tell you the same thing I told Madame Bones. The connection does me no good in this instance. Have you tried simply knocking on the front door? James asked, not wanting this small mission to fall in his lap. Tonks shrugged. Back door is the one I use because of that stupid umbrella stand. And right now the door's got a sign that says, "Do not disturb except in emergencies." I'm inclined to trust my lords on this one. James saw people looking his way and said, I only went by their family manor once because I was hopping to question Lord Black unofficially. They were busier than I expected. Yes, Albus grinned. We all saw the pictures of Madame Bones, but if we cannot open a line of communication, then we may have to ask you to disturb them, Miss Lupin. Why don't you just send an owl? James Jr. suggested. I'm sure they've warded Owl Post if they've blocked even keyed an apparition, James condescendingly explained to his son. James Jr. shrugged. Firefly delivered my letter this morning. You're writing to them? James asked his son in disbelief. James Jr. nodded. This was before I heard about the Death Eater, so Harry's probably busy. You shouldn't be writing to strangers, James scolded. Uncle PJ said he doubted they'd mind, James Jr. explained. We talked with them and Tonks for half a day. That's not exactly a stranger. Albus inquired, do you mind sharing your Uncle Peter's opinion of them? James Jr. shook his head. He said the Lord Blacks are the type of allies who will likely drive you to horrible ruin or great fortune. But either way, you'll probably have a bit too much fun getting there. Just about hit the nail on the head with that assessment, Tonks mumbled. Albus found himself concurring as well. I shall send them a missive with Fawkes, but if they are not responsive, I wonder if you might wish to invite them to dinner at Godric's Hollow with your uncle and the Lupins. James was going to dismiss the idea outright, but Lily answered before he had a chance. I think I'd like that whether they reply to you or not. James groaned and planned to assign himself some overtime. Sturgis looked at her like she was mad. Death Eater, Parselmouth, stabbing, do these things mean nothing to you? Albus jumped in and explained. I may not know the Lord Blacks well enough to judge the strength of their convictions, but I trust Remus and I trust Tonks. And their willingness to be protective of the Lord Blacks speaks highly of the trust they have in them. Remus smiled at Albus and nodded at everyone looking his way. Now, Albus continued, I think perhaps we've spent enough time talking about the Lord Blacks. Let's move on to other people of interest. James, why don't you tell us about these Death Eater bandits? Remus had to pat his daughter on the back as she had started choking. Sirius double-checked and saw Bellatrix was still napping in the sealed and warded guest bedroom. Creature had been instructed to relay all communication through Harry and him and to keep them apprised of her state. He walked down to the Muggle room and saw Harry was reading the letter that had arrived while they were turning a spare bedroom into a temporary gilded cage. Who's it from? Sirius asked, plopping down next to Harry. Jimmy, Harry answered. He repeated it proudly. My little brother Jimmy, writing the older brother he doesn't even know he has for advice. Sirius groaned. Please tell me you're not turning into one of them. I can't help it, Harry admitted gleefully. I like the idea of having my very own little brother. This is how it always starts, Sirius grumbled to himself. And I feel like it's my duty as his big brother to, love and protect him. Sirius spat out the words distastefully. What? Harry looked at his godfather in confusion. No, fuck that. He's got family for that. I'm his big brother. I'm supposed to corrupt him. Sirius looked at Harry hopefully. Send him some booze and porn like a good big brother does. Harry grinned deviously. Besides, how do you think James would feel about that? Sirius was so proud of Harry at that moment, he almost considered admitting it out loud. Luckily, he was saved from the ethical dilemma of whether to show emotion or not by an ear-splitting scream from the guest bedroom. They both leapt to their feet and ran down the hall. They burst into the room and saw Creature fretting over Bellatrix Black, who was gritting her teeth and convulsing in obvious pain. It's him, Bellatrix whispered when she saw Harry walk into view. Crap, Harry said, casting a stunner on her immediately. Bellatrix's violent shudders ceased instantly as she succumbed to unconsciousness. This could be a problem, Harry said, looking up at Sirius. Harry, Sirius said, pointing towards Bellatrix again. Harry looked down and saw her body was still racked with random spasms, despite her stunned state. Bugger, creature, go get several pain-relieving potions. Voldemort's torturing her through the mark, Sirius clarified. Harry nodded. I was afraid of this, and because it's tied into her soul, even stunning won't help her that much. Creature returned with a half-dozen sealed cups of potion. Harry woke Bellatrix and handed her one. Drink this. Bellatrix started to reach for the potion, but her arm was clearly not stable enough to hold the cup, so she helplessly opened her mouth. Harry briefly wondered where this situation fell on the weirdo meter in his life, as he slowly poured the potion into Bellatrix's mouth. It took only 10 seconds before her body had stopped shivering, and she relaxed back into the bed. Thanks, she said quietly. No problem, Harry said, incanting another stunning charm and sending her right back into unconsciousness. Harry saw Sirius was watching Bellatrix with an unreadable expression on his face. We're going to have to do something about this. Sirius looked at Harry. What can we do? Harry stopped to try and think of any possible solutions. With a burst of inspiration, he rolled up her sleeve to examine the dark mark. The tail of the snake was visible, but the head was nowhere to be seen. Hey, Harry hissed out in parcel tongue as he leant down to her arm. Wake up, you there. Harry looked up and saw Sirius was watching him before turning back towards the dark mark. I can see your tail. I know you're there. Is he playing hide the snake head? Sirius helpfully asked. There was this girl I used to WW. Sirius grabbed his eye. Damn it, Harry. I know you can hear me, Harry hissed. I just wanted to ask you a question. A few inches below the dark mark, in a patch of unblemished skin, the image of the snake's head came bursting to the surface. You are not Master. Master commands. It slithered right back up into the skull, and once again only the tail was visible as its head disappeared hidden under the surface. Harry stood back up. Crap, he's going to be no help. I don't know that much about soul magic, Sirius said with a shrug, but I know enough that breaking the spell would probably kill her. Not necessarily, Harry retorted as he settled into a chair near Bellatrix's bed. He deflated, admitting, but it'd probably destroy her soul, so yeah. Harry sighed as Sirius took the other chair. Any ideas? Sirius shrugged. You think we could manipulate the spell without breaking it? It might be possible, Harry considered, but we're probably working on a deadline of the pain driving her crazy. Not to mention, I don't think anyone has ever been able to do anything with the mark. Healers probably won't be any help, will they? Harry shook his head. Not unless they know more about the dark mark than I do, which I'm kinda doubting. Sirius sat back and thought, just observing Bellatrix as he and Harry descended into silence. Well, historically a rabid stray bitch gets put down, but I don't really want to do that. I know, Harry grumbled. She's hot. It's not that, Sirius explained. It's just this Bellatrix is so different. She's meek. Even as a crazy, psychotic murdering bitch, she had a zest for life, or evil, I suppose. Putting this one down wouldn't be the same as my real bitch of a cousin. Harry found himself agreeing with Sirius. He couldn't see much of the Bellatrix he knew in this woman either. Sirius waited a beat before adding, and she's not exactly hard on the eyes either. Harry shook his head as they lapsed into another thoughtful silence. After several minutes of quiet contemplation, Harry began to summarize. Voldemort can torture her indefinitely. Trying to prevent the pain still damages her soul and will eventually drive her crazy. Separating the spell from her would kill her or leave her soulless. But that hardly matters because breaking the spell or manipulating it may very well be impossible. Impossible, Sirius repeated. That sounds like your forte. Harry rolled his eyes. You can't honestly expect a solution to magically appear. Kismet, as always, heeded the call, and in a burst of flame, Fawkes appeared floating gently in front of Sirius. The phoenix warbled a greeting and landed on the edge of the dresser. Harry glanced at the magical bird before looking up and saying, "You can't honestly expect a philosopher's stone to magically appear." He took a couple seconds thinking positive thoughts while Fawkes was tilting his head inspecting him. "Damn." "It was a good try," Sirius admitted. He walked over towards the phoenix and showed his empty hand. "Hey, Fawkes." Fawkes nodded in greeting, having met Sirius before. He curled his head under his wing and produced a sealed envelope. "Ugh," Harry commented. "As hot as phoenixes run at, you know that's a moist armpit." Sirius took the envelope from Fawkes' beak and held it up to his nose to smell. He quickly whipped the letter away and jerked his head back. "Good God, it smells like moldy old parchment." Sirius took another look at the envelope. "Oh, right." Sirius opened the letter and began to read. Harry walked over to Fawkes and let the bird smell his hand before he began to scratch Fawkes on the back of his head. "How you doing, Fawkes?" Harry said. "Still like being rubbed back here." Fawkes let loose a rumbling purr of approval. "You think you could do us a favor?" Harry asked hopefully. He stopped scratching when Fawkes turned to look at him. Harry pointed. "Bellatrix is being tortured by Voldemort. You think maybe shedding a tear or two might help? Or some other ancient phoenix pain-relieving secret?" Fawkes' eyes widened, and he just tilted his head at Harry in disbelief. "I know, I'm surprised I'm asking too," Harry said. "But phoenixes are some of the best healers in the magical world, and I don't really want her agony. Well, not right now at least." Fawkes hopped up into the air and beat his wings as he began to circle the small bedroom. He burst into a brilliant phoenix song that left Harry and Sirius both tingling happily. Harry glanced over and saw Bellatrix's body was shivering in discomfort from the effects of the phoenix song. Fawkes stopped his magical tune and landed right back on the edge of Harry's chair as Bellatrix's body relaxed. "Oh yeah," Harry said slowly in a moment of dawning realization. "Death Eater." Fawkes let out a laughing murmur of agreement. "So what's Albus got to say?" Harry asked, noticing Sirius was done with the letter. "Here," Sirius said, handing him the letter. "You read it." Harry took the letter and saw it was short but as carefully worded as everything from Albus. Harry asked aloud, "He's not exactly subtle here, is he?" "I think he's trying to win us over with honesty." Sirius scoffed with a shake of his head. "Like that'll work." Harry looked over at Fawkes. "You know we can't do this. Does he honestly expect us to sell out a Black who just swore allegiance to the family?" Fawkes looked almost embarrassed under Harry's scrutiny. "You didn't expect us to, did you, Fawkes?" Fawkes shook his head in clear response. "A letter has arrived. Masters," Creature announced as he walked in the room carrying a ministry owl. "Aren't we just the popular kids today?" Sirius commented, taking the letter as the owl flew away, having delivered its note. "It's from Amy." Sirius read the contents of the letter and added, "Correction, it's from the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Harry glanced at Fawkes. "We may have a response for you after all." The Wisengamot is going to have an unofficial but required bit of questioning for Bellatrix Black Friday afternoon at 1 p.m. If she hasn't shown up by 2 p.m., they have a warrant to search for her in Grimmauld Place, including the destruction of any wards in the way. Harry raised a curious eyebrow at Fawkes and turned towards Sirius. "We get 2 days' notice to properly hide her away out of the country." "Is that what we're going to do?" Sirius asked. "I doubt it," Harry said while summoning a piece of parchment and a pen. He began to write a response for Albus. Sirius walked over and saw the letter addressed to the headmaster. "What are you telling him?" "I am thanking him for his concern," Harry explained while writing, "but informing him that there is an immediate health risk we must address first. After all, it's not like the Dark Lord will quietly accept one leaving his service. And I'm telling him we look forward to resolving the issue at the Wisengamot on Friday." "You think he might be able to help us?" Harry was just finishing the letter and looked up at Sirius and Fawkes. "I think we'd be betraying a Black no matter how well-intentioned his help might be." "Even if we don't come up with anything?" Sirius asked doubtfully. "You think she'd rather constant agony than the annoyance of guilt trips, twinkling eyes, and offers of sweets?" Fawkes was clearly amused to be sitting in on this. Harry handed the note to Sirius to look over. I'm still not sure why she came to us, but you know she had to have considered going to Albus for help. She chose us for whatever reason, and I'm guessing it was partially because we wouldn't immediately run to the high and mighty Albus Dumbledore. Sirius handed the note back, having nothing to add. I know you've had some problems with him in the past. Hang on, Harry stopped him and handed the note to Fawkes. There's a spy for Dumbledore in our midst. Fawkes took the note from Harry and flicked his wing under his chin in a gesture that was clearly a phoenix insult. He warbled a goodbye that sounded less than friendly and flashed away. After the flames disappeared, the Lord Blacks were alone once more to watch Bellatrix suffer silently. Harry hadn't ever seen Fawkes do that before. I think he just gave me the equivalent of flipping the bird. As a bird, he might take offense to that, Sirius said. But what I was saying is that when it comes to answers, Dumbledore is one of the people usually worth asking. Yeah, I know, Harry said. But you're basing that off of your impressions of a different man, and he sees Bella as an asset to be utilized. We see her as family. I don't usually like my family, Sirius pointed out. Me neither, Harry agreed, recalling his own experiences. But she's still family, and for what it's worth, I'm doubtful he could do anything for her that we haven't. The two of them went back to their chairs and resumed watching over the woman causing them so much trouble. Harry was rereading the letter Amy had sent in an official capacity. He was still surprised at the differences in the way the rules applied to the so-called noble pureblood leaders. Harry's musings were interrupted as Sirius smacked himself in the forehead. Of course, Sirius exclaimed. I know why she came to us. It's because of who we are, the Lords Black. Yeah, Harry said. I got that much. No, Sirius argued. I mean, she's a pureblood following tradition. My mum used to be head of the family, but she was never the Lord. That's why Bellatrix could freely associate herself with another Lord, including pledge herself into his service. Voldemort's not even a real Lord, though, Harry said. Tell him that, Sirius chuckled. But the point is, now that the Black family has a Lord, or two in this case, we're the only ones who could rightfully reclaim her from her previous pledge. She's never been expelled from the family, so she's had to answer to both him and us, until we forced her to deny him. So even though she has abandoned him, Harry continued, when she was loyal, he cast the mark binding her soul to an extent. Not a very trusting guy, is he? Nope, Harry agreed. Not really. She's ours, Sirius said, fully comprehending the situation. She was born into the family and raised by it. Our claim and her free will supersede any tenuous claim he could make. You're acting like she's a hunk of property, Harry said, thinking they were doing the exact thing he was criticizing Dumbledore for. Vassal, servant, slave, whatever you want to call it, Sirius said. We're lords of a family, and that which is part of the family belongs to the family and therefore us as keepers. So the root of the problem is that neither she nor us has ever owned the piece of magic on her arm, Harry exclaimed in frustration. I think we're back to the point where asking nicely isn't going to help us any. In matters of dispute, Sirius recounted, lords of equal stature depend on the magic to decide who is right. Harry grimaced. Any chance there's a simple spell that does that? Sirius shook his head. The magic cedes to the victor of a duel. Harry had seen the answer coming, but hoped that it wasn't the case. Peachy, so we just need to defeat Voldemort in a duel. He sighed tiredly, not even looking towards Sirius. It'd be a lord's duel, Sirius cheered way too happily. House of Black versus House of Voldemort, but 2 against 1 because of our status. This isn't a solution, Harry said, shaking his head. Besides getting killed or getting our asses kicked, it won't change the fact that he's not a real lord. We can take him, Sirius said with more confidence than he felt. From the sound of it, this one's not even as strong as our old one. Harry groaned as an idea hit him. Ah, crud. There it is, Sirius grinned victoriously. What do you got? I just realized it doesn't matter that he's not a recognized lord. And in fact, it actually gives him more reason to duel us, Harry ruefully said. Perfect, Sirius agreed. How's that? The Council of Lords, Harry explained. When I was reading up on the history of the Wisengamot, the Council of Lords was the ruling body before the establishment of the ministry. With the ministry's inception, they became the legislative and judicial branch and were then officially called the Wisengamot. Am I getting an explanation or a history lesson? The point is the old rules of the council still apply. And if a lord chooses to meet a lesser family head in a lord's duel, a victory by the lesser would grant him the official title of lord. So he'd really be a lord if he defeats us, Sirius clarified. If we make it a lord's duel, yeah, Harry nodded. And technically it'd put a Voldemort seat on the Wisengamot too as a noble line. Oh, that's priceless, Sirius laughed. We have got to do this. Even if we lose, we're fucking over the Wisengamot. If we lose, we're probably going to be dead, you realize. Sirius shrugged. I want to go out with a bang. Harry sighed. I can't believe I'm actually considering this, but let's look at it logically. Sirius felt his adrenaline racing in ways that good old-fashioned robbery had never incited. He was cataloging every aspect of their environment worth noting. They were in the middle of Badgin Alley, a small magical district in Wales. 4 Death Eaters were unconscious with bruises, lying in a pile off to their right. The 5th Death Eater they'd sent off with instructions to fetch his master, as the Lord Blacks had some urgent business with him. The 6th and final Death Eater of the failed raid was writhing under the boot of Harry, who was chatting excitedly with the man's dark mark. Just last night, Sirius had managed to talk Harry into this hodgepodge of a plan. In between pain-killing potions, they'd uncovered this attack Bellatrix wasn't supposed to know about, but did. Harry had been exercising his magic all day. He drilled into Sirius' head the fact that they needed to work together to have any chance to win this. Even Sirius had agreed that dueling Dark Lords without a plan was a bad idea. The unconscious Death Eaters were warded off from the growing crowd beginning to gather in Badgin Alley. Sirius just hoped Voldemort would show up before the Aurors did. 6 pops sounded, and 6 more masked Death Eaters appeared. Showtime, Sirius whispered towards Harry as they got up to approach them. Crucio, the man in front called out, aiming straight for Sirius. A rock off to the side flew up and blocked the curse, while Harry and Sirius didn't even blink, continuing to walk towards the new arrivals. We don't have time to deal with servants, Sirius bellowed. Where is your lord? A killing curse was cast, and yet another rock flew up to intercept the spell. Harry's invisible magical arms leapt into action, yanking the caster forward. The man's legs both snapped at impossible angles, breaking them loudly. That spell was intended to kill me. You know, by law, I can torture you for days, and in ways that would make you long for your lord's tender mercies. Harry ripped the man's sleeve off with only a thought and immediately began talking to his dark mark. Seeing as how your master isn't here, do you think you could get the marks on these other people to jolt? The dark marks responded, and the other Death Eaters all jumped, disturbing their initial shock at discovering a Parselmouth. The Lord's Black, a whisper carried down the alley from the other direction. Lord Voldemort, Sirius called out loudly, as he and Harry turned their backs to the remaining Death Eaters. Another killing curse was sent at Harry's back, and the downed Death Eater with broken legs jerked up into the path of the deadly spell. Harry let him fall to the ground dead, turning his attention back towards the darkness of the alley in front of him. Or rather Voldemort, since calling oneself Lord does not make it so, Harry corrected Sirius. He peered through the darkness and saw the glowing form of an extremely powerful wizard. I wonder, Tom, if there had been a G in your name, would you have called yourself a god? You are even more foolish than I'd been led to believe. Voldemort hissed out, making his presence known as he emerged from the shadows. Another curse was sent towards Harry's back, and another downed Death Eater was thrust into the path of it. Your servants are costing you servants, Harry commented. You might want to tighten their leashes. Why is it you 2 traitors are so eager to die tonight? Voldemort asked, looking around for signs of a trap. Bellatrix Black was a black long before she made the mistake of pledging herself to a false lord. You knew the magic would never see you as a proper lord, So you ensured your slave's loyalty with a rather ingenious piece of soul magic hidden behind a serpent tattoo. I don't have time for this, Voldemort said calmly. I had hoped to see you by my side. Sirius interrupted him and firmly intoned. As her lords, we demand control of the mark on her soul. You come to me with demands, Voldemort snapped. He clenched a fist as his magic came bubbling to the surface. I am the Dark Lord Voldemort, and I will teach you to fear me before I squeeze the last breath from your frail, broken bodies. Harry shook his head at Voldemort's predictability. You know your wizarding history, Tom. Harry held out his wand in front of him and forced his voice to carry to all ends of the alley. The House of Black is challenging the House of Voldemort to a lord's duel for control of the mark on Bellatrix Black's soul. Thick ancient magic began swirling in the air, awaiting the response from the Dark Lord. The crowds were watching in silence, and even the Death Eaters still alert were transfixed by the scene before them. Draw your wand, Sirius ordered, shifting into a dueling position directly in front of Harry. Or leave like a coward. Are we going to have to chase you? Harry lackadaisically mocked, while ignoring the nausea in the back of his throat. Or would you like to earn your self-proclaimed title of Lord? The answer was given without any sign or warning. A sickly pale yellow curse exploded from the wand of the Dark Lord Voldemort. The magic surrounding them all began to hum in eager anticipation of a victor. Sirius' eyes widened at the sheer power of the spell heading towards him. He swallowed rather loudly, wondering just how this had seemed like a good idea. Harry felt the moment the challenge was accepted and gulped almost as loudly as Sirius. He placed his hand on his godfather's shoulder, preparing to move them both. Here we go, try not to die. Chapter 13. Gah! Sirius shrieked as Harry apparated them both 5 feet to the side. The ground where they had been standing dried and crackled instantly after the curse hit. Sirius looked at Harry as the younger man thrust his hand out, a solid shield appearing in place. A loud clang and crack made Sirius flinch as Harry yanked them to the ground. The solid shield held, but just barely. What do you mean try not to die? Less talk, Harry said, gritting his teeth. Another supercharged purple spell slammed into the shield Harry was holding, shattering it to dust. More cursing. Harry grabbed Sirius' shoulder again and apparated them out of the way of a searing jet of blue fire. Actually, Harry said, turning Sirius around to face the Dark Lord. You need to learn something. Put up a shield. Sirius saw 3 cannon shots of a semi-dark bludgeoning curse barreling down on them. He cast a humming magical shield, reinforced it, and hunched down to make a smaller target. Harry prepared himself and heard Sirius' shield tinkle as it broke like the thinnest sheet of glass. The spiraling bludgeoning curse hit dead center in the solar plexus of the crouching Sirius Black. The dragon hide armor was put to the test, but absorbed the lion's share of the spell. The force was still enough to send Sirius careening backwards into Harry, and both of them careening backwards, sliding to a stop in a small wooded area on the opposite side of the alley. Fuck me, Sirius swore as a dark green, barely visible hex zipped through the air towards the 2 of them. A nearby rotted log jerked diagonally, blocking the curse but spraying the 2 Lord Blacks with wet wood. 2 metal spears shot through the air at both Harry and Sirius before they could even get to their feet. 2 heavy stones blocked the spike's path, sending one veering off towards the tops of the trees, while the other flipped forward and embedded itself into the ground in front of them. I thought you called yourselves lords, Voldemort taunted. Can you not? He stopped suddenly and apparated away as one of his conjured spears zoomed through the place he had been standing. It made a loud echoing thunk as the spear embedded 1/2 meter into a wooden post. Come on, Sirius, Harry said as a 6 pieces of debris began orbiting protectively around them. I got the defense, you get the offense. Heavy and fast curses. Sirius was a bit twitchy, beginning to finally comprehend what they'd signed up for, but centered himself and put on his game face. We got this. He began twirling his wand, gathering energy as the tip started to glow. His wand began to whistle quietly in eager anticipation. The 2 of them walked calmly from the small copse of trees, while a half-dozen rocks and logs circled them dangerously. Voldemort was standing there, holding his wand lazily at the side, squinting at the two Lord Blacks and the various solid objects moving randomly around them. "What magic is this?" Sirius said nothing as he whipped his wand underhand and sent the nonverbal spell that had been building up arcing through the air towards Voldemort. It weaved left and right, bobbing slowly, before accelerating suddenly on a straight path to the Dark Lord. The solid shield Voldemort pushed into existence was a step too late and barely deflected the curse as it glanced off his shoulder. The Dark Lord stumbled, but did not fall, only exhaling loudly when his right shoulder purpled, yet never tore. Harry knew it was coming, and made no effort to block the spell fired behind him, as a red jet of light flew right past his ear and nowhere near Sirius. "Damn it," Harry swore softly at the miss. Sirius was about to cast another spell when Harry jerked him down, and the neon green of a killing curse sailed right over them both, slamming into the trigger-happy Death Eater behind them. Sirius grunted as he hit the ground. "I thought you'd block." "That one wasn't aimed at us," Harry explained while keeping them covered as they rose. "Could have fooled me," Sirius muttered. "No one touches them until I'm done," Voldemort shouted, staring down the Death Eaters assembled behind Harry and Sirius. "If any of you cost me this duel, it will be on your head." "If he's off aim even a centimeter," Harry said, urging Sirius to stay focused. "There's a reason." Sirius shot off 3 rapid-fire spells that the Dark Lord deflected with ease. "Told you it wouldn't work." "Mash," Harry grunted, knowing that if the servants of one of the lords interfered, then that house forfeited the duel. It could have happened if their aim wasn't so horrid. Another 2 spells came rocketing from Voldemort's wand, and Harry got 2 planks into their paths. They exploded in fire, showering the Lord Blacks with burning cinders. The dragon hide cloaks just slewed off the wreckage, while the Dark Lord cast a complicated oculamagi spell over his eyes, making them glow a bright red. Sirius let loose a sickly decaying curse at the ground the Dark Lord was standing on. Voldemort apparated straight backwards, returning fire with a hail of slicing curses, and then pausing to watch them hit. Harry got rocks in the way of the curses headed towards them, letting the ones that were going to miss fly harmlessly through the air around him. With a diagonal slash, Sirius shot off 2 bone breakers at the Dark Lord's right shoulder and left knee. Voldemort slid a half-step to the side and paid no attention to the 2 spells just missing his shoulder and flying between his legs. Another flurry of darker slicing curses designed to cleave through magical shields came, this time speckled in white. The largest remaining pieces of debris again protected Harry and Sirius, while the other slicing curses flew past. 2 of them connected with Harry's invisible magical arms, severing the magic cleanly at the point of contact. Harry fell to a knee from the backlash of his own oversaturated magic. Fuck! He figured that out pretty damn quick. The sudden magical shift was more short, intense pain than slow ache, and it left Harry winded. Sirius abandoned the longer incantation he'd started and just began focusing rapid-fire pellet shots at the Dark Lord. Each whip of his wand let out a crack of angry magic and zipped off a small, icy projectile. Voldemort called up another solid shield that they hit with a ping, barely denting the surface. He hissed in annoyance as one of Sirius' shots connected with his lower leg. "Stay with me, Harry," Sirius called, running out of juice from his relentless pellet spree. "Enough!" Voldemort boomed loudly, slamming his fist into the ground. A deep rumbling shockwave of force knocked Sirius off his feet and Harry back down as he had begun to rise. "You are not without your talents," Voldemort admitted in what he felt was a compliment. "Join me. You are powerful wizards. I will make you stronger." Sirius snapped out a single pellet from his wand in response. Voldemort held his hand up and let the nuisance spell smash into his palm. It stung and broke the surface of his pale skin, but was not deep. Harry sensed an opportunity to catch his breath and quickly downed a pepper-up potion, while floating a dose to Sirius. The 3 duelers all were watching each other carefully, taking a few moments to observe their opponents and plot out their next actions. Voldemort was staring at Harry, focusing his red glowing spelled eyes on the younger Lord Black. He noticed a faint echo of magic and asked, "Where did you get that scar?" Even though Harry highly doubted it would be a problem, he was still greatly relieved to feel no twinge of life or activity in his curse scar, no matter his proximity to this Dark Lord. "Just some old overconfident bastard," Harry answered with a smirk. He immediately sensed the Dark Lord's silent attempt at legilimency and ejected the probe with excessive force. "Watch your mind and your eye contact," Harry warned to Sirius. Voldemort hissed and flinched from the abrupt, violent mental push. He hoped dividing his legilimency probe between the Lord Blacks would make them subtle enough to not be noticed. He encountered no occlumency shields at all and caught a single snippet from each of them before being thrown out and losing his connection. He took a closer look around at the crowds gathering and continued to internally stockpile spells. He saw his Death Eaters warily assessing the contingent of Aurors that had just arrived at the tavern down the alley. "Go! Take them with you." The Death Eaters able to move quickly grabbed their unconscious mates, leaving the 3 dead ones behind. They apparated away before the Aurors could stop them. "So this was your grand plan," Voldemort said, airily waving his hand at all the destruction they had caused. "Tempt me with a lord's duel, hope to last long enough for the Aurors to arrive, and then what? Concede while they foolishly attempt to trap me. They are not strong enough, and the lord's duel prevents their interference. What could you honestly hope to accomplish with this futile exercise?" "We don't give a shit about the Aurors," Sirius answered as the steam from a pepper-up whistled out his ears. "This is merely a family matter for us." "If it is death you seek," Voldemort announced, watching the Aurors fail in their attempts to erect wards over the lords and the area between them, "then death I shall give you." The Dark Lord voiced no spell and made no motion other than to clench his fist tightly in front of him. A kaleidoscope of magic erupted from his hand, expanding into a giant wave, each color a different spell, a different curse, and a different way to hurt or kill. Harry grabbed onto Sirius' shoulder and tried to apparate away. He slammed into an anti-apparition jinx he'd yet to notice and was left staggering from the attempt. Every piece of debris Harry could reach was frantically thrown at the myriad of violent spells contained in a single rainbow wave of magic. The dirt on the ground was splashed up to try to disrupt curses when rocks couldn't be found. But the efforts were futile. Half a dozen spells ripped through both Sirius and Harry's bodies, lifting them off their feet and carrying them 10 meters through the air. The most damage was done to the exposed areas of skin, while the dragon hide was pushed to its limits before cracking and shredding. Harry was knocked senseless, and he moaned in protest, wondering what had happened. He let out a labored breath as the memories came back to him. He saw the green of a killing curse headed for him, and his magical arms quickly propelled him into the air, just avoiding the spell that smacked into the ground below him. He landed on his feet, only to see the Dark Lord had already cast another killing curse at his other opponent. Harry heard Sirius begin to moan in pain just before he dove right on top of his godfather. Using his momentum to roll them both away from the deadly spell, Harry earned even louder cries from Sirius as both of their thrashed bodies were jostled. Harry's magic reacted instinctively, grabbing a bunch of debris to protect them. No longer was it circling around them, exposing his magical arms to harm. Instead, the debris was hovering right in front of them, shielding them from the hail of curses that the Dark Lord sent their way. Sirius was levitated off the ground, and Harry slung the older man's arm over his shoulder, holding the weakened man up. They were both on their feet now, and Harry's shields were diverting or blocking most of the Dark Lord's spells. The ones that couldn't be blocked, Harry was able to run or dodge away from successfully. Focusing only on the defensive, Harry was whispering at Sirius to wake up, knowing that Voldemort could hear him. The Dark Lord was 2/3 of the way into summoning a pool of hellfire, when a sudden pop alerted him to the fact that his anti-apparition jinx had been countered without his notice. Through the shield of debris, he could see only one Lord Black. Sirius had been dazed from Voldemort's rekindled onslaught, but quickly regained control of his faculties. Harry had been pinching him, and Sirius heard the stilted way Harry was whispering. Sirius continued to play possum while gently breaking down the Dark Lord's anti-apparition jinx. When he felt it break, he didn't even bother to look up. He simply apparated directly to the Dark Lord's right. Not wanting to waste a moment with wand waving or a voiced spell, Sirius used two open hands to slam Voldemort's bruised and purpled shoulder with wandless concussion charms. Voldemort hadn't even seen the attack coming before he was blasted sideways through the glass window of a china shop's teacup display. His shoulder that had taken the brunt of the blow had split open and was coating his entire arm in blood. Harry apparated right behind Sirius and gathered fresh pieces of rock, floating in formation waiting to block the next spell headed their way. That, Voldemort hissed dangerously while stepping out from the broken storefront, was a mistake. Sirius fired off a pair of dark burning curses that just fizzled out in the air, surrounding the furious Dark Lord. Voldemort huffed in pain as he pressed his hand over his bleeding shoulder. The blood flowing down his arm darkened until it was black and ceased to flow. Voldemort stared down at the two Lord Blacks without an ounce of fear. It won't happen again. An orange spell came shooting out Voldemort's open palm, while he snapped his wand, igniting a long, fiery whip. The largest log exploded when the orange spell connected, and the whip snaked through the air, destroying two more of the rocks and sending the shards raining down on Harry and Sirius. Harry cast a magical shield just in time, while Sirius sent off a bludgeoning and a spearing curse with another happy whistle from his wand. Voldemort was inching closer and working his magical whip through every piece of protection Harry could grab. The two spells from Sirius smacked into the Dark Lord with a flash of light, but didn't even slow his forward progress for a moment. The Dark Lord snapped his wand with a flourish, releasing his hold on the magical whip that sliced through the air and wrapped around both Lord Blacks. It took Harry more effort than he would have liked to dispel the fire binding that had singed both himself and Sirius. All the while, the Dark Lord just kept laying on spell after spell, randomly switching his targets from Harry to Sirius and back again. Voldemort saw this as a challenge in more ways than one. He wasn't putting everything he had into each spell, instead focusing on quantity. But he wanted to prove to all watching how futile opposing him was. He was actively destroying each and every attempt at a physical shield, faster than Harry could thrust them in the way of the spells. For every spell he bothered to verbalize, two more silent ones were cast without wasting a breath. More than 2 spells a second for 15 seconds, and Voldemort was connecting cleanly every 4th or 5th spell. Harry was doing all he could to defend, but the Dark Lord was just too quick for him to keep up. Sirius hadn't been able to cast anything significant in response, as he was forced to defend from the numerous spells that Harry couldn't. Harry had warned Sirius that even in this world, he expected the Dark Lord to be faster and stronger than either of them. But they had numbers and a few other advantages in their favor, so Harry figured they had a good chance to win. Another stinging hex hit deep enough to draw blood on Sirius' wand arm, and he began to understand why Harry hadn't been as confident as he was. Harry was summoning shards of the broken storefront, the trees, the rocks, everything within reach, and furiously tried to keep up with the Dark Lord's pace. He knew he was missing a third of the spells now, but he was focused on blocking the most dangerous ones. A metal blade was spinning through the air towards Sirius that Harry just barely deflected away in time. He hadn't even seen the dark slicing curses coming before 2 magical arms were severed, and he fell to the ground, screaming unprepared for the painful backlash. Sirius saw Harry fall and quickly changed tactics. He went on the offensive and fired a cutter followed immediately with a dark crucifixion curse aimed at Voldemort's heart. Voldemort had been timing his spells, planning on Harry's reaction. He hefted a solid shield in his open hand and batted away both of Sirius' curses with barely a thought. He lunged towards Sirius and put his all into the next curse, snarling, "Crucio." Sirius wanted to dodge. He wanted to get something in the path of the curse, but the sheer velocity and hatred emanating off the spell didn't even give him time to blink before it slammed him, driving him into the ground. His entire body burned in pain on a level he'd not even imagined, completely unaware that he was screaming his throat raw. Harry hadn't even caught his breath when he heard Voldemort cast a spell with more intensity than anything in the previous 5 minutes. He looked on in horror as his godfather's body began smoldering the moment the unforgivable connected. The scream nearly tore at Harry's heart, and he knew Sirius wouldn't last long under that curse. Harry's magical arms were moving as fast as he could think as a chunk of rock slammed into Voldemort's wand hand, and 2 other arms pulled Sirius away and safely behind Harry. The screaming had stopped and pitiful moans replaced it, but Harry knew Sirius was just about down for the count. Harry needed to give Voldemort something else to think about, or he would have to sincerely consider cutting their losses and running. He wanted to protect Bellatrix, but he wasn't about to choose her over Sirius' life. No longer seeking out debris for shields. Harry's arms were now looking for weapons. Every decent-sized rock was picked up and thrown at the Dark Lord at high velocity. 6 solid projectiles coming from different angles connected with Voldemort before he could get up a large enough physical shield. Pressing the advantage, Harry began to cast spells designed to destroy and eat the shields Voldemort kept invoking. He'd heard a crack and suspected he'd broken the Dark Lord's leg, but wasn't about to let up. Voldemort stepped back from the sudden attack, frustrated as he alternated between shielding himself from rocks, spears, and broken glass, while fending off the spells headed towards him. His anger and frustration reached its boiling point, and he began cursing Harry right back, trading off the occasional rock or weaker spell, in exchange for sending a curse in return. Harry was doing his best to stay on the offensive, but it wasn't long before Voldemort's superior skill made up the difference. A dark slicing curse aimed for one of Harry's magical arms was avoided, but it clipped him on the cheek, splitting the side of his face open. He saw Sirius was still down, and just hoped the Dark Lord was tired enough to make a mistake. In one smooth motion, Harry slipped his ash wand back into its arm holster, while drawing his old holly wand from the holster on the other arm. Voldemort was done taking chances and saw Harry had lined up with Sirius. He flicked his wand sideways, then straight, shouting out, "Avada Kedavra." Feeling a bit mischievous, Harry made no move from the path of the curse and shouted his own spell, Densageo. Just as Harry had planned, the 2 spells collided in midair and linked together, feeding back into their casters' wands. The surprise showed on Voldemort's face as the near-brother wands combined to create the priori incantatem effect. A steady stream of magic was pouring from both duelists' wands, connected in the middle of them and blossoming outward. A crackling, iridescent dome of magic surrounded both men, cutting them off from the outside world and pitting the pair against each other in a magical battle of wills. Harry knew exactly what was happening and pressed his advantage, focusing all of his energy onto forcing the growing central ball of magic in the linked stream to flow back towards Voldemort's wand. Harry's magical arms folded themselves back inside so as to allow Harry to dedicate his complete focus to the task at hand. Voldemort understood well enough that their wands had linked, and they were now engaged in a challenge of willpower. The sheer volume of magic going into the wands and into the massive webbed cage surrounding them was blinding to the Oculomagy spell on his eyes. He could feel the magic in the link slipping towards him, but all he could see was white where the spells had collided. Voldemort didn't know why or how this phenomenon happened, but he could tell Harry knew it was coming. Voldemort concluded this because Harry had been cocky enough to cast a teeth-growing curse, indicating that the spells may be revisited upon the caster. He knew he couldn't afford to lose this test of will, and tried to force the spell back towards Harry. The Dark Lord knew it wasn't working, but he couldn't see what was even happening. When he caught a glimpse of Harry, he saw no magical arms visible anywhere. Quickly deciding he shouldn't be wasting magic either, he focused his own hatred at breaking the Oculomagy spell on his eyes. He wasn't going to waste a drop of his magic, and he desperately needed to see clearer. Harry was pushing the oversized magical glob back, almost far enough to reach the Dark Lord's wand, inciting the spell regurgitation when suddenly Voldemort shouted in triumph, and his eyes stopped glowing red. Harry realized the Dark Lord had managed to cancel that spell while still holding off Harry's will. The pressure on Harry nearly doubled, and the magical balls reversed direction, heading closer towards Harry's wand tip. Harry dug deep inside looking for that extra something and stopped the progress of the magical marker on the linked spells. They'd reached a tentative stalemate, as the bulging magical balls would drift forward a half-meter, and then right back. A haunting and eerie phoenix song began to echo around the Golden Dome. Some braver members of the crowd watching, including Aurors and members of the Order, were standing right up next to the edge of the dome, staring at it in wonder and unable to cross it. Harry chanced a glance over his shoulder and saw through the dome that Sirius was no longer on his back, but had gotten up to his knees. The brief lapse in concentration cost Harry, and the largest central glob moved even closer to Harry's side. He gritted his teeth and halted its progress, pushing it back towards the Dark Lord as much as he could. The wands in their hands were spewing excess sparks in all directions, scalding both duelists. The sheer volume of magic being channeled was heating the wands up as they burned against the hands clenching them. Smoke rose from their sizzling hands, but neither Harry nor Voldemort would ever contemplate conceding. They stared each other down, not allowing their concentration on the linked spells to drift. Harry took the first step forward, shortening the stream of magic and pushing the beach ball-sized glob back towards Voldemort a small amount. Voldemort saw the ball grow bigger and get a little closer. He responded by taking a step towards Harry, gaining even more ground than he had lost. It was by unspoken agreement that they both started to slowly step closer, shortening the linked stream and increasing the pressure on themselves. The sizzling dome of magic protected them completely, flashing solid as the intensity of the battle increased. Harry could feel his strength leaving him, but refused to lose this battle of wills. Voldemort may be faster and more powerful, Harry thought, but his will was stronger. He would not lose this, no matter what Voldemort was on the other side. Voldemort was focused exclusively on pushing the growing ball of magic back towards Harry. "Ooh, tingly," Ginny Weasley exclaimed, as she suddenly found herself floating in the middle of a massive magical glob. She heard a hiss of surprise and turned to see a frightened and sweaty Dark Lord in the midst of a very tense duel. She slowly turned her head to the other side and easily recognized Harry, despite the bloody mess covering his cheek and neck. She looked back at Voldemort and Harry once more before announcing the decision she had made. "I'll come back later." Her ghostly form disappeared, leaving only the bright glowing magic of their linked wands in her wake. Voldemort was disturbed and shaken by the ghost's sudden appearance, and his focus began to stray. Harry saw his opportunity and sprinted 5 steps until he was barely 3 meters from the Dark Lord. The jiggling mass of magic ballooned and was now reaching its breaking point. The haunting sound of the phoenix cry was cresting at a fevered pitch. Voldemort braced for the sudden jolt on his magic, but held firm. The strain of forcing himself to have the distance between them was crushing Harry. He fell to one knee, but kept his wand arm steady as his hands continued to burn. Harry was trembling from the effort, sweat pouring off his forehead. He looked up at the Dark Lord as the magical glob began to teeter right up against Harry's wand tip. Harry saw the look of a victorious man standing proudly over a defeated foe on his knees. Harry's stern look of concentration slipped for just a moment, allowing a ghost of a smile to cross his face. He saw the Dark Lord's pupils widen in fear as the dormant magic in Harry sprung to violent life. A mere 2 invisible magical arms exploded from Harry's body, grabbing opposite sides of the Dark Lord's head and wrenching it with every ounce of magic Harry had. The division of Harry's focus from the Battle of Wills was not without its costs. The priori incantatum effect flooded rapidly into Harry's wand. His bloody burnt hand was still clenched around the holly wand when the channel filled beyond its limit and exploded into splinters. A ghostly haze of spells erupted and began to dissipate almost immediately. The muffled bloody pop of the wand's combustion was barely noticeable as the dome of magic surrounding the duelers softly fluttered off, and the ear-splitting crack of the Dark Lord's neck, snapping like a twig, echoed throughout the entire alley. Everyone watching the duel in rapt awe had gone silent as death when they could suddenly see the 2 other combatants clearly. Lord Harry Black was on his knees, looking like he might collapse at any moment, and the Dark Lord Voldemort was floating a meter off the ground, his entire body hanging limply, his wand seared directly into the flesh of his palm. The Dark Lord's red eyes were swirling in restrained fury, despite the unnatural way his chin was pointed up and over his shoulder. The people behind the Dark Lord could see shards of bloody bone sticking out at the base of his neck. Harry took a deep breath and shuddered as his magical arms jerked again. Another series of snaps and crackles announced more torn muscles and broken bones as the Dark Lord Voldemort's head now faced completely in the wrong direction. Sirius was the first person to react, jumping to his feet and charging into the fray to help his godson. He tried casting a killing curse, but was unable to in his current state. He then aimed a decapitation curse at the unmoving body of the Dark Lord. It missed completely. Growling in frustration, he finally fired a blasting curse that connected with the Dark Lord's thigh, exploding with blood and sending the man flying from Harry's grip. Voldemort's body landed in a crumpled heap, and Sirius aimed another blasting curse at him. The Aurors again failed to erect any apparition or portkey wards surrounding the duelists, as the magic of the Lord's duel hadn't reached completion. Harry had fallen to his hands and knees in sheer exhaustion, but he still wasn't surprised to hear the Dark Lord whisper a trigger word in Parseltongue: return. The portkey activated, whisking away the paralyzed and broken body of the Dark Lord, just before Sirius' second blasting curse could connect. The ancient magic in the air, called forth by the duel, came to fruition and had identified a victor. Harry and Sirius felt a rush of foreign magic, giving them a slight burst of energy. Sirius limped over to Harry, who was in the process of wrapping his bloody, burnt wand hand with gauze. He pulled Harry up to his feet as they both felt the adrenaline leaving their systems. Sirius saw a number of people headed towards them and knew they weren't ready to deal with questions right now. He wrapped an arm around Harry with a tired smile and said, "I don't know about you, but I could use a nap." Harry chuckled a bit deliriously, but held on, letting Sirius apparate them both back to Grimmauld Place. The pair arrived in the foyer and crashed to the ground, unwilling to expend any energy on balance. "Oh, Harry winced, landing on his right hand, aggravating the holly splinters that were all that remained of his first wand. "Sorry," Sirius said, panting from exhaustion. "Creature." With a pop, the house elf appeared and looked at both herding masters in worry. "What happened? Was it those filthy mudbloods?" "Nope," Sirius answered, rolling to his feet. "I bet it was muggles," Creature said, paying little attention as he rubbed his chin in thought. "I'll fetch the baby traps and the hammers." "It wasn't muggles," Sirius said louder, noticing Harry was picking splinters out of his blistered and bloody palm. "This would be the handiwork of the Dark Lord." "The Dark Lord," Creature said, shaking his head in dismay. "But why would he?" "He was torturing a Black," Sirius explained. "Well, the Black probably deserved it," Creature retorted. "The Dark Lord is the greatest, most power-fuelest, wonder-fuelest wizard ever." Harry blinked, reliving a few scary Dobby flashbacks. Sirius frowned. "When I have to choose between family and the Dark Lord." "You choose the Dark Lord," Creature answered for him. "I wouldn't be a very good Lord Black if I did. Family comes first," Sirius corrected. "Dark Lord second." "But he's the Dark Lord." "I think I might bump the Dark Lord a little lower than second," Harry commented, wincing as he tried clenching a fist with his right hand. He ordered Creature, "Go get us a couple of pain-relieving potions." "If the Dark Lord wanted you hurt," Creature helplessly supplied. "Creature doesn't think you should be." "Oh, for Pete's sake, forget it," Harry said, unwilling to deal with an immorally conflicted house elf when he was so close to passing out. "We need to check on Bellatrix anyway. We'll get them ourselves." The quirky house elf was frowning and grumbling to himself. Creature doesn't think masters should be cheating out of punishments. Creature takes his punishments and Creature likes them. Sirius helped Harry up and they slowly gimped their way up the stairs. "Do you need St. Mungo's?" "Not this second," Harry said before noticing Sirius was moving as slowly as he was. "Do you?" Sirius rubbed at his side. I might have cracked a rib, but it's probably just bruised. I figure let's sleep on it and see how we feel in the morning. Harry smiled blissfully at his godfather. I was worried you were going to force me to a healer this instant, like every other overbearing self-appointed parental influence in my life. You're a big boy, and I'm not that mature, Sirius admitted, clearly quite happy with both of those facts. They reached the top of the steps and stopped to take a breath. Any guesses on what a baby trap is? I'm quite sure we don't want to know, Harry said, picturing a combination of a cage and bear trap. The two Lord Blacks walked into the warded guest room and saw Bellatrix was still trembling in pain. Harry and Sirius shared a worried look. Sirius grabbed a pair of pain-relieving potions while Harry was staring at her dark mark. The skull was no longer present on her lower forearm. In its place was a shield with a sword and 2 stars flanked by a pair of greyhounds. Below the shield was a banner reading Tauger's Purr. It was the Black family crest. Huh, Sirius said in slight surprise, after drinking his potion and handing a dose to Harry. Harry knocked the vial back and swallowed. We might want to look into changing that motto. Sirius nodded. I say ditch the French and use Pig Latin at the very least. A sliver of movement behind the tattoo banner caught Harry's eye, and he realized it was the tail of the snake. Hey, Harry hissed out in parcel tongue. The snake's head popped up from the unblemished skin just below the crest. You are master. Yeah, Harry replied. Now I am, and so is he. The snake head turned towards Sirius and looked back at Harry. So he is. Stop hurting her, Harry hissed in command. I may talk to you later, but for now, do nothing to her, okay? That doesn't sound like fun, the snake replied doubtfully. But as you command. Harry saw the snake disappear back under the surface of her skin, only to reappear above the top of the crest. It coiled up and tucked its head in to take a nap, locking into place atop the shield. Bellatrix's body relaxed and was resting peacefully for the first time in days. Harry looked at his watch and saw it was after 2 in the morning. All right, we can get 10 hours of sleep, but we've got to take her to the Wisengamot at 1. Let's put off St. Mungo's until after the hearing, Sirius suggested. It'll make us look better and give us a good reason to keep things brief. Good plan, Harry said after a loud yawn. I guess you do have your uses. Please, Sirius chided. If you weren't holding me back, that whole mess with Voldemort would have been over so much quicker. You're right, Harry agreed. It would have been over much quicker. That's not what I meant, Sirius protested. Oh, before I forget, Harry grinned, stopping in front of his bedroom door. Did you notice the cute and dainty way your wand whistles? That's not. Good night, Sirius, Harry said, walking into his bedroom and closing the door. It's not a whistle, Sirius insisted, yelling through Harry's door. You hear me, Harry? It's a manly sound of success, not a whistle. Harry stripped off all his clothes and couldn't even bother to clean off the dried blood. He fell into his bed and pulled the sheets up. He heard Sirius' bedroom door close and a final muffled yell. It's not a whistle. Harry allowed his worries to fade and happily wriggled into his pillow. His last conscious thought before sleep claimed him was, I'm really gonna feel this one in the morning. Chapter 14. You bad master. Harry winced as he woke up and hissed in pain when wincing aggravated his tender cheek. He groaned in general discomfort. Creature thought you were just different. Creature thought you were quirky, but Creature was wrong. What? Harry blearily asked, realizing there was a house elf standing on his chest. You bad master, bad. Harry opened his eyes and saw the house elf in question was holding up the Daily Prophet. The entire front page was a giant article entitled, Lords Black Outduel Lord Voldemort, with a smaller subheading, Dark Lord Retreats After Gruesome Broken Neck. The picture showed Harry on his knees, and the Dark Lord floating immobile as his head faced the wrong direction. The moving image had Sirius running into frame, then disappearing and running into frame again, in an eternal loop. Oh, Harry said, watching the picture and remembering why he felt so crappy. No good muggle-loving master, Creature spat. Shame on you. fooling creature into thinking you're a good master when master knew master was a bad master. Bad. Right, Harry said. Get off me, creature, that's an order. Creature hopped down and stalked away angrily. Filthy, evil masters hurting the Dark Lord, tricking creature into helping muggle-loving blood traders. And leave the paper, Harry added. He was forced to quickly duck as the folded newspaper was thrown at his head and the elf disappeared down the hall. Harry kicked his legs over the side of the bed and sat up. Harry groaned in pain. He drew his only remaining wand, the ash one with a unicorn hair, and used his good hand to scourgify his clothes and sheets. Harry walked slowly and deliberately towards his bathroom and turned on the tap. He splashed water on his face, gently rinsing the dried blood off his cheek, neck, and arms. He saw scrapes, scratches, and purple bruises all over his body. He exhaled tiredly and looked at himself in the mirror. "You look like crap," he told his reflection. "And you're talking to a muggle mirror," the mirror snootily replied. "I'm not stupid, you know," Harry said with a frown, before wincing in pain from frowning. "Right," the mirror chided before standing up straighter, thrusting his hips forward and mockingly staring Harry's eyes. "I'm a star. I'm a star. I'm a big, bright, shining star." "Hey," Harry indignantly scolded. "That's not an accurate reflection of me and you know it." The mirror image rolled his eyes. "You're running late." "Crap," Harry said, glancing at the clock in his bedroom. He tossed on his clothes and grabbed the magical newspaper creature had so kindly left behind. Harry banged on Sirius' door and stuck his head in. "Time to wake up. We're supposed to be in front of the Wisengamot in 3 minutes. Sirius grumbled. "Damn it, Harry, you're an idiot." "What I do now?" "Why didn't you take me to St. Mungo's? I'm in pain here." Harry pushed the door fully open. "You're a big boy, and you're not that smart." "Oi." "Potions in Bella's room," Harry announced. Sirius replied. "I'm taking you with us, whether you've had your potions or not." "I hate you." Harry shook his head and turned towards Bella's room. He added while leaving, "You made the front page." "Sweet," Sirius happily called out before adding, Harry knocked on Bellatrix's door. He waited a few seconds before walking in. "You awake?" Bellatrix was lying in the exact same spot and just turned her head towards the door. "I wasn't until I heard you say Wisengamot." "No pain, right?" Bellatrix sat up looking around in confusion. No pain. What did you do?" "You haven't looked at your arm, have you?" Bellatrix made it a habit of pulling her sleeve down to cover the dark mark, and for the most part pretended the mark wasn't there. She slid her sleeve up and her eyes widened. "That's impossible." Harry helped himself to a pain-relieving potion, then a headache potion, and finished with a pepper-up. What did you do?" Harry tossed her the folded-up paper and instructed. "It's an unofficial inquiry from the Wisengamot. The DMLE would have a warrant for your arrest if they could. And don't answer anything we tell you not to. Be ready to go in a minute. We'll get food afterwards." Bellatrix just listened as the young man ordered her around. She wasn't sure how she felt about Harry's attitude. She unfolded the paper and looked at the front page. Her heart clenched when she looked at the massive headline and photo. She'd feared the Dark Lord's retribution, but the photo of him looking so broken filled her with hope. She felt her body shudder in happiness that she had 2 lords willing to help her and stand up for her. She could truly imagine getting another chance, free from the Dark Lord. Her fragile emotional state was beginning to crumble when she was rudely interrupted. "Hey," Sirius yelled, pulling the paper away from her. "Keep your tears off my picture, woman." Bellatrix just turned to see the other Lord Black smiling at the newspaper. "Where'd I go?" Sirius questioned. "Wait, what the? I'm not even in the picture half the time. What the hell kind of reporting is this? Damn it, Harry." Harry came back into the room carrying witch's robes covered in a sunflower pattern. "Don't blame me. They just happened to take a picture from an angle that makes you look fat." "Makes me look what?" "Here, put this on," Harry said, tossing the robes to Bellatrix. Bellatrix accepted the robes and looked at Harry doubtfully. "This isn't really my style." "I'm aiming for innocent," Harry deadpanned. I think we both know that's not gonna come off as your style. Bellatrix shamefully got up and faced the wall while she changed into the robes, saying nothing more. Harry was pleased to notice Sirius hadn't even noticed her brief moment of undress, as he was carefully inspecting the newspaper photo. I don't look that fat, Sirius complained. It's a funny angle. We're late, Harry announced. He saw Bellatrix looked uncomfortable in the very feminine robes. Give me your wand. Bellatrix looked hesitant, but handed it over. They won't allow you to have it in the session, Harry explained. But if I've got it, they can't take it away, and I can give it to you if we think you need it. Harry snatched the paper from Sirius and grabbed onto Bellatrix. You can read the paper when we get there. Might be a nice show of disrespect. Harry apparated to the atrium of the ministry, pulling Bellatrix with him side along. Sirius appeared with a pop moments after. He leaned forward, clutching his side. Damn it, we've got to go to St. Mungo's after this. Harry winced and agreed. The group of 3 checked in at the front desk and hurried down to courtroom 10. Harry barged into the sealed courtroom, loudly announcing their presence. Sorry, we're late. Sirius had pieces of Dark Lord in his hair. The entire collected Wisengamot looked in surprise as the Lords Black stomped into the room like they owned it, while Bellatrix Black followed them dutifully. Seated in the 3 seats below Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore were Director Bones, Assistant Director Potter, and Croaker from the Department of Mysteries. A simple, sturdy table with 3 chairs was waiting in the middle. A pitcher of ice water and 3 cups were provided. Harry made a show of hissing in pain as he clutched his side. He held up his left hand and called the sovereign saber into existence. He twirled it twice as a pleasant reminder to the Wisengamot and then used it as a walking stick for the last few steps to the table. Are you lords all right? Albus Dumbledore asked, seeing they both looked pretty banged up. Sirius nodded and took the seat on the far right. We're headed to a healer after this. We could reschedule, Albus offered, ignoring the other members' upset murmuring at Albus' suggestion. No, Harry insisted, taking the seat on the left, gesturing for Bellatrix to take the center chair. Let's get this over with before my potions wear off and I get grumpy. You wouldn't like him when he's grumpy, Sirius warned, gulping down a glass of water and pouring himself a second. Come on, Chief Warlock, Harry said, clapping his hands loudly. Let's get this inquisition going. Albus cleared his throat and answered. Madame Bones will handle Miss Black's questioning, but the events of last night have raised a few questions about both Lord Blacks as well. Imagine that, Sirius said, leaning back in his chair. Do you have any objections to answering some questions today? Albus clarified. Harry waved his hand in annoyance. Wouldn't you just issue another summons for another unofficial interrogation in a few days if we did? Most likely, Albus cheerfully agreed. He turned to the woman seated below him on the right. Madame Bones. Thank you, Madame Bones replied at suddenly being thrust to the center of attention. Bellatrix Black, do you understand that you are not being charged with anything at this time? Bellatrix glanced at Harry before nodding at Madame Bones. As this is a formal legal body, anything you say will be taken as the oath-sworn truth, and inconsistencies could constitute a crime. Harry heard Sirius whining and handed him back the newspaper so he could read it. When Bellatrix looked at Harry again, he answered for her. If you want her to answer the questions under Veritaserum, she will, but only if we use an inverted bubble and all the questions are relayed through myself and Lord Black. Amelia glanced at her assistant director, who was staring thoughtfully at the 3 Blacks. That won't be necessary. Miss Black, are you a Death Eater? She saw Harry nod and answered, No. Were you a Death Eater? Sirius had been holding up the newspaper and reading it in an obvious show of disrespect. He whipped it to the side and leaned around the paper to ask, Is that a crime? Being a Death Eater, Madame Bones clarified. Or having been one in the past, Harry added. No, Amelia answered, it's not a crime. But it subjects you to a more official questioning without witnesses and with Veritaserum, Harry stated. The laws on interrogating proven Death Eaters permit wartime tactics. Yes, Amelia agreed. Miss Black, were you a Death Eater? Harry leaned over, loudly telling Bellatrix, don't answer that question. The dark mark is all the proof we need, Assistant Director James Potter stated in irritation. Sirius harumphed and snapped his paper back up, ignoring this world's prongs. Well, it's a good thing she doesn't have the dark mark then, Harry retorted. Sirius blew, a victorious raspberry from behind his newspaper. Amelia put her hand up to stop James and asked, Healer Armstrong informed us she carried the dark mark. Bellatrix looked at Harry, who shrugged at her. He replied, Did you have a question in there? Was he correct in his statement? Amelia inquired. Harry stopped Bellatrix again. I hardly think we'd be capable of interpreting his statement to you when we weren't there. Amelia paused before rewording. Did you have the dark mark when Healer Armstrong treated you? Harry leaned over and whispered into Bellatrix's ear. She looked at Harry curiously, who just nodded in encouragement. Bellatrix leaned forward and softly answered, I'm not here to talk about the past. A number of Wisengamot members were unsubtle in their annoyance, huffing and grumbling as loudly as Bellatrix had spoken. Amelia could tell they were quickly going to run out of options. So you're admitting that you're not a Death Eater now, but are unwilling to say whether you once were. I'm not here to talk about the past, Bellatrix said again upon Harry's urging. And you don't carry the dark mark now, and again, are unwilling to even say whether you ever did. Bellatrix nodded. Say it, Harry whispered and nudged. I'm not here to talk about the past, Bellatrix reiterated immediately. What are you here to talk about? An annoyed member of the Wisengamot snapped. Harry answered, Bellatrix is here in cooperation with your request. She's openly stated she's not a Death Eater, and she doesn't carry the dark mark. Unless you have legal precedent demanding a response, she is free to choose whether to answer any given question or not. That is correct, Lord Black, Amelia said, knowing they weren't going to get much of anything from this conversation. She had to try, though. Miss Black, without freely offering anything incriminating, could you tell us any details about your former associates? Their names, for instance. Bellatrix glanced at Harry and saw Sirius was still reading the paper. She leaned forward and said, I'm not here to talk abo. Talk about the past, Amelia interrupted and finished for her. Yeah, we heard that part. I think we're just wasting each other's time now, so if you wouldn't mind proving that you don't carry the dark mark. Bella showed off her forearm, and the Black family crest tattooed on it. James Potter walked on down and cast finishing charms, ensuring it wasn't just hidden or disillusioned. Tauger's purr, he stated loudly. How quaint. Sirius flipped his paper back and interjected. We're contemplating changing it to Ite Bay Ime, Itches Bay. What do you think? James looked at Sirius curiously, but without quite as much animosity as usual. He walked back up to sit by his boss, informing her, It's their family crest, not the dark mark. Thank you, Miss Black, Madame Bones said with a faked smile. Your cooperation has been duly noted. Great, Sirius called out, loudly folding up his paper. Are we done now? Because my broken ribs are starting to itch. Sirius sniffed the air a couple times. And I think I smell roasted almonds. I'm sure many people are very curious about the events of last night, Albus stated. Would you like me to call for a healer while you answer our questions? Harry glanced over at Sirius, who nodded. All right, Harry agreed, and get us some sandwiches too. Albus leaned back and whispered something to the woman standing behind him. She left the courtroom presumably to get a healer and some sandwiches. First off, Harry addressed, I want to make one thing clear. Last night was a family matter and a family matter only. We're not the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, nor do we have any intentions of joining the Aurors. We consider the matter between us and Lord Voldemort closed. End of story. Albus furrowed his brow. You do not oppose the Dark Lord Voldemort. Oppose, Harry repeated and shook his head. Not really. I think he believes there are wrongs in this society that need to be righted, and I'm certainly agreeable to that. That is not to say I approve of his alleged methods or philosophies. And if he is arrested and found guilty of any crimes, then I would fully support seeing justice prevail. So no, I guess I don't oppose the Dark Lord. He's going to come after you, James Potter insisted, whether you oppose him or not. I'd rather he didn't, Harry offhandedly remarked. We've already had one conflict with him that's been resolved. I hope not to have another. An older wizard came briskly walking into the room, wearing the robes and carrying the tools of a healer. Harry pointed at Sirius, indicating he should go first, and the man began to fire diagnostic charms at Sirius. Are you saying if you were walking down the street and saw Death Eaters attacking innocents, you would do nothing? Amelia doubtfully asked. Of course not, Harry charmingly replied. I would do what any decent person would do. I'd contact the authorities. You would not step in, Lord Peter Potter stood up and asked. You are a powerful wizard. A subjective claim, but one that's irrelevant. Protecting the magical people of this nation is the work of the Aurors. I'm no more an Auror than most everyone else in this room. And while I've met a few with the competency of a whomping willow, I won't belittle the work that they do by implying anyone could step in and do it. Amelia rolled her eyes at the pile Harry was shoveling. I'll take that as a yes. Lord Potter sat down with a smile, shaking his head at Harry's answer. Most of the Wisengamot were surprised to see no retort from Harry, but a look of matching amusement on his face. Your turn, Sirius called out as the healer moved over towards Harry. A large plate of sandwiches had been brought in, and Bellatrix and Sirius were both scarfing down lunch. Harry let the healer examine him, while the questioning continued. The matter of restitution needs to be addressed, Albus stated. Prosty, what? Sirius repeated with a mouthful of sandwich. Restitution, Lord Black, Albus repeated somberly. Your duel last night has left much damage in its wake. Seeing as how you failed to use the Lord's arena for your duel, it falls to the participant houses of the duel to cover the cost of repairs. Fair enough, Harry replied, while the healer was focused intently on Harry's damaged right hand. We're prepared to match every nut Lord Voldemort pays to cover the costs. A number of disgruntled murmurs filled the air before Sirius swallowed the bite in his mouth and said, Actually, I was aiming to blast the Dark Lord into that teacup display, so I should probably donate to at least that particular relief effort. Damn it, Harry swore loudly after the healer gave him the news. What? My bloody wand hand has 7 hairline fractures. Any one of them could snap and pop right through the skin. He's gotta vanish the bones, and I've gotta regrow them. Don't trust him, an old woman called out loudly. He's a dark wizard. This may all be a charade manufactured by the Dark Lord. There's the close-mindedness the Wisengamot is famous for, Harry cheered. Finally, a voice for the voiceless incompetents. I'm sorry, Sirius asked with mock sincerity, but who are you? HMPH, the woman huffed, refusing to answer. Albus interjected. Madame Edgecombe's family owns one of the buildings in Badgen Alley that sustained damages. I make no secret of that, Edgecombe snapped, but it doesn't change the fact that he's a dark wizard. Yeah, well, Sirius shrugged. You're a werewolf. Madame Edgecombe stiffened at the accusation. I most certainly am not. So, what does that matter? Sirius asked in confusion. I thought we were just making up random shit because we're irritable from all the sores on our crusty old vaginas. Sirius finished while quite obviously scratching himself. Lord Black, please, Amelia tiredly answered. A little decorum while you mock and insult us would be appreciated. Well, I never. Madame Edgecombe's complexion was beginning to cycle between shades of anger and embarrassment. I am making nothing up. He's a parseltongue. No, I'm not, Harry said while trying to gesture with his hand. The healer had just finished vanishing the bones, so his arm appeared to be flapping like a flesh-filled glove. Nice work, Harry commented towards the healer while waggling his hand. You deny that you're a parseltongue? She asked with a conniving smile. That you weren't seen hissing at the dark mark before your staged little duel. I'm not a parseltongue, Harry tiredly explained. I'm a Parselmouth, The language I can speak and understand is Parseltongue. And if you've ever seen an anaconda, you can understand why I sometimes get called a parcel crotch. Lord Black, Amelia snapped, looking more amused than scandalized. Too much, Harry replied with a smile. We really don't need to know that. Harry saw Dumbledore's beard was twitching and hiding a smile. I'm just floating it out there, Harry said while leaning back in his seat. You ladies make of it what you will. Well, except for you, Lord Burke. The man in question flushed in anger, but refused to be baited. The healer finished working on Harry and gave him a topical cream and a carefully measured dose of Skeelgrow. You are a disgrace, Edgecombe harshly announced while calmly sitting back down. A disgrace to the Wisengamot, a disgrace to wizards everywhere, and a disgrace to your family. A disgrace to our family, Sirius repeated skeptically. You just don't get it, do you? You don't care, Edgecombe snobbishly retorted. We get it. No, you don't, Sirius said. It's not that we don't care, it's that we don't care about people like you. Some of it's that we don't care, Harry corrected. But it's also fun to point and laugh at the truly retarded aspects of any form of government that includes us. I hardly think this is the appropriate time for this discussion, Albus interjected despite being curious what the Lords Black had to say. No, I think this is a fine time, Harry said. Don't you think it's worth noting that had we lost last night's duel, there would be a Voldemort seat here on the Wisengamot? Does it not bother more people that an idiot punk kid could slip on a ring on a whim and suddenly have the ability to inadvertently entrench the Dark Lord into the primary legislative body? There were a number of shocked faces glancing around. Surprise, Harry mocked. You want to talk about a disgrace, Sirius repeated. I know more than a few of you flounce about your titles of Lord and Baron simply because you inherited them or your family ring chose you. But how many are concerned about a cousin you've only met a few times? I mean, genuinely concerned about their health and well-being, even more than your own inflated sense of self-worth. Harry was tempted to make fun of Sirius for caring more than he pretended. I'm not talking about the rationalization you delude yourself with that you're only trying to make your family name respected. Sirius paused and asked in a calm voice, but how many of you would be willing to stand up to the Dark Lord for your family? Harry saw Bellatrix was slumping lower and lower in her chair. He tried not to enjoy her guilt too much. Are we about done here? Harry asked loudly. Are you in a hurry, Lord Black? James answered, watching him a bit suspiciously. Harry gestured, wildly letting his boneless hand flap back and forth in the air. Heck no, it's not like I did anything strenuous last night. Harry's floppy hand smacked himself in the cheek. Oh wait, there was this one thing. Speaking of last night, Albus smoothly segued. I found it particularly interesting that your wand and the Dark Lord's combined to form the priori incantatum effect. Harry winced. Notice that, did you? Albus nodded seriously. I also know you're aware that Mr. Ollivander was obliviated and is missing a wand. Before you go pointing that finger, Sirius interjected, may I remind you that we are the reason he's even aware he was obliviated and lost a wand. We were as surprised as he was. Madame Bones just nodded, having taken Ollivander's statement. True, but it's still curious that you were looking for that wand specifically. Seeing as though it appears you found that wand, it also raises questions about where you got it from. In case you missed it, Sirius answered. Harry's wand went snap, crackle, and pop, and I don't think Voldemort's going to drop by and let you all check out his wand. For all your assumptions, they could be brother wands sharing a core of Vela ovaries. Phoenix song was heard, Amelia stated. Sirius was about to retort before deflating rapidly. Oh. Thanks for the help, Sirius, Harry said with a fake smile. Sirius shrugged. Well, that's what you get for making fun of my disgrace observation. I didn't say anything, Harry argued. Sirius shook his head in disagreement. Your look said it all. Harry resisted the urge to poke his pouting godfather in the eye. He turned towards the front of the Wisengamot. I'm under too many other potions to take Veritaserum, but I'll explain this under a truth spell. Albus swiftly drew his wand. Do you mind if someone other than Lord Black casts the spell on you? Harry glanced at Sirius and Bellatrix. As long as you don't mind these two keeping their wands drawn. Albus agreed and cast the intended spell on Harry. One lesser-known advantage to casting the spell was the ability of the caster to feel when the spell is being resisted. That would give Albus a little more information on misleading truths or half-truths. Is it working? Amelia asked, turning towards Albus. Albus nodded. I believe so. Let's find out, Sirius grinned deviously. Hey, Harry, I know you saw Amy's knockers the other day. What did you think of them? Harry answered without pause. They've held up better than I would have guessed, which bodes well for the sake of Susan's breasts too. Sirius turned towards Amelia, who was keeping her head down. Yeah, I'd say the truth spell is working. I would have to concur, Albus agreed. He saw a few people turn to him and quickly clarified that the spell is working. Lovely, Harry stated, feeling the spell twinge at his sarcasm. Okay, the thing with the wand is that I purchased it completely legally from someone who I believe was the wand maker, and I certainly never memory charmed Mr. Ollivander. Where did you get that wand? Albus asked. I bought it from a wand maker, and no, I'm not going to reveal the wand maker's name. Amelia inquired, do you not suspect the wand maker may have acquired illegally, or be guilty of attacking Mr. Ollivander? For reasons I'm not going to share, Harry happily answered. I can say that I am nearly certain the wand maker who sold me that wand was freely given the core and crafted it personally. Harry didn't want to paint himself into a corner, but got an idea. I will add that I purchased my wand over a decade ago. Supposedly, there was a similar one at Ollivander's, and that was why I asked Mr. Ollivander specifically for it. Albus felt a twinge in the spell, but knew everything Harry had said was the truth. He cancelled the spell and inclined his head. Thank you for your cooperation, Lord Black. We done, Sirius said, pushing himself to his feet. Not just yet, Albus said with an apologetic smile. We were wondering what spell you used to finish the Dark Lord, and whether it was related to your unique form of defense in the duel. You don't need to know that, Sirius whined. I told you, Madame Edgecombe could be heard murmuring while shaking her head. Dark, the whole family. Harry offered. It wasn't a spell I think anyone else could easily reproduce, but of course it was very evil, dark magic. Sirius snorted at the deafening silence. Egads, Harry chided. I've seen livelier crowds at Death Day parties. Lord Black, Albus slowly began. Harry put his hand up, stopping Dumbledore. He looked at the unspeakable. Croaker, isn't it? Croaker nodded silently. You got some curse-breaking glasses. I can get some, Croaker said, reaching into his inside pocket. There was a flash of magic, and he pulled out a pair of rose-tinted glasses. Harry waved him down. I thought you might be willing to break down all of my evil, dark magic. The pitcher of water lifted up off the table and refilled the 3 glasses in front of them. You see it. Croaker nodded, looking through the glasses. Is there more to it than the 2 charms I see? Harry shook his head. Croaker waved his hand through the glowing magical appendage, passing it through without resistance. He stuck his wand tip right into and whispered a spell that drained just a little magic from Harry's arm. He whispered another spell, analyzing the magic. Remarkable. That's what the ladies tell me, Harry agreed. Croaker ignored the sarcasm and asked, So do you just exert more or less magic into either spell? This is an amazing amount of control. Harry nodded and explained. That's kind of the way it started, but at this point it's just second nature. Croaker nodded, looking at Harry's glowing appendage, and saw several others emerge from his body as the pitcher and 3 glasses began to orbit them all. I'm not surprised considering how the 2 have practically fused into one spell, Croaker added, while looking only at the magic. Dumbledore had been watching intently through his own charmed glasses as well. An explanation, please, Amelia kindly ordered. Harry set everything down and sucked his arms inward, disappearing inside himself. He waved at Croaker to answer. It's nothing more than two sustained spells held in conjunction, one a banishing charm, the other a summoning charm, Croaker answered. So you basically summoned the back of Voldemort's head while banishing the front, resulting in the violent twisting we all observed. How long have you been practicing those two spells? Longer than anyone else I've heard of, but I think I'm predisposed to those two spells more than others. That's why I doubt anyone could easily reproduce the effect. Harry turned towards Albus. And I think we've been patient enough. I'm exhausted and have the pain of Skeelgrow to look forward to instead of a nap. Was there anything else you wanted to know that can't wait? Albus glanced at Amelia, who shook her head and nodded. No, nothing else at this time. We thank you for your patience and cooperation, Lords Black, Miss Black. Sirius jumped right up out of his seat, happy to go. Harry and Bellatrix followed him at a more sedate pace. By the time they caught up with Sirius, he was surrounded by a half-dozen reporters and photographers. Did the Dark Lord? It was purely a family matter, Sirius interrupted as quills were whisking in notebooks. Let me make this clear. We're not opposed to the Dark Lord. We're certainly not supporting him either. If he's guilty of the crimes he's accused of, then I hope the Aurors can arrest him and put him on trial. But we're not interested in doing the job of the DMLE. He's going to want you dead, one man in a brown hat stated. Sirius shrugged, indifferent. I suppose it's possible he could be the type to hold a grudge, but as far as I'm concerned, the matter between him and the Blacks is closed. Don't you feel you have a responsibility? Yes, Sirius interrupted. As a lord, I have a responsibility to my family. Of course, ask anyone who knows me, and they'll tell you I'm not a very responsible person. Harry caught Sirius' eye and jerked his head towards the atrium. Sirius nodded and gave them a chance to escape unnoticed. He addressed the reporters and said, You know I've been called a Muggle lover, simply because I dislike Muggles just as much as I dislike wizards. But when it comes to the measure of a wizard, I wonder how many would be willing to stand up to the Dark Lord, or the Mincetree, or even Albus Dumbledore for that matter. The only thing I knew about Bellatrix was that she was a Black, and as her lord, that's enough. Anything else is a private family matter. Thank you. Sirius hurried after Harry and Bellatrix, quickly apparating back to Grimmauld Place. Damn it, Sirius called out, wondering where Harry and Bellatrix were. You know what I just realized? I'm in the Muggle room, Harry's voice called back. What did you realize? I realized, Sirius ruefully admitted, that Parcelcrotch is going to sell more shirts than any of my lines. Hell, I want a shirt that says Parcelcrotch on it, maybe with a picture of a giant spitting hooded cobra. I'm sure Fred and George will have them on the shelves by the end of the day. Harry winced and clenched his eyes shut. Let me start the Sappy movie. Sirius glanced at the screen as it came to life and turned back to Harry. Why a Sappy movie? Harry took a deep breath, patting himself on the arm with his good hand. I can't sleep when I'm regrowing bones, and if my eyes water in irritation, it won't be the work of some random bug I made up that flew in my eye. It was real, Sirius said for what felt like the 100th time. Harry ignored and continued. It will be because I'm emotionally moved by this rich and dramatic tale. No other reason. You're gonna cry, Sirius laughed and pointed. He stopped and looked around. Where's our resident psycho bitch at? Harry pointed down the hall. She's in her room. Creature was going to get her some food. I think he likes her more than us. We're going to need to figure something out for those two. I don't really trust either of them on their own, let alone together, Harry said. But it's not like this side of Creature is terribly surprising. Sirius nodded and silently watched some of the movie while fighting a smirk every time he heard Harry hissing softly in pain. Hey, Harry, Sirius said, waiting for Harry to look over. Why did you tell them so much about your wand and your freaky arm thing? We didn't have to answer. Why'd you care so much when I was called a disgrace? I didn't care, Sirius explained. I just wanted. Stop looking for an answer, Harry said, noticing Sirius was searching for an excuse. I just was pointing out that you cared first. You answered their questions because you cared, and I didn't care, by the way. Harry paused the movie and explained. I've had to deal with being looked at as both the Ponzi hero and as the next coming of the Dark Lord. And if I'm picking the lesser of two evils here, I don't want the headaches that come with them thinking of me as the next Dark Lord. Sirius shook his head. You cared. Besides, Harry added, the best way to keep big secrets is to freely tell all the little ones and act like you have nothing to hide. Huh. If you got 10 questions about someone, and they eagerly and freely answer the first 8, then you're less likely to doubt or demand the answers to the last 2. Oh, I get it, Sirius smiled. You cared. Harry ignored Sirius, turning back towards the movie and starting it up again. Sirius stayed quiet for about a minute before asking, Hey, Harry, was your Voldemort a lot stronger? Harry paused the movie again and turned to his godfather curiously. My Voldemort, like he was a possession or a husband. You know what I mean. Was he harder to defeat? Harry sighed, scratching his chin in thought. Harder? Well, this Voldemort was a lot more composed and analytical. I guess this one wasn't quite so psychotic, really. But stronger, Harry sighed, deep in thought. I think this one could have outlasted our old one. Really? Sirius asked. Harry nodded. Did you see how many spells he cast? That kind of volume's ridiculous, and he still had more in him. We won, Sirius weakly added. Stop trying to scare me. You asked. Sirius kicked his feet up and laid back on the couch. I hope he's hurting. He glanced over at Harry. Or at least crying as much as you are, you big baby. I'm not above vanishing your pelvic bone. Sirius frowned in confusion. I don't think there's any real bone in that. Harry sighed and started the movie again. An ear-piercing shriek echoed around the stone chamber, sustained for 10 agonizing seconds. Voldemort stopped and panted as he caught his breath. He lay flat on his back on the altar in the middle of an old ritual room. He didn't care how immature and undignified he may have appeared. There were moments when his anger was better served yelling at the top of his magically enhanced lungs. He had undergone enough rituals that his body was in the process of healing itself from injuries that would have easily killed lesser men. Already his mouth and jaw were working, though he still could not turn his head, nor could he feel anything below his neck. Unfortunately for the Dark Lord, the healing was moving at a glacial pace. Fully healing his spine could take years, and there was no way to know when he might regain control of his limbs. But he knew of another way. Only the alternative ensured his magic would be drained and chaotic for weeks. After conceding that weeks would be preferable to relying on his limited ritual-created ability, he'd called for Rabaston Lestrange and ordered him to go out and find a muggle as close to exactly the Dark Lord's size as possible. Now he was just waiting here for Rabaston to return, with all the time in the world to think over how things had gone so wrong. Just 2 days ago, the Dark Lord had been torturing a new recruit, satisfied in the knowledge that it was being felt by the deserter, Bellatrix Black, when he was crudely interrupted by one of his faithful with an urgent message. He'd heard many such tales of the Lord's Black already, and he hoped to gain their allegiance. When he arrived and saw his down Death Eaters, he hoped they were putting on a show of their talents. When the one named Harry conversed with the Dark Mark in Parseltongue, he hoped he had found a loyal kindred spirit. But the Dark Lord had been foolish to hold on to hope. He would humbly admit that they played him masterfully. First, through capturing his attention long enough to humor them, then by tempting him with something useful to offer, and finally by inciting his anger until he had acted irrationally. Voldemort at first wanted to claim their dueling skills were no match for him. Sirius would have fit right in with the inner circle, and Harry seemed too concerned with defense, showing only modest skills in offense. But the Dark Lord also realized it was that assessment of Harry that had permitted the young man's close approach. And he wasn't going to forget the smile that flashed on Harry's face just before the Dark Lord got turned into a captive of his own body. Harry had been playing nice, waiting until he was close enough to strike. Voldemort was confident they couldn't have killed him. He had too many protections against that. But when his neck broke and he couldn't move his body, he had felt helpless. And that scared him. How easily he could have been captured then, and even now he was still susceptible. The Dark Lord had been pleased to discover his magic was getting restless trapped inside his body, and could now be focused in ways it never had before. It had only taken a burst of anger to explode the door to this room when he'd first portkeyed back here. He had possessed one of the recruits when he had to address his faithful, but even that healthy young body couldn't sustain him, and he was back here in his own flesh prison within a matter of hours. The Dark Lord shrieked once more at the top of his lungs. He was angry, but he was disappointed in himself even more. "You okay, Master?" the younger Goyle asked, sticking his head into the ritual room. Voldemort closed his eyes and concentrated. He was rewarded by the sound of a fleshy pop, and a kneecap came spinning across the floor, clacking against the altar the Dark Lord rested on. He happily chuckled to himself at the sound of Goyle's screaming in pain, unable to even touch his bloodied leg. He heard an obviously more intelligent recruit stun young Goyle and drag his body out from the doorway. The Dark Lord sighed again, wondering how hard finding a muggle his size would be. Returning to his musings, he briefly wondered if the Lord's Black were a manipulation of his unknown nemesis. Most often the Dark Lord referred to him as that fucker, considering how little was known of him. Numerous plans over the years had been foiled by that fucker, many of them in the early stages. He had first suspected there was a spy amongst his inner circle, but Voldemort had re-established each of their loyalties personally. All Voldemort knew was that fucker seemed to be a complete enigma. He was operating from the shadows exclusively for almost 2 decades, as no one seemed to know anything about that fucker. The rumor that it was Neville Longbottom the Dark Lord found laughable. The mere idea that a child could match up to the heir of Slytherin was so unfathomable that it didn't even anger the Dark Lord. It amused him. He knew that fucker wasn't a kid. He'd dueled with him on dozens of occasions, never for more than a minute or two before one or the other fled the scene. And that fucker wasn't shy about blowing shit up. The Dark Lord knew that fucker had an elegance and style similar to his own, and a ruthlessness that scared every one of his Death Eaters. The 2 Lord Blacks possessed little style and more blunt force trauma in their execution. That was one part of Harry that not even that fucker could have faked. A tired clumsiness to his actions that neither the Dark Lord nor that fucker would ever willingly show. Voldemort sighed, thinking about the myriad of fronts he was forced to constantly fend off. Whether it was that fucker, Dumbledore and his flaming little order, the increasingly competent Aurors, or now the Lord's Black. He had read the Prophet and heard reports from other sources that the article was completely accurate. The Lord's Black wanted nothing to do with him, and really were only interested in protecting Bellatrix Black's soul. They weren't going to assist the Ministry, and given their attitudes in the Wisengamot sessions, weren't going to fall in line with Dumbledore anytime soon. They weren't even gloating over their very public victory. The Dark Lord honestly found it a bit disturbing, because he really had no idea what to make of it. Could they genuinely believe he'd just let it go and consider the matter closed as they pretended to? Were they really deluding themselves into thinking they might not get any retribution from him? Voldemort was truly lost on what to deduce from their behavior. If anything, the Dark Lord figured, their unpredictability was about all you could count on. And from what Voldemort could tell, it seemed to focus on Harry more than it did Sirius. His behavior and skills were just one revelation after the next, from his gift for the serpent tongue to the scar on his forehead to his magical arms. And to willingly and publicly divulge the secret of his arms, that's what puzzled Voldemort the most. He was trying to gain an understanding of the 2 Lord Blacks. His musings led him back to his brief attempt at legilimency. Neither had any noticeable protection, though Harry had immediately located him and ejected him forcefully enough to snap his hold on both of them. But it was not before he had gleaned a single thought from each of their heads, 2 more pieces of the puzzle that formed this unique pair of Lord Blacks. From Harry's mind, he had discovered that Sirius was Harry's godfather, a relationship that was even more important when combined with what he had extracted from Sirius' head. Harry was the son of Sirius' best friend. That pointed strongly to the conclusion that they weren't both born Blacks. When he considered that at the time Sirius Black was healing in St. Mungo's, he was not yet Lord Black. It appeared that Harry had received the title first, and yet Harry was the one less likely to have been born a Black. For Harry to receive the lordship, he would likely have inherited it from his godfather, indicating that Sirius had died. The Dark Lord could tell he was getting somewhere and continued to brainstorm. He began to think that Harry may have traveled back in time after having become Lord Black, and then altered the timeline and saved his godfather's life. Therefore, he was already Lord Black, and he could assist Sirius in gaining the same title. The Dark Lord was trying to imagine just how powerful the magic to accomplish something like that would be when he froze in recognition. He couldn't believe he had been so oblivious. It had been 25 years since he'd last encountered a Sirius Black with a godson named Harry. He knew without a doubt that he had killed those two, but the situations were damning in the similarities. He started to try and imagine how Harry could have splintered the timeline that far into the past when he suddenly caught on to the fact that he didn't have to go back at all. These weren't the Sirius and Harry of this timeline. These two came from another one entirely. Sirius came first, and that's how Harry received the lordship in their world. Then Harry came after Sirius and helped Sirius gain the lordship in this one. They really did just arrive in the last few months. Voldemort then connected that Lord Harry Black was a different Harry Potter and a viable subject of his prophecy. That made things far more complicated. Yet again, the Dark Lord screamed in frustration. "I've got one, Master," Rabaston Lestrain announced, levitating an awake and frightened Muggle into the chamber. "It's about bloody time," Voldemort snarled. "Show him to me." Rabaston directed the man to hover over the Dark Lord so that he could get a look at him. "He may look a little taller, but that's just the hair." Voldemort looked up at the man blocking his light. "He'll have to do, strip him, and lay him on top of me, face up." Voldemort's robes fell open, revealing his own nude body, and the petrified man was set down right on top of the Dark Lord. "I've got him," Voldemort ordered, seizing control of the spell with only his mind. "Leave us, and seal the door behind you." "Yes, Master," Rabaston happily agreed, eager to get out of there. He felt the locks on the door latch before he could turn them himself. "First things first," Voldemort said, extending his tongue to lick the back of the man's head. "Let's break that silencing spell." The man's frightened gasps and yelps were made audible, and he shouted at simply having the ability to do so. "Go ahead and scream," Voldemort hissed at him, pooling his magic at the surfaces where their bodies met. "It inspires me." The screams echoed throughout the room and all the halls in the building. Many Death Eaters were relishing in the haunting sounds, while their weaker-willed brethren were intimidated by them. About 12 hours later, the inner circle was assembled, waiting outside the ritual room door. The Dark Lord opened the door with his hand and stood there leaning against the door frame. His skin was white but looked shiny and new. Behind him on the altar was what appeared to be a skin sack filled with fluid and tissue that only vaguely resembled the Muggle. Voldemort was panting from the effort, but was very pleased to be mobile once again. "I want to know everything there is to know about the Lord Blacks. No one is to touch them, understood?" The inner circle all nodded their heads obediently, completely masking their own opinions. While trying to block out the pain, Voldemort had been doing a lot more thinking on the presence of this Harry Potter, if he was in fact Harry Potter. The more he considered it, the more sense it made to the Dark Lord. But he wasn't going to rule out that fucker either. He briefly entertained thoughts of how revealing their secret could be used against them, or to blackmail them, before remembering the prophecy. Which would mean their secret getting out would probably hurt him more than either of them. "The Lord Blacks are off limits until I say so. But if you find the deserter," Voldemort clenched his teeth, demanding, "make an example of her." He dismissed his inner circle and began to calmly walk back to his own chambers, hiding the pain he was still in. He realized that if Harry and Sirius really did just arrive in this timeline, then their ignorance of the differences between worlds could be used against them. And then, when the time is right and they had run out of surprises to hide behind, he would savor killing Harry Potter again. Sirius Black, though, would be denied the mercy of joining his godson in death. No, the Dark Lord thought with a grim smile serious pain would come from living. Chapter 15. "Son of a bitch," Sirius yelled after stubbing his toe. He looked down and saw an empty, dirty cauldron had been set down in front of his bedroom door. "Harry, did you put this here?" Creature's not-so-quiet cackling was heard, coming from down the hall. "You wretched little hate-monger," Sirius swore, shaking his leg, trying to ignore the pain in his toe. "Get back here." "Stupid bad master wasn't looking where he was going," Creature mumbled to himself, ignoring the fact that he was walking towards Sirius. "Stupid, stupid master." "Listen up, you little ingrate," Sirius ordered. "We were protecting a pureblood, Bellatrix, from a mudblood, Tom Riddle. That's right, the Dark Lord's pappy was a muggle." "Creature knows about the Dark Lord," Creature mumbled in irritation. "Everyone knows about the Dark Lord, but not everyone knows about Creature's stupid masters. Oh no, stupid masters have lots of secrets to keep." "Sirius," Harry yawned as he walked out of his bedroom, "do you have to pick a fight with a house elf every morning?" "He tried to break my foot," Sirius defended, pointing down at Creature. "Creature forgot where Creature put one of the cauldrons to clean. Accidents happen. Even to stupid masters the Dark Lord is going to eviscerate. Accidents happen," Creature muttered, not looking up at either of them. "Are you sure we can't kill him?" Sirius questioned. "Are you really, really sure?" "You're not that guy," Harry chided. "I don't know," Sirius argued, shaking off the pain in his big toe. "I think I can change. I hear good things about evil." "Stupid masters getting stupider," Creature muttered, and lazily stomping away disrespectfully. "Bringing muggle filth into the noble and most ancient House of Black." Harry narrowed his eyes as Creature began to walk away. He turned to Sirius. "But I think it might be time we started punishing the racist little wanker." "Creature, come here," Sirius happily called out. He asked Harry, "Want see who kick him further? We can start from the top of the stairs. You get a bonus kick if he hits the umbrella stand." "No, no," Harry said, motioning with his hand. "That's not the sort of punishment I had in mind." Creature had reluctantly walked back up to Harry and Sirius, mumbling, "Blood traitors don't even know how to punish right." "Creature," Harry ordered, "that sort of language will no longer be tolerated." Creature gnashed his teeth before smirking cheekily and explaining, "Sorry, master. Creature only speaks English." Sirius looked at Harry and offered, "I'll let you kick first." Harry shook his head. That's the kind of negative treatment he expects. "No, Creature, you are going to gently massage my feet while I read to you notable facts about Muggle history." "What?" Creature said, looking at Harry in confusion. "Oh," Sirius said, thinking deviously. "You know, I've got some underwear that needs to be cleaned." "Perhaps by hand," Harry suggested. "Of course no magic should be used at all with delicates." Sirius rubbed his chin in thought. "I was thinking tongue-washing, actually." Creature was looking at them fearfully. But not even mudbloods." "That's another thing," Harry interjected. "We're not going stand for those slurs anymore. Every time you use words like mudblood, muggle filth, blood traitor, anything like that." Harry paused, thinking up something appropriate. "For every derogatory implication, you have to make a child smile." Creature paled, while Sirius was clearly impressed. Harry continued, "We'll transfigure you into a midget and take you to a muggle park. If we hear you say mudblood 3 times, that's 3 kids you're going to make smile and laugh." Creature whispered in horror, "You wouldn't." "You think I'm bluffing," Harry said, staring the elf down. "But," Creature argued, "the young ones, they have all the diseases." "That's one," Harry said, raising a finger. "Looks like we're going to the park tomorrow. You want to go for 2? "No," Creature shrieked. "Creature will be good." Sirius smiled at Harry. "Well, that was a quick improvement in attitude. I figured you'd have to obliviate him." Creature turned to Harry in surprise. "You know how to memory charm house elves." "Obliviate," Harry quickly cast on the elf. "Sirius, don't even mention that around him." Creature was just standing there with a glassy-eyed stare. Sirius gently nudged the elf to make sure he was okay. Creature jerked into awareness and said, "Please don't make Creature be nice to Mud Gigles." Sirius shrugged happily. "I guess the memory charm works." "Obliviate," Harry immediate recast on Creature. He pointed his finger at Sirius. "That's one for you, buddy." "Me," Sirius argued. "Why do I don't mind making a kid or 2 smile." "Good," Harry said. Because you're still going to be transfigured into a midget, and Remus and Tonks are invited and encouraged to bring cameras. Sirius paled and insisted, Hey now, that's not fair. Hello, a loud call came from down the hall. Anyone there? Mistress, Creature said just as he popped away. Harry and Sirius had both turned in the direction of the call, having recognized Bellatrix's voice. Harry looked at his godfather. You ready to get her story? Sirius nodded. Yeah, I'm sick of worrying about who's on bitch-sitting duty. It feels wrong keeping her locked in a room, Harry agreed. I know what you mean, Sirius said with a nod. It's just not right to keep a grown woman locked in a room unless you're using her for sex. No, Sirius, Harry said with a roll of his eyes. That would feel wrong too. The two of them went to Bellatrix's door and knocked. Come in, she replied as the two Lord Blacks walked into her room. Am I going to be a prisoner here forever? Sirius grabbed the chair by her desk while Harry pulled out the recliner he kept in his shrunken trunk. Nope, Harry answered, plopping down, ignoring the strange look from Bellatrix. It's time we figured out what to do with you. Bellatrix sat on the edge of her bed. I know you both don't like me, and I can never repay what you've done for me. You don't owe us anything other than loyalty to the family, Sirius interjected. And before we decide anything, Harry said, you need to give us some answers. Bellatrix swallowed but earnestly offered, What do you want to know? Sirius looked at Harry, allowing him to take the lead. Well, Harry said, you could start with why you joined the Death Eaters and why you wanted out. Bellatrix looked at Harry in confusion. Why I joined? I don't know where you two fit into the Black family, considering you certainly weren't on any family tapestry I've ever seen, but we were all raised to be servants of the Dark Lord. Asking why I joined is like asking why I'm a witch. Does that mean you toe the party line on blood status? Harry inquired. Kill the unworthy, enslave the unpure, yada, yada, yada. I honestly don't care, Bellatrix shrugged indifferently. If you want me to start wearing muggle clothes that say, hug a muggle, I will. If you want me to start hunting down the half-bloods dirtying proper wizarding society, I know some pretty good curses. But I've never been a dedicated true believer like my brother-in-law. Malfoy will believe anything that says he's better than everyone else, Sirius retorted. It's probably why he'll be wrong his entire life. Bellatrix smiled lightly. You won't be hearing me defend Lucius anytime soon. Yes, well, Harry chided. As useless tools go, Lucius Malfoy is a half-inch strap-on. Sirius shook his head. You're probably giving him a quarter-inch too much credit. All right then, Harry said, attempting to get back on topic. So your heart wasn't really in the death-eating business. That's not exactly enough reason to openly and actively defy them. You know they're going to want you dead. So why'd you want out? Bellatrix took a moment to look at her lords before uncertainly replying. I don't know what you want me to say. Did something happen? Harry asked. Was there some life-changing event that opened your eyes to the atrocities of the world and jaded you on everything you previously held up as unwavering truth? Did they rape you, beat you, kill your favorite pet muggle? Sirius asked. Anything. Nah, Bellatrix shook her head. Sorry, nothing like that. I wasn't punished any more than any other Death Eater. I never tried to draw attention to myself or work my way up the chain of command. I killed when I supposed to kill, I tortured when I was supposed to torture. Though I suppose I did try to hide how much fun those parts can be. Harry wasn't sure, but he thought he saw her eyes twinkling. No one tried to force you into marriage? Sirius asked curiously. Bellatrix smirked. There aren't many witches of my pedigree still single at my age. But I never let anyone touch me that I didn't want to. And if you did want them to touch you, Sirius flirtatiously retorted. Bellatrix sat up prouder, straightening her shoulders and thrusting her chest out. I am a Black and can be very alluring when I want to be. Harry glanced over at Sirius and sighed. Oh, Sirius shrieked, slapping a hand over each eye. Both eyes, Harry, really, was that necessary? Harry ignored his godfather and turned back to Bellatrix. I still don't get why you'd want to go from laying low, avoiding attention to Dark Lord enemy number 4 or 5 maybe. Bellatrix took a deep breath and shyly admitted, I guess it was seeing my nephew, Draco. Harry nodded. I'd want to get the hell away too. Sirius snickered in approval. Actually, Bellatrix corrected, he was more a reminder that I can't put off having a child forever. See, nothing wrong with family, Sirius jumped in before thinking of Draco. Well, usually. Harry ignored Sirius while looking at Bellatrix as if she were crazy, which was entirely possible. Seeing Draco made you want kids. Bellatrix nodded. What the hell kind of kid do you want? A transsexual quintaped? No, Bellatrix quickly corrected. I don't want a kid like Draco. Good God, no. Draco's wife Pansy is expecting, which means my sister is about to be a grandmother. Harry whistled in relief. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. But I don't want my kid to grow up a Death Eater the way I did, Bellatrix explained. I've been waiting for the Dark Lord to conquer Britain or be destroyed. Two things I'm not so sure will ever happen. And then you guys came along. Harry nodded and finished for her, offering you a way out from the Death Eaters. Well, yeah, that too, Bellatrix said, looking up in surprise. But I was also hoping one of you would let me carry and raise your heir. Harry froze in place, and now knew for sure she was completely insane in this world too. Sirius, who had been in the process of checking her out once again, stopped suddenly. He got to his feet saying, I'm out of here, and calmly left the room. You could be as active or absent in our child's life as you like, Bellatrix pleaded as Sirius walked away. I just want to be a mother. I don't even care if it's a squib. You, Harry began but couldn't say anything further. You, he tried and failed again. I can be your consort, your mistress, or just the mother to your child, Bellatrix begged. I'm not picky. Stop, Harry said, unable to look up. Just stop. I realize you both hate me for some reason, Bellatrix tried. So I don't mind if you want to get rough with me, just don't hurt the womb. Harry got up and left the room sighing. Fucking nutty purebloods. Bellatrix was again alone, still locked in her room. That could have gone better, she said to no one in particular. She fell backwards onto her bed and stared up at the ceiling. After about 5 minutes of quiet contemplation, she called out, Hey guys. When there was no response, she tried again, My lords. Harry, she yelled. Sirius, she forlornly continued, anyone. Harry opened her door and asked, What? I won't bring up the subject you obviously don't want to talk about, Bellatrix assured him. But can I at least leave this room? I promise not to go anywhere without permission or an escort. I'm just sick of. Yeah, Harry interrupted her. He grabbed a hold of the anchor stones on her doorway and brought the warding magic crashing down. Come on, we still need to talk and we can do that in the kitchen. Bellatrix followed Harry out of her room. They walked past the Muggle room, where Sirius was focused intently on the large television screen in front of him. You take your reproductive organs and just keep moving, Sirius harshly ordered while hitting buttons on the remote, not even glancing towards her. Bellatrix hurried after Harry down the stairs, quietly commenting, I can't do anything right by you guys, can I? Harry briefly looked back at her before continuing to the kitchen. You want something to drink? Whatever you're drinking is fine, Bellatrix replied. She walked over towards the window and saw it was a sunny day. You mind talking outside? Harry only then realized she'd gone from cursed, to the hospital, to tortured, to locked in a room, to the courtroom, and back to locked in her room. Yeah, Harry said, pouring her a large glass of fire whiskey and one for himself. Outside works for me. Harry scourgified a bench in the enclosed backyard and sat down while Bellatrix just meandered through the dried leaves and tall grass. Harry began, Let me just make this part clear first. Neither I nor Sirius will be providing you an heir, so don't ask. But as you said, you are a Black, and I suspect there will be no shortage of volunteers to helping you out with that. I'd like it to be someone you approve of, Bellatrix responded while staring up into the sky. She turned to look at Harry. Because my child will be a Black and it'd be nice if you liked him or her. Nothing like a clinical screening process of potential sperm donors to start the day, Harry said, sipping his fire whiskey. Okay, we can talk about baby batter later, but I need some background information from you." Bellatrix sighed. "You want to know all the people I've killed?" Harry winced. "No, well, maybe I'm a little curious, but no. Yeah, no, I don't want to know." "What then?" "In case you've not caught on," Harry explained. "Sirius and I aren't originally from around here, and I need to know what sort of Death Eaters are going to be out for your blood, what resources your former master has at his command, pretty much everything the Wisengamot and DMLE wanted to know." Bellatrix nodded, expecting as much. "Should I start anywhere in particular?" Harry sat his glass of fire whiskey down. Why hasn't Voldemort been more successful? Is the Ministry that on top of things? Or the Order of the Phoenix? "The Ministry's clueless," Bellatrix explained. "And Dumbledore's group gets more credit than they deserve. No, the Dark Lord's nemesis is a wizard working from the shadows." "Neville Longbottom," Harry suggested. Bellatrix shrugged. "No one knows. We always referred to him as that fucker." "That fucker," Harry repeated with a chuckle. "I suppose that's catchier than you know who." "Who?" "Never mind," Harry said. "So who is that fucker, or what do you know about him?" "That's just it," Bellatrix said. "Hardly anything is known about that fucker. He just appears when he wants to and then takes down just about everyone." "Everyone?" "Not all at once or anything. He doesn't take on 20 wizards, but when he shows up, he usually quickly asserts control of the situation. Stunning, disabling, and sometimes crippling some very good duelers." "He doesn't kill?" "Not often," Bellatrix replied. "Everyone knows he could, and he has killed a few that have irked him, but I'd guess most of the time it's just not worth killing to him." "Do the Death Eaters fear him?" Bellatrix nodded seriously. "The Dark Lord fears him, though he'd never admit it. I only saw him really go all out once. The Dark Lord, along Sidney Knott, Andreas Rowlands, and the Gibson twins, summoned a demon. The summoning circle drained them all, and there were several of us on hand to protect them after the calling ritual. The demons split both Gibsons in two before anyone realized what was happening. Then that fucker appeared, and just happened to have a lasso capable of holding a demon long enough for him to behead it." Harry whistled, thankful he never had to do that, and that required him going all out. "Beheading a demon will kill it," Bellatrix said, "but not right away, and they never go quietly. The Dark Lord was injured. Knott and Rowlands were killed, but that fucker was the only one keeping up with the headless demon." "So he was helping out?" Harry asked curiously. Bellatrix shook her head. "The Dark Lord knew what he was doing when he summoned that thing. But see, that's just it. That fucker seems better informed than any Death Eater of what the Dark Lord's plans are." Harry resisted the urge to rub his curse scar, thinking about how he had picked up on some of his Voldemort's plans. And Voldemort doesn't know why or how. Bellatrix shrugged. "The first few years after that fucker started appearing, the Dark Lord was furious. Then he started acting more carefully and obsessed over figuring out the unknown wizard. He tried to contact him, even put some hidden messages into the Daily Prophet. Now that fucker is just the albatross he can't shake. 20 years, and he knows nothing about this guy." "It hasn't been quite that long," Bellatrix corrected. "And it's not like the Dark Lord would tell me what he knows about that fucker." Harry was sitting there wondering if the mystery wizard could have been hit by a killing curse and gained a link to the Dark Lord. "Is there anything you can tell me about him?" "Well, I don't know if he still suspects this, but for a while the Dark Lord was convinced that fucker was hopping to take his place and become a new Dark Lord." Harry didn't even try to hide his sigh. "You think that fucker will care about your shift in loyalties?" Bellatrix shook her head. "I doubt it. He's only ever seemed to care about the Dark Lord, but as far as I know, they've never really gotten into a serious duel, not like you two did with him." Harry started nursing his fire whiskey again in an effort to hide the smile on his face. Harry gave up trying to devise a clever way to inquire and just outright asked, "Do you know if the Dark Lord has ever hit that fucker with a killing curse?" Bellatrix looked at Harry oddly. "I hardly think that's something he'd keep to himself. Why? Do you have reason to believe he's dead?" "Forget it," Harry said, quickly changing the subject. "Is the Dark Lord based out of Little Hangleton?" Bellatrix jerked her head up and nodded. That's where one of the most heavily warded safe houses is. How did you know that? Lucky guess, Harry retorted. And he probably keeps Nagini close by when he's there. Bellatrix furrowed her brow. Who's Nagini? The Dark Lord's familiar, Harry offered. Large venomous snake. She slowly shook her head. As far as I know, he doesn't have a familiar. I've seen him talk to snakes, but not kept as pets. Huh, Harry said, having not expected that. Although, Bellatrix said, there are rumors that he's got a monster at his command in the forest behind the Riddle House. A monster? Bellatrix shrugged. He expressly forbade everyone from going into that forest. A couple Death Eaters supposedly have, but they might have just disappeared or been quietly killed. I've heard sounds in there, sounds of something big, but it is a forest, so. You don't think? Harry was musing out loud and stopped himself from saying too much. I don't think what? Bellatrix asked. Harry was saved from answering, as a crack announced the arrival of Remus Lupin. Harry, Remus greeted, you're okay. He turned and saw the woman standing near the large gnarled tree. And you're not alone. It hasn't been that long since I last saw you, Moony, Harry greeted. Yes, well, Remus held his tongue in front of the former Death Eater. You've caused quite a stir since then. Remus, Harry stood up to give a proper introduction. This is Bellatrix Black. Bellatrix, this is Remus Lupin. We've met, Remus guardedly stated. Though last time I saw you, I believe you were wearing a mask. Bellatrix resisted the urge to snap back. She snootily retorted, Do not presume that every Death Eater you've crossed has been me, werewolf. Bellatrix, Harry said softly, as one of his magical arms reached out and grabbed her chin, turning her head to look straight at him. You should know I grew up with a pretty crappy excuse for a family. So just be aware that the lengths I'll go to protect family are nothing compared to what I'll do to defend my friends. Are we clear? Bellatrix swallowed the lump her in throat as the photo of the broken Dark Lord flashed in her head. Yes, my lord, forgive me. I'm still relearning my place in the family. She felt Harry's hand release her, and she turned towards Remus. I don't think an apology for my past will mean anything to you, Remus, but my loyalty is to the family now. And you raised a Black, so you have my respect. Remus murmured while glancing at Harry. There may be hope for you yet, Bellatrix. I still remember a witch at Hogwarts who was one of the few Slytherins who could take a joke. That's right, Harry realized. You two went to school together. Remus nodded and asked, Is Sirius around? He was pouting in the Muggle room last I saw, Harry waved towards the back door. The wards are back to normal, so you can go on in. Remus nodded curtly towards Bellatrix and walked into the back entrance. The half-breed, Creature shouted as Remus walked in. That's two, Harry yelled loudly, staring at the elf. Creature let out a frightened eep and popped away. Harry turned back and saw Bellatrix looked meek and subservient again. It's weird to hear him ask about Sirius, Bellatrix quietly explained, when it's a different Sirius entirely. Harry was again able to avoid a risky topic of conversation, this time by the arrival of an owl. It flew down and perched on the edge of the bench, sticking out its leg towards Harry. He cast the usual Occlumagie spell over his eyes and saw there was nothing magical about the letter at all. He untied it from the owl, who settled in to wait patiently for a reply. He saw the letter was addressed to Lord Harry Black and Lord Sirius Black. When he opened it, he didn't recognize the feminine handwriting and skipped down to the bottom to see who it was from. Harry's eyes widened, and he couldn't avoid the emotional response at seeing so casual a signature of Lily Potter. Fuck. Who's it from? Bellatrix asked curiously, keeping her distance so as not to intrude. Harry looked up at Bellatrix and back down at the letter, feeling as though his life was a surreal experiment. He quickly read through the missive and answered, It's an invitation to dinner from the Potters. Bellatrix weakly laughed. Speak of the devil. What's that supposed to mean? Harry said, looking at Bellatrix accusingly. Bellatrix held up her hands, indicating she was implying nothing derogatory. First Lupin, Then I was thinking about Sirius Black and now Potter too, she explained. She looked off into space as old memories surfaced. You know I was there that night. Harry looked up curiously. What? The Potter house on Halloween, 81, Bellatrix explained. She saw Harry's look and quickly added, I didn't attack my cousin or anything. There were a couple dozen of us waiting in the wings, but the Dark Lord wanted to do the job personally. I saw him kill Sirius and retrieve the baby Potter. He severed Sirius' skull from his spine and cleaned it off while the baby just kept crying. Harry was just gaped at her, unable to believe what he was hearing. I'm sorry, Bellatrix said, noticing Harry's expression. You don't want to hear this. No, Harry immediately answered. I do. So what did he do with the baby? He's not still alive, is he? Harry was momentarily wondering about that fucker. No, Bellatrix blurted out before hesitating. She sighed and continued. I left before it was done, but he held Sirius' skull in one hand while he cradled the baby in his arm. He used his free hand then to, well, it was some sort of ritual. Whatever it was ancient dark magic. Nothing I recognized. Just before I left, the Potter kid finally stopped screaming. I later heard that he drained the life from the area, turning the nearest tree into a skeleton and staining the ground permanently, Bellatrix admitted with an unconcerned shrug. I reckon he wanted to make an example of a potential subject of his prophecy. Of course, I didn't know about the prophecy then. Bellatrix mused. You know, that might have been when my disinterest in the lifestyle really started. Harry was sitting there clenching the letter in one hand and listening to her in horror. He didn't need to know this. He really didn't need to know that Sirius' skull was a Horcrux, and he really didn't need to know it was made from the cold-blooded murder of his infant alter ego. Bellatrix saw Harry looked a bit rattled by her tale and added, Yeah, you may just want to take a pass on that dinner. The Dark Lord's ritual effects are probably still there, whatever it was he did. Harry just listened to her calm tone and was clueless how to respond to this. He stared at her without blinking for the better part of a minute before agreeing, Yeah, no dinner. He knocked back the rest of his fire whiskey and stood up, banishing all the negative thoughts from his mind. He looked at his watch and saw it was still well before midday. I'm going to go get drunk. He stopped and turned back. Do me a favor and never mention this to Sirius. Bellatrix nodded in acceptance and watched the typically more composed of her two lords walk away. She looked over at the owl still perched on the bench. It may take him a little while to reply to that letter. The owl turned to look at her and hooted softly, having figured that out on its own. Know any good jokes? The owl tilted its head, wondering if it was safe around the strange woman. Or perhaps a powerful wizard willing to impregnate me. The owl had made its decision and flew off to wait in the tree where it would be safer. Bellatrix sighed. Yeah, I get that a lot. Remus sat his beer down, looking at Harry incredulously. How could you not have known? You saw Sirius leave with her identical twin sister just 10 minutes earlier. Sirius was laughing heartily, while his godson embarrassingly picked at the label on his beer bottle. It's not like I hadn't been drinking or anything, Harry explained. And in my defense, Sirius girl was wearing a lot of whorish makeup. Hey, Sirius snapped. He paused and scratched his chin in thought. I do like the whorish makeup, don't I? Padfoot, Remus reminded. You've always had a clown fetish. Sirius choked on his beer. You swore to never tell. Different Remus, different Sirius, Remus said with a smirk, finishing off his beer. He stood up and announced, This time it is my turn. No, last round was your turn, Sirius grumbled. Remus ignored him, asking, You guys want the same? Harry and Sirius both nodded and took a look around the Muggle bar, taking notice of the single women. You're not worried about leaving her alone? Sirius asked, knowing Harry knew exactly who he was talking about. Harry shook his head. She was going in disguise to her storage space. She packed up and stashed everything important before she showed up at Grimmauld Place. And besides, I gave her some homework to do. Sirius finished off the last of his beer and set the empty bottle down. Homework. Harry smiled. She's making a list of every Death Eater, including all known homes, maps, protections, wards, house elves, the works. Sirius scoffed. Won't she find that a bit suspicious? Maybe, Harry admitted. But I was very insistent that if she gets captured and kidnapped, we're going to need to know the layouts of Death Eaters' homes. Keeping that information to herself is just an unnecessary risk. Right, Sirius chuckled. And of course, we also need to know the locations of valuables for leverage or ransom, Harry added. He thought it over in his head and realized that even Goyle would have been suspicious. Besides, it saves us a lot of groundwork, and she's sworn loyalty. Malfoy. Harry shook his head. She's not keyed in. Damn, Sirius swore as Remus returned with 3 more beers. Are we discussing your new house guest? Remus asked. We were, Harry said, accepting the beer from Remus. But let's not anymore. How's work going, Moony? Same old, Remus said. Another upgrade was forced on our customers, so we've been swamped with calls. I guess the head office was worried that some people were beginning to like our products. Tusk, Sirius chided. Your talents are wasted at that place. Don't you think it's time you looked into getting a more productive job? Sirius, Remus said in between sips of his beer. You're going to lecture me on my vocation, you. Someone has to, Sirius retorted. My job doesn't come with a significant risk of a prison sentence, Remus argued. I think career-wise I'm in a little better place than you right now. Harry jumped in. I hate to say it, but I agree with Padfoot. Thank you, Sirius cheered. Face it, Moony. You don't have to financially support Tonks. Your home is paid for. Any emergencies come up and we've got your back. And you tell me, which does more good for the world? Annoying muggles on the phone or reappropriating a certain group's resources? Remus raised a curious eyebrow. You want me to join you too in your illicit affairs? Sirius' eyes widened and Harry snapped. He didn't mean it like that, Sirius. I know the mustache confuses me too sometimes. Hey, Remus frowned. Cheap shot. And no, Harry continued, that's not what we're saying. Yeah, Sirius agreed. We thought of it first, we got dibs. Actually, Harry corrected, I was more thinking that we're nobility and can weasel our way out of most things. But with your affliction, you'd get raked across the coals if we were ever caught in any sort of compromising situation. Not to mention it's fundamentally immoral and wrong, Remus added. Details, Harry said, waving off Remus' argument. What Sirius and I are saying, though, is that you have more options and freedom now to find something a bit more fulfilling. Remus tipped back his beer, mulling their words over. He admitted, Tonks has been getting on my case about this, too. Smart girl, that one, Harry agreed. And a wildcat in the, Sirius paused at Remus' warning growl, battlefield. Don't even go there, Remus said, staring at Sirius. Pack instincts got nothing on parental ones. Harry said, slouching in his seat. That reminds me. Sirius quickly asked, of the time you and Tonks OWW? Sirius grabbed his eye. Don't go there, Sirius, Harry said, earning an approving nod from Remus. You know the rules. If Tonks is around, then you can joke about the number of times my dipstick has checked her oil, but not with only Daddy here. I don't even get that muggle reference, and I'm disgusted, Remus said, rubbing his temples. Well, on my motorcycle, Sirius began to explain, using his hands to demonstrate. The dipstick goes in the... Stop, Remus said, and pleading with Harry. What were you reminded of? Harry frowned. Your mention of parental instincts reminded me that we received a letter. Oh, you got that, Remus said happily. What letter? Sirius asked. It was from Lily Potter, Harry said, inviting us to dinner at Godric's Hollow. School's in session, so it'll have to be a weekend, Remus explained. And as long as it's not a full moon, I'll be there, and of course, Tonks and Lord Potter. We're not going, Harry firmly said. Oh, thank Merlin, Sirius exclaimed in relief. What? No, Remus frowned. You have to. Harry shook his head. I really should just keep my distance from her as much as possible. But it'll be so much fun, Remus pleaded. And you know James will be uncomfortable. That is true, Sirius realized, beginning to agree. Harry looked at his godfather. If you want, you can go. If I'm going, you're going, Sirius insisted. I'm not going, Harry repeated. You saw what happened at St. Mungo's. That just raised way too many questions I'd rather never answer. Never, Remus asked worriedly. You're never going to tell them who you really are. Harry shrugged. Maybe eventually, but there are more issues than you realize. There always are with you, Sirius agreed. Wait, what issues? Ones I'd prefer never to think about, Harry quietly admitted, and are unavoidable every time I'm near her. You're really not going to dinner? Remus asked. Really, Harry assured him no. Guess we're not going, Sirius echoed. Now if you gentlemen will excuse me, I see a delightfully delectable derriere in dire and desperate need of deep care and affection. Harry followed Sirius' line of sight and saw a pair of attractive women at the bar, one of whom was caught looking right at his godfather before turning away. Remus and Harry were left alone at the table while Sirius went and turned on the charm. Remus smiled. Once a scamp, always a scamp, huh? Yup, Harry agreed while keeping an eye on Sirius. So what sort of career change would you suggest? Remus asked. No idea, Harry asked. What do you want to do? My options are limited by my condition, Remus explained. It's not the sort of thing you can hide, needing every full moon off, and not too many people would hire me for that reason. Harry suddenly had a bright idea and wondered why he'd not considered it. You like pranks, right? Professional pranking is not a job, Remus answered. As Sirius was heartbroken to discover in his 5th year, meeting with Professor McGonagall. Nah, Harry said. I meant because I have it on good authority that Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes is going to be expanding significantly. Bigger store in Diagon Alley and a second branch in Hogsmeade. Remus perked up. Weasleys are good people. Fred and George help out the order. You think they'd be willing to work around full moons? Harry nodded. I suspect when you tell them your nickname, they'll be more than happy to. My nickname. Harry smiled. If they grew up anything like the twins I used to know, their livelihood during school was in large part thanks to a certain map they nicked from Filch's office. Really, Remus said, thinking it over. It doesn't hurt that me and Sirius are their new financial backers, Harry added. Tell you what, you're not working tomorrow, right? Remus shook his head. I need to go to Diagon Alley and buy an animagus potion, Harry suggested. We'll drop by, visit the twins, see if you have any interest in working with them or they have any positions for you and go from there. If you want, you can crash at our place and we'll go in the morning. Yeah, Remus agreed. Sounds like a plan. Hang on, Harry said, looking towards Sirius. Come with me, Remus. Sirius needs backup. What? Remus said, jumping to his feet. Is it Death Eaters? Settle down, Harry harshly whispered. And no, it's not Death Eaters. It's a Betty with an overprotective friend. Remus looked at Harry incredulously. You need to get laid, Moony, Harry said as he began to walk over towards the bar. Sirius was on a stool talking to a pretty girl on his left. To the girl's left was the overprotective friend, and to that friend's left was a guy sitting alone, seemingly there just to drink. The seat next to the man was empty, and Harry went straight for it. Remus sighed at Harry's statement and followed after him. Tonks has been on my case about that too. Like I said, Harry repeated. Smart girl. Harry took the only empty stool while Remus was left standing awkwardly. Maybe I should. Don't go anywhere, Harry ordered him. This will take just a second. There aren't any more stools, Remus was whispering to Harry. Harry was just smirking up at Remus while sending an invisible magical arm out. The overprotective female friend yelped and turned to the unknown man in between her and Harry. She slapped him soundly across the face. You keep your hands off me, you bastard. The confused man was rubbing his rapidly reddening cheek. But I didn't. Harry had stood up and placed a warning hand on the man's shoulder. I think you've had enough. Seriously, the man pleaded. I didn't do. If you want, Harry said while keeping a tight grip on the man. There's an empty table right over there where you won't bother this young lady. The man knocked back the rest of his drink and got up. Forget it, I'm out of here. he stumbled his way out the door. Harry sat back on his own stool and waved towards the empty spot. "Take a seat, Remus, before another drunken lout starts groping this fine damsel." Remus was biting his tongue, knowing full well what had happened, and sat down. He saw the other girl by Sirius was looking their way, and Sirius was behind her, flashing a bright grin and a thumbs up. Remus felt Harry poking him repeatedly in the side and finally turned to the woman next to him, asking, "Can I buy you a drink?" "Sure," she agreed, leaving her friend alone to deal with Sirius' undoubtedly classless advances. Harry kept one eye on Sirius and Remus while looking around the bar. He heard the two older Marauders and the two women getting on splendidly when he spotted an attractive brunette standing near the door. "If you'll excuse me a moment," Harry said, getting up and going over to talk to her. Remus and Sirius nodded at Harry, while the two women obliviously continued on their conversations. Remus had barely time to order a drink before Harry was back again. "Gentlemen," Harry said to Sirius and Remus, "I'm going to head on home. Don't do anything I wouldn't do." The two women giggled ferociously, leaving Harry to think Sirius and Remus might be making a break for it pretty soon. "Night, Harry," Sirius said, wincing at the sound of the women's laughter. Remus saw Harry throw his arm over the brunette and leave the bar, amazed at how quickly the young man worked. Sirius and Remus continued to chat up the two women who, it seemed, loved the sound of their own voices. Remus had taken Sirius' advice and was hoping more alcohol would make them sound better. It wasn't working. Another 20 minutes and 2 drinks later, the women said they had to leave. Given the option, both Sirius and Remus declined the offers of walking them home, choosing to stay for another drink instead. Remus could tell he was quite drunk, and given the volume of Sirius' voice when he talked, he was too. But neither could believe their luck when a gorgeous pair of twins sat down and joined them in drinking. They were having a far better time, or perhaps, Remus mused, they were just drunk enough to not know any better. Approximately an hour later, the twins, Sirius and Remus, were all totally inebriated and began walking back to Grimmauld Place. Remus was in slightly better shape than Sirius, or at least than Sirius was acting, because the elder Lord Black had a twin under each arm, helping him up the stairs. It was only after they both helped Sirius back towards his master bedroom that Remus realized the twins were a package deal, and they were going with Sirius. Sirius came back out into the hallway where Remus was standing in disappointed surprise. "Sorry, Mooney, but twins." "It's fine," Remus said. "It's better than fine," Sirius cheered, glancing back and noticing they were both making themselves at home in his bed. "I'm just gonna crash in one of the guest rooms," Remus assured him, noticing he was slurring his words and feeling exhaustion replace his nervous excitement. "Yeah, of course," Sirius said. "Just don't." Sirius stopped when his drunken mind came to a truly brilliant conclusion, realizing he could have his twins and maybe get Remus laid after all. "Third door on the right. That's the cleanest guest room in the whole house." "Thanks, Padfoot. Have fun," Remus tiredly agreed and walked down the hall. He opened the door and didn't even feel like turning on the light. He closed the door behind him, stripped out of his clothes, and crawled into the large, inviting bed. He idly noticed that it did smell quite nice and was surprisingly warm and soft. Chapter 16. "Again," Remus mumbled in his half-conscious and half-drunken state. "You're insatiable." "Well," Bellatrix said, mounting the werewolf for the 3rd time that early morning, "I figure the more shots fired, the better the odds at least one will hit the bullseye." "I could have sworn I heard you hitting the bullseye a couple times there," Remus mumbled in peaceful enjoyment as his body fell into familiar rhythmic gyrations. "I don't know if it's true or not," Bellatrix explained as she got comfortable and arched her back, keeping a steady, determined pace. "But I heard that orgasms increase the chances of conception, so don't mind my diddling." Remus' eyes snapped wide open. He looked up and saw Bellatrix's attractive nude form bouncing above him. Oh, God. He looked down and saw where their hips were joined, creating regular fleshy thwacking sounds. Oh, God. "Already?" Bellatrix asked, increasing her pace. Remus slapped his hands over his face. This is a nightmare. It can't hurt me. It's not real. I just need to focus on waking up. Wake up. Wake up now. Wake up now. Bellatrix sighed, but hadn't stopped bouncing up and down on Remus. I don't know why everybody hates me so much around here. You're wrapping me right now, Remus snapped, resting his hands on her thighs. Don't be so dramatic, Bellatrix chided, shifting her weight forward so she could look him in the eye. All the while her rhythmic bouncing continued. Besides, do you even want me to stop wrapping you? Remus was meeting her bounces with thrusts of his own. He frowned uncertainly. I'm a little conflicted on that point. Bellatrix was grateful she could count on most men to act like the idiots they really were. You don't feel very conflicted. I'm a complex man. You feel thick and meaty. Remus kept bouncing her in place. Well, thank you. Bellatrix nodded civilly. You're welcome. No, Remus yelled, beginning to come to his senses. No, no. Damn it, Bellatrix cursed, trying to keep going. I thought your brain might have been catching up in the race for blood flow. Get off of me, Remus said, lifting Bellatrix bodily as he hurriedly wiggled away from her and out of the bed. He looked around and realized he was naked, not to mention visibly saluting a superior officer. He grabbed a pillow to temporarily cover himself. What the hell is going on? Bellatrix sensed his confusion. Were you bewitched? Oh, Remus said, slapping one hand to his forehead while the other held his pillow in place. Headache, hangover headache. I can think of one good way to lessen the pressure in your head, by easing the blood flow. No, Remus snapped back at her. He once again was distracted by the slight sheen of sweat covering her very firm and nude body. Well, maybe, Remus shook his head and banged on the side of it. No, tell me what's going on. Bellatrix looked at him curiously. You really don't. Remus' eyes widened in remembrance. And what the fudge were you saying about conception? Bellatrix was about to scold him for interrupting, but was distracted. Fudge, did you just say? You're after my sperm, Remus gasped and pointed. Bellatrix gestured airily. Well, that's kind of the... Hang on, Remus interrupted again. That doesn't make any sense. Bellatrix was getting irritated. Will you stop interrupt? I remember before the first time, you cast charms on your happy place. I assumed they were contraceptive charms, Remus said, scratching his head as he was beginning to piece together the reality of this morning. Oh, so now you remember. But why would you cast contraceptive charms? Remus repeated and stopped. He seemed almost hesitant to muse aloud. Unless you were harvesting my sperm for later. Bellatrix didn't say a word, denying him the opportunity of interrupting her again. Don't you have anything to say? Bellatrix huffed. I was under the impression my lords had selected a father for my child, and you were here to fulfill that obligation. Remus was still feeling the effects of the previous evening's alcohol, and when he processed what Bellatrix said, he assumed he was having some sort of hallucination. He stumbled and stuttered his way through a few unfinished thoughts. He decided to disregard her last statement and got back to the simpler matter at hand. Why are you even in my room? Bellatrix looked around the room. This is my room. You crawled into my bed while I was asleep. When I awoke, you were poking me in the back with that thing. Remus' breathing was labored, processing his last conscious thoughts before waking up in a sex dream, which turned out to be a lot of sex and not much dream. But Sirius said... Remus stopped and he jumped back shouting, Sirius, I'm going to kill him. Bellatrix was leaning against the headboard and had pulled her knees up. So we're really not going to give it another shot. No, Remus yelled at her. He trailed off as he watched Bellatrix slide down the bed, lay on her back and pull her legs up. Bellatrix was rocking back and forth on her back. She remembered something about utilizing gravity and relaxed muscles to improve the odds when she saw Remus staring at her. Just trying to help the process along. She saw he wasn't moving but was staring at her naked body. She pointed towards her crotch. Feel free to jump in if you want. Remus could feel a twinge of desire igniting in his stomach. He turned, bending over quickly and vomited all over the floor. Now that's just rude, Bellatrix said. still doing her unusual rocking in hopes it would help with conception. Remus was panting, not even caring that he was spitting on the floor, in an effort to get the taste of bile out of his mouth. "If you want me to wear a glamour, just say so," Bellatrix offered. "Until I'm pregnant, consider me your penis sheath, penis glove, penis holster, penis pincushion. I think I like sound of sheath best." Remus was wiping the mess from his mouth and asked, "What did you cast then, if not contraceptive charms?" "I assumed you'd recognize it," Bellatrix explained from her odd position. "I don't care if it's a boy or a girl, but I'd rather not a werewolf if it can be helped, so that was just a bit of magic ensuring it'd be a daughter." Remus just stared at her in shock. "You know," Bellatrix tried to fill the uncomfortable silence, "because your curse is only ever passed on to sons." "I know that," Remus snapped and exasperatedly scolded, "but that's a dark spell." Bellatrix resumed her rocking motion. "That I only needed because you're a dark creature." Remus started to get dressed, unable to maintain a conversation with a nude Bellatrix rolling around like a turtle flipped over. He glanced at her after pulling his shirt over his head. Bellatrix paused a moment and hopefully pointed towards her exposed nether regions, silently inviting him again. Remus shook his head and left the room as quick as he could. He walked down to Sirius' bedroom and banged hard on the door. "Get out here, Padfoot." His sensitive werewolf hearing picked up on movement muffled by a weakened silencing charm, before the door was pulled open by a half-asleep Sirius Black. "Mooney." Remus didn't hesitate for a moment, or hold back any of his enhanced strength as he landed a sharp right cross to Sirius' temple. The punch connected with a loud crack and Sirius crumpled to the floor. His mouth was open in silent scream that slowly trickled into a whining, "Ah." Sirius was clutching his head and looked up at Remus. Remus waited a beat and then started kicking Sirius in the leg. "What?" he kicked. "The hell?" kicked again. "Were," kicked twice. "You," kicked the back of his thigh, thinking. He kicked him a little harder as Sirius rolled over, exposing a scrack above his pants. "Harry," Sirius' voice came out extremely high-pitched. "Help." "Harry's not going help, why?" "What's up?" Harry asked, perfectly alert, standing right behind Remus. Remus jumped, having not even heard the other Lord Black approach. "Damn it, Harry," he said, clutching his heart. "Help me kick this idiot." "I've got company," Sirius harshly whispered, from his curled fetal position on the floor. "You smell like puke, Mooney. Didn't remember a hangover spell last night, did you?" Harry said, distracting him from kicking Sirius. He was looking straight at Remus, waiting on an answer while helping Sirius to his feet. Remus sniffed the air and winced at his own acrid odor before remembering what he was doing. "I can't believe you did that to me," Remus whispered angrily, staring at Sirius. "You needed to get laid," Sirius argued, in between noticing how bad his own mouth tasted and rubbing his sore jaw. "It was a win-win situation." "Not with her," Remus spat out. Bellatrix had slipped on a robe and was tying the belt, standing about 10 feet back of them. "Why does everybody hate me?" "You," Harry said, pointing at Remus. He turned to Bellatrix and finished, "And you." Bellatrix nodded, rubbing her belly hopefully. "That's bloody brilliant," Harry cheered, before yelping and grabbing his own shin. "OWW, damn it, Mooney. She already used dark magic on our rape baby." Harry had to bite his tongue from suggesting that rape baby made a good name, but the mention of dark magic intrigued him. He looked at Bellatrix. "Gender forcing." Bellatrix nodded. Harry leaned in towards Remus and whispered, "That's what the other you and Tonks did too." Remus looked back at Harry in disgust. "Why would you tell me that? Why?" Harry opened his mouth to reply and shut it. "I don't think you'd like any of the answers I'd give to that question." He saw Remus frowning and shrugged sheepishly. "It wouldn't be necessary if you weren't already a dark creature." "That's exactly what I said," Bellatrix helpfully added, while massaging her lower stomach. "Great minds skullfuck alike," Sirius mumbled under his breath. "Is everything okay?" came a feminine voice from inside Sirius' bedroom. She and her twin were wearing identical bathrobes as they joined the crowd in the hallway. No, Harry shouted, pointing at the pair. What are you how but? Twins, Sirius exclaimed, happily throwing an arm around each girl. I got them both this time, so no surprises in the morning. No, Harry said, shaking his head in disbelief. The girl in Harry's room chose this moment to come out, wrapped in only a robe. Did I just hear? She locked eyes with the two women standing behind Sirius and gasped in surprise. Tracy, Stacy. The two identical-looking sisters squeaked in surprise at the sight of their also identical-looking sister. Lacey. Sirius looked at the girl behind Harry and then back at the two sisters he had assumed were only twins next to him. He whipped his head back and forth, crying out, "Why does this keep happening to us?" Harry looked back at Lacey and could tell there was no doubt Tracy, Stacy, and Lacey were identical triplets. He turned back and scolded his godfather. Why did you pick up two girls who looked just like Lacey? Sirius was about to defend himself before he fully realized the situation. He started to chuckle victoriously. I got two, you got one, I win. Stacy and Tracy were just staring at their sister incredulously. Stacy broke the silence, declaring, But Lacey, you're a lesbian. Harry felt the young woman inch closer to him for safety. Tracy scoffed, as incredulous as her sister. And you're a virgin. Lacey was blushing as she tried to hide behind Harry, just barely peering over his shoulder. She softly admitted, a day ago, both of those would have been true. Harry tried to fight it, but his eyes were twinkling. Fine, Sirius sighed and admitted, you win. Of course I do, Harry said, thumping Sirius on the shoulder. What the fudge is going on here? Remus snapped, feeling his fury dissipating at the strangeness of the morning and getting really angry that he was less angry. Fudge, Stacy asked curiously. She turned to Tracy. Does he realize he said fudge? Hey guys, Tonk's voice carried from down the stairs. Have you seen my dad? I don't think he ever made it home last night. Oh fuck me, Remus grumbled quietly to himself. Dibs, Bellatrix called out. No, Remus said, pointing forcefully. Dad, is that you? Tonks called out as she hurried up the rest of the steps. There you are, she announced, taking notice of the crowd forming. Good morning, Harry, Sirius. Triplets I don't know. Ooh, triplets, Bellatrix imagined, keeping a hand over her womb. My second favorite death-eating aunt, Tonks said, glancing coldly at Bellatrix. Hang on, Tracy asked. She's your aunt. Tonks and Bellatrix both nodded. But Sirius, she turned to the man wrapped around her and her sister. Last night you said Remus was going to sleep with her. You what? Tonks asked her rapidly paling adoptive father. Hold on, it's not what you think, Remus tried to explain. Bellatrix helpfully added, I just want a baby. For breakfast, Tonks asked in confusion. Bellatrix stomped her foot in a childish show of frustration. Why does everyone think I'm some kind of monster? Maybe because you're a murderer, Tonks stated unequivocally. The three triplet sisters were all looking at Bellatrix. She made no attempt to deny it, admitting, we all have our quirks. She ignored them for only a moment before arguing, oh, stop it. You were a lesbian virgin and you two clearly have issues. Tracy, Stacy, and Lacey all harumphed in unison. Remus saw Tonks looking at him in disappointment. He could feel her judging him, and he had to resist the impulse to kick Sirius more. In fairness, Harry felt like making a half-hearted attempt to mollify the situation. You were saying he needed to get laid. Tonks looked at Harry with a frown. That was so he'd be less irritable, not because I wanted a little brother. If it happens, it'll be a sister for you, Bellatrix assured her. Oh, a sister, Tonks repeated. Well, that's okay then, Dad. Why don't you go fuck my murderous aunt a little bit more? Maybe I will, Remus retorted, thinking Tonks was being harsher than necessary. Really? Bellatrix asked. No, Remus told her. Not really. Bellatrix flashed open her robe. Remus gulped. Okay, there's a chance. Listen, Tonks, Harry interjected. I'm not trying to make excuses for anybody, no matter if they were drunk or desperate enough to sleep with Bellatrix. But really, this is all Sirius' fault. Harry finished, pointing both thumbs over his shoulder at his godfather. What? Sirius yelped. My fault. I'm not the one who came up with Harry's secret plan to get Bellatrix knocked up, now am I? Don't you pin this on me. Harry turned to glare at Sirius. Sirius was fighting back laughter, and could see Harry was as amused as he was. You're the one who told me to get Moony plastered and send him to her room. Why, you little, Harry exclaimed, as he slammed Sirius to the ground and began to strangle him. It was Harry's idea, Sirius called out as soon as Harry let up. Harry went back to mock strangling Sirius while using magical arms to pinch him all over. Sirius was yelping and flopping around like a fish, pinned underneath Harry. Help, Creature! Creature appeared with a loud pop and grumbled, Yes, master. Tracy and Stacy, who had huddled over by Lacey, both shrieked loudly at the appearance of the house elf. They saw no one else present was surprised and began to scream even louder. Oh, right, Harry said. Muggles. Oops, Sirius added while still pinned down. Harry stunned the three triplets quickly, silencing their piercing shrieks. You should be more careful, Harry said, helping Sirius up. Sirius mumbled indecisively. They were probably going to have to be taken care of anyway. I can help with the bodies, Bellatrix offered, finally seeing an opportunity to contribute to the family. Oh, brilliant, Tonks said, rubbing her forehead. Expanding this family is a wonderful idea. Sirius and Harry exchanged a pitying look. Sirius explained to Bellatrix, We're just gonna memory charm them of the things they're not supposed to know. He paused and glanced at the house elf. Same with Creature. Creature looked at Sirius and Harry in fear. You know how to memory cha. Obliviate, Harry tiredly cast on Creature before he could finish the sentence. Damn it, Sirius. That's another hour you're going to be performing at the park. Creature shook his dazed little head. Masters. Go back to whatever you were doing, Creature, Harry ordered, happy to see the house elf pop away. I just wanted to make sure my dad was okay. Tonks was talking to herself. It's too early for the Harry and Sirius special brand of insanity. Is she talking about me? Bellatrix asked the others uncertainly. Hey, Harry, Tonks said, tilting her head towards him with a rueful grin. I don't think things could possibly get worse. Don't say that, Harry snapped. I told you never to say that around me. He stopped and looked around the hallway for any death traps about to be sprung. After 10 seconds of silence, Harry relaxed and let his wand arm fall. I guess we got lucky that time. A massive explosion sounded, and the entire building shook. Damn it, Harry swore and ran down the hall towards the front door. He stuck his head around the window to get a quick view and whipped it back instinctively. He then processed what his eyes saw in that split second. No groups of Death Eaters, nor an angry mob with torches. Just a Muggle construction crew tearing down the building across the street. Huh, Harry said, moving directly in front of the window to watch the street scene. It's just the Muggles across the way. The entire group had hurried down the stairs after Harry, and they were all crowding around the window now to see the destruction going on. How'd they do that? Sirius was asking while leaning over Harry's shoulder. Remus and Tonks were on the other side watching as well, while Bellatrix was peering around the edge curiously. Hello, Harry said, pointing down the street. Look over there. You can see the dust outlines of a couple of disillusioned blokes. What, where? Sirius asked curiously. I don't see them, Tonks was looking. Are they Death Eaters? Bellatrix asked. Probably, Harry answered, still pointing in their direction. It could be the Ministry or someone else, but my money's on Death Eaters. Remus was looking where Harry had pointed. Are they crouching? What are we looking at? Harry stopped suddenly, having recognized a voice he wasn't expecting to hear. He turned around and couldn't see past the bodies crowding him. What are you doing here? I'm trying to see what you're pointing at, she answered, sticking her head out. But Tonks' oversized rump is blocking my view. Ginny, Tonks exclaimed, moving out of the way. Hi, Tonks. Bellatrix curiously looked at the ghost. I don't believe we've met. Ginny, was it? Ginny let out an eep of surprise, not noticing there was an uninformed person present. She floated and leaned down towards Harry. I don't want to alarm you, but Bellatrix is standing right behind you. Harry glanced at the woman and back to Ginny. He leaned towards the ghost and answered, I was aware of that fact, but did you realize that she's not deaf and can hear you just fine? Great, Bellatrix grumbled. Another one who hates me and probably won't tell me why. What's she doing here? Ginny asked at a normal volume while watching the elder woman pout. Primarily, she wants a baby, Harry calmly answered. That's why Sirius and I are going to do our best to stick Moony into unavoidably provocative situations with her. Ginny saw Remus and Tonks both look worried. She smiled and asked, What kind of situations? Sirius shrugged. Maybe handcuff them both to a couch and cover them in chocolate syrup. Yeah, Harry agreed. She's got that pale complexion, so use dark chocolate. Tonks saw Remus was picturing it as his eyes widened slightly. She punched him in the chest. Stop that. Could you use a cherry syrup so I can at least pretend it's blood? Bellatrix suggested. They all turned to look at her and collectively concluded she wasn't going to be winning any Mother of the Year awards anytime soon. How about this? Remus said as a bright idea came to him. I'll help Bellatrix out if she can convince Tonks that it's something I should do. Bellatrix looked over at Tonks hopefully, trying to get a better measure of the young woman. Tonks looked away from Bellatrix and got right into her adoptive father's face. She was looking him straight in the eye, not daring to use any magic, but simply trying to get a read on his emotions. Remus was beginning to get worried as Tonks was staring at him. He suddenly realized she was threatening to hand him over to Bellatrix. Tonks smirked as she caught the flash of fear in Remus' eye. She looked away and clapped her hands. All right then, go make me a little sister. Remus was cornered and fought down a whimper at the eager look on Bellatrix's face. It's too early in the morning, and now that I know Dad's not been taken by Death Eaters, Tonks gave Bellatrix an unwelcome look. Present company excluded, I'm going to go to home and go to bed. Remus felt ashamed, not knowing Tonks was going to check on him last night. Harry, Tonks firmly ordered, don't bring a girl home tonight. I've got to work until Graveyard's first break, but when I'm off, I am going to ride you raw. Good day. Tonks apparated away with a pop just as Harry nodded meekly. Yes, ma'am. She added that phrase for my benefit, Remus stated distastefully. Ginny shrugged. She could have been trying to give Bellatrix some ideas. Is anyone going to fill me in on this new ghost named Ginny? Bellatrix asked. She saw them all trading looks with no one speaking up. Fine, I figured as much. Come along, Remus, Bellatrix beckoned. You've got work to do. Remus was luckily able to avoid a moral dilemma so far by letting others make his decisions for him. But he felt like he was going to get into even more trouble with his daughter if he did what she told him to do. It's my day off, Remus begged. Can't I just come back tonight? You'd prefer to wait, Bellatrix clarified, until Tonks, your daughter, is in the room down the hall. Remus winced and conceded. Oh, fine, let's get this over with. Harry and Sirius were left standing by the window, while the building across the street was being demolished. Ginny was floating next to them. So, slow morning. Want to go see if they're marked Death Eaters? Harry asked, looking at the disillusioned pair. All right, Sirius nodded. Apparate around the corner. Ginny just remained floating by the window, knowing Harry hadn't gone far, since he hadn't pulled her with him. She watched as a glamour-covered old woman was being pulled down the street by a hyperactive dog on a leash. The dog was sniffing the air and bounded over near the two hidden wizards. He happily lifted a leg and peed on their disillusioned feet. The dog bounded away around the corner, pulling the old lady with him. Another pop, and Sirius and Harry were back in the front room. Death Eaters? Ginny asked. Death Eaters, Harry agreed, having used a snake to confirm it. But I get the feeling they're just here to observe. Sirius nodded. In which case, I may need to make a habit of peeing on them every day. Sounds like a good way to start the day. Harry was scratching his head. Are we forgetting something? Sirius looked at Ginny and shrugged. A number of shrieks sounded from up the stairs. "That's right," Harry said, snapping his fingers. "The Muggles." They hurried up the stairs, where two of the girls were horrified that they couldn't wake up their sister, and screaming their heads off in response. Sirius looked at Harry and asked, "You mind if I get the camera, since, you're already going to be obliviating them?" "Sirius, that's horrible," Harry said, shaking his head in disgust. He paused and nodded. "Okay, get the camera." Harry and Tonks were standing across from the three transfigured midgets, settling limply into the sofa. Remus was slumped against the right armrest, Creature was hanging over the side of the left armrest, and Sirius was slouched down the middle. All three were laboring to catch their breath. Harry was smiling brightly, even more so when the midgets would frown at him. "It appears you all fell short of the 1 hour you owed." "That counts," Sirius whined in a squeaky nasal voice. Harry glanced over at Tonks. "What do you think? Was that long enough?" "I don't know," Tonks said, crossing her arms and looking at midget-sized Remus. "How long did it take you to screw my mother's sister? You know, a member of the criminal organization who murdered my mother and father. Did that fall short of an hour?" Bellatrix felt annoyed and proud that her niece could hold a grudge. She mumbled from the doorway, "I said I was sorry." Remus was panting still and claimed in a charmed high-pitched voice, "Yes, it was definitely under an hour." "He's lying," Bellatrix chimed in. "I hate you," Remus squeaked, staring at Bellatrix. "Oh, Merlin," Bellatrix deadpanned. "Someone hates me, whatever shall I do?" "All right," Harry interrupted, "since you failed to complete a full hour." "It's not our fault we had to leave," Sirius complained over Creature's quiet whimpering. "Yeah," Remus agreed. "Blame whichever concerned parent called the police. Don't blame us." "As I was saying," Harry continued, "we may be willing to give you credit for the hour if you can at least prove that you've learned from the experience. So tell us," Harry said, waving his hand towards Tonks and himself. "What have you learned?" Sirius was slid back into the couch cushions. He turned his head towards Remus on his right and the surprisingly docile Creature on his left. "What have you learned?" Harry repeated. "Didn't you learn anything today, or do we need to repeat this particular life lesson?" Remus raised his stubby little midget arm into the air and said, "I've learned why people include the words and unusual in the phrase, cruel and unusual punishment." "Thank you, Moony," Harry said with a smile. "Now I know you were trying to be a smartass, but you did point out something constructive that you learned. Sirius, what about you?" "I learned," Sirius mused while scratching his disproportionately sized chin. "I learned there's no way in hell midgets can run away on foot unless they have fences to crawl under. Or unless," Remus added, "the pursuers are really tall. Then you can double back by diving between their legs." "Good point," Sirius applauded. "And I learned accidental midget headbutts are another reason you should always wear a protective cup. Don't forget giants stubbing their toes and secretly charmed slappable bars. 2 more very good arguments for wearing a cup," Harry added while reminiscing past pain. He turned to the quietest midget. "Creature, have you learned anything?" Creature was still feeling revolted with his current transfigured form, but earnestly answered. "Creature learned children cry when he hugs them, and they kick too." Tonks coughed and explained. "I think the reason they cry has more to with the fact that you kept sneaking up behind them and hugging them unexpectedly." "And they probably could sense your inherent evil," Sirius added. "Probably," the house elf nodded. "Creature could definitely sense theirs." Harry asked, "Is that all you learned, Creature?" Creature could feel the noose tightening and shook his head. "No, master." Harry tilted his head, silently asking Creature to elaborate. Creature looked around frantically for help. Remus felt pity for the house elf and supplied. "Did you learn anything when Sirius tried to jump through the policeman's legs and missed?" "Yes," Creature cheered happily. "Creature learned children laugh when humans get hit in their penis places." "Not just children," Harry said with a snicker. "I wouldn't say learned as much as I reaffirmed what I suspected," Remus said. "In that people do not keep midgets on leashes and take them for walks." "I think we also learned," Tonks jumped in while giving Harry a scolding look. That just because you're wearing a glamour doesn't mean you should introduce yourself by saying, "Hi, I'm Vernon Dursley. I'm a horrible person and I keep my midget son locked in a cage." Harry rolled his eyes. Maybe you learned that. Well, hang on, Tonks replied, confronting Harry. What did you learn then? Me, Harry repeated. He gave it a bit of thought and said, I learned people get upset when you drop kick a midget. He was shaking his head in surprise, even if it's a biter. Sirius was tugging on the straps across his chest. I learned that just because you can fit into a toddler's leash harness doesn't mean it'll be comfortable. Oh, Creature raised his hand. Creature learned it's easy to tie a leash in a knot if Creature loops it around Master's neck first. Sirius frowned at Creature. Don't think I've forgotten about that. Creature also learned carousels can be magic to go faster. Remus grinned. I suppose I learned that toddler harnesses are strong enough to handle the centrifugal forces of a carousel. Sirius sighed. I learned that if you're being dragged on the ground by a magicked carousel, then it's funny to throw up, but only for as long as it takes to make one revolution. Yes, Creature agreed, thinking of another. Creature learned Master had a bacon and bacon sandwich for lunch. Sirius nodded while scratching his normal-sized head on his midget-sized body. And I reckon I learned that I need to chew my food more. I learned, Harry said, smiling brightly with Tonks, that sometimes 3 rolls of film just isn't enough. And I learned, Tonks deviously grinned, how useful disillusioning a pair of omnioculars can be. See, Sirius said, we all learned a lot, no need to repeat or ever mention this day again. Is that it? Harry asked Tonks, who still looked skeptical. He turned back towards the sofa. Nothing else you guys learned. Creature learned Master can be a cruel and vindictive bastard, Creature happily supplied. I already knew that, Sirius and Remus both said at the same time. I don't mean to belittle you, Harry said, relishing in the staggered groans from everyone other than the confused house elf. But Creature meant it as a compliment. Can you change us back now, Remus begged, and put an end to the most humiliating experience of my life? Tonks scoffed. You slept with Bellatrix. Fine, Remus corrected. Second most humiliating. I'm right here, Bellatrix whined from the door. The 4 other humans turned and saw Bellatrix leaning against the doorjamb. After a moment's worth of acknowledgement, they turned back towards themselves. Besides, Harry said, you should at least wait until after Monday's Quibbler comes out before deciding on your most humiliating moment. Harry glanced over at Bellatrix and corrected, or second most. Sirius popped the top on a nice cool butterbeer and relaxed back in his recliner. He peered through his omnioculars and saw the heat signatures of 2 people still at home. He looked over at Harry, who appeared to be focusing his eyes on the layers and sets of wards. So, Sirius asked, you said you'd tell me when we got some downtime. What did you see? I know it wasn't just gray mist, or you would have told me that this morning. Harry had taken the animagus potion the night before, and it had been every bit as fruitless as his previous attempts. It was almost all just gray mist. I wish it had been just mist, then maybe I could convince myself it was really an invisible demiguise. You saw something else? Sirius asked, setting his omnioculars down. Harry shook his head. Nothing new. It was like the trance McGonagall put me under, and again a blurry figure started to come into focus. It was like I was invisible but could see my reflection. Harry's form got killed, Sirius melodiously ridiculed. Harry's form got killed. I woke up before the shape came into focus, Harry said with a shrug. Could be anyone, but the way it carried itself, it had the same mannerisms as me. It's like it showed up just to ruin my aspirations of a demiguise form. Sirius looked through the omnioculars again. Both are gone. You want to run some diagnostics on the outer wards? Trigger test. Harry shook his head. Let's not rush ourselves and cut out the legwork. They could be back at any time, and I don't want to simply trust the information Bellatrix provided when we can verify it ourselves. Sirius was scanning through the place with his omnioculars. When she gets knocked up, let's move her into her own place. Why wait? Harry said, feeling an owl trip one of his perimeter wards. He looked up as the owl flew straight toward them. We got mail, Harry told Sirius as he looked over the back of his chair. Can they get through the Fadelius? We're invisible until it crosses the charm, but it's an owl, Harry replied. They know where to go by sense, not by sight. The owl flew down and landed on the back of Harry's chair. He untied the letter and recognized the handwriting on the envelope immediately. Harry handed the letter to Sirius without opening it. Can't she pretend I'm a perfectly normal, excessively emotional teen who just doesn't want to hear from or talk to his parents? Another letter from Lily? Sirius asked happily, cracking it open. He slowly read through the short missive and announced, She's inviting us to Hogwarts. A meal, a tour, access to the world-renowned library. She just doesn't give up, does she? Harry looked over at Sirius while remembering one of the things Bellatrix had told him. Invited us to Hogwarts? You know there are a number of books on warding and animagi in the restricted section. You want to go? Sirius asked in surprise. It's not a half-bad idea, Harry said indifferently, and there is one thing I'd like to check. You do realize Dumbledore won't leave us alone for a second, Sirius added. Harry settled back into his recliner. That's assuming we don't split up. If we split up, one of us can keep Dumbledore busy while I go and check my thing. Subtle, Harry, Sirius tiredly grumbled. Harry began to weigh the reasons to go to Hogwarts against the reasons to decline the invitation. You really think we should go? Harry shrugged. I get the feeling she's going to keep inviting us until we say yes. Probably, Sirius agreed. And afterwards we can hit the Hog's Head and see how Jin is doing. Harry looked over at Sirius and slowly nodded. Yeah, let's go to Hogwarts and have dinner with my,